Prologue. Lin Xiao'an's soul floated in the vast emptiness. I am dead. I am. Lin Xiao'an. I hail from the land of flowers. I wish to reincarnate. Contemplating these philosophical inquiries, Lin Xiao'an felt a sense of satisfaction as he prepared to drift towards the unknown, hoping to discover a place for rebirth. Meow host. I'm here too. The speaker was Lin Xiao'an's system, having transformed into a black cat, whom Lin Xiao'an named Little Black. Lin Xiao'an's ethereal form shifted from translucent white to a faint blush. What are you doing here? Didn't you return a cat star? Little Black grinned with pride. This system has passed the assessment. This system is now official. This system can freely choose its host. Familiarity breeds comfort, and I believe you are the most suitable host for me. Are you happy, host? Please. I had to deal with you every day in my past life, and now I have to continue in the next? Exactly. Host, let's go. Where to? Wherever you wish to go. This system has secure benefits for you. You can choose your method of reincarnation freely. What nonsense? Lin Xiao'an floated ahead. Who did you apply to? Who says it's not up to the foolish author? Little Black suddenly realized. Right? This system forgot there was an author for this book. Author. What should we do? If you choose the wrong reincarnation and end up not being human, this system will be in deep trouble. Thank you for your kind words. I truly appreciate your concern. Lin Xiao'an gritted his teeth. Wait, does a soul even have teeth? No need for thanks, it's my duty. Lin Xiao'an resolutely fell silent, floating silently through the void. Little Black closely followed Lin Xiao'an till last. A flash of golden light, and Lin Xiao'an had been reincarnated. Chapter 1. Hogwarts is unreliable. The moment the owl flew through the window, Lin Xiao'an felt utterly unwell. With trembling hands, Lin Xiao'an retrieved the letter from the owl's leg, which bore a gaze capable of conveying disdain. The envelope was made of thick parchment, the address inscribed in emerald green ink. There was no postage stamp. London, Greenwich, Dragon Sky Mountain, top villa, second floor, library, from Mr. Sean Lin. Lin Xiao'an turned the envelope over with quaking hands, revealing a wax seal with a crest featuring a capital H encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. At that moment, Lin Xiao'an's expression mirrored that of Edvard Munch's famous painting The Scream. WTF? Lin Xiao'an exclaimed involuntarily. So this is the world of Heart Bobo? Little Black interjected. Host, it should be Harry Potter. No, wait. It's Harry Potter. Close enough. Lin Xiao'an's face flushed. Then he feigned nonchalance as he opened the envelope with a letter opener. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Wizarding Federation. First-class sorcerer of the Order of Merlin. Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. Dear Mr. Lin, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester begins on September 1st. We await your owl's reply by July 31. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Lin Xiao'an glanced at the letter, then at the owl preening its feathers. Little Black, tell me this isn't a prank. Little Black disdainfully glanced at the owl, which had busied itself with drinking from a teacup on the table, itching to scratch it. Host, this system swears it had no prior knowledge of this matter. Lin Xiao'an pondered. I don't sense any magical fluctuations. How did I receive this letter? Is Hogwarts truly unreliable? Host, your use of the word also is quite apt. Little Black adjusted its position, turning its tail towards the owl, so as to avoid seeing it. It's possible that you activated the transmute stone to gold skill, which Hogwarts mistook for magic. All right then, if that's the case. Lin Xiao'an smacked his lips and rummaged through a long-neglected drawer, retrieving some fancy stationery he had bought ages ago, but never used, and began drafting a reply. Dear Professor McGonagall, I am honored to become a student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Both I and my parents are entirely unfamiliar with the magical world. I kindly request your assistance within your capacity. Your student. Shall I? As the owl flew further away, Little Black asked Lin Xiao'an, are you truly going to attend Hogwarts? Why not? I've already studied all the necessary texts in my past life in the land of flowers. It's time for a change of scenery. I've played the child long enough. Lin Xiao'an remarked casually. I thought I had traveled back over 300 years as I was born in the year 2310 of the land of flowers, but it turns out I've entered a fairy tale just like in a dream. Lin Xiao'an opened the second page of the stationery. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students are required to have 1. 3 plain black robes. 2. 1 plain black pointed hat for daytime, or 3. 1 pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. 1 winter cloak black with silver fastenings. Please note, all student clothing must bear name tags. Textbooks. All students must prepare the following books. Standard Spells, Level 1, by Miranda Goshawk. The History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adelbert Waffling. Guide to Transfiguration for Beginners by Emmerich Switch. 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philetus Spore. Potions and Elixirs, authored by Arseny Gij. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, penned by Newt Scamander. Dark Magic, a self-defense guide written by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment, a wand, a cauldron, tin lead, alloy, standard size number 2, a set of glass or crystal vials. A telescope, a brass balance scale. Students may bring along an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are kindly reminded that first-year students are prohibited from bringing their own flying brooms. Perfect. Now, I await the arrival of a certain seasoned driver, professor, to take me on a flight, Lin Xiao'an murmured, inspecting his system space once more, relieved to see the mountain of gold coins quietly awaiting him. Xiaohe stroked his beard and inquired, "Are you certain? Will your mother permit you to go?" "Well," Lin Xiao'an pondered, "I believe my mother possesses quite a strong capacity for acceptance. After all, a few years ago, she wholeheartedly believed I stumbled upon a gold mine after merely taking 2 steps in the mountains." Xiaohe added, "And then there's your father." "Never mind. Let's pretend I never said that. As long as your mother agrees, your father wouldn't dare oppose." "Precisely. If a dashing male professor were to arrive, my mother might just pack me up on the spot." Bang! A sudden loud noise echoed through the study. Both Lin Xiao'an and Xiaohe were startled. It was July, and the antique fireplace in the study had long been out of use, with only a few logs remaining as decoration. However, at this moment, a blazing green fire ignited within the fireplace. "I've always wanted to ask, why is it green?" Lin Xiao'an muttered to himself. Xiaohe responded telepathically, "Host, focus. This is not the time for distractions." Lin Xiao'an replied, "All right." Gradually, a shadow began to emerge from the fireplace, becoming clearer. Finally, the shadow solidified and stepped out of the hearth. It was a middle-aged man, clad in a black wizard's robe, with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, waxy skin, and cold, hollow eyes. "Sean Lin?" His voice, reminiscent of cello, glided softly past Lin Xiao'an's ears. Lin Xiao'an internally collapsed. "Why him?" His spirit felt utterly defeated. "Host, take care." Xiaohe relished the moment. The corners of Lin Xiao'an's eyes involuntarily twitched as he struggled to maintain a smile. "It's Xiao'an Lin, sir." Severus Snape from Hogwarts, the head of Slytherin House, professor of potions, a man who harbored unrequited aspirations to teach defense against the dark arts, a beleaguered romantic in the shadows. Only redeemed moments before his demise, nicknamed the Bat, Professor Severus Snape. Lin Xiao'an silently scoffed, mustering his spirits. "Greetings, Professor Snape." Professor Severus Snape coldly scrutinized Lin Xiao'an until he stood up straight, chest out and stomach in, before stating, "I wish to discuss your enrollment with your parents." "First," Lin Xiao'an ingratiatingly replied, "Of course, sir. Please, follow me to the living room." "Lead the way." Professor Severus Snape, expressionless, trailed behind Lin Xiao'an to the living room. Xiaohe exclaimed, "Professor Snape is terrifying." "Host, I wish to return home." Chapter 2. The Affluent Muggle's Indulgence. Part 1. Under ordinary circumstances, the head of Slytherin House and professor of potions, Severus Snape, a man often referred to as the Old Bat, had long harbored dreams of teaching defense against the dark arts, a desire that remained perpetually unfulfilled. This reserved man, who had experienced love, hatred, anticipation, sorrow, and despair in his lifetime, was currently enveloped in an unprecedented emotional storm. If he were familiar with the cultural nuances of the country of flower planting, he would realize that at this very moment, 1,000 adorable mythical creatures were galloping through the depths of his heart. "I knew it. Our little and is destined for greatness," Lin's father exclaimed with boisterous laughter, pride and satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xiao'an. "Of course, Hogwarts is a must. Magic? How splendid, isn't it?" Lin's mother, lost in a dreamy reverie, covered her face with her hands, murmuring something about Cinderella, pumpkin carriages, and crystal shoes, words that Professor Snape could hardly comprehend. Suddenly, she called out exuberantly, "Butler, butler, Mr. Sebastian." "Yes, madam, at your service." A middle-aged man, handsome and appearing to be in his early 50s, emerged silently. Lin's mother, her face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "Mr. Sebastian, our little one is a wizard. He is going to magical school. Learning magic, isn't that wonderful?" "Indeed, madam. It is a delightful and admirable occasion," the butler replied, nodding respectfully to Lin's mother before turning to Lin Xiao'an, saying, "Congratulations, young master." Lin Xiao'an smiled modestly. "Thank you, Sebastian. This is Professor Snape, a teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Sebastian, our butler," Lin Xiao'an declared proudly. The butler bowed elegantly, speaking in a refined West London accent. "Madam, young master, my surname is pronounced Spencer." Lin Xiao'an waved dismissively, close enough. Professor Snape felt a vain throb at his temple, just as he reached into his sleeve, intending to draw his wand and cast a memory charm on the impeccably composed but smiling butler. Mr. Sebastian inclined his head slightly and politely said, "Good day, Professor Snape. Please do not take offense. My father was the butler for the Fitzroy family of Grafton, and it so happens that young Mr. Fitzroy is also a wizard. Thus, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the wizarding world. Are you intending to use magic?" Professor Snape remained silent, his fist clenched tightly. Regretting his moment of weakness in accepting the task of guiding this boisterous little imp named Lin Xiao'an. "Professor Dumbledore, Severus, you are familiar with the Muggle world now." That insufferable little rascal continued to boast in a tone reminiscent of reading a sonnet. "Oh, Professor Snape, please don't be like that. Sebastian is well-versed in martial arts and Jeet Kune Do. Your reflexes may not match his." Suddenly, Professor Snape rose, his voluminous black robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, producing a haunting rustle. Lin Xiao'an fixated on the fluttering hem of Snape's cloak, resolved that should the old bat become incensed enough to disapparate, he would be the first to leap forward, clinging to his leg, pleading, "Oh, please don't go." Professor Snape felt a chill wash over him, suppressing the urge to cover himself, standing resolutely. "Very well, let us proceed to Diagon Alley." Chapter 3. The Wealthy Muggle's Whims. Let us proceed to Diagon Alley. "Mr. Sean Lin requires certain essential school supplies there," Professor Snape said, seemingly gritting his teeth. "Diagon Alley, the illustrious Diagon Alley. Sean Lin, no." Lin Xiao'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Professor Snape, please wait." Without hesitation, Lin Xiao'an hurriedly grasped the butler's hand, racing upstairs. After a little over a minute, the two descended, each burdened with 2 enormous suitcases, 4 in total. Lin Xiao'an hurriedly returning while the butler followed at a leisurely pace. Thud! The suitcases hit the ground with a dull thump, evidently packed to the brim. No. I know classes haven't started yet. It's not luggage," Lin Xiao'an quickly explained as he noticed Professor Snape frowning. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao'an unzipped one of the suitcases, and under the brilliant glow of the crystal chandelier, the contents gleamed with dazzling gold, spilling forth unabashedly. Gold bars. An entire suitcase filled with gold bars. The other 3 suitcases were also filled with gold bars. "I thought wizards might not accept pounds or checks. And credit cards wouldn't be a possibility either," Lin Xiao'an remarked with a sincere and innocent smile, "so I prepared a bit of universally accepted currency." Professor Snape was evidently taken aback, having never encountered such ostentation before, rendered momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Lin's father began to praise Lin Xiao'an. "Well done. I almost forgot, what if they don't accept human currency there? It's a good thing you're quick-witted, truly the son of Sir Lin." Indeed, Lin Xiao'an's father bore the surname Lin, with the given name Sir, and remarkably had been bestowed the title of Sir, truly befitting. Professor Snape regained his composure and stated, enunciating each word carefully, "Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank in Diagon Alley, can exchange Muggle currency, ordinary people's money who cannot perform magic." Lin Xiao'an blinked innocently, feigning the demeanor of an oblivious child. However, extensive cash transactions incur exorbitant fees from the bank. Gold, being a specialty of our own land, is abundant and therefore the most economical currency to utilize. "Professor Snape, is it not true that the wizarding world operates on a gold standard?" Professor Snape, gritting his teeth, replied, "Indeed, the wizarding world adheres to a gold standard." "Ah, then I am reassured." Lin Xiao'an sighed in relief, patting his chest with his small hand to indicate he had been momentarily startled. Moved, Lin's mother began to wipe away tears. "Oh, my child, how can you be so clever and wise, and so strong too? Truly, you are the embodiment of both literary and martial prowess." "I am so proud." Professor Snape curtly interjected, "Since Muggles cannot utilize flue powder, we shall take the subway instead." "What? The subway?" Lin's mother exclaimed. At that moment, the butler stepped forward, exuding an uncharacteristic calm. "The vehicle is ready." Professor Snape could no longer contain himself, and drew his wand, casting the shrinking and levitation charms on the 4 suitcases, whispering, "Let us proceed." Chapter 4. The Affluent Muggles Do As They Please, Part 2. On an ordinary street, Lin Xiao'an's family disembarked. "This is the place," Professor Snape announced, "the Leaky Cauldron." Lin's father and mother gazed around in confusion. "But there is no alcohol here." To their astonishment, nestled between a large bookstore and a record shop, a dingy, narrow tavern appeared, seemingly sprouting from the cracks of the pavement like wild grass. eliciting intrigued murmurs. Is this magic? How wondrous! Lin's mother clasped her hands in awe. Little Black perched steadily on Lin Xiao'an's shoulder, reassuring him telepathically. Fear not, host. Whether utilizing heartfelt connection or any other skill, none of the wizards will perceive us. They employ fairy tale magic, while this system is extraterrestrial black technology, existing in a different dimensional plane from the magical realm. Leading the way, Professor Snape, along with Lin's father, mother, Lin Xiao'an, Little Black, and the butler, entered the leaky cauldron in single file. Dark and grimy, this was Lin Xiao'an's initial impression of the tavern. Ah, welcome, Professor Snape. What a rare guest. Upon entering, a middle-aged, balding man resembling a deflated walnut, presumably the tavern's owner, greeted him warmly while chatting with others at the bar. The tavern patrons eyed Lin Xiao'an's group with curiosity. Are they newcomers and their parents? Are they headed to Diagon Alley? Professor Snape, with a stoic expression, remarked, It is quite evident. Very well, please come this way. The tavern owner gestured, stepping aside to allow them through. Professor Snape guided them past the bar into a small courtyard surrounded by walls. In this desolate place, only a trash bin and some weeds remained. Lin Xiao'an's gaze followed Professor Snape's wand as she silently counted 3 bricks up from the trash bin, then 2 bricks across. Professor Snape gently tapped his wand against a brick in the wall 3 times. The brick trembled and began to shift, revealing a small opening that widened gradually. Before long, a spacious archway appeared, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to have no end. Diagon Alley. Once you master the art of magic, you shall come here on your own. Although somewhat impatient, Professor Snape dutifully instructed Lin Xiao'an and the others to refrain from wandering and to follow closely. As they traversed the archway, Lin Xiao'an glanced back, witnessing the archway narrow abruptly, transforming into the solid wall they had just passed. Brilliant sunlight illuminated a stack of cauldrons outside the nearest shop. Above them hung a sign that read, Cauldrons of copper, brass, tin, and silver, all sizes available, automatic stirring. Collapsible. Strolling along the street, Lin Xiao'an's eyes wandered curiously. A peculiar and pungent odor reminiscent of rotten eggs and decayed cabbage wafted from a potion shop. Its entrance adorned with piles of dried herbs that resembled withered twigs. Through the wide-open door, one could glimpse buckets of viscous substances lining the floor, jars of herbs, dried roots, and brightly colored powders arranged along the walls, while bundles of feathers, strings of sharp teeth, and furry claws hung from the ceiling. From a dimly lit shop emerged a soft, low whimpering sound. The sign outside read, The Hooting Owl Shop, Barn Owl, Screech Owl, Tawny Owl, Brown Owl, Snowy Owl. Several boys pressed their noses against the window, where flying broomsticks were displayed. Look, Lin Xiao'an heard one boy exclaim, That's the new Firebolt 2000, the fastest model. Other shops offered robes, telescopes, and an array of peculiar silverware, while one window showcased baskets filled with bat spleens and eel eyes, piled high with spellbooks, quills, rolls of parchment, potion vials, and celestial globes. Lin Xiao'an's heart swelled with delight, and just as she was about to wave her hand triumphantly and declare, Bye, I hereby declare that today, Diagon Alley belongs to me, Lin Xiao'an. Mr. Sebastian, the ever-watchful butler, appeared once more. Young master, I have consulted several merchants. At Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the exchange fees between gold and wizarding currency are remarkably low, considering your extended stay in the wizarding world for study and life. I recommend you establish a personal account at Gringotts. Lin Xiao'an nodded in appreciation. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Sebastian. The butler placed a hand on his chest. Bowing gracefully is my honor. Please allow me to remind you once more that my surname is pronounced as Spencer, young master. Lin Xiao'an feigned ignorance, pondering how the staid and mundane butler could possibly grasp the profound essence of the estate. Professor Snape, would you kindly escort us to Gringotts? Upon their arrival, Professor Snape proclaimed, We have reached Gringotts. They stood before a towering, pristine white edifice, elevated above the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze doors stood a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. Could it be? Do not be alarmed. That is merely a goblin. Professor Snape reassured them as they approached the white stone steps. The goblin, slightly shorter than Lin Xiao'an, possessed a sharp, intelligent visage with a dark complexion and pointed beard, his hands and feet notably elongated. Upon their entrance, the goblin bowed in greeting. Before them appeared a second door, silver and engraved with the following inscription, Enter, stranger, but tread cautiously. The fate of the greedy is dire. Those who take without labor shall face the harshest retribution. If you seek to extract wealth that does not belong to you, thief, heed this warning. What you attract may not be treasure, but misfortune. 2 goblins bowed and ushered them into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 goblins were seated on high stools behind a lengthy counter. Some weighed coins on brass scales. Others examined gemstones through magnifying glasses, hastily recording their findings in large ledgers. Countless doors adorned the hall, each leading to various destinations, with many goblins guiding the comings and goings of visitors. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Xiao'an strutted before the counter, adopting a swagger as he turned to cast a fleeting glance at Professor Snape. Remarkably, Professor Snape discerned the intent behind Lin Xiao'an's glance and, almost instinctively, withdrew his wand to lift the enchantment from the 4 diminutive suitcases that floated around Lin Xiao'an like satellites in orbit. Bang, 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 bang. Regardless of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Professor Snape's mind, Lin Xiao'an patted one of the suitcases that had dropped onto the counter and addressed an idle goblin. Good morning. I would like to exchange these for, what a wizard call their currency. Silently commending himself for his cleverness, despite having perused the original text, Lin Xiao'an reminded himself that, for now, he remained an innocent and harmless muggle child, utterly oblivious to the term galleon. The goblin's expression was inscrutable, finding one suitcase too heavy to lift. It extended a long finger and gently tapped it, causing the suitcase to lie flat and open of its own accord. Amidst the shimmering golden glow, the goblin bowed deeply to Lin Xiao'an, saying, "Please follow me to the VIP room." The currency is galleons, with 17 sickles equating to 1 galleon, and 29 nuts making up 1 sickle. Exiting Gringotts, Mrs. Lin murmured to herself, reflecting on the complexity of such an unusual conversion system. Lin Xiao'an touched the intricately engraved ring on her finger, a complimentary gift from Gringotts for esteemed guests, linking them to their private underground vaults, allowing for the direct retrieval of coins, limited to currency, thus sparing them the inconvenience of the small carts. The enchanted ring remarked nonchalantly, "Dear mother, there is no need for such convolutions. Merely knowing that 1 galleon equals 5 pounds suffices. For affluent families like ours, using nuts is beneath us. Even sickles are a triviality." Both Mr. and Mrs. Lin nodded in agreement. The butler maintained his standard smile, embodying a sense of responsibility that made Professor Snape remain steadfast, rather than retreating in exasperation. Chapter 5. The wand primarily. One requires a wand. This is fundamental. Professor Snape's thought process evidently differed from that of the half-giant Hagrid, who guided Harry Potter. Naturally, one must procure a wand first. Unlike Hagrid, who led Harry to purchase clothing, then stationery, followed by textbooks, cauldrons, and eventually an owl, burdening the lad with a cacophony of items before finally acquiring a wand, Snape found such an approach preposterous. It was clear that Hagrid, with his considerable strength, was not accustomed to shopping. Lin Xiao'an mused, leveraging her childlike demeanor, grasping Professor Snape's hand and adorably declaring, "All right, I shall heed your guidance, Professor Snape." As they walked, Professor Snape subtly attempted to extricate himself from the grasp of the exuberant child, whose energy was at its peak. Lin Xiao'an smiled quietly, aware of his predicament. In broad daylight, it was rather inappropriate for Professor Snape to reprimand the child, so he turned to her parents, seeking their intervention to curtail her impolite behavior. To his surprise, Mr. and Mrs. Lin averted their gazes, looking up at the sky and down at the ground, while even the seemingly reliable butler appeared distracted, his eyes wandering without meeting Snape's. Inwardly, Lin Xiao'an chuckled, thinking, "Professor Snape, considering I shall undoubtedly save your life one day, you might as well concede to me." At last, they arrived at their destination. Lin Xiao'an released Professor Snape, darting towards the shop with a cheerful pia-pia. Professor Snape let out a discreet sigh of relief. The store was small and shabby, with the gilded sign above the door peeling away, inscribed with Ollivander, making fine wands since 382 BC. Within the dusty window display, a solitary wand rested on a faded purple cushion. As they entered the shop, a series of melodious chimes resonated from the rear of the small establishment. The interior was modest, with only a long bench to speak of, enveloped in an atmosphere thick with dust and silence that seemed to conceal an air of enchanting mystery. Lin Xiao'an gazed greedily at the thousands of slender boxes stacked almost to the ceiling. If it were possible, he would have eagerly taken every wand home to dissect, yearning to unravel the secrets behind their magical prowess. "Good morning," a gentle voice greeted them. An elderly gentleman stood before them, his pale, large eyes glimmering like 2 luminous moons in the dimly lit shop. "Good morning, Mr. Ollivander," Professor Snape said, tugging at Lin Xiao'an's collar and presenting him to Ollivander. "This year's new student, here to purchase a wand." With an overly sweet tone, Lin Xiao'an replied, "Hello, sir. My name is Lin Xiao'an. Very well, Mr. Lin, come here. Let me have a look, Mr. Ollivander responded with a fond smile, retrieving a long measuring tape imprinted with silver markings from his pocket. Which hand do you use for your wand? My right hand. I'm accustomed to using my right hand, sir. Raise your arm, please. Good. As he measured Lin Xiao'an, starting from shoulder to fingertip, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally around the head, he chatted amiably. Every Ollivander wand possesses extraordinary magical properties. Therein lies its essence, Mr. Lin. We employ unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Each Ollivander wand is unique, as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Naturally, if you were to wield a wand meant for another wizard, you would not achieve such splendid results. When measuring the distance between his nostrils, the tape began to operate autonomously. Meanwhile, Mr. Ollivander busied himself among the shelves, selecting several long boxes to bring down. Lin Xiao'an felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Was he truly expected to clumsily try each one by one? Impossible. He was a man of systems. With a perception level of 50, Lin Xiao'an closed his eyes and attempted to commune with the wands in the shop. Wand. Who is the most handsome person in the world? Suddenly, a hum erupted from all the long boxes. With a whoosh, a wand shot forth from its confinement, aimed directly at Lin Xiao'an's face. Just as the wand was about to collide with his eye, Lin Xiao'an grasped it firmly. Activate Supreme Martial Arts, he declared. He held the temperamental wand in a firm grip, soothing it with words, "Stay with me, and tomorrow I shall grant you a pure gold handle adorned with exquisite diamonds." The wand's struggle began to diminish significantly. Lin Xiao'an was relentless in her pursuit. She sought a slender and exquisitely textured wand to serve as her companion. Ding, 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 ding. A radiant golden light burst forth, resembling fireworks, as the tip of the wand shimmered with what appeared to be golden stars. Upon closer inspection, however, they were not stars, but miniature gold galleons. Lin Xiao'an thought to herself, "How charmingly unique. Truly a wand befitting my character. Sir, I shall take this one." She beamed with delight. Mr. Ollivander, in a daze, replied, "Dragon heartstring, 12 inches, 7 galleons." As Lin Xiao'an, ever so cheeky, proceeded to pay, she couldn't resist asking, "Sir, is my wand not extraordinary?" Mr. Ollivander carefully placed Lin Xiao'an's wand into a pristine new box, wrapped it in brown parchment, and with a bow, bid her farewell. Lin Xiao'an. Chapter 6. This sister seems familiar. Upon exiting Ollivander's wand shop, Lin Xiao'an and her companions embarked on a frenzied shopping spree, adhering to the essential supplies list provided with their enrollment notification. At the bookstore, one of each book. Yes, you heard correctly. I said every single one. If it's a complete set, then I want one of those too. Don't tell me you don't offer home delivery? Excellent. Then what I just mentioned, double it. Please. How much in total? Oh, quite affordable. Here's my address. Only owls for delivery? That's fine. The entire mountain is my home. No need for concern. At the apothecary, I'll take a dozen of all standard potions and common magical powders, along with those jars and bottles. I require instructions for use. Yes, you heard me right. Here's the address. At the cauldron shop. Yes, I need 2 sets of the pure gold ones. The address is. At the stationery store, all of it. At the Owl Emporium. Oh, don't be like that, Professor Snape. I'm merely browsing. Lin Xiao'an was promptly escorted away by Professor Snape. At the broomstick shop, Professor Snape coldly stated, "First-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks." Lin Xiao'an, akin to a locust, swept through Diagon Alley, leaving only the acquisition of Hogwarts uniforms to attend to. The proprietor of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was a short, plump witch with a delightful smile, clad in a purple robe. Before Lin Xiao'an could utter a word, she continued, "We have a variety of styles available. In fact, there is a new student trying on robes inside at this very moment." Lin Xiao'an noticed, at the back of the shop, a petite girl with long black hair. Her skin so pale it was almost translucent, standing on a stool with her head bowed in contemplation, while a witch fastened her black robe with a pin. The little girl sensed someone observing her and lifted her gaze towards Lin Xiao'an. Lin Xiao'an couldn't help but exclaim, "I have seen this little sister before." The petite girl blinked her large, emerald green eyes, filled with confusion. "Miss Fitzroy?" came the voice of the butler. The little girl suddenly realized, letting out a faint gasp, and then gracefully nodded, "Ah, it is young Master Spencer. How do you do?" It was once again the butler's moment to take control of the situation. "Miss Fitzroy, allow me to introduce Sir Lin, Lady Lin, and young Master Lin, the family I currently serve. Esteemed guests, this is the young lady from the Duke of Grafton." Miss Fitzroy. In truth, deep down, Lin Xiao'an held no reverence for titles such as Duke or Earl. In a mere island nation with a population of less than 70 million, how could there possibly be over 20 dukedoms? In our great flower kingdom, the highest title is merely that of a county magistrate, and even that is honorary. Lin Xiao'an thought with a hint of bitterness, subconsciously twisting the ring on her finger. We are wealthy and not intimidated. However, she knew that one must adapt to their surroundings. Lin Xiao'an strained to remember when she had last seen this little girl, who seemed so familiar, and did not forget to bend slightly, bowing gracefully to introduce herself. I am Lin Xiao'an, or simply Xiao'an Lin. This is my name in the Flower Kingdom. The little girl returned a half bow. Elizabeth Fitzroy. My mother is also from the Flower Kingdom, so I have a flower name as well. Nanjiayu, which means south has auspicious fish. Nanjiayu. How intriguing, Lin Xiao'an thought. No wonder she seemed so familiar. Wasn't this the same character she had encountered while playing the lead role in My Family System is Unreliable? Lin Xiao'an scrutinized Nanjiayu closely. Indeed, she was a miniature version of the same girl, although this familiar acquaintance knew nothing of their previous encounters. It did not deter Lin Xiao'an from grinning like a lovesick fool, opening her arms to embrace Nanjiayu. However, she was halted by a tall blonde, an exceedingly annoying young man. What do you intend to do with my sister? The butler stepped in at the opportune moment to facilitate introductions. It turned out that this young man, Richard Fitzroy, was Nanjiayu's half-brother. He was the son of the former Duchess Fitzroy and also the wizard of the Fitzroy family. As previously mentioned by the butler, once the conversation flowed, revealing that they were all successful members of high society, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Richard Fitzroy ceased to regard Lin Xiao'an with that lethal gaze, for he had surprisingly recognized her. Professor Snape? Oh, Merlin's seventh uncle. It truly is Professor Snape. Nanjiayu had never seen her brother in such a state of disarray, and she could not help but ask with curiosity, who is Professor Snape? Little Fitzroy was beside himself with excitement, chattering incessantly like a young lad praising his idol. Professor Severus Snape is the head of Slytherin House, one of the 4 houses at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and a renowned master of potions celebrated throughout the wizarding world. Lin's parents, who had always thought of Professor Snape merely as a member of the admissions office, exchanged astonished glances filled with delight. What a delightful surprise. The deeply ingrained desire for their child to excel ignited a shared decision between Lin's father and mother. Chapter 7, Astonishment. Professor Snape, actually as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end, especially when no one is hosting a feast. The pleasantries had all been exchanged and purchases made. With lunchtime approaching and the two families still not familiar enough to dine together, they could not impose upon one another any longer. Lin Xiao'an reluctantly bid farewell to Nanjiayu and her brother, little Fitzroy, as a bonus, and the group made their way home. Professor Snape was indeed an admirable professor. Before returning through the fireplace with flue powder, he did not forget to hand Lin Xiao'an the train ticket to Hogwarts, September 1st, King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. With the train to Hogwarts departing promptly at 11 o'clock in the morning. Whereas platform 9 3/4. Oh, does it literally refer to the wizarding passageway located between the 9th and 10th platforms? Professor Snape? Lin Xiao'an feigned ignorance. With a sardonic smile, Professor Snape remarked, I did not expect your mind to be devoid of all cleverness, young Lin. Indeed, it is precisely as you surmise. Now wait a moment. Before Professor Snape could utter his intent to depart, Lin's father, having made a resolute decision, spoke with solemnity. Professor Snape, while this may be exceedingly presumptuous, as Lin Xiao'an's guardian, I earnestly implore you to take him on as your apprentice. What? Lin Xiao'an's mouth fell open in shock, rendered speechless. Lin's mother looked at Professor Snape with hopeful eyes. Yes, Mr. Snape, please accept our Xiao'an as your disciple. If you agree, this child. She gestured towards the motionless Lin Xiao'an. Can serve you tea, give massages, and perform any laborious task. I assure you, he will do as you ask without question, whether you send him east or west. And if you ask him to chase pigs, he wouldn't dare catch chickens. Such is the devotion of a mother. Lin Xiao'an was moved to tears. His father, ever the pragmatist, seized the moment. Indeed, if he dares to disobey, you may discipline him as you see fit, whether by punishment or reprimand, as long as he draws breath. If you find it too difficult, leave it to me. Such is the devotion of a father. Lin Xiao'an wept bitterly. As a solitary wolf, Professor Snape had always been a lone figure. Mr. and Mrs. Lin, I sincerely apologize, but I'm not accepting apprentices at the moment. Please wait a moment. Lin's father darted upstairs and swiftly returned, breathless, holding a small blue and white porcelain vial. Our Xiao'an possesses a remarkable talent. This is a pill he concocted several years ago. Both my wife and I have taken it, and it truly strengthens the body. Beyond any doubt. Lin Xiao'an gazed despairingly as Professor Snape accepted the vial, pouring out a round, dark pill. A basic version of the physical enhancement pill produced by the system. "Ah, host, your pill," Little Black remarked telepathically. Lin Xiao'an lamented his past choices. Why did I present a whole bottle of strength pills? Why did I boast that I crafted them myself? Why didn't I say that an old man with a white beard gifted them to me because he found me adorable? Oh heaven, oh earth, oh Merlin, oh Jade Emperor. This is all so maddening. Little Black offered a half-hearted consolation to Lin Xiao'an. Fortunately, host, you didn't present the enhanced or supreme versions, or else. Professor Snape, a master of potions, merely sniffed the pill lightly and discerned that it was not as simple as it seemed. It appeared to be spoiled. He returned the pill to the vial, deeming these few purportedly strengthening pills beneath his consideration. "I'm very sorry." Out of the corner of his eye, Professor Snape noticed the exuberant child, Lin Xiao'an, whose face lit up with unrestrained joy upon hearing the word sorry. How irritating, he thought. Unfortunately, the joy was premature. Adjusting his facial expression, he attempted to present a smile, which Lin Xiao'an perceived as a sinister grin. "I apologize if young Master Lin were to become my apprentice. Would the fact that he would be unable to return home for most of the summer and winter vacations cause you any distress?" Professor Snape feigned a sinister smile. No, not at all. We relish our time together." Lin's father exclaimed with delight. "Does this mean you agree to accept our Xiao'an as your apprentice?" Professor Snape nodded, smiling. "Yes, I am pleased to encounter a child like young Master Lin, who possesses a natural affinity for the study of potions within my lifetime." Lin's father laughed heartily. "Professor Snape, you are Xiao'an's teacher. You may simply call him Xiao'an. No need for formality." Professor Snape nodded. "Very well. I hope that next month, throughout August, Xiao'an will have the time to engage in my foundational teachings." It seemed Lin's father could hardly wait to enroll Lin Xiao'an immediately. "Of course. Absolutely. Whatever you say." Madame Lin called out to Mr. Sebastian, the butler. "Mr. Sebastian, is lunch ready?" The butler appeared promptly, as always when needed, and replied, "Everything is prepared." "Madam." Madame Lin smiled and inquired, "Professor Snape, might we have the honor of inviting you to dine with us?" "It is my honor, madam," Professor Snape said with a formal bow. It was then that Madame Lin remembered young Lin Xiao'an. Xiao'an, will you serve Professor Snape some tea?" she exclaimed. "Look at this child. He is utterly overjoyed and has become speechless." Lin Xiao'an, lost in the depths of despair. Lin Xiao'an was jolted back to reality by Madame Lin's voice. He hurriedly approached, clutching the sleeve of Professor Snape's robe. Trembling and incredulous, he lamented, "Professor Snape, you've gone out of character. Do you not realize that this will cost you your fans and followers? Turn back, Severus." Professor Snape's gaze was profound, akin to the eternal night. In a gentle and articulate tone, he responded, "Xiao'an, what?" Lin Xiao'an was taken aback, as Professor Snape no longer referred to himself as Sean, which took some getting used to. "Indeed," Professor Snape remarked. Chapter 8, The Train to Hogwarts, Part 1. September 1st. St. London, King's Cross Station. Platform 9 and 3/4. A deep crimson steam train rested beside the bustling platform teeming with travelers. The sign on the train read, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The dense smoke from the steam engine swirled above the clamorous crowd, while various colorful felines darted between the feet of the people. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of heavy luggage, owls hooted sharply, responding to one another. "My dear, what are you looking at?" inquired the Duchess of Fitzroy, casually tucking a rebellious curl behind her daughter Elizabeth Fitzroy, also known as Nan Jiayu. Hesitantly, Nan Jiayu replied, "Mother, look over there, it's Sir Lin and Lady Lin, along with their son, young Master Lin. Yes, the very ones I encountered in Diagon Alley, the family of young Mr. Spencer." I was observing what young Master Lin was gazing at. His expression seems rather gloomy. Indeed, gloomy. Throughout August, Lin Xiao'an had endured unimaginable torment. Professor Severus Snape had not regarded him as a person. No more shall be said. Discussing it brings tears. Boys do not cry. However, Lin Xiao'an, resilient as a cockroach, possessed boundless vitality and a system by his side. It was not so easily tamed. Lin Xiao'an's current expression appears gloomy solely because he has encountered the true champion of the Harry Potter universe, the epitome of effortless success, the lanky, awkward, freckled, clumsy redhead, Ron Weasley. This fellow resembles a long-haired sweet potato, with his parents boosting his popularity, a sister married to the savior, contributing nothing of substance while steadfastly dragging his feet for a century, occasionally throwing little tantrums, only to end up marrying, oh my goodness, a Watson, Hermione Granger. What an astounding turn of events. Lin Xiao'an felt an urge to test his freshly concocted beauty potion on Ron Weasley, which Professor Snape had deemed a failure. His exact words were, "Lin Xiao'an, take this garbage and get out of my sight." Alas! Mother, why are you pinching me? Lin Xiao'an nearly jumped as his mother unexpectedly pinched his arm. From between her teeth, Lin's mother exclaimed, "I've been calling you for ages with no response. If you're back to your senses, greet the Duchess of Fitzroy, Lin Xiao'an." At some point, a lovely and graceful lady stood before Lin Xiao'an, adorned with a standard polite smile, and said, "Mr. Lin, I'm Elizabeth's mother. It's a pleasure to meet you." Oh, greetings, Duchess of Fitzroy. How delightful to see you." Lin Xiao'an thought to himself, "Oh no, I've completely zoned out at such a crucial moment. Is my future mother-in-law going to deduct points from me?" Not far away, Lin's father and the gentleman, presumably the Duke of Fitzroy himself, were engaging in awkward small talk. Lovely weather today. Recent international financial situation. Ha ha ha, hee hee hee. Fortunately, the train of Hogwarts sounded its whistle just in time. It was about to depart. Children still on the platform hurriedly began bidding farewell to their families. A chaotic rush towards the train ensued, a jumbled mass of bodies. Lin Xiao'an naturally took it upon himself to assist with Nanjia Fish's luggage. Not feeling like an outsider in the least, "I'm strong. I'll help little Elizabeth carry her bags." Nanjia Fish, with long eyelashes fluttering like a crystal doll, said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. You're such a good person. You can call me Xiao'an. It's perfectly fine. We're classmates and should help each other," he replied. Receiving a long-awaited compliment unexpectedly stirred a mix of emotions within Lin Xiao'an. "All right, Xiao'an, let us board the train," Nanjia Fish sweetly suggested. Lin Xiao'an corrected her. "It's Xiao'an Gidge, irreversible roles, you know. Your Grace, the Duke of Fitzroy, Duchess of Fitzroy, dear mother, Mr. Sebastian, and father, Elizabeth and I are boarding now." The Duke of Fitzroy solemnly declared, "Mr. Kobayashi, I kindly ask you to take good care of Elizabeth." The Duchess of Fitzroy added, "Upstairs, please. Mrs." Lin affectionately gazed at Lin Xiao'an and Nan Jiayu, saying, "Go on, Xiao'an, look after Elizabeth." The butler bowed deeply, wishing, "Safe travels, dear young master." Lin's father was still pondering the significance of the term father. Lin Xiao'an, not one to be overly sentimental, turned and departed. He grasped 2 suitcases in one hand while the other embraced Xiaohei. Indeed, it was Xiaohei, but thoughts of mischief aside, Nan Jiayu followed closely behind Lin Xiao'an as they boarded the train. Beep, thus commenced their journey. Chapter 9, The Train to Hogwarts, Part 2. Lin Xiao'an and Nan Jiayu discovered an empty compartment near the tail end of the train. Lin Xiao'an placed the luggage on the rack and eagerly inquired of Nan Jiayu, "Dear Elizabeth, are you thirsty? Hungry? Would you care for a snack?" Nan Jiayu, delighting in petting Xiaohei, replied, "Thank you, but I'm quite fine." Lin Xiao'an shrugged in an American fashion. "Then you continue to enjoy my Xiaohei. I shall take a stroll. I have yet to see a steam train and wish to visit the cockpit. Care to join?" "No, with a cat, I find all I need." "I'm not the curious type," Nan Jiayu replied. Lin Xiao'an, hands behind his back, strolled from the rear of the train toward the front as if surveying his domain. As he passed a compartment with a narrow gap in the door, Lin Xiao'an overheard, "Did you know, Draco? The Chosen One, Harry Potter, is coming to Hogwarts this year." A slow voice responded, "Of course, the Chosen One has reached the age for enrollment. This news is known throughout the wizarding world." Lin Xiao'an paused, raising an eyebrow. Draco Malfoy, one of the few aesthetically pleasing youths in the realm of Harry Potter, was known for his striking looks and his notorious arrogance. Often referred to as Little Dragon, whose catchphrase was, "I shall tell my father." "Draco, shouldn't we befriend the Chosen One? Potter, after all." After a meaningful silence, the slow voice resumed, "I have heard Potter was raised in a Muggle family, I believe." "What?" Another voice interjected eagerly. "How could that be? The savior of the wizarding world, raised in—" "Are you questioning my words?" "My father." At that moment, Lin Xiao'an heard Draco Malfoy finally utter the phrase "my father," and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who was outside? Just as the words left his mouth, the compartment door was abruptly yanked open. A tall, robust young man, whose visage bore the marks of a senior student, burst forth with a fierce gaze directed at Lin Xiao'an outside the door. "Who are you?" Lin Xiao'an, undeterred, stepped into the private room with an air of nonchalance. "I'm not eavesdropping on your discussions about the Savior or whispering secrets behind closed doors. One must simply ensure the doors and windows are properly secured, right? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Xiao'an, though I prefer you call me Xiao'an Lin. It's you. I have heard of you. The platinum-haired youth, whose refined features unmistakably resembled a certain Draco Malfoy, flushed crimson upon hearing Lin Xiao'an's name. the mudblood apprentice of Professor Snape. Oh, Lin Xiao'an replied with a playful tone, stroking his chin. I have encountered your father a few times while studying under my teacher. Malfoy, you pale in comparison to your peacock of a father, and it seems you have yet to learn his ways. Let me impart a piece of wisdom that won't come to fruition for another 20 years. With a cheerful smile masking his inner thoughts, he continued, do you understand? It means that regardless of your inner thoughts, one must maintain a basic level of courtesy when engaging with others. Do you grasp that? Draco Malfoy sneered in response. Mudbloods do not deserve polite treatment. If I were you, I would scurry back to your filthy origins and spare us the embarrassment. Lin Xiao'an, clad in a loose, oversized sweatshirt, slipped his hand into his pocket, feigning to retrieve a sphere which was actually drawn from the depths of his system space. Tell me, Malfoy, if I call your name, would you dare respond? Malfoy scoffed at the shimmering crystal ball in Lin Xiao'an's hand. What? Do you think anyone would question a pureblood wizard over a mudblood? If you seek a confrontation, I shall oblige you, you yellow-skinned mudblood. Return to your filthy roots. The others in the room erupted in laughter. Once the filming concluded, Lin Xiao'an stored the crystal ball back into the space and turned to lock the door with a measured calmness. He rolled up his sleeves and slowly faced them. My homeland, the Flower Kingdom, is a civilized nation. In times of poverty, disputes are set aside. In prosperity, we have always acted with reason and decorum. Leave behind evidence, lest you accuse me of unprovoked aggression later, for the first to strike, regardless of justification, bears the brunt of the consequences. Rest assured, I promise not to wield my wand. Frankly, using both hands would be akin to bullying minors. Initiate the skill. Do I truly need to activate abilities to deal with mere fifth-tier warriors? Accept your fate, and for love, embrace the transformation, my classmates. The peculiar expression on Lin Xiao'an's face was beyond description. Are you ready? Approximately half an hour later, the door to the private room swung open. Lin Xiao'an emerged unscathed, standing tall. Why emphasize her standing? Lin Xiao'an thoughtfully closed the compartment door for Malfoy and the others, humming a cheerful tune as she proceeded. Oh, I nearly forgot. Lin Xiao'an retrieved her wand from the system space. Crafted from dragon wood, with the heart's nerve of a fire dragon, it measured 12 inches. Uniquely, the grip of this wand was adorned with a traditional golden motif depicting two dragons playfully entwined around a dazzling crystal that sparkled blindingly. Well, Lin Xiao'an couldn't bear to use a real diamond. What if it fell off? Frugality is a virtue. Indeed, a virtue. Todd, come fort. Lin Xiao'an directed her wand towards the empty corridor, softly uttering the incantation. Chapter 10, The Hogwarts Express, Part 2. Todd, come fort. Lin Xiao'an commanded again. Her wand aimed at the vacant passageway, whispering the spell. Ribbit, a seemingly ordinary toad, emerging from an unknown corner, hurriedly hopped towards Lin Xiao'an, its delicate legs flailing in a panic. With gentle fingers, Lin Xiao'an grasped the squirming creature by the nape and returned to her compartment. What is this? So ugly. Clearly, Nanjiu also had an eye for aesthetics. Lin Xiao'an rummaged through her suitcase and produced a large, porcelain cup, placing the toad inside. It must belong to some student. Wasn't it stated on the packing list that students could bring owls, cats, or toads? She decided to leave it there and see if anyone would come looking for it. If not, she would turn it over to the station staff when they disembarked. Nanjiu shifted uncomfortably, trying to distance herself from the toad. We have a dog at home, so I can't keep an owl or a cat. That's why I brought a mirror. But I don't understand why Hogwarts allows students to keep toads. It's truly unimaginable. Perhaps it's because toad venom can be medicinal. Lin Xiao'an replied uncertainly, glancing down to see the toad jump in the cup, seemingly attempting to escape. Xiaohei, keep an eye on it. Xiaohei, intrigued, playfully tapped the toad's head with its paw, causing the creature to instantly curl up and feign death, becoming utterly still. Around noon, a loud clattering sound resonated from the corridor. Soon, a woman with a warm smile and dimples pushed open the compartment door and inquired, "Dear ones, would you like to purchase some snacks?" Beside her was a two-tiered cart brimming with an assortment of treats. "Oh, certainly, madam. Please, could you give us a selection? And pack it in this bag? Thank you." Lin Xiao'an had already prepared a plastic shopping bag commonly used in Muggle supermarkets. Beetle-flavored beans, blow-pop super bubblegum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and an assortment of peculiar edibles. Lin Xiao'an spared no expense, purchasing a sampling of each. The total came to less than 12 sickles, and Lin Xiao'an tendered a galleon, graciously requesting that the excess change be retained. Truly, a magnanimous young gentleman. The lady, delighted, presented Lin Xiao'an with a few extra chocolate frogs, which held the potential for limited edition wizarding cards. With a playful wink, She merrily pushed her cart toward the next booth. Lin Xiao'an placed a plastic bag on the small table. Elizabeth, feel free to help yourself to anything you desire. He encouraged. Nan Jiayu opened a bag of cauldron cakes, breaking off a small piece to feed to the little black creature. I have no appetite. I crave something warm. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've got just a thing, Lin Xiao'an exclaimed, rising to rummage through his suitcase. Nan Jiayu looked momentarily bewildered. Huh? Lin Xiao'an deftly shielded his suitcase from her view, skillfully retrieving instant noodles from his enchanted space. Instant noodles. Kong Shuaibo braised beef noodles in a convenient bucket. Truly a treasure. He declared, would you care for some noodle companions? Lin Xiao'an produced ham sausage and pickled vegetables. Coming from an affluent and distinguished family, Nan Jiayu had never encountered such a humble yet delightful creation. How does one eat this? She inquired, perplexed. Allow me to demonstrate. Lin Xiao'an responded, tearing open the bucket's exterior. He also unwrapped the seasoning packets, sprinkling the contents atop the noodle cake before brandishing his wand. Water, arise like a spring, he commanded, as a fine stream of water flowed forth from the wand's tip, swiftly submerging the noodles. Fiery flame, wait, not a blazing inferno. Let's try that again. Give me a gentle flicker. A small flame appeared at the wand's tip. Lin Xiao'an carefully maneuvered the flame toward the water's surface, wiping the perspiration from his brow. That was close. I nearly incinerated the entire bucket of noodles. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the booth, followed by the door swinging open. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville has misplaced a toad. A girl with a mass of thick brown hair, prominent front teeth, and clad in a black robe adorned with the Hogwarts crest entered, her tone somewhat haughty. A tearful, round-faced boy timidly trailed behind her. If you're referring to that one, then yes, I have seen it, Lin Xiao'an replied, maintaining his wand-wielding stance as he turned his head. Oh, thank Merlin. It's my toad, the chubby boy exclaimed, pushing past the brown-haired girl to reach for it. I suggest you take it along with the cup and give it a splash of water. Toads thrive in damp, cool environments. If you merely tuck it into your pocket, it won't withstand your body heat and may escape, Lin Xiao'an advised kindly. The plump boy nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Thank you, thank you. I'm immensely grateful. My name is Neville Longbottom. Please, call me Lin Xiao'an, said the brown-haired girl, introducing Elizabeth Fitzroy. Hermione Granger then inquired curiously, Lin, are you a senior student? As the kettle began to boil, the enticing aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. Lin Xiao'an set his wand down on the seat, stirred the noodles with the small fork that accompanied the packet, and placed a spell book atop the noodle container. He handed the fork to Nan Jiayu, saying, delicious noodles require a bit of patience. Please enjoy them in 3 minutes. Thank you, Nan Jiayu replied with a radiant smile. Lin Xiao'an turned to Hermione Granger and said, no, I'm a freshman. Are you a freshman too? I noticed you used magic. I thought I was the only one. I mean, I practiced a few simple spells at home just for practice, and they all worked. No one in my family understands magic, so when I received my acceptance letter, I was utterly astonished yet profoundly elated. As far as I know, Hogwarts is the most prestigious school of magic, and I have memorized all the textbooks. Of course, I bought a few extra reference books, A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. Granger. Lin Xiao'an had to interrupt Hermione, realizing that if she continued, it would be quite the lengthy monologue. Have you both had lunch? Would you care for a steaming, fragrant bowl of noodles? Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom nodded eagerly, with Neville even swallowing hard in anticipation. Lin Xiao'an felt a twinge of annoyance. After all his effort in preparing the noodles, he found it frustrating that Hermione Granger's chatter was so captivating. By the way, do you know which house you will be sorted into? I have inquired everywhere. I hope to be placed in Gryffindor, as it is said to be the best. I heard that Professor Dumbledore graduated from there. However, I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad either. Time is of the essence. You two should hurry and change into your wizarding robes, for we will likely arrive soon. Thank you for your hospitality, Lin Fitzroy. See you at school. Finally, Hermione Granger closed her mouth, and with Neville Longbottom tightly clutching his large cup, they exited the compartment. Neville stumbled as he was pulled away, managing to utter, see you at school, Lin Xiao'an. Nan Jiayu. With a final long whistle, the slowing steam train finally came to a halt. Lin Xiao'an and Nan Jiayu waited a moment longer, estimating that few passengers remained on board before leisurely disembarking with their luggage. I have arrived, Lin Xiao'an thought with a slight smile, a sense of determination blossoming within him. Chapter 11. Sadness Flows Against the Current, Part 1. The students congregated on a dim and cramped platform, where a solitary lamp flickered above their heads. First-year students, over here. Harry, come this way. How are you? A towering figure, nearly the size of two ordinary men in height and 5 in width, bellowed from a short distance away. His face was almost entirely obscured by a tangled mane of unruly hair and a thick, disheveled beard. Though it was evening and the light was fading, his eyes sparkled like black beetles beneath the wild strands. It was Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Come along. Follow me. Are there any more first years? Watch your step, he called out. The first years followed Hagrid, sliding and stumbling as they navigated a steep and narrow path downhill. Perhaps due to their nerves, no one uttered a word. Children, just around this bend, you will soon catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts, Hagrid shouted over his shoulder. Wow. The sound of awe echoed through the group. The narrow path suddenly opened up to reveal a vast, dark lake. Across the water, a majestic castle loomed atop a high hillside, its towers reaching for stars, with windows shimmering under the night sky. Now get into the boats. No more than 4 per boat. Hagrid boomed, gesturing to a line of small vessels docked at the shore. Lin Xiao'an and Nan Jiayu climbed into one, followed by Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom. Suddenly, Lin Xiao'an noticed another boat nearby, occupied by a bruised Draco Malfoy and his entourage, who shot him a look of hatred. Lin Xiao'an felt a surge of satisfaction. Is everyone aboard? Hagrid called, as he settled into a boat of his own. All right, let's go. The fleet of boats glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake. Silence enveloped them as they gazed at the towering castle that seemed to pierce the clouds. As they approached the cliff where the castle perched, it appeared to loom directly above them. Duck! Hagrid shouted as the first boats neared the precipice. Everyone bent low as their boats passed beneath a verdant curtain of ivy that veiled the cliff face, leading them to a concealed, expansive entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel, seemingly delving into the castle's depths, until they emerged at a place resembling an underground dock, where they ascended onto a surface strewn with gravel and small pebbles. Subsequently, under the luminous glow of Hagrid's lantern, everyone ascended through a tunnel carved into the rocky terrain, ultimately arriving at a damp, flat expanse of grass nestled in the shadow of the castle. They climbed a series of stone steps, gathering before a colossal oak door. Hagrid then raised his enormous fist and knocked thrice upon the castle's entrance. The door creaked open to reveal a tall, black-haired witch clad in a verdant robe. Her demeanor stern. First-year students, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid introduced. Thank you, Hagrid. Leave it to me, Professor McGonagall replied, pulling the door open further. The entrance hall was vast, its stone walls lined with flickering torches that cast a warm glow. The ceiling soared so high it appeared to vanish into the darkness above. A magnificent marble staircase led grandly upwards. The first years followed Professor McGonagall along the marble-paved floor. Lin Xiao'an heard the distant hum of hundreds of voices emanating from a door on the right, indicating that students from other years had likely arrived. However, Professor McGonagall guided the first years into a small, vacant room at the opposite end of the hall. They surged in, jostling against one another, anxiously surveying their surroundings. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall announced. The feast is about to commence. However, before you take your seats in the Great Hall, we must first determine to which house you will belong. The sorting is a significant ceremony, for during your time at Hogwarts, your house will serve as your home. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in your house dormitories, and spend leisure time in your house common room. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts its own illustrious history and has nurtured remarkable wizards. Throughout your studies at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misdeeds will result in deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are assigned to, you will strive to bring glory to it. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will take place before the entire school. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and present your best selves. Now, remain quiet. Once they are ready, I will come to escort you. After Professor McGonagall exited the room, nearly all the first years exhaled in relief. Lin Xiao'an heard Hermione Granger murmuring to herself, rapidly reciting spells she had learned on her own. Suddenly, a student screamed, ah! Suddenly, a multitude of translucent, pearly white specters emerged from the walls. They glided across the room, whispering to one another, seemingly indifferent to the newcomers. A plump, monk-like ghost remarked, "We ought to be forgiving. I propose we grant him another chance. My good fellow, have we not already extended ample opportunities to the poltergeist? Yet he has bestowed upon us most unflattering nicknames. You see, it doesn't even meet the basic standards of a proper ghost." Another specter, clad in a tightly fitted, ruffled collar, suddenly noticed the first-year students. No one responded. Newcomers. The rotund monk ghost smiled at them. I presume you are prepared to undergo the sorting test? Several students nodded silently. I hope you were placed in Hufflepuff. The ghost continued. I belonged to that house in my time. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Professor McGonagall has returned. The ghost floated away, disappearing through the opposing wall in a single file. Now line up, Professor McGonagall instructed the first-year students. They formed a line and followed her out of the room, traversing the entrance hall before passing through a pair of double doors into the Great Hall. Students from other years were already seated around 4 long tables, illuminated by thousands of floating candles that cast a radiant glow throughout the hall. The tables were adorned with gleaming golden plates and tall goblets. At the head of the hall, a long table was reserved for the faculty. Professor McGonagall led the first years to stand before this table, positioning them with their backs to the teachers and facing the upper year students. The flickering candlelight illuminated hundreds of faces, which resembled pale lanterns gazing upon them. The specters mingled among the students, shimmering with a ghostly silver light. Looking up, they beheld a velvety, pitch-black ceiling dotted with twinkling stars. Hermione Granger whispered, "This place has been enchanted. It resembles the night sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, atop which she set a tattered and worn wizard hat, so old and dirty it seemed it had not been washed in centuries. Lin Xiao'an mused. Chapter 12. The River of Sorrow, Part 2. The Great Hall was silent, all eyes fixed upon the hat. Then, with a life of its own, the wizard hat began to twist and split wide open, resembling a large mouth that began to sing. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more splendid than I shall consume myself whole. You may render your top hats glossy and sleek, and your derbies smooth and stiff, but I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, naturally superior to your mere headgear. Any thought concealed within your minds cannot escape the discerning gaze of the sorting hat. Don me, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you truly belong. Perhaps you are destined for Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep within, and their valor, spirit, and chivalry set Gryffindor apart from the rest. You may belong to Hufflepuff, where integrity and loyalty prevail. The students of Hufflepuff are steadfast and honest, unafraid of arduous labor. If you possess a keen intellect, you might find yourself in the wise embrace of Ravenclaw, where the learned and sagacious gather. Alternatively, you may be sorted into Slytherin, where true friends are forged, though deceitful and cunning individuals may resort to any means to achieve their ends. Come, wear me with confidence. Do not be afraid. Fear not, in my presence, though I possess no hands. You are utterly secure, for I am a magical hat endowed with thought. As the sorting hat concluded its song, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. The hat bowed graciously to each of the 4 long tables before coming to a standstill. Professor McGonagall then stepped forward, clutching a scroll of parchment. When I call your name, step forth, don the hat, and take a seat as you await your house assignment, she announced. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, clumsily emerged from the line, placing the hat upon her head, which promptly obscured her eyes as she sat down. Moments latte. The hat proclaimed Hufflepuff. The students at the table to the right erupted in applause and cheers, welcoming her to their ranks. The fat friar ghost also waved joyfully in her direction. Susan Bones. The hat called out again. Hufflepuff. Susan swiftly joined Hannah at the table. Terry Boot. Ravenclaw. This time, the students at the second table on the left applauded enthusiastically. As Terry joined their ranks, several Ravenclaw students stood to shake his hand. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Elizabeth Fitzroy. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall pronounce her name, Nanjiu, who had maintained an air of calm composure, finally revealed a look of apprehension. She slowly stepped forward, donned the wizarding hat, and seated herself upon the stool. Slytherin. After carefully placing the hat aside, Nanjiu turned back to Lin Xiao'an and gave a slight wave before making her way to the long table of Slytherin. Lin Xiao'an observed a group of older students from Slytherin, their faces beaming with smiles, eagerly rising to greet Nanjiu and showering her with warm words. Hermione Granger. Hermione rushed to the stool, hastily placing the hat upon her head. Gryffindor. After several more names, it was finally Lin Xiao'an's turn. Sean Lin. He stepped forward, placing the hat upon his head and taking a seat. Oh, child, your mind resembles an unfathomable abyss. I cannot discern your thoughts. Which house do you aspire to join? How about Slytherin? A faint voice whispered in Lin Xiao'an's ear. With heartfelt sincerity, he thought, I wish to join Hufflepuff. Sorting hat. Please place me in Hufflepuff. I implore you. And why is that, my dear child? Not that Hufflepuff is undesirable, but generally, it is not the first choice that springs to mind. It seemed the sorting hat was intent on probing further. Lin Xiao'an inwardly lamented, because life is easier in Hufflepuff. It's a place for simple enjoyment. I mean, Sorting Hat. Even if you replaced me in Ravenclaw, I would accept it. I truly do not wish to end up in Slytherin. My teacher, Professor Snape, has a penchant for tormenting. What? The Sorting Hat nearly screamed, twisting vigorously. So, you are Professor Snape's apprentice, Lin Xiao'an. Merlin's beard. How could I have not realized? You are Lin Xiao'an. Lin Xiao'an replied. Must you be so dramatic? The Sorting Hat exclaimed with excitement. Goodness. Goodness. Child. You are still alive. I have heard you voluntarily chose to become Professor Snape's apprentice. Such extraordinary bravery. Truly commendable for your remarkable courage. Upon hearing the Sorting Hat prattle on about bravery and valor, Lin Xiao'an felt a sense of foreboding. No, please do not. But alas, it was too late. Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat declared with its loudest voice, marking Lin Xiao'an's destined abode. A solitary tear of sorrow trickled down Lin Xiao'an's cheek. Lin Xiao'an, deceased. Chapter 13, Still a Child, Part 1. Silence. A deathly stillness spread from the faculty table to engulf the entire hall. At the long table of Gryffindor, two identical tall boys with red hair initially intended to cheer and applaud for the newly admitted students, but suddenly realized that something was amiss. Their clapping halted, and they exchanged bewildered glances. It was an instinctive urge for survival that prompted Lin Xiao'an, who had nearly frozen into a statue, to take action. With a sorrowful expression, tears welling in his eyes, and his entire body trembling, he shuffled forward, step by heavy step, toward the Gryffindor table. The expression and movement, if accompanied by a funeral dirge, would have been perfect. No turning back. No turning back. No turning back. The dazed Lin Xiao'an could think of nothing else, terrified to glance back at the faculty table. Even without thinking, he knew that Professor Snape's expression was far from pleasant. It was more than just unpleasant. Professor Snape's visage could only be described as ashen or even pitch black. If the piercing glare directed at Lin Xiao'an's back could materialize, he would have been riddled with daggers, guns, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, whips, clubs, hammers, spears, pikes, rods, sticks, and even a keyboard or the needles of Aunt Enduring the prickling sensation at his back, Lin Xiao'an trembled as he found the furthest vacant seat from the faculty table. Hermione Granger seemed inclined to approach him. But Lin Xiao'an covered his face with his hands and muttered incoherently, "No, please, whoever it is, just stay away from me. I wish to be left in peace. Don't ask who I am. I'm not in the mood for flirtation. Thank you very much." After a considerable time, Professor McGonagall regained her composure and continued to call out the names of the new students. Next, Neville Longbottom. Lin Xiao'an's eardrums buzzed as if an airplane engine roared beside him. He neither heard that Neville Longbottom was sorted into Gryffindor nor that Draco Malfoy had gone to Slytherin. He also failed to hear the jubilant exclamations of "We have Potter! We have Potter!" The boy with black hair and green eyes, bearing a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Small and slender, wearing tattered round black glasses, the savior of the wizarding world. When Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor, the students erupted into the loudest cheers and applause. The two red-haired twins were particularly animated, shouting and dancing with enthusiasm. Regarded as one of the greatest wizards of contemporary times, Professor Albus Dumbledore triumphed over the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. He discovered 12 remarkable uses for dragon's blood and collaborated effectively with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. In the field of alchemy, a tall, slender figure with flowing silver hair and a long silver beard, his striking azure eyes peeked through half-moon spectacles, while his long, slightly crooked nose bore the scars of time. A map of the London Underground was etched into the scar on his left knee. As he cast a deep, contemplative gaze upon Professor Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House, he said, "Severus, Mr. Klein is still but a child. Please do not impose excessive pressure upon him." Severus, reluctant to engage in conversation, returned Albus's look with a hint of disdain. Following the sorting of the last new student, Blaise Zabini, into Slytherin, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and departed the great hall with the sorting hat in hand. Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet, a radiant smile gracing his face as he surveyed the assembled students. His arms outstretched as if no sight could bring him greater joy than that of his students gathered together. "Welcome," he proclaimed. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to share a few words. Fools, crybabies, rascals, twist." As the echoes of Professor Dumbledore's words faded, an array of delectable dishes materialized upon the empty plates adorning the tables. Roast beef, roasted chickens, pork chops, lamb shanks, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, and ketchup. Curiously, there were even peppermint candies. Lin Xiao'an, summoning strength from within, transformed sorrow into appetite. A flower cultivator cannot allow death to render them a specter of hunger. He reached for a plate of steak, slicing a generous piece and ravenously stuffing it into his mouth, chewing voraciously. With this turn of events, he decided to indulge without restraint, having relinquished all hope. Hermione Granger looked at Lin Xiao'an with concern, having unconsciously adopted a more affectionate form of address. Xiao'an, are you all right? Not well, very unwell. Everything feels illusory. The carousel of life has reached its end. Lin Xiao'an felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, a chill creeping through his bones. Yet there was not even a bowl of hot soup on the table. Quite well, I assure you. I cannot be better, as long as I survive the night. I fear nothing. Lin Xiao'an forced a smile and recommended, Hermione, you should try this steak. It's cooked to perfection. After the main course, a selection of desserts was served. Once all had ceased their feasting, Professor Flitwick rose once more, and the hall fell into a serene silence. Now that everyone is satiated and refreshed, I wish to share a few more words with you all. At the commencement of the term, I would like to present a few points of consideration. First-year students, please take heed. The wooded area on the school grounds is off-limits to all students, and I urge even our older classmates to remember this. Professor Dumbledore cast a fleeting glance towards the red-haired twins. Furthermore, the caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested that I remind everyone not to perform magic in the corridors during break. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Interested students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you that those who wish to avoid accidents and untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. A few students erupted into laughter. Now, before you retire for the evening, let us join together in singing the school song, Dumbledore proclaimed, and the smiles of the other faculty members appeared to freeze. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon floated through the air, coiling like a serpent above the long table, forming lines of text. Each person may select their preferred melody. Dumbledore announced, Ready, sing, Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Impart to us knowledge, whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are open to receive intriguing wonders. For now, our minds are empty, filled with air, dead flies, and trifles. Bestow upon us valuable knowledge. Restore what we have forgotten. We shall strive with all our might, leaving the rest to ourselves. And we will endeavor to learn until we turn to dust. The song concluded in a disjointed manner, with only the pair of red-haired twins, George and Fred Weasley, continuing to sing along to the solemn melody of the funeral march. Dumbledore conducted them through the final measures with his wand, and when the twins finished, his applause was the loudest. Ah, music, Dumbledore remarked, wiping his eyes, is far more enchanting than anything we do here. It is now time for bed. Please return to your dormitories. Lin Xiao'an quietly concealed himself among the throng of first-year Gryffindors, following Percy Weasley, also of the red-haired Weasley clan, as they navigated through the bustling crowd, exited the hall, and ascended the marble staircase. Percy led them through doors hidden behind sliding panels and draping curtains, climbing numerous flights of stairs. Suddenly, everyone came to a halt. Before them, a bundle of wands floated in midair as Percy Weasley stepped forward, causing the wands to soar toward him. It's Peeves, Percy whispered to the first-year students, a ghost known for his mischievous pranks. He then raised his voice, declaring, Peeves, reveal yourself. In response, a loud, shrill, and hissing sound akin to a deflating balloon erupted. Are you looking for the Bloody Baron? Suddenly, a diminutive figure appeared in the air, with malevolent black eyes and a wide grin, legs crossed as he hovered, clutching the bundle of wands tightly. He cackled, revealing himself to be the insufferable first-year imp. This was delightful. He lunged toward them, leaving the new students momentarily stunned. Get away, Peeves. Otherwise, I will inform the Bloody Baron. I'm not joking. Percy shouted. Peeves stuck out his tongue and vanished. The fallen wands struck Neville Longbottom on the head as the first years heard Peeves soaring away, the sound of his armor clanking as he flew by. You should be wary of Peeves, Percy advised as he led them onward. The Bloody Baron is the only ghost who can control him. Even we prefects have no sway over him. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a very plump woman dressed entirely in pink. Password? She inquired. Petsy Wasley Deeply. The portrait swayed forward, revealing a circular hole in the wall. The first years began to crawl through the opening. Lin Xiao'an could faintly glimpse the Gryffindor common room ahead. It was a cozy, circular chamber furnished with soft armchairs. Lin Xiao'an, Professor Severus Snape, had somehow appeared behind him, gently calling his name. Tick-tock, 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 boom. As the dust settled, indeed he had come. There was no escaping it. Surprisingly, Lin Xiao'an felt a sense of relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. The die had been cast. He forced a smile and turned around, saying, "Oh, my dearest professor, you could have simply sent an owl to seek me. How could I dare to trouble you with such a humble dormitory? My sincerest apologies." As Lin Xiao'an observed Professor Snape's increasingly grim expression, his voice dwindled to a whisper until he, along with the other first years who had not made it into the Gryffindor common room in time, stood nervously, like a timid quail, shivering in place. "Are you finished?" Professor Snape inquired. "Yes," Lin Xiao'an replied glumly. Professor Snape was a man of action. He directly seized Lin Xiao'an and strode away amidst the terrified gazes of a cluster of bothersome Gryffindor cubs. Lin Xiao'an struggled like Neville Longbottom's pet toad, exclaiming, "Professor, I can walk on my own. I don't care about losing face. There are so many people watching. Have some consideration for me." "Silence," he replied. Since apparition was not permitted within the confines of Hogwarts Castle, Professor Snape casually selected an unoccupied common room with a fireplace. With a flick of his wand, he ignited the flames and sprinkled some powder in one fluid motion, declaring, "Dungeon." Upon emerging from the fireplace, Lin Xiao'an brushed off the dust from his wizarding robe while muttering, "Honestly, Professor, it would be wise for you to change your office. This dungeon is tolerable in summer. Quite cool, but come winter, I would rather not be stuck here. I am only 11 years old, still a child. What if I were to catch rheumatism?" Professor Snape thought to himself, "Is it truly because of my grave error that Merlin has sent this little troublemaker, Lin Xiao'an, to vex me daily?" He shook his head, dispelling the thought, and asked, barely containing his irritation, "Are you aware that Malfoy has been injured?" I knew it. That Malfoy is a notorious snitch." Lin Xiao'an had been eagerly anticipating this moment and hurriedly produced a crystal ball containing a recording. "Look at this." Professor Snape scrutinized the image within the crystal ball, his face betraying no emotion, already pushed to his limits. Could it possibly worsen? Lin Xiao'an looked up expectantly. "Professor, that Malfoy is simply asking for a beating, right? Right?" Professor Snape replied reluctantly, "This is a parental oversight. He is still a child." "Oh, Professor, that is not right. Malfoy is already 11 years old. He is not a kindergarten child. He must take responsibility for his words. I'm not the type to cower and endure." Lin Xiao'an scoffed. "TCH, if he can't defeat me, he runs to the adults. Just wait until tomorrow." Lin Xiao'an, "Yes, this matter ends here. I will communicate with Malfoy as parents. Do not instigate further trouble. Do you understand?" "Understood. But what if that little snitch comes to bother me, Professor?" Professor Snape placed the crystal ball into his drawer, his expression impassive. "Know your limits." He. Lin Xiao'an scampered behind Professor Snape, eagerly offering to massage his shoulders and back, grinning. "Professor, do you have any further instructions?" Implicitly suggesting that if there is nothing else, I shall return to the dormitory for a nap. After over a month of interaction, Professor Snape had long grown accustomed to Lin Xiao'an's brazen and indolent demeanor. "Have you memorized the 1,000 marvelous herbs and fungi?" Recited flawlessly. Lin Xiao'an pounded his chest proudly. "Very well." Professor Snape pushed a thick stack of books, at least 2 feet high, on the desk and instructed, "Take these back to your dormitory and memorize them within a week. I will conduct random checks on your progress." These. Lin Xiao'an stammered, "Teacher." With a stern expression, Professor Snape replied, "I should have anticipated that, given your reckless and arrogant nature, the likelihood of you being sorted into Slytherin is exceedingly slim. However, as your teacher, I am responsible for your academic progress. Remember, after dinner each day, you are to come to the cellar for my special tutoring sessions. The password is unicorn blood. Now, you may leave." Chapter 15. Tasks and Water. Tears streamed down Lin Xiao'an's face as he held a steamed bun in his hands. Returning from a cellar fireplace to the empty lounge, he gazed at the pile of specialized potions books with despair. "This is truly overwhelming. What's wrong, host? What is the matter, Meow? Goodness, where did you come from?" Lin Xiao'an nearly jumped out of his skin upon seeing the little black figure. Little Black rolled its eyes in disdain. "As usual, this system always knows where to go. Since you took so long to return to your dormitory, I came to find you. Don't forget, this system comes equipped with a map navigation feature, Meow. Are you excited, host? Dare you to move?" Puzzled, Lin Xiao'an replied, "What is there to be excited about? Isn't your capability a bit overpowered, being able to act as a live map? If your abilities are too grand, won't readers have objections?" "Oh, host, readers are actually worried that your abilities aren't grand enough. The trend now is what? It's about thrilling narratives, mindless exhilaration, invincible from start, punching through the heavens. You're being too cautious, host. Task. Ding. A virtual screen gradually materialized. Story task. No, it is the host Philosopher's Stone. Please obtain the Philosopher's Stone or extract its energy within the task time. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, armor of protection. Completion time, before the end of the first volume. Penalty for non-completion, none. Lin Xiao'an hesitated for a moment before clicking on whether to accept the task. Yes, no. Armor of protection? Nothing special. It's a divine level, armor of protection. Host. Divine level. Capable of evading all spell attacks. Impervious to blades and fire. A divine product from the system. It must be divine. Little Black was irritated by Lin Xiao'an's doubts about its professional integrity. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao'an stored the books given by Professor Snape into his space and inquired, "Which room is mine?" "Room 2B. Look at you, so petty. As a system, daring to reprimand the host? You've been assigned to the boys' dormitory 2B. 2B dormitory. 2B dormitory." Lin Xiao'an muttered, "Damn it. Over there, look." "Which way?" "Next to that tall boy with red hair. The one wearing glasses? Did you see his face? Did you notice that scar?" The next day, Lin Xiao'an, accompanied by Xiao He, stepped out of the dormitory and found herself amidst the spectacle of Harry Potter being surrounded by admirers. That fellow, that scene. It was nothing short of magnificent, like a cacophony of drums and firecrackers, with red flags waving and a sea of people. "Oh, look at that boy holding a black cat. What is the matter? Who is he? I heard he is Professor Snape's apprentice. Goodness. Merlin, is that true? Which one?" "The one with black hair and black eyes. Did you see him? How astonishing. An apprentice of Professor Snape in Gryffindor? Ha 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 ha. This is the funniest joke of the year." Lin Xiao'an gazed upwards, exclaiming, "Oh heavens! Why must I be like a monkey in a zoo? Never mind. I shall not stoop to the level of those little rascals. I must first familiarize myself with the path to the classroom." Hogwarts boasts a staggering 142 staircases. Some are wide and grand, others narrow and precarious, swaying as you ascend. Some lead to different locations every Friday, and some, halfway up, have a step that suddenly vanishes, requiring you to remember where to leap. Furthermore, there are numerous doors. If you do not politely request them to open or precisely poke the right spot, they will not grant you passage. Some doors are mere illusions, sturdy walls masquerading as entrances. Remembering where everything resides is quite a challenge, as everything seems to be in constant flux. Portrait figures frequently visit one another, and even the decorative suits of armor stroll about. Ghosts are no help either. Often, just as you are about to open a door, a ghost may suddenly leap out from behind, giving you quite a fright. If you're already running late for class and happen to encounter Peeves, the mischievous ghost, it becomes even more troublesome than facing a locked door and a staircase riddled with traps. He might dump a wastebasket on your head, yank the carpet from beneath your feet, toss chalk at you, or stealthily follow behind, only to grab your nose and shout, "Got your nose." If there is anything worse than Peeves, it is Argus Filch, the caretaker. Filch is a cat named Mrs. Norris, a gaunt creature with dark gray fur and bulbous eyes resembling Filch's own. She often patrols the corridors alone, and if anyone misbehaves in her presence, even if just a toe crosses the line, she swiftly runs off to fetch Filch. In 2 minutes, Filch would be huffing and puffing, racing over with a labored breath. Filch, more than anyone else, was acutely aware of the secret passages within the campus, perhaps with the exception of the Weasley twins, and would suddenly appear like a ghost. The students harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, many wishing they could deliver a swift kick to his beloved Mrs. Norris. Once you located the classroom, however, you were confronted with the subject matter itself. Beyond the mere waving of wands and reciting whimsical spells, magic encompassed a plethora of profound knowledge. Every Wednesday evening, students were required to observe the night sky through telescopes, learning the names of various stars and the trajectories of planets. 3 times a week, a portly little witch named Sprout escorted students to the greenhouses behind the castle for herbology classes, where they studied the cultivation of peculiar plants and fungi, as well as their applications. The most tedious of all subjects was perhaps the history of magic, the only course taught by a ghost. Professor Binns, having dozed off in the faculty lounge by the fireplace, arrived for class the following morning without his corporeal form, a testament to his advanced age during his lifetime. In class, Professor Binns droned on in a monotonous voice while students hurriedly jotted down names and dates, often confusing the malevolent Morphin with the eccentric Urquhart. The subject of charms was taught by a remarkably diminutive wizard, Professor Flitwick, who had to stand atop a stack of books to reach the lectern. When he called the roll for the first lesson and exclaimed Harry Potter's name, he was so overcome with excitement that he fainted and vanished from sight. Professor McGonagall set the tone for the new students during the first lesson. Transfiguration. she declared, was the most complex and perilous magic they would encounter at Hogwarts. If anyone misbehaves in my class, she warned, I shall ask them to leave and never return. You have been forewarned. She then transformed her lectern into a pig and back again. The students were utterly captivated, eager to commence their studies. Yet they soon realized that transforming furniture into animals would require considerable time and effort. After diligently taking extensive and intricate notes, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt transforming it into a needle. By the end of the lesson, only Hermione Granger had managed to effect some change in her matchstick. Professor McGonagall had the entire class observe how the matchstick morphed into a shiny silver needle, its tip quite sharp, and she bestowed upon Hermione a rare smile. The class was genuinely eager for the defense against the dark arts, yet Professor Quirrell's lesson devolved into a farcical affair. The classroom was suffused with the pungent aroma of garlic, which everyone remarked was intended to ward off a vampire he had encountered in Romania. Fearing that the creature might return to seize him, Professor Chilo informed everyone that his grand scarf was a gift from an African prince, who bestowed it upon him in gratitude for liberating him from the clutches of a soul-sucking zombie. However, no one could ascertain the veracity of his tale. Firstly, when Simon Finnegan eagerly inquired about how Professor Chilo vanquished the zombie, the professor's face flushed crimson as he ambiguously diverted the conversation to the weather. Secondly, it was noted that his voluminous scarf emitted a peculiar odor. According to the Weasley twins, it was likely stuffed with garlic, providing Professor Chilo with a protective barrier wherever he roamed. Time flowed swiftly, and at last, the pivotal moment arrived. Friday. Chapter 16. The first 2 potions classes. On this Friday, the first-year student from Gryffindor and Slytherin were to attend 2 potions classes together. The classroom for potions was situated in a subterranean chamber, markedly chillier than the castle above, and lined with glass jars containing preserved animal specimens, which elicited a shiver from all. Professor Snape, much like Professor Flitwick, immediately took attendance, pausing notably when he reached the name of Harry Potter. Ah, yes, he murmured, Harry Potter, our illustrious newcomer. Draco Malfoy and his 2 lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, stifled their laughter behind their hands. Lin Xiao'an couldn't help but pick her nose, finding the solitary, bitter middle-aged men quite terrifying. After calling the roll, Professor Snape raised his gaze to address the entire class. You have come here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion-making, he began, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly in the silence. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape possessed an effortless authority that commanded order within the classroom. Since there shall be no foolish wand-waving here, many of you may doubt the essence of magic itself. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite allure of the simmering cauldron, with its fragrant vapors wafting through the air. You will not genuinely comprehend the captivating and mesmerizing power of it. Here, I could teach you how to elevate your status, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one caveat. You must not be the kind of foolish imbeciles I frequently encounter. With his brief introduction concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley raised their eyebrows, exchanging knowing glances. Hermione Granger, seated beside Lin Xiao'an, leaned forward eagerly, seemingly anxious to prove her intelligence. Potter. Professor Snape suddenly interjected. What would be the result of adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? What powdered root goes into what solution? Harry Potter cast a glance at Ron Weasley, who mirrored his own astonishment. Lin Xiao'an gently restrained Hermione's arm, shaking her head in disapproval. I don't know, sir. Potter replied. Professor Snape disdainfully curled his lip. Ah, it seems that reputation does not equate to competence. Let's try once more, Potter. If I were to instruct you to procure a piece of dungstone, where would you seek it? Hermione shot a fierce glare at Lin Xiao'an, with a resigned smile. Lin Xiao'an thought, I am only looking out for your best interests, Hermione. I don't know, sir. Snape continued. I presume you have not perused a single book since the term commenced. Have you, Potter? What distinguishes the aconite from the wolfsbane? At that moment, Hermione broke free from Lin Xiao'an's grasp and stood tall, her arm extended towards the ceiling of the underground classroom. Harry whispered, I don't know, but I believe Granger knows the answer. Why not inquire of her? A few students chuckled. Lin Xiao'an face-bombed, thinking how childish the situation was. Indeed, Lin Xiao'an was referring to their own teacher, Professor Snape, who typically exuded a cold, ruthless demeanor, yet transformed into a relentless tormentor the moment Potter was involved. Thank goodness this fanfiction is neither a Snape-Harry nor a Harry-Snape pairing, but rather devoid of any romantic entanglements. Lin Xiao'an silently wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Sit down. Professor Snape barked at Hermione, then turned to Harry Potter, stating, Potter, due to your insolence. Gryffindor will lose a point. Lin Xiao'an, you explain the answer. Snape directed the blame toward Lin Xiao'an. Lin Xiao'an thought, this is utterly absurd. Why not just let you two harm each other without dragging me, an innocent bystander, into the fray? Daffodil root powder and mugwort can be combined to create a potent sleeping draught, known as the elixir of life. Dungstone is a stone extracted from a goat's stomach, renowned for its exceptional detoxifying properties. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they're the same plant, commonly referred to as aconite. Professor, Lin Xiao'an replied languidly. Excellent. Snape, accustomed to awarding points to Slytherin, suddenly remembered that Lin Xiao'an was a damned Gryffindor and shot her a glare as sharp as a dagger, then reprimanded the other students. Why are you not recording this? The potions class continued, yet the plight of the Gryffindor students showed no signs of improvement. Professor Snape instructed the students to pair up, guiding them in the concoction of a simple potion for treating boils. Professor Snape strode through the classroom, his long black cloak trailing behind him. He observed the students as they diligently crushed nettles and ground the fangs of serpents. Almost every member of Gryffindor had faced his criticism, with only Lin Xiao'an and Hermione's group escaping his ire. Lin Xiao'an gritted her teeth. Thanks a lot. After all, she was Professor Snape's apprentice. Lin Xiao'an could feel the unmistakable gazes of envy directed at her from several classmates, laden with resentment. How frustrating, she thought. Yet she resolved to maintain a cheerful demeanor. The potion in the cauldron bubbled to a perfect shade of pale green, evidently a success. Lin Xiao'an carefully poured the potion into a small glass vial and made her way to the front of the classroom, presenting it to Professor Snape. Professor, do I get extra points for finishing early? Surely, you can grant Gryffindor some points occasionally. It's quite delightful. You should give it a try, Professor. Professor Snape merely flicked his eyelids. Return to your seat and remain quiet. Lin Xiao'an retorted, if it weren't for the multitude of fangirls adoring you, I would have exploded. She made a face at him before turning away. Neville, don't touch that. Let me handle it. From a distance. She spotted Neville Longbottom poised to drop a hedgehog spine into the still simmering cauldron and shouted at him urgently. Startled, Neville lost his grip on the spine, which fell into the cauldron. Instantly, green smoke billowed forth, hissing ominously. Blast it. Activate Wooleen Supreme. Lin Xiao'an swiftly retrieved a trading card from a chocolate frog wrapper, featuring a wizard who resembled the venerable Dumbledore. However, there was no time for scrutiny. She pinched one end of the card with her left index and middle fingers, aiming carefully. Stay calm. Watch my dart. In a flash, the card soared parallel to the ground, spinning rapidly towards the bottom of Neville's cauldron. With a decisive clang, as it grazed the edge of the cauldron, the entire vessel was sent soaring, as if kicked, towards the section occupied by the Slytherin first years. Panic ensued among the Slytherins as they cried out in disarray, while a vein throbbed ominously on Professor Snape's forehead. With a comedic twist of fate, the unfortunate recipient of this calamity was none other than Crabbe, Draco Malfoy's lackey. Let's take a moment to observe this from a divine perspective. Congratulations to Crabbe on winning the ultimate prize for bad luck. A pot brimming with potion was overturned upon the unfortunate Crabbe, not a single drop wasted. He was thoroughly drenched, his entire visage, hands, arms, and legs erupting with swollen, painful boils, causing him to wail in agony. Oh, the poor boy was truly a sight for sore eyes. I think I might be developing a phobia of clusters, Lin Xiao'an remarked with a hint of amusement. However, when Professor Snape shot a piercing glare in her direction, she immediately transformed into a paragon of silence. Fool, why didn't you evade it? Professor Snape bellowed at Crabbe, sweeping his wand to eradicate the potion that dripped from Crabbe's clothing onto the floor. Take him to the infirmary, he commanded sharply to Malfoy. Draco Malfoy stared at Professor Snape in shock. Me? Professor, Mr. Malfoy, you and Mr. Goyle shall escort Mr. Crabbe to the infirmary. Do not make me repeat myself. Snape's countenance darkened, resembling ink. Now everyone, bottle your potions and present them at the front. Class dismissed. As Lin Xiao'an sat at the Gryffindor table, beginning her lunch, a mysterious smile lingered on her face. Akin to someone who had either received good news or committed a misdeed without being caught. Her smug demeanor was almost unbearable. Xiao'an, your expression is rather peculiar, Hermione remarked, lifting a cup of pumpkin juice for a sip. I was just pondering something, Lin Xiao'an replied with a smile. What is it? Can you share? Of course, Hermione. Lin Xiao'an whispered, leaning closer to Hermione's ear. Professor Snape. Haha, forgot to deduct point from Gryffindor. Hermione Granger's face tightened, devoid of even the slightest hint of a smile. At that moment, from a few seats away, Lin Xiao'an overheard Ron Weasley loudly comforting Harry Potter. Harry, don't take it to heart. I've heard Snape is particularly unreasonable and always targets Gryffindor students. Lin Xiao'an thought to herself. I believe I hear someone slander my teacher. Harry Potter, looking dejected, replied, I thought Snape particularly disliked me. Oh no, I believe he hates me. A fitting retribution for one's father, Lin Xiao'an mused nonchalantly. Ron Weasley, perhaps unaware of Lin Xiao'an's presence, or perhaps overconfident in his safety at Hogwarts, continued. The upperclassmen secretly call him Old Bat, Harry. Just look at Snape's sinister demeanor. Could he truly be a greasy old bat come to life? Upon finishing his jest, Ron found his own words exceedingly humorous, erupting into laughter. Harry Potter, clearly amused, joined in, exclaiming, Oh Ron, you're absolutely right. Lin Xiao'an slowly swallowed the last morsel of her fruit syrup pie, unfurling her napkin to meticulously wipe the corners of her mouth. She then folded the napkin with precision and placed it neatly aside before rising gracefully. Chapter 18. My dear classmate, have you purchased insurance? Lin Xiao'an slowly swallowed the final bite of her fruit syrup pie, unfurling her napkin to carefully cleanse the corners of her mouth before folding it neatly and setting it aside. She then stood up with deliberate grace. Xiao'an, where are you off to? Shall we go to the library together? I wish to gather some materials, Hermione proposed. Although Lin Xiao'an wore a smile, Hermione faintly sensed an undercurrent of danger. Ah, Hermione, I have a small matter to attend to first. Please head to the library and wait for me, if you would. Lin Xiao'an replied with a smile. No, I shall wait right here for you, Xiao'an, Hermione insisted stubbornly. Lin Xiao'an gazed at Hermione with affectionate exasperation, shaking her head. You are truly incorrigible, but it shall not take long. With that, Lin Xiao'an made her way along the Gryffindor long table, settling into an empty seat directly opposite Ron Weasley. This scene would be recounted by many students in the years to come, even by those who were not present. Back in my days at Hogwarts, I was a classmate of Mr. Lin. On that day, I sat not far from him. Seated opposite Ron Weasley, Lin Xiao'an raised her voice slightly, inquiring, Ron Weasley, have you purchased insurance? Ron Weasley looked utterly bewildered. Insurance? What is that? Oh dear, Lin Xiao'an remarked, tapping her forehead in mild frustration, muttering to herself, it seems you have not. Sean Lin, what on earth are you up to? You little bat. Boom! Lin Xiao'an extended her right hand, clenched her fist, and with a fierce strike, slammed it down upon the surface of the Gryffindor table. After enduring at least a century, the sturdy, solid, and weighty long table, crafted from thick, solid wood, splintered cleanly in two, with Lin Xiao'an and Ron Weasley's positions serving as the fulcrum. Utensils, food, and decorations cascaded down the slanted surface in a cacophony of clattering, leaving a chaotic mess in their wake. Ron Weasley trembled in fright. Harry Potter stood in stunned silence. Rising once more, Lin Xiao'an disregarded the shards of porcelain and glass beneath her feet, striding directly to the quaking Ron Weasley. She grasped his throat with one hand while brandishing her wand against his forehead with the other. Her eyes gleamed coldly, yet her lips curled into a smile as she looked down at him, declaring, Listen well, redhead, consider this a minor surprise. Should I hear you speak disrespectfully of Professor Snape again, you shall know what awaits you. Even if one were to be sliced open, having their bones extracted, as long as they consume the potion of raw bones and endure the excruciating pain akin to being gnawed upon by countless ants, it would not be long before they would once again be a vibrant child. Would you care to try it? Red-haired one, speak. Answer me. You are gripping him. How can he respond? At that moment, a girl's voice resonated. This voice Lin Xiao'an hastily released her grip on Ron Weasley's neck. Elizabeth? What brings you here? Nan Jiayu interjected. Oh no. I mean, how did you find your way to Gryffindor territory? My apologies, I often struggle with words. What I mean to say is, in the presence of a lowly, Lin Xiao'an naturally finds herself at a disadvantage, rendered speechless. Wait, in Nan Jiayu's arms was Little Black. Nan Jiayu, cradling Little Black, smiled brightly. I encountered Little Black near the entrance of the Slytherin dormitory and worried it might lose its way back. So I came to the Great Hall to see if you were still here, Xiao'an. You truly are remarkable. Little Black chimed in. Meow Wolf Host, you are truly exceptional. Lin Xiao'an coughed lightly, just average Saudi Ka. She rubbed her nose. Let's not mind Little Black. Cats always love to wander. Elizabeth, Hermione and I were just about to head to the library. Would you care to join us? Hermione could no longer contain herself, her voice laced with agitation. Lin Xiao'an, how can you even think of going to the library at such a time? Quickly, go plead with Professor McGonagall for forgiveness and ask her not to deduct points. Hermione, do not fret. I was merely jesting with Mr. Weasley. There is no need to trouble Professor McGonagall, Lin Xiao'an reassured her, pointing her wand at the broken long table. restored to its original state. With a series of sounds, not only did the long table revert to its pristine condition, but the utensils and various vessels also appeared as if they had never shattered, gleaming as new. The only remnant of the chaos was the pumpkin juice that had spilled onto the floor, silently attesting to the earlier events. Are you joking? The onlookers gasped in astonishment that a first-year student could perform the restoration spell. As she leveled up, Lin Xiao'an, brimming with pride, bowed to those around her. Society, society. Xiao'an, you are so strong. Hermione's mouth formed a perfect O, utterly endearing. Lin Xiao'an softly tempted Hermione. I have Professor Snape's authorization to borrow magical books from the restricted section. Would you still like to go to the library? Hermione Granger immediately grasped Lin Xiao'an's arm. Then what are we waiting for? Thus, under the watchful eyes of many, Lin Xiao'an wrapped one arm around Nan Jiayu and linked the other with Hermione, beaming foolishly as they departed, truly the epitome of a winner in life. Shortly thereafter, the faculty, having learned of the events that transpired in the Great Hall, summoned Severus. Could you please come to the headmaster's office? Chapter 19. Hisho Wu, Part 1. Perhaps due to a past life spent as a florist, Lin Xiao'an harbored a natural reverence for the esteemed profession of a librarian. At this moment, Ms. Pants, the librarian of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, clutched a colossal feather duster, her piercing gaze fixated upon Lin Xiao'an as she pleaded with Professor Snape for a coveted library pass. Seemingly attempting to discern any traces of forgery within, Lin Xiao'an concealed her small black cat within the folds of her sleeve, standing there, scarcely daring to breathe. Finally, Ms. Pants, in a rare moment of benevolence, spoke. Very well, dear. It appears you are a diligent student. You and your friends may enter the restricted section. However, you must not remove any books from the library. Is that understood? Lin Xiao'an nodded vigorously, as if she were a pile driver. I understand. Excellent. Now, no loud talking within the library. From a distance, the sounds of laughter from students echoed, prompting Ms. Pants to abandon Lin Xiao'an and her companions. Charging angrily towards the source, Lin Xiao'an silently wiped her cold sweat away and, leading the eager Hermione and Nan Jiayu, swiftly selected a few tomes from the restricted section that bore less alarming titles, before settling into a corner of the reading room. Hermione, the diligent scholar, could hardly contain her excitement as she opened her book, immersing herself in the ocean of knowledge. Lin Xiao'an and Nan Jiayu exchanged amused glances and simultaneously began to speak. You, Lin Xiao'an, gestured for Nan Jiayu to go first. Nan Jiayu shyly smiled. Xiao'an, I've always wanted to ask how you ended up in Gryffindor. Aren't you a student of Professor Snape? Not a student, but an apprentice, Lin Xiao'an instinctively corrected. For now, I can only assist the teacher. It is only after gaining his recognition that I may be called a disciple. As for why I was sorted into Gryffindor, perhaps the sorting hat simply made an error. I find it peculiar as well. Elizabeth, how did you end up in Slytherin? Nan Jiayu pouted. I know. Gryffindor students say that we Slytherins are quite wicked. Oh, it's not because of that. All four houses are integral to Hogwarts. There is no inherent good or bad. It's simply that, typically, Slytherin does not accept students from Muggle families. At least one parent must be a wizard. As I come from a Muggle family, it is only natural that I did not enter Slytherin. However, Elizabeth's brother is a wizard, and their parents are Muggles. Yet he was sorted into Slytherin, which I find curious, Lin Xiao'an quickly elucidated. Nan Jiayu covered her mouth and laughed. Actually, my father almost became a wizard. Really? Yes. He received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts when he was 11. However, during that time, the wizarding world was rather unstable. So, oh, I see now. Lin Xiao'an suddenly came to a realization. It makes perfect sense. A mere Muggle-born wizard could never possibly be sorted into Slytherin. At this point, Nan Jiayu wore a somewhat troubled expression. I feel that the atmosphere in Slytherin is rather conservative. The upperclassmen constantly emphasize the revival of Slytherin's glory, much like encountering a few antiquated individuals at a family gathering who long for a return to feudal times. They seem rather absurd, pitiable, lamentable. Lin Xiao'an continued, echoing the sentiments of the innocent Nan Jiayu. Perhaps there is a hint of each. Maybe we could even add a smidgen of respect for their ideals. Yes, a touch of each. Nan Jiayu pondered, acknowledging that while some merely speak of such things, there are indeed those who take it seriously. And yet, I'm often asked whether I wish to join them. Lin Xiao'an chuckled. It's quite simple, Elizabeth. There is no need to be conflicted. If you resonate with them, then join their ranks. If you oppose them, maintain your distance or even tame them. Nan Jiayu's eyes widened in shock. Tame? Only after wielding absolute power can one attain absolute authority. Do you truly believe that a few gentle words of persuasion will suffice to quell their fervor? Strive to become the queen of Slytherin, Elizabeth. Lin Xiao'an now resembled a peculiar uncle tempting a little girl with a lollipop. But I am merely a first-year student. Nan Jieyu hesitantly replied. Chapter 20, Isho Wu Part 2. Lin Xiao'an grinned. Elizabeth, Hermione, have you ever heard of the Patronus Charm? Hermione lifted her head. I know. The Patronus Charm is an immensely powerful spell used to repel or even vanquish Dementors. Dementors are. Hermione, I'm also aware of what Dementors are. We cannot allow this girl to continue. Otherwise, the encyclopedia will never end. However, the Patronus Charm serves purposes beyond just dealing with Dementors. The ability to conjure a Patronus signifies that a wizard possesses qualities of light, goodness, determination, and an intrinsic yearning for love and happiness. Of course, what truly matters is that all who can successfully cast a complete Patronus Charm are, without exception, the most distinguished wizards in the magical community. The Patronus Charm utilizes the innate power of a wizard, and practicing it greatly enhances one's magical abilities. So, in our quest to become formidable wizards, Elizabeth, Hermione, let us practice the Patronus Charm together. After Lin Xiao'an's enthusiastic declaration, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the two little girls. Certainly, Nan Jieyu and Hermione responded in unison. The blind optimism exhibited by the duo towards Lin Xiao'an's proposal was largely attributed to the remarkable feat of Lin Xiao'an smashing the table with a powerful punch. If Xiao'an is this formidable, we are not to be underestimated. Thus, the mysteriously confident trio resolved to embark on a rigorous training journey during the upcoming Christmas holiday. What? You inquire why we must wait until the Christmas holiday? Come on, we have just begun our studies. Do you expect us to soar before we have learned to walk? Not all milk is called Te Luan Su, and not everyone wears taboo. As the saying goes, a mixed gender partnership alleviates fatigue, and time swiftly slipped away, unnoticed, until several hours had passed. Ms. Pants began ushering students out of the library. Children, it is time for you to leave and have dinner in the auditorium. By the way, dear child, are you Shanlin? She inquired of Lin Xiao'an. Ling Xiao'an, yes, Mom. Xiao'an. Oh, my dear, I believe you must first meet Professor Snape. I have just received a message from him, Ms. Pants stated. Very well, madam. Thank you for relaying the message. Lin Xiao'an replied, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, for he was indeed the protagonist. Hermione kindly reassured him. Xiao'an, do not worry. Professor Snape is unlikely to resort to corporal punishment. Nan Jieyu, noticing Lin Xiao'an's dejected demeanor, unexpectedly offered him a hug. Xiao'an, do not be afraid. Professor Snape is actually a good person. To the teachers, he is a good person. I am not afraid. Lin Xiao'an forced a smile, declaring, then I shall go now. Go, and travel safely. They encouraged. Lin Xiao'an, unicorn blood. The door to the cellar opened with a creak, and gathering his courage, Lin Xiao'an stepped inside. Teacher, my dearest teacher, he. Your adorable student Lin Xiao'an is here. Lin Xiao'an decided to test the waters with some charm, wondering if it might be effective. Professor Snape was grading assignments for older students when he heard the commotion and, with a snap, crushed the quill in his hand. Lin Xiao'an, I sincerely hope you can restrain yourself and refrain from uttering such peculiar phrases. Furthermore, I do not recall it taking an entire hour to walk from the library to the cellar, if Ms. Pants was not mistaken about your departure time. Seeing that his attempts at charm had failed, when have they ever succeeded? Lin Xiao'an decisively resorted to sentimentality. Teacher, the reason for my tardiness is quite significant. Behold. With that, Lin Xiao'an stepped aside to reveal a large pot floating behind him, covered with a lid. With his hands clasped before his chest, he spoke earnestly. I know, dear teacher, that you often neglect your rest to grade assignments for your students. I, your student Xiao'an, am deeply moved. Thus, I took the liberty of visiting the kitchen to prepare something for you. The kitchen. Professor Snape was taken aback, yet his expression remained one of cold indifference. Simmering with irritation. From the onset of the term, you have been wandering around the castle, your mind far from your studies. Please do not be like this, I implored. I merely wished to visit the Hufflepuff dormitory, but accidentally took a wrong turn into the opposite corridor, where I stumbled upon a painting and inadvertently scratched the green pear. By the way, Professor, does the wizarding world have a peculiar preference for the color green? Why is it that everything seems to revolve around green flames, green lights, and green eyes? Professor Snape felt he could no longer indulge Lin Xiao'an's chatter. If he could see a progress bar, his anger meter would have reached its maximum. Lin Xiao'an, if you wish to avoid a dose of silencing potion, all right, let us discuss the matter at hand. I continued, I am not one to prattle on. As others often describe me as taciturn, it is only you, professor, who seems perpetually dissatisfied with me. Tajda, behold, this is a special concoction I requested from the house elves. Crafted with my deep gratitude and respect for you. Simmered gently for an hour and a half. It is a nourishing stew of Hisho Wu and chicken. Chapter 21. Hisho Wu, Part 2. Lin Xiao'an, unable to contain her impulsiveness, babbled on. Speaking of which, the school kitchen is remarkably well stocked. They even have Hisho Wu. Professor, your complexion appears sallow, and you often seem rather fatigued. It must be a sign of kidney deficiency. As the saying goes, food supplements are preferable to medicinal ones. Hisho Wu is known for its ability to nourish the kidneys and enhance vitality, which is precisely what you need. Unfortunately, I could not find a black chicken. Otherwise, a stew of Hisho Wu with black chicken would be immensely restorative. All right. Lin Xiao'an rummaged through her sleeve and produced a small, flat plastic bottle. I almost forgot this. I specifically brought you this. It's this year's latest offering. The most popular oil-controlling and dandruff-fighting shampoo in the Muggle world, enriched with Hisho Wu extract. Bang! In that moment, Lin Xiao'an found herself mere fractions of an inch away from the Medusa painting on the cellar door. She stepped back, clutching her racing heart, and exclaimed to Medusa, I merely spoke a few extra words, and he threw me out. Don't you think he's a bit petty? Medusa remained silent, her eyes closed. Do not feign ignorance. I know you are alive. Speak. Lin Xiao'an prodded Medusa's forehead with her finger. Is he not a bit petty? Medusa turned her back, presenting her hair, composed of countless writhing serpents, towards Lin Xiao'an. Hiss, Lin Xiao'an muttered. They say I have a phobia of clusters. Suddenly, she shouted toward the cellar door, Professor. I'm heading back to the dormitory now. I shall return tomorrow evening. Remember to drink the chicken soup. I'm leaving now. Professor Snape, as Lin Xiao'an emerged from the cellar into the grand hall of Hogwarts Castle. The clock struck 6 in the evening. Most students had retreated to their dormitories, leaving the hall deserted. Little Black, having wriggled out from Lin Xiao'an's sleeve, communicated telepathically. Host, I assent it better to be alive? Why do you intentionally provoke Professor Snape? Meow. Lin Xiao'an, embracing Little Black with one arm, responded with prideful thoughts. I have long desired to explore the room on the 4th floor where the Philosopher's Stone is kept. I could never find the opportunity, but now is a rare chance. Everyone believes I'm still in the cellar, making it perfect for me to act alone. Lead the way, take a couple of steps. Hurry, Meow. Little Black replied, perplexed. Lead the way. Surely, telepathy would suffice. As the most esteemed system in the universe, it ought to comfortably remain in the host's embrace, curled up like a cat, rather than traverse with its adorable little paws. Noticing Little Black's confused and dissatisfied expression, Lin Xiao'an felt exasperated. For such a large system, why are you so clueless? The portraits in the castle are under the headmaster's surveillance. Do you expect me to get lost in a hall on the way to the 4th floor? Pretending to sulk? Just run around, dear. Don't you realize that running will naturally lead us to the 4th floor? The author manifested you for my sake to alleviate my troubles, right? Little Black. Meow. If there had been a second person present, they would have witnessed Little Black suddenly scratching Lin Xiao'an's sleeve, then leaping from Lin Xiao'an's arm like an arrow, racing towards an unknown direction. Lin Xiao'an, dramatically extending an arm with a drawn-out voice, called out, Little Black, don't leave me. Following this, with an expression of urgency, they dashed after Little Black. Eventually, they found themselves on the 4th floor, only to come face to face with the castle caretaker, Mr. Filch, and his cat, Mrs. Norris. This created a rather awkward situation. Lin Xiao'an chuckled nervously. Good evening, Mr. Filch. My cat has wandered here. Filch fixed an intense gaze upon Lin Xiao'an, ominously stating, I recognize you. Mrs. Norris let out a soft meow. Lin Xiao'an. Filch. Mrs. Norris cautiously approached Little Black, sniffing its scent before rolling onto its back with all 4 paws in the air, shyly revealing its soft belly. Lin Xiao'an. Filch. Little Black. Mrs. Norris meow. Chapter 22. Original Flavored Dried Fish. Ahaha. Lin Xiao'an awkwardly remarked, Mr. Filch, the weather is splendid today. Filch's face twitched. Indeed, the weather is splendid, Mr. Kobayashi. Lin Xiao'an replied, the skies are clear. Filch echoed, clear skies indeed. Lin Xiao'an continued, not a cloud in sight. Filch responded, not a cloud. Lin Xiao'an added, the sky is adorned with fluffy white clouds. Filch remarked, so white, so white. After a prolonged silence filled with unspoken words, Lin Xiao'an resolved to take his leave. After all, the Philosopher's Stone would not make an appearance so soon. And without Harry Potter, having the system was futile. He did not wish to raise any alarms. Mr. Filch, then, please continue your tasks. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Do take care. Filch, eager for Lin Xiao'an's departure, replied with a smile that bore an uncanny resemblance to a grimace. Lin Xiao'an picked up the small black cat and placed it upon his shoulder. Just as he was about to turn away, he thoughtfully retrieved a small, square box from his ample robe sleeve. It must be said, the wide sleeves of a wizard's robe serve exceptionally well as a concealment. He handed it to Filch. Mr. Filch, this is my little black cat's favorite plain fish treat. If you don't mind, it would make a delightful snack for Mrs. Loris. Filch's smile seemed to widen. Yet he hesitated to accept the box. No, I couldn't possibly. Lin Xiao'an opened the box and casually took out 2 fish treats, one for the cat, and the other he popped in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Rest assured, Mr. Filch, these fish treats contain no seasonings or additives and will not burden the delicate stomach of your feline. Lin Xiao'an emphasized this point, knowing Filch's concerns all too well. Previously, some mischievous children had approached Mrs. Loris with harmful treats, endangering her health, which left Filch quite wary. Mr. Kobayashi, thank you very much for your gift. Filch finally accepted the fish treats, speaking sincerely. Perhaps this was the first time a student had given him a genuine gift rather than a prank item. No need for thanks, Mr. Filch. Good night, Lin Xiao'an replied. And a good night to you, Mr. Kobayashi, Filch smiled back. Mrs. Loris had already stood up. Meow. Little Black's telepathic message echoed. That's enough, host. The integrity of this system, nay its very dignity, is hanging by a thread. Let us make our exit swiftly. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Lin Xiao'an was greeted by concerned Hermione. Xiao'an, are you all right? Of course, who do you think I am? I am Lin Xiao'an. He initially intended to boast, but upon noticing Hermione's worried gaze, he tempered his bravado. I'm fine, Hermione. The teacher merely had a few words with me. Look, am I not full of life? Oh, how wonderful. Xiao'an, do refrain from frightening your classmates. We ought to focus on our studies. Hermione sighed in relief, her youth embodying innocence. Lin Xiao'an swore, pointing at the ceiling. Of course, Hermione, I adore learning. It brings me joy. I shall no longer scare my classmates, I vow. I promise, next time, it will be far more than mere fright, Hermione. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Xiao'an was astonished to discover that she had admirers. Please do not gaze at me so intently. The canine wave has no effect on me, unless it comes from an adorable girl. With 4 young boys regarding her with wide, sparkling eyes, Lin Xiao'an felt an overwhelming pressure. Neville Longbottom's face flushed with excitement. Xiao'an, you are truly remarkable. I heard you blew up the entire hall. Lin Xiao'an was utterly impressed by the imagination of the gossip mongers. Neville, I merely had a little mishap under the Gryffindor table. As for blowing up the hall, I am, currently, incapable of such a feat that is still impressive, Xiao'an. Who would have thought you possessed such strength? Do you perhaps have blood of a giant? Lin Xiao'an replied, children speak without restraint. Do not engage with him. Maintain your composure. If I didn't already know you were unreliable, I would gladly smash the memory ball your grandmother sent you. Wait, why did I think of that? Oh, soon it would be time for flying lessons, where they would ride those wretched brooms soaring through the sky. Well, I seem to harbor a slight fear of heights. What to do? Chapter 23. Soaring with Pride and Indulgence, Part 1. It remains a mystery who orchestrated this arrangement, but Gryffindor and Slytherin, 2 houses that, whether openly or covertly, are perceived as opposing forces, often find their first-year students sharing classes. Thus, on Thursday, the first-year student from these 2 houses would be together once more for flying lessons. Lin Xiao'an thought to herself, stay strong, Lin Xiao'an. Your dashing and formidable image must not falter. However, according to the narrative, it appeared she would not be required to fly today. Following the script, is indeed the safest route. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Gryffindor's first-year students hurriedly descended the steps, making their way to the field for their inaugural flying lesson. It was a clear day with a gentle breeze. As they briskly walked down the sloping grass towards a flat patch of lawn, the blades of grass beneath their feet swayed gently like waves. Beyond the lawn lies the forbidden forest, its distant, shadowy trees swaying ominously in the breeze. The Slytherin students have already gathered there, with 20 flying broomsticks meticulously aligned on the ground. The broomsticks at the school have seen better days. Some tremble when you soar too high, while others tend to veer slightly to the left. Lin Xiao'an mused, I have always been fortunate. Surely I will select the one that fails to take flight. Ms. Hooch, the flying instructor, arrived. Her short, gray hair framed her face, and her yellow eyes glinted like those of a hawk. What are you all waiting for? She barked. Stand next to a broomstick quickly. Hurry up. Like his fellow students, Lin Xiao'an glanced down at his broomstick. It was worn and shabby, with branches protruding haphazardly. He extended his right hand above the broomstick. Ms. Hooch called out, now say up. Up. Everyone shouted in unison. Remarkably, only Lin Xiao'an and Neville Longbottom's broomsticks remained motionless. The others responded to varying degrees, either leaping into their owner's hands or rolling about. In a flash, Lin Xiao'an flicked his foot, and to the onlookers, it appeared as though the broomstick had leapt into his grasp. A shabby broom dares to misbehave? Huh, you have much to learn, he thought, a childish sense of accomplishment swelling within him. All right, when I whistle, you must kick off the ground with both legs, and do so with vigor, Ms. Hooch instructed. After demonstrating the proper riding posture and correcting the student's stances, she added, hold your broom steady, ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward and drop vertically back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3-2. However, Neville, overwhelmed with anxiety at the thought of being left behind, kicked off the ground before Ms. Hooch's whistle reached her lips. Soaring upward as if propelled by a champagne cork from a shaken bottle. 12 feet, 20 feet. The onlookers watched in horror as his face turned pale. His mouth agape in fear as the ground raced away from him. He slipped down the broomstick, and then, Wingardium Leviosa, Lin Xiao'an brandished his wand, casting the levitation charm on the plummeting Neville. A small whirlwind materialized, cradling Neville's body and gently guiding him down. Though Neville appeared unscathed, he collapsed onto the grass, gasping as though he were a fish out of water, his face ashen and unable to utter a word, as if on the verge of fainting. Ms. Hooch leaned down to examine him, her expression equally grave. Are you all right, my child? Neville trembled all over, shaking his head, yet was unable to utter a word. All right. The child is fine. You may rise. Ms. Hooch turned to locate Lin Xiao'an. In recognition of your bravery, Mr. Lin, I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. Lin Xiao'an graciously bowed, replying, Is my duty, madam. Now, I shall escort this child to the infirmary. None of you are to move. Return the broomsticks to their rightful places, or you shall find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts before you can utter the word Quidditch. Come along, dear. With that, Ms. Hooch guided, or rather supported, the weak-kneed Neville away. As they distanced themselves, Draco Malfoy erupted into raucous laughter. Did you see that terrified expression on his face? That oaf, who can't even ride a broom? The wheels of fate began to turn, igniting the drama surrounding the memory ball. Lin Xiao'an mused, preparing to watch the spectacle. Chapter 24, Fly, My Pride and Indulgence, Part 2. Look, Malfoy exclaimed, rushing to pick something off the grass, a gift from that foolish Longbottom's grandmother. He raised the memory ball, which sparkled in the sunlight. Hand it over, Malfoy, Harry Potter whispered. Malfoy sneered. I think I'll place it somewhere for Longbottom to retrieve. Perhaps on a tree? Give it back. Harry Potter shouted, but Malfoy had already leapt onto his broom and soared into the air. Suspended parallel to the treetop of an oak, Malfoy called out, Come and get it, Potter. Harry grasped his broom. No, Hermione shouted. Ms. Hooch told us not to move. You'll get us all into trouble. Xiao'an, do something. Lin Xiao'an shrugged helplessly. Sorry, Hermione, this is a duel between Malfoy and Potter. I cannot intervene. However, I assure you, neither will be in mortal danger. I will catch them if they fall. Hermione looked at Lin Xiao'an in disbelief, only to find nearly all the boys, be they Gryffindor or Slytherin, nodding in agreement. Ron Weasley even shouted in affirmation, Exactly. Lin Xiao'an raised an eyebrow, see? Though Lin Xiao'an couldn't quite fathom why wizards chose to ride broomsticks, was it a disdain for mops and plungers? It was evident that Harry Potter had grasped the joy of it all. To Lin Xiao'an, it seemed that at the start of the school year, Harry had lacked confidence, or perhaps was somewhat timid. Even as the savior of the wizarding world, he had never derived even a hint of pride from it. However, at that moment, Lin Xiao'an stood on the lawn gazing up at the sky, clearly perceiving the expression on Harry Potter's face, joy and pride, as if he could master everything. A born seeker, Lin Xiao'an mused. Catch it, Potter shouted, or I shall knock you off your broom. Oh, is that so? Malfoy retorted, attempting to feign laughter, though his countenance betrayed his tension. It seemed as if Potter instinctively knew what to do. He leaned forward, gripping his broom tightly, which shot towards Malfoy like a javelin. Malfoy barely dodged. Harry abruptly reversed direction, maintaining a firm grip on his broom. A few spectators below applauded. There are no Crabbe and Goyle to protect you here, Malfoy, Potter declared. Malfoy appeared to entertain a similar thought. Here, let's see if you can catch this, he shouted, tossing the glass ball high into the air, which then began its rapid descent. The glass ball ascended as if in slow motion before it plummeted back down. Potter leaned forward, directing his broom downwards. In an instant, he accelerated into a dive, pursuing the glass ball. The wind howled past his ears, mingling with the screams of the audience below. He reached out and caught the glass ball just a foot above the ground. Swiftly, Potter straightened the broomstick and gently landed on the grass, securely holding the memory ball in his palm. Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall appeared and whisked Potter away. Hermione anxiously remarked, "I wonder what punishment Potter will face." Lin Xiao'an, aware of the outcome, thought that at this point, no one would believe anything said. It was best to remain silent. During dinner, Harry Potter, now the youngest Quidditch team member in a century, made arrangements with Draco Malfoy for a duel late at night in the trophy room. Ron Weasley volunteered to be Potter's assistant. Hermione Granger's pleas to abandon this reckless endeavor fell on deaf ears. As for Lin Xiao'an, the Forbidden Forest? Professor Snape felt a dull ache at his temple. If your memory hasn't begun to fail you, you should know that students are prohibited from entering the Forbidden Forest. Lin Xiao'an scoffed, "Professor, spare me your lectures. I've inquired, and sometimes students serving detention have the option to accompany the gamekeepers on patrols in the Forbidden Forest. If they can go, you understand. What do you intend to do in the Forbidden Forest? If you need potion ingredients, you may take them from my storage cabinet." Professor Snape was well aware that his unreliable apprentice was a troublemaker. Even if he forbade him, he would inevitably sneak away. "I simply want to gather some mushrooms for chicken soup," Lin Xiao'an stated earnestly. Chapter 25, The Patronus. Chicken soup, of course, is merely a jest. We, Lin Xiao'an, are affluent enough to brew phoenix soup. Wouldn't you agree? He gazed skyward. However, Lin Xiao'an steadfastly refused to reveal the true reason behind his desire to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Once again, he resorted to the antics of a mischievous child, throwing himself about in the cellar, wailing and rolling on the ground, leaving no stone unturned in his efforts. "I want to go. Tonight. Now. Immediately." Professor Snape found it impossible to strike him and was unable to chastise Lin Xiao'an, whose thick skin rivaled that of a city wall, ultimately leading to his concession. After dinner, Lin Xiao'an, accompanied by his small black companion, and Professor Snape, accompanied Lin Xiao'an, approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The question arose, why on earth was Lin Xiao'an so determined to court danger? The answer lay in his noble intention to save the magical creature, the unicorn. As a true aesthete, Lin Xiao'an had sworn upon receiving his acceptance letter from Hogwarts that he would somehow bring a few live unicorns home to keep as pets. Professor Snape. Yes, it was as simple and straightforward as that. Do not speak to Lin Xiao'an of the virtues of kindness or the rewards of goodness. Without some personal gain, who would risk their life to save another? He was not a savior, nor could he be reborn infinitely. If he saved you, you would surely owe him your life in return. At the very least, a little blood sacrifice would be necessary. Professor, look. At that moment, the moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light cascading down, illuminating even the intricate veins of grass growing chaotically by the roadside. As Professor Snape followed Lin Xiao'an's finger, his expression shifted dramatically. "That was this afternoon during my flying lesson, I saw what I believe to be unicorn blood." "Don't you think so, Professor?" Lin Xiao'an whispered, pointing at the silver-blue bloodstains splattered on the fallen leaves. "Lin Xiao'an, return to your dormitory," Professor Snape undoubtedly replied. Unfazed, Lin Xiao'an looked directly into Professor Snape's eyes. "Professor, I am quite curious, and even if I obey you tonight, will you truly be able to keep an eye on me at all times?" "You," Lin Xiao'an continued softly. The book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them mentions that unicorns are shy creatures, seldom venturing near areas of human activity. So, who caused this drop of unicorn blood to appear at the edge of the Forbidden Forest? Before the words had left his lips, both Professor Snape and Lin Xiao'an simultaneously drew their wands, pointing them at one another. Lin Xiao'an smiled. "Professor, I know you wish to use Obliviate to make me forget this matter. How about this? If you fail, grant me permission to enter the Forbidden Forest." Professor Snape, perplexed by Lin Xiao'an's unyielding confidence, replied, "Very well. I agree to your terms for Obliviate. Expecto Patronum." To everyone's astonishment, Lin Xiao'an conjured a Patronus for defense. A large, silvery creature emerged from the tip of Lin Xiao'an's wand, gradually becoming clearer. It bore a fierce visage with a gaping maw, 3 legs, and lacked a certain anatomical feature. Before them, the silvery beast opened its great maw and devoured the emptiness that Professor Snape had uttered before letting out a resounding belch, which promptly transformed into twinkling starlight and vanished. Professor Snape was truly taken aback. "How is this possible? You have mastered the Patronus charm? When did I ever teach you that spell?" Lin Xiao'an, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Oh, teacher," before the term began, "I purchased a plethora of magical tomes at the Leaky Cauldron. As I casually perused them, I stumbled upon several that mentioned the Patronus charm. I noticed that I possess qualities such as kindness, joy, and beauty. Thus, I endeavored to practice, and lo and behold, I succeeded." Professor Snape found himself at a loss for words more often than he would have liked. Now, teacher, You must help me keep this under wraps. I am but a modest and discreet child, and too many people adoring me would be quite bothersome. Willing to pay any price to silence Lin Xiao'an, Professor Snape acquiesced. You wish to venture into the Forbidden Forest? Then follow me. With a rebellious demeanor, Lin Xiao'an sauntered behind Professor Snape, traversing a dark path shrouded by dense branches, where even the moonlight struggled to penetrate as they entered the Forbidden Forest. Teacher, what is your Patronus? It is a Apiccio. Apiccio? Allow me to enlighten you. Teacher, to slay a unicorn is an egregious act of brutality. Only one who possesses nothing yet yearns for everything would commit such a heinous crime. The blood of a unicorn can prolong your life, even when you're on the brink of death, but it comes at a grievous cost. You would be slaughtering a pure, gentle, and helpless creature in a desperate bid to save your own existence. Thus, from the moment its blood touches your lips, you shall lead a life half alive, a life cursed. It is widely known that the blood willingly offered by a unicorn contains the power of light and can be used to create potions that heal the damage wrought by dark magic. Yet few wizards are aware that the golden blood voluntarily given by a unicorn holds the most potent power of light. A potion brewed with this blood serves as a powerful remedy, capable of dispelling all traces of dark magic from a wizard's being, including the mark of the Death Eaters. Chapter 26. In this world, true feelings abound. Offering blood to sow love, Part 1. The Forbidden Forest lay shrouded in darkness, with only faint beams of moonlight daring to pierce through the towering trees, casting dim patches of light along the path. Strangely, there were no sounds of birds or insects. The surroundings were cloaked in an eerie silence. As Lin Xiao'an and Professor Snape ventured deeper, they arrived at a fork in the path. Prompted by the subtle guidance of the shadowy figure, Lin Xiao'an unhesitatingly chose the left route. Along the narrow trail, they passed a moss-covered tree stump, with the gentle sound of flowing water resonating in the air, indicating the presence of a nearby stream. Professor, there's more here. Lin Xiao'an's keen eyes caught a glimpse of a silvery blue hue. Professor Snape tightened his grip on his wand, cautioning him to remain vigilant. Following the trail of blood, the two continued for nearly half an hour, delving deeper into the forest, where the trees grew denser and the path became increasingly obstructed. The bloodstains on the ground became more pronounced, with a significant splatter at the roots of a tree, suggesting that a poor creature had struggled in agony nearby. Through the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, a clearing came into view. Lin Xiao'an whispered, "It's still alive indeed." The unicorn sprawled across the glade, had not yet succumbed to its injuries. With a feeble cry that resembled a lament, the wounded silvery unicorn emitted a sound that echoed with despair. Its once bright eyes now dull like black pearls, and its pristine mane lay scattered upon the darkened leaves, a striking contrast that evoked a haunting beauty. Activate miraculous healing. The shadowy figure nimbly leaped to a nearby tree, ensuring it would not interfere. With the healing spell invoked, Lin Xiao'an sheathed his wand, extending his hands to signify his benign intentions as he cautiously approached the unicorn. The unicorn's horn, fur, blood, and tears, all were exceedingly rare magical components. Lin Xiao'an's expression grew serious, embodying righteousness, though it was impossible to discern his longing for the creature before him. He knelt down gently, caressing the unicorn's head. "Do not be afraid. We are here to save you." Then, he stroked the unicorn from head to tail while utilizing miraculous healing to assess its condition. Although superficially it appeared to have only minor abrasions, its internal organs seemed to have endured tremendous trauma, rendering them shattered and causing excessive blood loss. Truly, such a wondrous creature, one that seemed to belong only in fairy tales, was on the brink of demise, its insides nearly reduced to a pulp. Yet it still clung to life. In this dire situation, acupuncture, massage, and surgery would evidently yield no results. Thus, the only recourse left was Lin Xiao'an communicated with the shadowy figure telepathically, receiving an affirmative response. The unicorn, nearly devoid of strength, wept crystalline tears that cascaded from the corners of its eyes, unable to move, teetering on the edge of existence. "Professor, could you help me support its head?" Lin Xiao'an concealed a small crystal vial in his palm, discreetly collecting the unicorn's tears. Professor Snape furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lin Xiao'an, what are you planning to do? I do not believe there is any hope for its recovery." Lin Xiao'an flipped her hand, placing the small crystal vial filled with unicorn tears into her space, and retrieved a familiar blue and white porcelain potion bottle that Professor Snape had once examined. "I possess a strength potion. Extraordinary miracles can arise from it." Professor Snape had privately studied the ingredients and effects of the basic version of the strength potion, finding it comparable to the fortifying potions of the wizarding world. I must caution you, your strength potion will be of no assistance to its injuries. It will only prolong its suffering. Our only recourse now is to use the sleeping charm, allowing it to pass peacefully in slumber. Lin Xiao'an, displeased, retorted, Teacher, do you perceive me as someone unreliable? Just as the words were on the tip of Professor Snape's tongue, Lin Xiao'an unleashed a powerful declaration. This is the supreme version of the strength potion, capable of resurrecting the dead, as long as it still draws breath. I can revive it. Although Lin Xiao'an currently possessed only 6 of the rare supreme strength potions, she deemed it worthwhile to present one in order to gain the favor of the unicorns, persuading them to willingly offer their blood. Crack! According to customary international practice, an overly excited eavesdropper inadvertently snapped a dry twig underfoot. Who goes there? Chapter 27. Genuine affection exists in the world. Sacrificing blood to sow love. Part 2. The voyeur emerged from the shadows. Was it human or horse? Above the waist, it was human, with platinum hair and eyes as blue as sapphires, while below the waist, it possessed a shimmering silver horse's body, a long white tail trailing behind. Ah, it is you, Forenza. Professor Snape recognized the centaur. How do you fare? He stepped forward to shake hands with the centaur. Good evening, Professor Snape, Forenza replied, his voice clear and melodious. The Mars tonight is particularly bright. Lin Xiao'an thought, MMP, I detest these mystical creatures, and this one is an undraped pretty boy. Why not a female? Is this your student, Professor Snape? Firenze inquired, turning his gaze toward Lin Xiao'an. Lin Xiao'an feigned modesty and slightly bowed. Greetings, I am Lin Xiao'an, an apprentice of Professor Snape. Hello, child, Forenza replied, tilting his head to gaze at the sky. The Mars tonight is exceptionally bright. Professor Snape, growing impatient, interjected, Listen to me, Forenza. I am pleased to encounter you. This unicorn is injured. Did you witness anything? Forenza hesitated before responding. He stared unblinkingly upwards and then sighed. It is always the innocent who suffer first. It has been so for centuries, and it remains thus. The Mars tonight is exceedingly bright, he reiterated, emphasizing its brilliance. Important matters warrant repetition, Lin Xiao'an murmured. Professor Snape, puzzled, inquired, What on earth? Lin Xiao'an blinked, adorably replying, Teacher, I believe we ought to rescue the poor Mr. Unicorn. It seems we have left it neglected. Professor Snape paused, while Forenza, the centaur, remained silent, and the unnamed unicorn whimpered softly. Snape crouched down, cradling the unicorn's head. Are you certain about what you mentioned earlier? Of course. I must incorporate my exclusive acupuncture techniques as an adjunct. Otherwise, the supreme strength potion will fail to yield results. Little Black communicated telepathically to Lin Xiao'an that the hooded figure with a serpentine visage, the boss, lurked nearby. Lin Xiao'an understood that to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, an encounter with the Dark Lord was inevitable, yet must not alert Dumbledore and his associates. Ideally, she would be taken by the Dark Lord without any trace of performance, leading her directly to the stone's hiding place. Currently, the Dark Lord's primary interest was the Philosopher's Stone for his resurrection, so he would not act against Lin Xiao'an and her potion prematurely. However, on the day he aimed to seize the stone, he would undoubtedly ensure Lin Xiao'an was taken as a double guarantee. Lin Xiao'an retrieved her acupuncture pouch and deftly inserted silver needles into the unicorn's body, rendering it a pitiable sight, akin to a large, deflated pincushion. This was intended to slow its internal bleeding. The moment of miraculous transformation was at hand. With utmost seriousness, Lin Xiao'an inserted the supreme strength potion into the unicorn's mouth, maintaining a calm demeanor as she began to extract the needles one by one. To enhance the illusion that the potion and acupuncture were inextricably linked, she employed various elaborate techniques while withdrawing the needles. Readers, feel free to imagine. The deed was accomplished. As Lin Xiao'an spoke, the unicorn emitted a joyful whinny. What is the difference really between all this whinnying? She remarked. Forenza gazed at Lin Xiao'an in astonishment. It claims to feel much better. Oh dear, I nearly forgot there was a centaur present, fluent in beast language. The unicorn continued, whinnying again. Forenza translated for Lin Xiao'an. It wishes to repay you. Do you have any desires? Do not decline, child. This is the principle of the unicorn clan. You have saved it, making you its benefactor. If it cannot express its gratitude, it will lose its unicorn honor and die of shame. For whom do I toil? For whom do I labor? After a long night of effort, waiting for your words to arrive, I adore grateful unicorns. Lin Xiao'an gently caressed the unicorn's head, tears welling in his eyes, and with a resonant voice filled with positivity, declared, Voluntary blood donation deepens the bonds of affection. Chapter 28, Butterfly. Two tigers, running fast, running fast. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao'an hummed a cheerful tune, sitting proudly at the Gryffindor long table for breakfast. Despite having not slept a wink, he appeared radiant and full of vigor, as if a delicate shrimp dumpling had fallen from the heavens directly into his mouth. Merlin, how many days has it been? Once again, it's just bread, butter, bacon, sausages, fried eggs, milk, and pumpkin juice. Would it be too much to ask for some soy milk, fried dough sticks, pan-fried dumplings, soup buns, or small wontons? Lin Xiao'an shook his head in discontent, yet it did not prevent him from piling his plate high. What can one do? Man is iron, and food is steel. One must make do. Hey, Hermione, Neville, what's wrong with you two? Hermione and Neville, both sporting matching heavy dark circles under their eyes, took their seats beside Lin Xiao'an. Lin Xiao'an propped his chin on his hand, reflecting on the previous night's events. Ah yes, last night, the savior Harry Potter and the fiery-haired Ron Weasley, along with the two of them, were frightened to tears by the three-headed dog on the fourth floor. Even now, Neville was trembling. Lil Xiao'an, I saw. Neville. Hermione interrupted, her tone firm. She was reliable. Matters requiring discretion were always kept confidential, except when reporting to Professor McGonagall. Lin Xiao'an handed Neville a cup of pumpkin juice. It seems you two have yet to reach a consensus? Neville lifted the cup to shield most of his face, sipping cautiously, casting timid glances at Hermione and then back at Lin Xiao'an. Hermione awkwardly shifted the topic. What classes do we have today? Lin Xiao'an replied, My dear, your character is that of a studious overachiever who feels uncomfortable without studying. Please don't pretend to be clueless. About a week later, Savior Harry Potter received a Firebolt 2000 from Professor McGonagall, becoming the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao'an diligently attended classes like an ordinary student, attending class after class. During a break, he suggested, Professor, if unicorn blood is kept for too long, it may lose its efficacy. How about we brew the elixir of light instead? You need not worry excessively. Unicorn blood has a long shelf life. Currently, your level is not sufficient to brew the elixir of light. So, let us practice today. The process of brewing the elixir of light was exceedingly intricate, and at this stage, Lin Xiao'an could not fully master it. Thus, he resolved to heed Professor Snape's guidance, focusing on learning and enhancing his abilities. You might wonder why Professor Snape does not personally undertake the brewing of the elixir of light. The answer is rather simple. It is because the unicorn blood is Lin Xiao'an's trophy, and Professor Snape is reluctant to overstep his bounds. What an adorable persistence it is, Lin Xiao'an chuckled to herself. The dull days had slipped away unnoticed. It had been a full 2 months since the end of school. Finally, Halloween had arrived. Upon rising early that morning, the entire Hogwarts castle was enveloped in the sweet, enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin. Lin Xiao'an had been torn for several days, contemplating whether or not to intervene in the troll incident. After all, it was merely a minor creature, and as for the girls' restroom, she thought she would address that when the time came. Alas, she suffered from a severe case of indecision compounded by procrastination, lamenting her plight. However, even after Lin Xiao'an finished her dinner in the beautifully decorated Great Hall, adorned with bats and jack-o'-lanterns, and returned to her dormitory from tutoring in the cellar, nothing had transpired as expected. The conflict in the charms class was one thing, but what about the troll? Standing 12 feet tall, its skin dull and lifeless. Resembling granite in its ashen hue, its massive and clumsy body resembled a pile of enormous rubble, topped by a small head akin to a cocoa bean. Its short, stout legs were reminiscent of tree stumps, leading down to flat, calloused feet. The stench that emanated from it was utterly nauseating. With long arms, it grasped a thick wooden club. After all this build-up, was it truly just a minor, expendable troll? In Lin Xiao'an's imagination, the pinnacle of this Halloween would be when she sliced the troll with the disarming charm, and Hermione would leap into her arms, weeping and cooing, while Potter and Weasley gazed on in admiration. Professor McGonagall would reward Gryffindor with points for her bravery, and though Professor Snape would say nothing, a glimmer of approval would shine in his eyes. Thus, where was the troll to serve as experience points, house points, and goodwill? Chapter 29, Buying Oranges. As November approached, the weather turned exceedingly cold. The mountains surrounding the school were shrouded in a gray haze, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface was as cold and hard as tempered steel. Each morning, frost coated the ground, and from the upper windows, one could see the gamekeeper, Rubius Hagrid, bundled in a long mole fur coat, wearing rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, de-icing the Quidditch pitch. The highly anticipated Quidditch season had commenced. I truly do not understand. This Saturday's inaugural Quidditch match featured Gryffindor against Slytherin. The morning was clear yet chilly, and the enticing scent of roasted sausages wafted through the Great Hall. Almost everyone eagerly anticipated an exhilarating Quidditch match, chatting animatedly. However, Hermione remained indifferent to Quidditch. What was there to look forward to in chasing after a few balls on a flying broomstick? As has been said, discussing sports with girls is as unreliable as discussing lipstick shades with boys. Lin Xiao'an nodded wisely in agreement. Indeed, indeed. It's a rare weekend, and with such frigid weather, how delightful it is to remain by the warm fireplace, playing wizard's chess. Why venture out into the biting cold? Yet, one must not overlook the stakes. Should our academy triumph, our position in the House Cup could ascend to second place. Xiao'an, let us craft banners to rally support. Lin Xiao'an remarked, the complexities of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. My dear girl, you are rather hasty in your turns of thought. As the clock struck 11, it appeared that the entire school had congregated in the stands encircling the Quidditch pitch, with many students bringing along binoculars. Despite Gryffindor's attempts at secrecy, the news of the boy who lived, Harry Potter, becoming the Seeker was already common knowledge among the denizens of Hogwarts. Whether for amusement or spectacle, everyone awaited the hero's debut. Was he a savior or merely a fool? The truth would soon be revealed. Lin Xiao'an tightened her red scarf around her neck and nestled into a corner seat, largely unnoticed, cradling her fluffy black cat for warmth. It was quite chilly. The wind gusted mercilessly, seeping down her collar. Who could remain unscathed by such a chill? Those exuberant youngsters, shouting encouragement, would soon learn the weight of regret when their limbs ached in old age. A sharp whistle pierced the air. 15 Nimbus brooms soared into the sky, ascending gracefully. The match had commenced. The two teams engaged in a fierce contest. The situation on the pitch remained tense, yet Harry Potter appeared to be flying quite well, swiftly acclimating to the rhythm of the game. Lin Xiao'an closed her eyes, meditating amid the cacophony surrounding her, feeling distinctly out of place. Hermione and Neville had mercilessly abandoned her, joining the throng to cheer. Meanwhile, Julia and Nand-Jayu exchanged glances from the Slytherin stands, perhaps feeling a sense of camaraderie, though they were quite self-satisfied and not overly taxed. "Hello, child, may I sit here?" "Oh, certainly, please do," Lin Xiao'an replied, opening her eyes and shifting to create some space for Rubius Hagrid. "I was just watching the match from my little hut," Hagrid said as he settled down, patting the large telescope hanging from his neck. "But it's not the same as experiencing the atmosphere among the crowd. The snitch remains elusive, does it not?" "I have not seen it, sir," Lin Xiao'an responded. "As long as there are no troubles, consider it a stroke of luck," Hagrid said, lifting the telescope to strain his eyes towards a small dot in the sky, which was none other than Harry Potter. Potter soared high above, gliding gracefully over the pitch, squinting in search of the elusive golden snitch. Hagrid began to engage Lin Xiao'an in conversation. "Are you not a pupil of Professor Snape, Lin Xiao'an?" Lin Xiao'an endeavored to appear more animated. This seemingly simple-hearted half-giant was not without his own complexities. "Indeed, I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "Greetings, Mr. Hagrid. You may simply call me Hagrid. I truly wonder what Harry intends to do." While Hagrid muttered to himself, he peered intently through his telescope. "If I were unfamiliar with him, I might believe he was unable to control his broomstick, but such a notion was impossible." The spectators in the stands gazed upwards, fixated on Harry Potter. Potter's broom began to roll and tumble uncontrollably, and he could barely maintain his grip. Suddenly, the broom twisted violently once more, and Potter was flung off, now hanging by only one hand from the handle, suspended in midair. "Xiao'an!" Hermione rushed over Potter's broom. "It's out of control." "I saw it," Xiao'an replied disinterestedly. "The Slytherin captain just collided with Potter. Has something gone awry with the broom?" Someone whispered. "Impossible," Hagrid exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly. Nothing but powerful dark magic could interfere with a broomstick. A child could not cast such a spell on a Nimbus 2000. Xiao'an stood up, cradling Little Black in her arms. "Do not worry. There are teachers in the stands. Potter will be fine." "No. Harry!" Ron Weasley finally snapped to attention, shouting in terror and wildly waving his arms as if to rush onto the field. "Calm down, Weasley," Xiao'an admonished him. "Your slight frame will do no good now. I will fetch some oranges. You stay here and do not move." Chapter 30, The Showdown. Without allowing Ron Weasley to utter another word, Xiao'an pushed through the crowd, striding purposefully toward the opposite stand. Professor Snape stood at the center of that stand, his eyes fixed intently on Potter, silently murmuring incantations. Xiao'an stealthily maneuvered to a position slightly behind Professor Snape, drew her wand, and whispered the spell. "You are paralyzed." Instantly, Professor Quirrell, seated behind Snape, jolted as if struck by lightning. He struggled to rise, but lost control of his strength and collapsed to the ground. Xiao'an's eyes immediately welled with tears as she panicked and threw herself into Snape's embrace. In her haste, she inadvertently stepped on Professor Quirrell's hand, causing him to grunt in pain, yet Xiao'an, overwhelmed with anxiety, remained oblivious. What to do? What to do? Professor, Potter's broom is acting up. It's so scary. Xiao'an tugged insistently at Snape's robes, looking up with tear-filled eyes. Snape replied, "If I could do it all over again, I would choose to be a dog. At the outset, I must have been blinded by my infatuation with butter, which led me to accept this unreliable apprentice." Lowering my gaze to the naive and playful Lin Xiao'an, Professor Snape's mind was once again inundated with regret. Just then, Harry Potter, who was still airborne, suddenly managed to climb back onto his broom, which had regained its normal function. Subsequently, Potter dove swiftly towards the ground, and onlookers observed him covering his mouth with his hand, as though he were about to be sick. He landed on all fours, coughing, and a golden object fell into his palm. "I caught the golden snitch," he exclaimed, raising the ball triumphantly above his head as the match concluded amidst chaos. "Professor, I believe you're overly concerned about Harry Potter. You have been particularly fixated on him, especially when he encountered mishaps today. You were reciting counterspells to save him, were you not?" After dinner, Lin Xiao'an dutifully sacrificed his time for flirtation to attend extra tutoring in the basement. As the saying goes, a dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it, and you shall invite calamity. Harry Potter, or rather his mother, was Professor Snape's reverse scale. And even though Lin Xiao'an might be the only true apprentice of Professor Snape, he was undeniably met with the professor's wrath. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The professor's voice was particularly feeble, lacking the usual authority. Lin Xiao'an silently rolled his eyes, resolved to lay his cards on the table. "Teacher, as your apprentice, I am a keen observer. If you were to look in the mirror and see the way you gaze upon Potter, you would witness a tumult of love and hate, regret, and an indelible mark. One could easily spin 108 episodes of a soap opera from it. Unbeknownst to me, I always thought you were a mere copper alchemist. Today, I have come to realize that it is not love at all. So, are you truly not going to disclose to me that Potter is your illegitimate son?" Professor Snape looked down upon Lin Xiao'an, a benevolent smile gracing his face akin to that of a caring father. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Lin Xiao'an's face once again made an intimate acquaintance with the basement door. The Medusa figure on the door promptly turned away, presenting its back to him. Lin Xiao'an muttered, "Honestly, I cannot even make light of such trivial jokes. What a tedious man." Little Black communicated telepathically, "Host, why do you keep courting danger? Are you intent on wandering off somewhere again?" Lin Xiao'an stretched his limbs and replied, "Every night there are extra classes. If I don't take risks, how shall I seize opportunities to treasure hunt? Let us go to the House of Wishes." Chapter 31. The Children of the Wealthy Are Early to Maturity, Part 1. "Harry, of course, we have an Hagrid's. We may only witness a dragon hatching this once in our lifetime, in a secluded corner of the library." Ron Weasley nearly exclaimed these words. Harry Potter hurriedly shushed him, saying, "Ron, keep it down. Others might hear, and we have herbology class tomorrow." Ron Weasley, unfazed, replied, "Rest assured, there is hardly anyone here. Perhaps we can utilize the free time after our herbology lesson." The two of them, clutching a few books, conversed as they navigated around 2 rows of bookshelves, only to find Lin Xiao'an, Hermione Granger, and Nan Ju, who were also gathered with books in hand. Having just returned from the Christmas break, Hermione had already begun devising a revision plan for the upcoming final exams. "Why revise? Are you out of your mind? Don't you realize we must pass the finals to advance to the second year? Exams are crucial. I should have started reviewing a month ago. I can't believe I was only focused on mastering the Patronus charm." Lin Xiao'an, unable to withstand Hermione's relentless chatter, raised his hands in surrender, saying, all right. It's just studying, right? I love studying. Who dares to not study and risk failing?" Unfortunately, it seemed the teachers shared Hermione's sentiments. They assigned a mountain of homework, intending to instill a sense of dread in the poor students through an overwhelming barrage of assignments. Consequently, Lin Xiao'an spent most of his free time in the library alongside Hermione and Nan Jiu, sighing and yawning as he desperately endeavored to complete the arduous tasks. And let us not forget, after finishing the homework, there was still Professor Snape's small group class to attend. You all." Ron Weasley's face flushed, his freckles appearing even more pronounced as he stammered, indignantly pointing at Lin Xiao'an. Lin Xiao'an lazily lifted an eyelid, warning, "Keep pointing at me, and I shall slice off that finger." Ron quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "You were eavesdropping." Hermione and Nan Jiu exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Nan Jiu surveyed the surroundings, conjured a confundus charm, and remarked, "Mr. Weasley, if you are not merely acting, I must say, at the volume you are speaking, we certainly do not need to eavesdrop." Ron Weasley, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean?" "It means your voice is far too loud." Although rolling his eyes was not the most masculine of gestures, Lin Xiao'an could not help himself, adding, "If you raise your voice any higher, the entire library will know that Hagrid has a dragon egg that is about to hatch tomorrow." Harry Potter vigorously shook his head, insisting, "No, no, no. There is no dragon egg. We were talking about a game." "Yes, I was discussing Muggle comics with Ron, the one about collecting 7. "Stop right there," Lin Xiao'an interjected with a chuckle. "Potter, my hearing hasn't deteriorated yet, so don't think you could divert the conversation." Hermione furrowed her brow, casting a disapproving glance at Potter and his companions. "A dragon? If I recall correctly, it is illegal to keep a dragon without permission since 1709. "Oh, Merlin's blueberry cheesecake. Is this truly the time for such discussions?" Lin Xiao'an interjected, raising a calming hand. "All right, friends, I suggest you return to the dormitory. We shall discuss the matter of dragons and dragon eggs tomorrow morning. I must head to the cellar for remedial lessons. Do not look at me with such expressions. I assure you, my professor, Severus Snape, is far more fearsome than any fire-breathing dragon." Harry Potter restrained Ron Weasley, who seemed eager to voice further objections, and courageously addressed Lin Xiao'an. "Lin, can I trust you?" "Of course not," Lin Xiao'an shrugged. "Let us not forget, I am a Gryffindor as well, Potter." The naive and kind-hearted Harry Potter evidently accepted this reasoning. "All right, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow, everyone," Lin Xiao'an replied amiably, nodding at Potter before turning to leave. Once Hermione and Nanjiu had departed the library, Ron Weasley begrudgingly complained, "Harry, we cannot trust that little bat. Look, he's even dating a Slytherin girl." "No, Ron, I truly believe Lin will not betray us. All students of Gryffindor are good people." Harry, the St. Potter, smiled reassuringly. Chapter 32. The Wealthy Child Takes Charge, Part 2. "Professor, I have heard that Mr. Hagrid possesses a dragon egg." Lin Xiao'an turned and cast aside any semblance of integrity or shame. Professor Snape, who was grading student assignments, momentarily lost control of his quill, drawing a wavy line on the parchment. "How do you know this?" Listen what you were saying. "How do you know?" "Just as I suspected, you do know." Lin Xiao'an feigned dissatisfaction. "You should have informed me sooner about the dragon egg capable of hatching a dragon, Professor." "You better keep this matter to yourself," Professor Snape warned Lin Xiao'an. But who did Lin Xiao'an think he was? How could he be intimidated by Snape's indifferent words? "Professor, regarding the dragon egg, no, the soon-hatched dragon, I have a small request. May I meet with Professor Dumbledore?" "A woof, a woofspy. Gay Dumbledore is not someone you can meet at will." Lin Xiao'an anticipated Snape's refusal, while internally providing him with a dramatic soundtrack. "Very well." Snape immediately acquiesced. "Wait, what?" Lin Xiao'an's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, causing a slight ache around his eyes. He rubbed them, astonished by the ease of the agreement. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" Professor Snape remained silent, employing the most practical method of grabbing Lin Xiao'an by the collar and swiftly escorting him out of the cellar, striding purposefully through numerous corridors. Fortunately, it was evening, and the students were engaged in merriment within the lounges of their respective colleges. Should anyone witness this scene, the illustrious image of Lin Xiao'an, self-proclaimed valiant champion of Gryffindor, would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. They came to a halt before a grotesquely large stone creature. "Lemon sorbet," Professor Snape declared. This was evidently a password, as the creature sprang to life, leaping aside, and the wall behind it split in two. Beyond the wall lay a spiraling staircase, ascending slowly like an escalator. The moment Professor Snape and Lin Xiao'an stepped onto it, a thunderous sound resonated from behind as the wall sealed shut once more. They spiraled higher and higher, and, eventually, feeling somewhat dizzy, Lin Xiao'an spotted a shimmering oak door adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Upon reaching the top, they stepped off the stone stairs, and Professor Snape rapped on the door. It opened silently, and they entered. "Stay here and be patient, Lin Xiao'an. Do not touch anything," he instructed before departing. Leaving Lin Xiao'an alone in the chamber, Lin Xiao'an surveyed the surroundings. It was a spacious, circular room. On a slender-legged table lay an array of peculiar silverware, emitting a gentle bubbling sound and releasing wisps of smoke, a clear indication that the room's owner was a culinary enthusiast. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, both male and female, all gently snoring within their frames. A massive table, supported by clawed legs, occupied the room, and on a shelf behind it lay, were the Sorting Hat and that old phoenix. This was quite discriminatory. Weren't they present when Harry Potter visited? "My Gryffindor sword and the tears of the phoenix are just mere illusions now." "Good evening, Sean," intoned the venerable Professor Dumbledore as he appeared. Lin Xiao'an stole a furtive glance at her teacher, who was scowling behind Dumbledore, and respectfully bowed slightly, saying, "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. I am Xiao'an. One must remain vigilant." According to various fanfictions, Dumbledore might add a truth serum to the tea served to guests. Lin Xiao'an was uncertain whether the author would depict this Dumbledore unfavorably. Better safe than sorry, after all. Clad in a deep blue wizarding robe embroidered with stars and moons and golden thread, Professor Dumbledore beamed. "Very well, Xiao'an. Would you care for some tea? Oh, perhaps it's too late for that. How about a glass of milk instead?" Lin Xiao'an decided to be direct. "Thank you, Professor. I would like to discuss the matter of the dragon egg with you. I hope to purchase the dragon egg from Mr. Hagrid. I believe you can determine its rightful ownership." After a moment of contemplation, Professor Dumbledore finally spoke. "That is not in accordance with 1,000,000 galleons." Lin Xiao'an proposed an irresistible price that no wizard could refuse. Professor Dumbledore could no longer maintain his amused facade and remarked, "My dear Xiao'an, while I would dearly love to acquiesce to your request, I regret to inform you that a private individual may find it challenging to care for a dragon. Therefore, I would hope that upon acquiring the dragon, it would come with a substantial binding magical array and a few exceptionally skilled house elves as complimentary gifts." Lin Xiao'an stood firm in his stance. "In exchange, I shall bestow a donation of 1,000,000 galleons to the school." After reiterating the sum, Lin Xiao'an added a statement that nearly caused both Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape to leap from their seats. 1,000,000 annually, professors. Annually? Dumbledore could scarcely remember a time when he had lost his composure in the presence of others. Not even when he learned of Grindelwald's betrayal had he been so utterly flabbergasted. "Yes, every year, Professor," Lin Xiao'an reiterated resolutely. Dumbledore listened, astonished, as the young lad declared with unwavering conviction, "Oh, and the condition is that the headmaster of Hogwarts must be either you or Professor Snape. Should anyone else assume the role, this generous donation shall be nullified." Goodness, what an extravagant display. Lin Xiao'an, realizing the potential repercussions of his words, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The expression on Dumbledore's face was beyond description. The sudden influx of happiness was so overwhelming that he could scarcely believe it. "Xiao'an, should you not consult your parents first? There's an old adage in our flower nation. Children of the wealthy mature early. Though I'm still young, I can make this decision. It is merely a trifling amount of pocket money," Lin Xiao'an declared dismissively. "It's not a matter of great significance. It is you impoverished folk who perceive it as such. Fairy tales do not concern themselves with logic. In others' tales, tears from the protagonists are pearls, words are gold bars, and garments are woven from celestial bodies. The princess personally delivers gifts, and, as a man of systems, anything is possible. 1,000,000 galleons is but a mere sum. Converted to pounds amounts to just 5,000,000. It is merely the cost of a few luxury cars, a drop in the bucket. Others indulge in keeping tigers, lions, and jaguars. Why should I not be allowed to raise a dragon?" Lin Xiao'an boldly proclaimed, feeling the aura of wealth around him shine even brighter. Dumbledore chuckled. "I understand your desire for a dragon. I know you people consider yourselves descendants of dragons." "Wrong. Incorrect. Utterly mistaken." Lin Xiao'an interrupted Dumbledore rather rudely. "The Eastern dragon is a lithe creature, while the Western dragon is a cumbersome beast. Please do not conflate the two." "Thank you. Let us speak candidly, Professor. Dragons are of secondary importance to me. What I truly desire is a house elf." Lin Xiao'an gazed intently into Dumbledore's azure eyes, devoted and unwavering, loyal solely to their masters. Possessing formidable magical powers, these house elves. Dumbledore contemplated how to sidestep this condition. "If it's merely about raising a dragon, I could recommend several wizards. Charlie Weasley, Ron Weasley's brother, is quite skilled at dragon care and is currently in Romania studying them. Professor, I require at least 4 house elves along with the documentation of their ownership transfer, endorsed by the Ministry of Magic and the school board, to cover the entire defensive magical array of Longkong Mountain, my home. If even one element of the binding magic array for the soon-to-hatch dragon is missing, I will not part with a single galleon." Lin Xiao'an had meticulously calculated everything, absolutely refusing to grant Dumbledore any leeway. "Of course, I can also hire the wizards you recommend, with all expenses covered, doubled salary. A 13th month bonus at year's end, and additional red envelopes during holidays." Dumbledore's expression grew serious. He no longer referred to Lin Xiao'an as "dear child." "Xiao'an, may I inquire why you are so adamant about acquiring house elves?" "Ah, we both understand the unspoken truth, Professor." Lin Xiao'an's face displayed clear disdain, nearly saying, "Don't feign ignorance, Dumbledore. I am merely preparing for the future, Professor. My family consists of ordinary muggles who cannot withstand the onslaught of dark magic. Do not tell me that wizards are somehow constrained, especially after I learned of the deeds of the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. The Dark Lord has. Dumbledore's words were again interrupted by Lin Xiao'an. I do not believe it, Professor. They say the Dark Lord is dead. Then where is his body? Has anyone seen it? What if he is still alive, merely lying in wait? The unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, which was nearly slain, confirmed my suspicions. So now, dear Professor, what is your decision? You have persuaded me, dear Xiao'an. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment before donning a beaming smile once more. As you wish. Thank you. Once everything is in place, please inform me. Good night, Professor. Lin Xiao'an stood up decisively, preparing to leave. Good night, Xiao'an. Tomorrow morning, you may visit Hagrid's hut with your friends to witness the hatching of the dragon. It is a rare experience. Dumbledore playfully winked at Lin Xiao'an. Lin Xiao'an felt as though he had overeaten at dinner, experiencing a slight feeling of nausea. Professor Snape pressed down the prominent veins on his forehead and expertly grabbed Lin's still intact doll, saying, enough, debts to settle. Chapter 34. Such mischievousness Rubius Hagrid. The keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry resided in a quaint wooden cabin at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. In stark contrast to Hagrid's imposing stature, the cabin appeared rather diminutive. Outside the door lay a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots. When Harry and Ron knocked, they heard faint sounds of struggle and low, rumbling barks emanating from within. Then Hagrid's voice called out, "Back off, Fong, back off." He opened the door a crack, revealing his face, half concealed by a bushy beard. Wait a moment, he said, "Back off, Fong." Hagrid ushered them inside whilst grappling with a large, black hound's collar. The cabin consisted of a single room, adorned with hanging hams and game birds from the ceiling. A copper kettle simmered over a roaring fire, and in one corner stood a large bed, its coverlet fashioned from patchwork scraps. The atmosphere was stifling, with the fireplace ablaze and nestled in the heart of the flames. Beneath the kettle lay a large blackened egg, a dragon's egg. The warm-hearted Hagrid brewed them tea and served homemade rock cakes along with a weasel sandwich. Just finished herbology? Did you? Have a bite to eat. The little dragon may take a while longer to hatch. Harry hastily took a piece of the rock cake, pretending to nibble at it. Though the cake was exceedingly hard, causing his jaw to ache, he was not inclined to sample the weasel sandwich. A dish with a rather macabre name. By Merlin. Gazing at the stars would be far more poetic. Could Hagrid possibly get off me? Ron struggled to push away Fong, the enormous dog, who was attempting to lick his ear. Judging by the drool smeared across his face, he was evidently unsuccessful. Hagrid chuckled heartily. Oh, Ron, Fong likes you. You two will become fast friends. Harry and Ron turned to Harry for assistance. Harry, engrossed in his rock cake, appeared as though he had been drained of his essence, fixated on the morsel as if it were a rare treasure. Hagrid carefully used a large shovel to extract the dragon egg from the fire and placed it upon a thick mat he had prepared, a gift from Dobby, the house elf. I think they'll be arriving soon. Wait a moment. Sorry, I believe I hear them. Hagrid exclaimed as he rushed to answer a knock at the door. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Hello, Mr. Hagrid. When Hagrid opened the door, he found Hermione and Luna Lovegood, two young girls, holding hands at the threshold. Hello, Hagrid said, noticing the absence of Neville. Where's Neville? Coming. I'm here. Lin Xiao'an held the small black creature in one arm, while grasping Draco Malfoy's arm with the other, rushing toward them with great fervor. Alternatively, one might say that Draco was reluctantly dragged along by Lin Xiao'an. Harry and Ron, peering from behind Hagrid, simultaneously fell into contemplation upon witnessing this scene. Hagrid, perplexed, inquired, "What is this?" Draco Malfoy, a student from Slytherin House, was skulking outside the hut, attempting to eavesdrop. And I caught him red-handed, Lin Xiao'an stated with an enigmatic smile. Upon hearing this, Draco immediately protested. How dare you? This is slander. I was merely passing by. I shall inform my father. He was seething with indignation. You intend to tell your father? Lin Xiao'an replied, composed, echoing Draco's words almost simultaneously. A chuckle escaped the lips of those present, barely suppressing their amusement. Lin Xiao'an scoffed. I must say, Malfoy, do consider a change in your script for next time. This line is far too cliché. Do you wish to test the might of my fist, Malfoy? If not, then kindly remain silent. Lin Xiao'an prided himself on being a person of substance, preferring to address unruly children with action rather than words. Hagrid interjected, attempting to mediate. Children, let us head inside. It is far too cold. We wouldn't want anyone catching a chill. Draco, his face a mask of resentment and humiliation, dared not retort further. Is this dragon egg a little unsightly? Nanyan, unable to bear the sight of the charred dragon egg, furrowed her delicate brow. At that moment, the egg, resting on the mat, had developed a deep crack. Something within was stirring, producing an amusing, clicking sound. Lin Xiao'an cast a sidelong glance at the scheming Draco Malfoy, saying, "Malfoy, do not even think about reporting this dragon. It belongs to me. Feel free to ask your father if you doubt my claim." "What? Harry, Ron!" and Draco exclaimed in unison. Lin Xiao'an, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor while inwardly reveling in triumph, nodded slightly. "That is precisely the case. I purchased it." Hagrid rubbed his large hands together, chuckling as he proposed, "Xiao'an, might it be possible for it to stay here a few more days?" "Of course, Hagrid, but only after all the necessary procedures are completed. If you wish to see it in the future, you're always welcome to visit my home." "Oh, that would be splendid. Merlin, it seems like it is about to hatch," Hermione exclaimed. Everyone held their breath, watching intently. Suddenly, with an ear-piercing scraping sound, the egg cracked open. The little dragon swayed and fluttered, its appearance far from charming, resembling a crumpled black umbrella. Its spiky wings appeared disproportionately large against its slender, dark body. With a lengthy snout, its white nostrils contrasted sharply, while horn-like bumps adorned its head, and its orange-red eyes bulged outward. The little dragon sneezed, releasing a few sparks from its nose. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hagrid murmured, extending a hand to stroke the dragon's head. The creature nipped at his finger, revealing its sharp, elongated teeth. "Goodness, look, it recognizes its mother," Hagrid exclaimed. Hermione, with her scholarly knowledge of the Norwegian Ridgeback, instinctively began to elaborate. "Still not attractive," remarked the discerning non-Jiayu. Lin Xiao'an produced a magically customized collar, which he had ordered at great expense, and placed it around the dragon's neck, declaring, "Million. Its name is quite fitting. Isn't it? Million." Draco Malfoy couldn't help but interject, finding it utterly ludicrous. "I believe Scorpius is a far more splendid name. What do you think?" "Please spare me, Draco," Lin Xiao'an scoffed, exhibiting his disdain. "Your family's taste is quite questionable. If it weren't for looks, I do wonder if you were in the business of wholesale hair wax with that hairstyle." Draco fell silent, stung by the direct address, secretly nursing his grievances. "Hey, Xiao'an, can you elaborate? You mentioned you bought a million?" Ron, ever the curious one, interjected. Lin Xiao'an shared only the public information, explaining that he had wished to raise a dragon and coincidentally adopt a few house elves to assist him. "Speaking of which, Ron, your brother Charlie might become my dragon consultant," Lin Xiao'an said with a cheerful smile. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. "Charlie, Merlin's cinnamon apple pie. Does this mean Charlie is coming home?" "Perhaps," Lin Xiao'an replied. "That is just cruel." Before Lin Xiao'an could finish, Hermione's indignant voice cut through the air. "No wages, no holidays, no sick leave, no allowances, nothing. This is slave labor. It's a persecution of house elves." "Ah, here comes the ever-vigilant Hermione Granger, champion of the oppressed," Lin Xiao'an thought, exhaling deeply. In the midst of this, Hagrid stood awkwardly, playing the role of a pillar, as he, in a moment of indiscretion, elaborated to Hermione about house elves and their love for labor without compensation. Lin Xiao'an sighed and took on the responsibility of enlightening Hermione. "Hermione, please remain calm. It's not quite as you perceive. Have you ever pondered why house elves predominantly reside within well-established families and grand institutions like Hogwarts? They are inexpensive, virtually cost-free, and incredibly useful, so one would expect them to be quite popular. If house elves were truly selflessly devoted and required no compensation, why then do ordinary wizarding families lack house elves? Have you considered these questions?" Fortunately, Hermione has not completely lost her reason. She still retains a modicum of discernment. Thus she followed Lin Xiao'an's lead and inquired, "Why?" "Xiao'an, if you know, please enlighten me." Draco Malfoy, with his characteristic arrogance, let out a huff, clearly privy to the answer. Lin Xiao'an gestured invitingly. "Draco, why don't you share?" "Why should I?" Draco retorted sharply. "I refuse to associate with a mudblood." Lin Xiao'an playfully smeared a bit of ink on Draco's face and casually remarked, "Then allow me to elucidate. House elves are inherently magical beings endowed with immense power. In fact, some house elves possess greater strength than their masters. However, their greatest vulnerability lies in their need to periodically absorb specific energies to pacify the turbulent magic within them. Otherwise, upon reaching adulthood, they risk being torn apart by their uncontrolled magic. The specific energy required is contained within natural gemstones. Yes, do not be astonished. I am indeed referring to gemstones. The purer the gemstone, the more effectively it can soothe their magical unrest. Although the energy required by each house elf is relatively minimal, perhaps a small gemstone could sustain them throughout their lives. Not every wizarding family can afford such luxuries. Thus, believe me, Hermione, a house elf detached from its master faces a bleak future unless it can secure employment at Gringotts. You may wonder why they do not mine for gems themselves or resort to thievery. I can only say that their innate sense of morality restricts their avenues for acquiring unclaimed wealth. The goblins of Gringotts differ fundamentally from house elves. They do not require the absorption of gemstone energy. Otherwise, wizards would not entrust their possessions to them for safekeeping. Draco removed the ink from his face, while Nanjiu swiftly seized the ink and cradled it proudly, asserting, only ancient and affluent families like the Malfoys can generously afford gemstones as consumables for house elves. Granger, are you prepared to wait indefinitely for that? Hermione appeared somewhat unconvinced. Times are changing, and the wizarding world must evolve. Perhaps we can discover alternative sources of energy. Well, I believe I'll find one. Nanjiu, stroking the ink, inquired with keen interest, does that mean my family could also have a house elf? Lin Xiao'an shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The premise is that you must first acquire a dragon. Oh, then never mind. Nanjiu pouted. I still prefer something fluffy. Harry and Ron, relegated to the background, could hardly interject. Lin Xiao'an offered a reassuring smile. It seems we have reached a consensus once again. After the full moon, the little dragon was delivered to Lin Xiao'an's home. You would never wish to witness again the sight of Hagrid, the half-giant, tearfully wiping his eyes with a handkerchief larger than a tablecloth. Professor Dumbledore confidently assured that all the magical array arrangements would be completed before the summer break, ensuring that the Muggles would not suspect anything amiss. Time passed swiftly, and all the students' joys and sorrows trembled before the monstrous final examination. Lin Xiao'an felt an immense headache. Although his practical magic application was undoubtedly flawless, why on earth was there still a written exam? Who invented what spell? Who enacted what regulations against Muggles? Who got burned by a Muggle? Is it truly necessary to remember these trivialities? Is it useful? It turned out to be much easier than I originally thought. As the last history of magic exam concluded, and they stepped outside into the sunlit grounds amidst the crowd, Hermione continued, I actually don't need to memorize the werewolf code of conduct from 1637, nor the events of the House Elf Rebellion. Enough already, Hermione. Lin Xiao'an rubbed his temples. The weather is hot enough. Let's discuss something less bothersome. Xiao'an, do you have a moment? I do like to talk to you about something, if that's all right. At that moment, an unexpected guest interjected. Lin Xiao'an. Hermione. Lin Xiao'an turned in surprise, staring incredulously at the person who had suddenly appeared beside him. Me? You want to talk to me? Are you sure? Harry Potter? Yes, Xiao'an, if that's okay. Harry added nervously. It's about Professor Snape. Chapter 37. Greetings, Professor. Lin Xiao'an quickly ran through the plot in his mind. No, it can't be. All the misfortunes that were supposed to occur this year have already transpired. Are they still unable to escape their fated love-hate dynamic? The look at me scenario? Very well. Lin Xiao'an slapped his forehead to clear his mind and asked, where to? I know of an empty classroom, Harry hesitantly replied. Lin Xiao'an politely inquired of Hermione. Hermione, would you care to join us? No, I think I'll head back to the common room first, Xiao'an. Hermione, on occasion, could read the room. It was evident that Harry wanted to speak privately with Lin Xiao'an. Xiao'an, I heard Professor Snape. Harry struggled to add the title Professor to Snape's name. Is threatening Professor Quirrell. Goodness, I knew it. Lin Xiao'an could no longer suppress his eye roll. He felt the impulse to do so was somewhat uncontrollable. Listen, Harry. Sometimes what you hear and see with your own eyes may not necessarily reflect the truth. The class is now in session with teacher Lin Xiao'an. Harry gazed at Lin Xiao'an with a look that seemed to say, I understand that you find it hard to accept that Snape is a villain, but worry not, for I shall unveil his true nature, evoking a slight irritation in Lin Xiao'an. What? Of course there are. Lin Xiao'an, a sensitive young boy, protested. How could there not be? Not only are there, but there are too. So do you have any? All right. Harry, could you enlighten me on what you have heard? Lin Xiao'an inwardly scorned that serpent-faced man, thinking that if one were a man, they should confront matters head-on rather than resort to scheming like a child playing house. It was hardly dignified. Then, Harry rambled on, conveying that one day, while passing a certain classroom, he happened to overhear Professor Snape asking Professor Quirrell to assist him in stealing the Philosopher's Stone hidden in a room on the 4th floor. Snape even divulged to Quirrell how to bypass the three-headed dog guarding the entrance. It turned out that the dragon egg had been deliberately lost to Hagrid by Snape's accomplice, merely to extract the means to access the stone that grants immortality and the power to turn stone into gold. Clap, clap, clap. After much anticipation, Lin Xiao'an reluctantly applauded a few times, feigning enthusiasm as he declared, Oh, what a convoluted tale, truly a grand performance. Harry, visibly frustrated, retorted Xiao'an. I know you find it hard to accept at first, but Snape is truly not a good person. How is your forehead scar faring? Lin Xiao'an suddenly inquired. Huh? Oh, I don't know why, but it has been burning lately. Harry instinctively raised his hand to touch his brow. Lin Xiao'an gazed meaningfully at Harry, secretly relishing the thought. When the seal is lifted, what will happen? Oh, what was it again? The words escaped him. Harry, I believe this may be a misunderstanding. Perhaps they are rehearsing for the end-of-term House Cup banquet? He jested. Don't look at me like that. My face might turn into a red apple. Ahem. How about this? Let's seek out a teacher and clarify the matter face to face. What do you think? Lin Xiao'an wished to see if he could resolve the misunderstanding between Professor Snape and Harry in their first year. The way these two exchanged glances was exasperating. All right, Harry answered with a brave resolve, a sense of righteous determination. Lin Xiao'an replied, It's not like we're facing a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Must you be so dramatic, young man? In any case, Harry Potter was a polite and well-mannered boy. Whenever he encountered teachers, aside from Professor Snape, he would always greet them first. As Lin Xiao'an and Harry exited the abandoned classroom, they unexpectedly encountered a figure around the corner. Greetings, Professor. Harry, despite his heavy heart, managed to flash a bright smile. Lin Xiao'an exclaimed, Goodness gracious. Quirrell. Professor Quirrell returned a smile to Harry before drawing his wand and uttering, Sleep. Upon regaining consciousness from his previous stupor, Lin Xiao'an heard Quirrell threatening Harry, the savior known as Potter. Attempting to move, he discovered himself bound tightly, resembling a caterpillar. What a travesty. At least provide me with some bedding. If I catch a chill, I won't let this go. Quirrell, along with the Dark Lord's presence looming over him, callously left him sprawled on the bare floor, devoid of any humanitarian concern. Lin Xiao'an, in a state of indignation, began to voice his grievances, completely oblivious to his predicament. Quirrell merely glanced back before turning away, disregarding Lin Xiao'an entirely. So, Potter, what do you see? He asked. Lin Xiao'an retorted, I am a protagonist. Underestimating me will bring forth divine retribution. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. Harry responded hesitantly, I won the House Cup for Gryffindor. Quirrell shoved Harry aside angrily. Get away from me. Harry stumbled back, nearly losing his balance, and ultimately fell to the ground. Lin Xiao'an observed Harry's dramatic fall before him. Who would have thought, Harry, with your thick brows and glasses, you possess such theatrical flair? Harry shifted closer to Lin Xiao'an on the ground, stealthily slipping something into the pocket of his robe, while casting him a significant glance, seemingly conveying a message. The Philosopher's Stone. Lin Xiao'an's heart raced, full of unspoken words. Well done, Harry. What a divine ally. Truly, Hogwarts savior. With your astuteness, this friendship is solidified. Regretting not having summoned Xiaohe into his space earlier, Lin Xiao'an hurriedly called out with his mind, Xiaohe, stop dilly-dallying. Come to the 4th floor. We have the Philosopher's Stone. Hurry to absorb the energy. Xiaohe replied, Meow. Host, hold on. The system is on its way. He is lying. A piercing voice suddenly echoed. Potter, come back here. Kiro shouted. Tell me the truth. What did you just see? The piercing voice spoke again. Let me converse with him face to face. Master, your strength has not yet recovered. I still possess enough energy for this, Kiro. I shall approach Potter and that boy. Harry felt as though he were ensnared by a devilish web, utterly immobilized. He stood there, transfixed, as Kiro advanced towards him, raising his hand to remove the scarf from his head. What was happening? The large scarf fell away, revealing Kiro's head, which appeared strangely diminutive. Slowly, he turned around. Harry wanted to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. Where Kiro's skull should have been, a visage emerged, one so grotesque and terrifying that Harry had never beheld anything like it. The face was chalkily pale, with blood-red eyes gleaming, and beneath them were 2 elongated nostrils resembling those of serpent. Harry Potter, it whispered. Harry attempted to retreat, but his legs betrayed him. Look at what I have become, the face proclaimed. Only shadows and vapor remain. Lin Xiao'an, unable to contain herself, emitted a dry heave, deciding to turn back for a glance at Professor Snape, to cleanse her eyes. Apologies for my rudeness, but as an individual captivated by appearances, this is my most instinctual response. Please bear with me. From seemingly nowhere, Lin Xiao'an produced a pure white silk handkerchief, embroidered with golden initials, and pressed it to her mouth. Harry was astonished and elated. Xiao'an, you can move? Kiro, in his skull, responded with a chuckle. Chapter 39. The Aesthetic Guardian Strikes Back. Lin Xiao'an sighed meaningfully. In my past life as a singleton, I have perused countless narratives and reached the zenith of discerning beauty, where the surface is coated, yet the essence remains unblemished. Do you think you can bind me with such trivialities? You are sorely mistaken. Forget how I extricated myself. I must ask you, Professor Quirrell. Harry lowered his gaze, seemingly ashamed for having previously doubted Professor Snape. Can you face me with your own visage? There is a question that has long lingered in my mind. Lin Xiao'an stretched her limbs, bouncing a few times, and began to jest. Is it true that when you sleep at night, you can only do so on your side? If you accidentally lie flat, do you risk compressing the back of your head? Kill him! Kill him! Tom Riddle within Quirrell could no longer endure such ignominy and screamed. Master, please calm your fury. We require that pill. Kilo turned around, glaring fiercely at Lin Xiao'an. If I were you, I would obediently keep my mouth shut. How dare you show disrespect to the great Dark Lord? Look, Professor Kilo. Lin Xiao'an playfully elongated the word professor with emphasis. Is your esteemed rear head truly that of the legendary Dark Lord? Quite remarkable indeed. You certainly possess an extraordinary presence. I am truly humbled. Kilo's face flushed with rage. You insolent wretch. Hand over that pill you possess. Pill? What pill are you referring to? Lin Xiao'an retorted with a grin. Kilo sneered. The pill capable of resurrecting unicorns. Hand it over. Do not feign ignorance, for even with your family's house elf protection, you cannot guarantee their absolute safety, can you? Lin Xiao'an's expression darkened. So, it appears that for the sake of the strength-enhancing pill, you have indeed set your sights on my family? Oof. Kilo scoffed. Do not think that the protective magic circle and a few house elves ensure your safety until the Dark Lord's power is restored. Oh, I see. So, until his power is regained, he cannot breach my family's defenses? Lin Xiao'an failed to sensa all ferradias. The threat was evidently negligible, and it was worth every penny spent on the complete defense system. Perfect. Kilo was taken aback by Lin Xiao'an's apparent disregard for the Dark Lord. Kilo's rear head insisted on asserting its presence. Kilo, you fool. The Philosopher's Stone is in the possession of this little mud creature. What? Does the Philosopher's Stone have a tracking device? Or does a rear head possess X-ray vision? Without hesitation, Lin Xiao'an produced the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket and tossed it towards the ceiling. The crimson stone captured the gaze of everyone present as it soared upward. Meow. It was time for the little black cat to make its entrance. Unbeknownst to anyone, the little black had entered the room, stretching its body before leaping high into the air. It caught the Philosopher's Stone in its mouth and, with a twist, landed gracefully atop the Eris magic mirror. Ding! This was a sound only Lin Xiao'an could hear, indicating that the system's task had been completed. The system has absorbed the majority of the Philosopher's Stone's energy. This stone now possesses little efficacy. However, it will serve well to deceive Gay Deng. Host, please commence your performance. The little black communicated telepathically with Lin Xiao'an. Instantly, Lin Xiao'an felt invigorated, his posture straightening several inches. What a joke. With my current supreme martial arts, miraculous healing, and the divine armor protection stacked together, how could I possibly be intimidated by a mere rear head? Avada, Kilo, in an agitated frenzy, had lost all rationality and resolved to eliminate Lin Xiao'an first. What strength-enhancing pill? Let us meet Merlin together. Lin Xiao'an, a fearless warrior, boldly confronted the Avada Kedavra curse, fortified by his protective armor. Voldemort, for the sake of mere immortality, you have squandered your good looks. I shall annihilate you on behalf of all who appreciate beauty. Lin Xiao'an declared vehemently. Harry, he called out again. Huh? What is it? Harry quivered in fright. With a deep breath, Lin Xiao'an commanded, shake hands. Shake hands. Harry was utterly perplexed, believing that Lin Xiao'an, terrified by Voldemort, had begun to speak nonsense. There is no time for explanations. Quickly, Lin Xiao'an forcefully pushed Harry towards Quirrell, shouting, Go. Harry Potter, touch his hand. Touch his face. Do not pity him for being a garlic bulb. Touch him. Touch him. Touch him. The force of the push was immense, propelling Harry directly into Quirrell, who was in the midst of casting the Avada Kedavra curse. There was a crack, and it seemed Quirrell's tailbone had shattered. Ow! Quirrell howled, clutching Harry's neck. Quirrell cried out again, as his hands appeared to be scalded by intense heat, swelling, and blistering. In a moment of clarity, Harry realized that the meaning of touch was that if Quirrell made contact with Harry's exposed skin, he would experience excruciating pain. My hand! My hand! Quirrell screamed, pointing a finger at Harry, intending to utter a deadly incantation. Driven by instinct for survival, Harry suddenly reached out to grasp Quirrell's face. The iron hand of a savior. Quirrell writhed on the ground in agony, his hands and face covered in blisters. a sight that would terrify anyone with a fear of clusters. Seizing the opportunity, Harry scrambled to his feet, gasping, "Xiao'an, we must hurry. Let us inform the professors about this matter." Lin Xiao'an, unhurried, wrapped the silk handkerchief he had used to cover his nose around his right palm. "Do not panic, Harry. Let me finish this before we discuss how not to kill him. I can't even sleep soundly at home. What do you intend to do?" Harry felt an unwavering trust in Lin Xiao'an. After all, he was the boy who once cleaved the Gryffindor table. "Rest for a moment. Next, you shall witness." That word is incorrect. "Regardless, leave this to me." Lin Xiao'an's expression turned grave. How dare Quirrell threaten him with his own family? "Very well, let us see what unfolds." Lin Xiao'an knelt beside the writhing Quirrell, pressing his left hand on Quirrell's shoulder while his right hand formed a fist aimed directly at Quirrell's face. "Duong, how can one not extol the exquisite craftsmanship of Hogwarts Castle?" As Lin Xiao'an delivered a formidable punch, Quirrell's nose aligned parallel to his brows, and a noticeable dent marred the back of his head. Yet, astonishingly, the marble floor that bore the brunt of the impact remained utterly unblemished, devoid of even the slightest fissure. "Could it be that my strength is still insufficient?" Lin Xiao'an mused to himself, resolutely continuing to use his fists as hammers, targeting Quirrell's head as if it were a walnut. As he struck, he rhythmically counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4 once more. Quirrell, now a ghastly sight, was drenched in blood, his appearance utterly grotesque, while the back of his head was a complete wreck, rendering him almost mindless. The kind-hearted and naive Harry Potter, the savior, could not bear to witness such a barbaric scene. Thus he closed his eyes. Professor Dumbledore, perpetually tardy to the scene, seemed to speak with a faintness that was unusual, Severus. Professor Snape, akin to a shadow of Dumbledore, cast a fleeting glance at him before commanding, "Lin Xiao'an, cease this at once." Conditioned by reflex, upon hearing Professor Snape's voice, Lin Xiao'an sprang to his feet. "Professor, allow me to explain. I did not skip class. It was this wretch, Quirrell, who kidnapped Harry and me. That is why I missed my tutoring. It is all Quirrell's fault." "Enough." Professor Snape was not swayed by such diversions. "Step aside. Speak only when I inquire." Lin Xiao'an, grinning foolishly, proceeded to stomp on one of Quirrell's knees. Upon hearing the sickening crunch of bone, he contentedly approached the mirror of Ariste, standing still and obediently. Professor Snape furrowed his brow, indifferent to Lin Xiao'an's antics, and directed his glare at Harry. "Potter, inform me of what transpired." "Oh, goodness." Before Harry could respond, Lin Xiao'an suddenly exclaimed, "I almost forgot. The Philosopher's Stone." With an ingratiating smile directed at the increasingly agitated Professor Snape, he untangled the silk cloth from his right hand and spread it across his palm. Raising his gaze to the small black creature and commanded, "Little Black, release the stone." In response, the creature spat out the Philosopher's Stone with a resounding ft, landing squarely in the center of the cloth. Subsequently, Lin Xiao'an meticulously wrapped the stone, now tainted with Quirrell's blood and tears, in the saliva-drenched cloth, and reverently presented it to Professor Dumbledore. "Professor, Harry and I safeguarded it. Quirrell could not seize it." Lin Xiao'an and Harry exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously tilted their heads back, their starry eyes fixed on Professor Dumbledore, seeking commendation. Dumbledore glanced down at the blood-dripping cloth in his hands and then at the radiant smiles gracing Harry and Lin Xiao'an's faces. He has always been known for his cunning and deep strategies, a reputation he has cultivated with great care. Yet, he found himself lost in contemplation. Chapter 41, The Ownership of the House Cup, Part 1. Upon hearing of the end-of-year House Cup award celebration, Lin Xiao'an was resolute in his refusal to attend. He was acutely aware that Dumbledore, that old man, was up to something. However, as a minor without the power of decision, Lin Xiao'an and Harry were unceremoniously ushered out of the school infirmary by Madame Pomfrey, the queen of the place. Let us not refer to it as a hospital. It merely housed a few beds, hardly worthy of such a grand title. "All right, children, stop lingering in the infirmary. You're as robust as two bulls. I fail to understand why Dumbledore insists you remain here for these few days. You must attend the banquet." Reluctantly, Lin Xiao'an shuffled along, step by step, dragging his feet as he and Harry made their way to the Great Hall. Their delay on the way meant that by the time they arrived, the hall was already filled to capacity. The hall was elegantly adorned in the green and silver colors representing Slytherin House, celebrating their triumphant 7th consecutive victory of the House Cup. A massive banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung from a wall behind the guest seats. As soon as Lin Xiao'an and Harry entered, the hall fell into a hushed silence, only to be followed by a sudden resumption of conversation as everyone feigned nonchalance. They approached the Gryffindor table and took their seats between Ron and Hermione, pretending not to notice the eyes that were fixated upon them. Xiao'an, Harry, Hermione, and Ron spoke almost in unison. Lin Xiao'an lifted a cup of pumpkin juice, pretending it was a fine vintage, and began to analyze it intently. Hermione, don't ask me anything. I don't wish to speak. Ask Harry instead. Hermione shot Lin Xiao'an a gentle glare before turning her attention to Harry. Harry, I've heard Harry cautiously protected the front of his robes. On the night of the failed attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone, Lin Xiao'an and he had been unceremoniously taken to the infirmary by Dumbledore, who insisted they were traumatized. You've been frightened, yes, Xiao'an, my dear child. Don't deny it. I'm certain you were scared. Thus, you need to recuperate here for a few days. During this time, they were not permitted to receive visitors or leave. Only Hagrid had come by, tearfully lamenting his own folly for having indulged in drink, which led to the revelation of how to bypass the three-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone to that villain. After receiving their forgiveness and comfort, he presented each of them with a gift. Lin Xiao'an's brow twitched as he accepted Hagrid's homemade rock cakes. Thank you, Hagrid. Harry's gift was evidently far superior. Upon seeing Lin Xiao'an's rock cake, he worriedly inquired, "It's not a ferret sandwich, is it?" Hagrid finally managed to emit a strained laugh. "No. Dumbledore granted me a day off yesterday to sort this out. Of course, he could have justifiably expelled me for this. Look at it. It resembles a beautifully bound leather book." Harry, intrigued, opened it to find it adorned with photographs of wizards. On each page, his parents smiled and waved at him. "I sent an owl to your parents' old classmates requesting photos. I know you don't have any of them. Do you like it?" Harry was rendered speechless, yet his sentiments were unmistakable. Before he could return the photo album to his dormitory, he found himself in the great hall for dinner, compelled to tuck it into his robes, his hands unconsciously clasped over it, resembling someone who was rather unwell. "Hermione, I wish to share everything with you. But Professor Dumbledore is here." Dumbledore entered, beaming, as the din in the hall gradually subsided. "Another academic year has passed," he began, delivering a lengthy monologue before addressing the eagerly awaited awards ceremony for the House Cup. The scores for each house were as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. Ravenclaw, 426 points, and Slytherin, 472 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by stomping feet. Harry noticed Draco Malfoy banging his goblet against the table, a sight that was quite distasteful. Lin Xiao'an looked at the reveling Slytherins with pity. Poor wretches. When will you realize that Dumbledore is, in fact, an incorrigible provocateur? Indeed, well done, Slytherin, Dumbledore remarked, but certain recent events must also be taken into account. The hall fell into a profound silence, and the smiles of the Slytherins faded somewhat. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore continued, "I have some additional points to award. Let me see. First, Mr. Harry Potter, Albus Dumbledore of Gryffindor," he commenced as he began to bestow accolades upon Harry. "In a recent incident concerning the protection of school property, he exhibited remarkable bravery and exceptional courage. For this, I shall award Gryffindor 60 points." After a brief moment of stunned silence, the students of Gryffindor erupted in jubilant cheers, as though they might lift the enchanted ceiling, the stars above seeming to tremble slightly in response. Next, Mr. Lin Xiao'an. As the atmosphere gradually calmed, Dumbledore, with his characteristic smile, remarked, possessing unparalleled resolve and a formidable sense of justice, "You have thwarted the sinister machinations of evil. Therefore, I shall reward Gryffindor House with an additional 100 points." Lin Xiao'an interjected, "Are you trying to sow discord here, at Dumbledore? Do you harbor some grievance against me? How can I infiltrate Slytherin House in such circumstances?" The students of Gryffindor erupted in jubilation, leaping around the long table, their exuberance creating a cacophony that was nearly deafening. Gryffindor now stood at 472 points, perfectly tied with Slytherin. This marked Gryffindor's closest approach to the House Cup, a mere step away. And if only Dumbledore would bestow another point upon Lin Xiao'an or Harry. Hermione clutched Lin Xiao'an's arm tightly, exclaiming, "We are just 1 point away. Just 1 point, Xiao'an." Lin Xiao'an remained silent, gazing tearfully at the ceiling. What could possibly be the reason for his tears? Try pinching the soft flesh of your inner arm and see if it hurts. For the sake of a man's dignity. Lin Xiao'an could not allow Hermione to loosen her grip. He bore the pain, thinking, what does a little suffering matter in the storm? Thus, after a brief pause, Dumbledore continued, "This unprecedented occurrence in the history of Hogwarts, where 2 houses share identical scores, Lin Xiao'an, mused internally. Well, isn't that my fault? Means we must make a few minor adjustments to the decorations here. With a clap of his hands, the green streamers transformed, half of them turning a vibrant red, while the silver ones shifted to gold. Next to the imposing Slytherin serpent stood a majestic Gryffindor lion, both proud and united. Congratulations to Gryffindor and Slytherin houses. You have jointly claimed this year's House Cup. Dumbledore, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere in the Great Hall, beamed with delight. Lin Xiao'an surveyed the hall, now adorned in a garish blend of gold and silver interspersed with red and green, and felt a throbbing pain at his temples. Almost no one seemed satisfied with the outcome. The Slytherins felt Gryffindor had shamelessly usurped their honor, while Gryffindors believed Slytherin had unfairly benefited and played the victim. Ravenclaws disdained the muddled compromise, and Hufflepuffs were still in shock. Thus, the celebration for the House Cup at Hogwarts concluded in a rather hasty manner, amidst a friendly yet bewildered atmosphere of mutual glances. Although the allocation of the House Cup left much to be desired, the students quickly forgot the matter, for summer vacation was on the horizon. After the announcement of the final exam results, Lin Xiao'an thought, as long as I pass, I want to be picky. The students gathered their belongings and boarded the train back to Hogwarts. The train glided through various Muggle towns, where they indulged in Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, shedding their wizarding robes for jackets and short tops. Eventually, the train came to a halt at platform 9 3/4 of King's Cross Station. The students took considerable time to disembark. A gaunt old guard stood by the barrier, permitting only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time, ensuring that a throng did not suddenly emerge from the solid wall, drawing the attention of Muggles. Draco, my birthday is in August, so wait for my invitation. Lin Xiao'an stepped off the train, bid farewell to his companions, and exchanged pleasantries with the Duke Fitzroy, who had come to fetch Nanjiu. Just as he was about to board the specially ordered extended Rolls-Royce home, he caught sight of Draco and his father, the illustrious Lucius Malfoy, and felt compelled to tease. Draco wore an expression of affront. What did you say? Why would I? Mr. Malfoy, good to see you again. Lin Xiao'an greeted Lucius Malfoy leisurely. Lucius Malfoy smiled with natural elegance. Hello, Xiao'an. Have you and Draco become friends? How delightful. Lin Xiao'an, intrigued, mentally complained to the little black creature perched on his shoulder. Look at this, the kind of theatricality I encounter, with facial expressions so meticulously controlled. You don't even exhibit a favorable disposition as a golden finger. What use are you to me? The little black creature remained silent. Lucius Malfoy graciously accepted Lin Xiao'an's invitation on behalf of his son. I believe it unwise to refuse an invitation from a billionaire. Then it's settled. Rest assured, Draco, there will be 2 birthday parties and Muggles and wizards shall not cross paths. Moreover, don't you want to see the little dragon? Lin Xiao'an offered Draco an out. Noting his reluctance to concede, Draco finally acquiesced, albeit begrudgingly. Fine, I understand. By the way, do you have an owl home? I believe a house elf makes a splendid messenger. I shall have Kaishan or Jinbao, wealth, prosperity, good fortune, and auspiciousness. My house elf, deliver the invitation to you. Lin Xiao'an expressed that owls were too ordinary, preferring the uniqueness of a house elf instead. Draco Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy. Chapter 43. A Letter. Dear Xiao'an, I hope this letter finds you well. You would never guess where I am writing to you from, the Burrow, due to a prank by a house elf named Dobby. I received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic and was confined by my uncle. We shall discuss the details when we meet. Ron and his twin brothers, George and Fred, whom I can never tell apart, rescued me in a flying car and brought me to the Burrow. I think I've fallen in love with this place. For the first time, I encountered a genuine wizarding family, replete with an array of practical and whimsical household items imbued with magic. For instance, when I gazed into the mirror, it would chide me to straighten my shirt. Mrs. Weasley was exceedingly kind and amiable, mending my socks and persistently refilling my plate with food, always concerned that I might not be sufficiently nourished. Mr. Weasley was equally gracious. Employed in the Ministry of Magic's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, he delighted in tinkering with Muggle contraptions. He was the mastermind behind the flying car. He inquired about various aspects of Muggle life, such as electricity and postal services. I also met Ron's younger sister, Ginny, who appeared to be a rather shy young girl. Together with Ron and his family, we even ventured into the garden to clear out the gnome's abode, where we surprisingly found a boggart residing. I can honestly say I have never experienced such joy. Each day was a delight. Dear Anne, I wonder if you're available at this moment. I eagerly await Hedwig's return with your reply. Should you wish to write to me, please send your letters to the Burrow, specifically to Ottery St. Catchpole, the Burrow. It is just outside the village, identifiable by its red roof and several chimneys. Yours faithfully, your devoted friend, Harry Potter. Dear Harry, I sincerely apologize for my delayed response. I have been utterly overwhelmed of late. My housekeeper, acting unilaterally, though perhaps with the tacit approval and support of my parents, has endeavored to create a more conducive environment for my studies. Honestly, I spent an entire month and a half every summer at my teacher's home. Professor Snape's residence at 19 Spinner's End is currently undergoing extensive renovations. In my opinion, it is practically being rebuilt from the ground up. Thus, at my insistence, or rather, by sheer force of will, the professor has temporarily taken up residence in my home. Since the beginning of the summer, I have had no respite. Each day, I am tasked with an overwhelming amount of additional homework assigned by my teacher, which I perceive as a form of torment. Yet the adults remain unconcerned. A few days ago, Hagrid visited to see his beloved dragon, hatchling, and nearly came to blows with the professor upon observing him wielding a syringe as thick as an arm to draw blood from the poor, defenseless creature. Although Charlie, Ron's brother and our dragon consultant, repeatedly assured us that Norbert, do you remember? That is the name I bestowed upon the little dragon, would not suffer any adverse effects from a mere vial of blood being drawn. No harm ultimately befell him. You need not worry about Hagrid. He now personally feeds Norbert every day, reeking of brandy and the faint scent of raw meat. Enclosed, you will find an invitation to my birthday celebration, as well as one for Ron. If Miss Weasley is willing, I sincerely hope she can also attend my birthday festivities. The fireplace in my family's Lin residence is now connected to the Floo network, allowing you to conveniently travel using Floo powder. Please extend my regards to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and kindly inquire with Mr. Weasley about my keen interest in flying cars. I hope to have the opportunity to consult him in person. Chapter 44. Upon realizing that I had traversed into the world of Harry Potter, Lin Xiao'an resolved to embrace freedom. Since this realm is not a reality, why bother with meticulous logic? As they say, a nouveau riche is both ostentatious and wealthy. If one possesses riches, one should indulge extravagantly. After all, it is all freely acquired. So why not enjoy it? As Harry and his companions emerged from the fireplace to attend Lin Xiao'an's birthday celebration, they were nearly blinded by the radiance. The ever-resourceful butler remained vigilant about the renovations in Spinner's End, knowing it to be a wizard's abode. Thus, this year's birthday decorations were entirely orchestrated by Lin Xiao'an himself. To what extent has Lin Xiao'an abandoned aesthetic sensibility? Let us put it this way. In a bid to create a festive atmosphere, he adorned every possible surface in his home: door handles, staircase banisters, fireplace mantels, picture frames, and so forth, with pure gold leaf. The antique porcelain vases and ceramic jars that once graced the display shelves were replaced with handcrafted gold and silver artifact from the age of exploration. The living room was adorned with golden patterned carpets, golden silk drapes, golden embroidered tapestries, cushions with golden tassels, and a myriad of exquisite golden trinkets. The centerpiece of the coffee table was a floral arrangement in gold, and the golden fruit basket was filled to the brim with gleaming oranges. Bathed in the golden sunlight, streaming through the gilded floor-to-ceiling windows and illuminated by the freshly polished crystal chandelier, everything in the living room shimmered with a hazy, golden glow. Fortunately, Xiao'an was not clad in a golden robe, which was Harry's first reaction upon seeing him. Draco, determined to enter through the front door rather than the fireplace, was rather blunt. Your nouveau riche taste, he criticized without reservation. No. Believe me, my taste can withstand scrutiny. This is merely the theme for this year's birthday party. Next year, I plan to switch to a vibrant red. Draco, you must admit, although it is resplendent in gold, it has a certain harmony once one grows accustomed to it, does it not? Now, hurry up, bring on the gifts. With a cheerful grin, Lin Xiao'an received the presents and then asked, shall we first go see the million, or would you prefer some snacks? Today we can indulge freely, to ensure our comfort. The adults tactfully distanced themselves. After a lively discussion, everyone unanimously decided to see the million first. If it weren't for the little dragon, I wouldn't even be here, Draco declared with arrogance. Lin Xiao'an then raised his hand to snap his fingers. Though it did not produce a sound, he resorted to clapping his hands instead, exclaiming, wealth and prosperity. Clap. Two house elves, strikingly similar and adorned in matching golden pillowcases, appeared out of thin air. Everyone except Lin Xiao'an was taken aback. Lin Xiao'an explained, just in case, I cannot guarantee that I can subdue a temperamental, young dragon alone. It is said that it has already entered its rebellious phase. Therefore, Zhaokai, please bring the fairy vehicle to the entrance. We are heading to the back mountain. Jinbao, you will accompany us, prioritizing the protection of these ladies. The rest of you need not concern yourselves. As you wish, young master. Zhaokai and Jinbao bowed deeply to Lin Xiao'an. What is a fairy vehicle? Ron inquired with curiosity. Hermione Granger, the ever-knowledgeable young witch, eagerly elucidated the concept to the uninitiated wizards. Draco, visibly impatient, interjected, "We have flying broomsticks." Speaking of which, Lin Xiao'an, I recall you have never ridden a broomstick in flying class. Draco immediately seized upon this point, erupting into laughter. "Ha! You cannot ride a broomstick. Are you a delicate little girl?" Lin Xiao'an regarded Draco with a look of compassionate pity, and before he could speak, the true young ladies stepped forward to defend him. Hermione, fuming, retorted, "What is that, Malfoy? Are you discriminating against women? And so what if one cannot ride a broomstick? Xiao'an could easily take you down with one hand." Nanjiayu, another young lady, reasoned, "Well, Draco, it seems Professor Snape and perhaps even Professor Dumbledore would agree that for nobles, riding a broomstick is not particularly elegant." Ginny, mustering her courage, glared at Draco. Harry, Ron, and Neville, yes, even the often overlooked Longbottom was present, wisely fell silent, staring vacantly into space. Zhao Kai arrived, driving the electric fairy vehicle. Zhao Kai had saved Draco. Zhao Kai had never appeared so grand. Lin Xiao'an, filled with satisfaction, interjected, "All right, my dear friends. Let us not dwell on Draco's blunders, as he has evidently recognized his folly. Let us proceed to see the young dragon." Chapter 45, The Anticipated Right One. Lin Xiao'an's friends seemed utterly unconcerned about Draco's feelings. The declining Malfoy family would never permit Draco to sever ties with a young billionaire. Despite Lin Xiao'an's humble beginnings, her status as a wizard from a Muggle background posed no hindrance. Naturally, Lin Xiao'an believed herself to harbor no malice. She merely enjoyed teasing and watching the young ones become flustered. Once aboard the fairy vehicle, Harry settled beside Lin Xiao'an and whispered, "Xiao'an, the other day your house elf came to our humble abode to deliver a message. I mistakenly thought it was Dobby, so I was rather harsh upon our first meeting." "Oh, do not take it to heart, Harry. The one delivering the letter is Dobby. He is quite astonished and has been exclaiming ever since he returned that the Savior spoke to him. The Savior actually apologized to Dobby. How remarkably approachable the Savior is. I believe you may have underestimated your stature within the realm of house elves, Harry. If you so desire, perhaps you could lead the house elves in establishing a new kingdom." Lin Xiao'an whispered softly to Harry. Harry, feeling somewhat flustered, replied, "Thank you for your kind words. What are you two whispering about? I believe I just overheard something about house elves." Hermione Granger, ever ready to champion the cause of house elves, had caught the key phrase with her extraordinary hearing. "Oh, we were merely discussing whether it is more fashionable for house elves to wear pillowcases or if teapot cozies are cuter during the day," Lin Xiao'an replied, feigning innocence. "We cannot reveal Dobby just yet. Draco is still in the car. It would be rather amusing to expose the secrets so early." Hermione, of course, recognized that Lin Xiao'an was being nonsensical. Having spent ample time with him, she had learned the classic retort. Heh. Lin Xiao'an, avoiding eye contact with Hermione, enthusiastically pointed out the scenery beside the carriage to his companions. "That crooked walnut tree was planted by me. Does that stone not resemble a cow lying down? Blah, blah, blah." "Master, we have arrived," announced Zhao Kai, a delightful house elf who is lively and clever, mischievous yet astute. "Ah," Lin Xiao'an dramatically elongated his tone. "My dear friends, allow me to guide you. Given the complexity of the magical array here, one must tread carefully lest they lose their way." As the group followed Lin Xiao'an a bit further, they finally beheld a young dragon. "Do not approach any closer. Million can already breathe fire over 11 or 12 feet. Lin Xiao'an cautioned. The little ones craned their necks to gaze at Million, a young dragon whose height had already exceeded 30 feet since their last encounter just months prior. "Isn't it magnificent? Just look at its regal gaze and the sheen of its scales," Draco remarked in admiration. "Its robust physique is impressive. However, it is still young. Adult dragons can grow to over 50 feet. Lin Xiao'an shivered slightly. "In your admiration for dragons, you and Hagrid certainly share a common language. Now, my friends, let us capture a memory with Million as our backdrop." With that, Lin Xiao'an produced a magical camera from his pocket, capable of capturing moving images. As previously mentioned, Lin Xiao'an often wore oversized hoodies to conceal the act of retrieving items from his pocket space. However, upon seeing him pull out a rather plump magical camera, the boys did not perceive anything amiss, while the observant girls were utterly astonished. "The operation was so splendid that I am certain you did not employ a shrinking spell. So, is it magic?" Nan Jiayu pressed her lips together and remarked, "Xiao'an, your pocket resembles that of Doraemon. It is truly astonishing. Well, since my secret has been uncovered, I must confess. In truth, I possess a spatial bag." Lin Xiao'an then produced a small cloth pouch from his pocket. "Because of my exemplary academic performance, My teacher rewarded me with a spatial bag. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Lin Xiao'an understood that relying solely on the excuse of having a larger pocket was unconvincing, as he could not foresee what else he might extract from a spatial realm. Thus, he shamelessly begged Professor Snape for a spatial bag. Perhaps it was a predetermined flaw. In the grand wizarding world, such a modest 1 cubic meter capacity spatial bag was, astonishingly, a rare luxury. Draco chimed in, by Merlin's plaid wool coat. Professor Snape actually gave you that. There are fewer than 10 spatial bags in the entire wizarding community. Even my father doesn't possess one. Aren't we supposed to take a picture? Lin Xiao'an chuckled foolishly, basking in the envy and admiration of those present, before handing the camera to the house elf. Xiaokai, let's start with a group photo. Honestly, this is my first time capturing a magical snapshot, and I feel a bit exhilarated. Xiaokai bowed and accepted the camera, adjusting the angle as the little wizards lined up against the backdrop. 1, 2, 3, cheese. They chorused. Click. Chapter 46, Nocturne Alley. Upon hearing Lin Xiao'an casually utter the address after scattering flue powder in the fireplace, Professor Snape's eyebrows knitted together in disbelief. Indeed, Lin Xiao'an was utterly unreliable. Standing before a spacious yet dimly lit wizarding shop's stone fireplace, Lin Xiao'an surveyed his surroundings. Beside him, within a glass case, lay a withered human hand, a stack of bloodstained cards, and a motionless glass eyeball. Menacing masks loomed from the walls, while various human bones adorned the counter, with rusted, jagged instruments hanging from the ceiling. Pretending to venture to Diagon Alley for ice cream, Lin Xiao'an intentionally mispronounced it as Nocturne Alley, seeking a fortuitous encounter. Mr. Lucius Malfoy sauntered through the shop, lazily inspecting the displayed items, and rang the bell on the counter before turning to his son, saying, "Do not touch anything, Draco." Draco stood agape, trembling as he pointed behind his father. "Why you?" Lucius Malfoy admonished in a low voice, "Draco, do not make such faces. Where is your decorum?" "I suspect it is because Draco spotted me, Mr. Malfoy." Lin Xiao'an's figure was partially concealed in a shadowy corner, coupled with a height difference. So Lucius Malfoy did not initially see him. Lucius Malfoy, ever the consummate actor, quickly adorned his face with a genial smile. "Ah, good morning, little one, what a coincidence. Mr. Borgin." At that moment, a hunchback man appeared behind the counter, smoothing his slick hair back with his hand. "Mr. Malfoy, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again." Mr. Borgin spoke in a tone as slick as his hair. "It is an honor to welcome both young Master Malfoy and this young gentleman. How may I assist you?" "I must show you the latest arrivals, priced most reasonably." "I'm not here to make a purchase today, Mr. Borgin," Mr. Malfoy replied. "Mr. Malfoy is accompanying me to shop." "Sir," Lin Xiao'an interjected sweetly. "If possible, could you bring that over for me to see?" Lin Xiao'an pointed at a withered hand resting on the counter. "Ah, the hand of glory," Mr. Borgin exclaimed. "Insert a candle, and only the holder can see its light. It is the best friend of thieves and rogues." "You have a keen eye, young sir," Lin Xiao'an replied with a smile. "Indeed, that is beyond question, sir. Please wrap it up. It will be my utmost pleasure to assist you, young sir." Mr. Borgin bowed deeply. "My surname is Lin. I believe we shall do business again in the future, Mr. Borgin. There is no need to be overly courteous." Lin Xiao'an took a couple of steps forward and casually picked up an exquisite opal necklace, the tag warning. "Caution, do not touch. It has been cursed and has claimed the lives of 19 muggles. Wrap this one up as well." Unfazed, Lin Xiao'an smiled at the astonished Mr. Borgin, who had been ready to intervene, but found Lin Xiao'an entirely unharmed. "Merlin, how astonishing," Mr. Borgin murmured as he wrapped the two peculiar items, his expression tinged with awe. "Although the curse on this necklace is not lethal for wizards, I must say, Mr. Lin, that an ordinary wizard would feel quite dizzy upon merely touching it. Yet you, Mr. Lin, are destined for greatness." Unintentionally overlooking the young Lin Xiao'an's title, Mr. Borgin treated him as an adult. "The total comes to 222 galleons and 11 sickles, but you need only pay me 200 galleons. The remainder is a token of our shop's goodwill." "Goodness, look at that price." Lin Xiao'an could not tolerate such an affront. "Do I look like someone who lacks a bit of coin?" "Doi." With a touch of his magical ring, a large bag of galleons was tossed onto the counter. "Here, no need for change." "Ah, Draco, choose something you like in the shop. Consider it a way to save me a bit." Draco modestly lifted his gaze to his father, who gave a barely perceptible nod. With that, Draco joyfully began to explore the shop, while Bojin swiftly tucked away a bag of gold galleons and cheerfully followed behind, offering introductions. That is. Lucius Malfoy regarded Lin Xiao'an with a gaze that was decidedly complex. To be frank, Lin Xiao'an admired the protagonists of others. They could discern the nuances of someone's expression, sensing a blend of confusion, unease, and a hint of wariness. Something Lin Xiao'an himself could not achieve. Xiao'an, it seems you have come specifically to Diagon Alley? Or am I mistaken in thinking you are merely lost? Lin Xiao'an smiled and replied, no. I've come here hoping for a stroke of luck. Recently, I've developed an interest in certain unique items, but it appears the wares here lack the sophistication and elegance I seek. They're simply too affordable. Mr. Malfoy, do you possess any intriguing little trinkets that you might be willing to part with? Chapter 47. The Handsome and Elegant Mr. Diary. Lucius Malfoy feigned contemplation. Lin Xiao'an smiled silently, allowing Lucius, the Peacock Malfoy, to showcase his flair. Lucius Malfoy chuckled. Very well, dear Xiao'an, sometimes you truly do not seem like a child. Shall we find a place to sit, Draco? Have you made your choice? Yes, father. Draco eagerly approached with a small package, exclaiming, thank you, Xiao'an. Don't mention it. My old friend, Lin Xiao'an replied, nonchalantly, waving his hand. Bojin, wearing a broad smile, leaned in and bowed almost 90 degrees, stating, is there anything else I can assist you with, esteemed Mr. Lin? Lin Xiao'an provided Bojin with his contact information, requesting to be informed promptly should any intriguing or novel items arise. He then departed the shop with the Malfoy father and son. You may have heard. The ministry has intensified its inspections, Lucius Malfoy whispered, retrieving a roll of parchment from an inner pocket and unfolding it for Lin Xiao'an to see. I have certain items at home that might prove inconvenient should the ministry. At that moment, Lin Xiao'an and the Malfoys were seated at a round table outside the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley. The bright sunlight illuminated the scene, where kind adults smiled down at children who nibbled their peppermint white chocolate ice cream like little squirrels with pine cones. No one would have suspected that amidst this seemingly heartwarming tableau, Lin Xiao'an and Mr. Malfoy were engaged in a rather clandestine transaction. This list lacks sufficient weight. I shall send my house elf to your residence. Lin Xiao'an innocently licked his ice cream, engaging in light-hearted conversation while offering the Malfoy family a moment of continuity. As long as you deem the items worthy, I can purchase them at full price. After all, I have made a considerable donation to the Ministry for Dragon Breeding Permits, as you know. Lin Xiao'an finally comprehended the origin of Lucius Malfoy's peacock nickname. For the gentleman before her, adorned with a genuine and heartfelt smile, indeed exuded an air reminiscent of a resplendent peacock displaying its plumage. I am truly delighted that Draco has forged a friendship with you, Xiao'an. There are indeed certain matters I intended to dispose of, but since you— Oh no, Mr. Malfoy, my intentions are not solely rooted in friendship. Certainly, Draco is a dear friend of mine. At this juncture, both Lin Xiao'an and Draco exchanged faint, polite smiles. I genuinely wish to delve into the study of artifacts associated with dark magic. In my view, whether it be dark or light magic, any that proves useful is commendable. How splendid. Upon concluding her lengthy declaration, Lin Xiao'an mentally awarded herself 6 drumsticks. Mr. Treebeard once proclaimed the importance of applying famous sayings in real life. Xiao'an, in the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, one inevitably encounters familiar faces. Lin Xiao'an heard a hesitant voice from behind, belonging to Harry, and casually turned to greet him. Fari, Run. Oh, hello, Ginny. And these two are— Lin Xiao'an felt compelled to rise as she noticed that Harry, Ron, and Ginny were accompanied by a stout, kindly-looking lady and a lanky, bespectacled man with thinning red hair. Harry cheerfully introduced them. Xiao'an, these are Ron's parents, Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley. Lin Xiao'an instinctively glanced back at Draco's father. What a small world indeed. Chapter 48. The Handsome and Elegant Diary Mr. Part 2. That afternoon, upon entering her home, Lin Xiao'an scrunched her face into a displeased expression, lightly stomped her foot, twisted her waist, and with a pout, emitted a delicate humph as she lunged toward Professor Snape like a hungry tiger or dog, pouncing on its prey. Professor, today has been quite unbearable. I simply must have a hug. Professor Snape, swift and agile, retreated 2 steps, then delivered a swift slap to Lin Xiao'an's forehead. The entire sequence executed with fluidity and precision, devoid of any semblance of warmth. What is it? Speak. Unfazed, Lin Xiao'an struggled to burrow into Professor Snape's embrace. Draco's father and Ron's father exchanged but a few words before getting into a fight. It was dreadful. The handsome Mr. Malfoy was nearly disfigured. I was almost frightened to death. Very well, I understand. Now, go about your business, Lin Xiao'an. Do not behave so peculiarly. Professor Snape, upon learning of his friend's misfortune, remained indifferent. Observing Lin Xiao'an's demeanor, he surmised that the Peacock Malfoy had merely sustained a superficial injury. Thus, Professor Snape, as per his usual routine, ventured to the back mountains to visit Million conveniently gathering some dragon scales and extracting a bit of dragon blood in the process. Leaving Lin Xiao'an alone at home, a rather callous act indeed. Meow, 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 meow. Host, what is wrong? Wake up, host. At home. The world of Danmei offers no escape for you. Little Black, having overeaten on dried fish and forced to lie at home, lamented telepathically due to not accompanying Lin Xiao'an. Lin Xiao'an's expression changed dramatically, akin to flipping a card, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. No fooling around, go to the study. Meow. Understood. Upon entering the second-floor study, Lin Xiao'an, in a self-deceptive manner, locked the door, knowing full well that to a wizard, a muggle lock was utterly futile. After a cursory glance around to ensure that only he and Little Black were present, he retrieved a somewhat aged, dark-covered diary from his space. Little Black's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Xiao'an, with great care, cradled the diary and gently placed it on the desk. Little Black jumped onto the desk, attempting to paw at the diary, only to be rebuffed by Lin Xiao'an's finger. Is this? Indeed, the 1/7 fragment, the most aesthetically pleasing soul piece. After their duel, I stealthily pilfered it from Ginny's cauldron. Lin Xiao'an, arms crossed, gazed deeply at the diary, momentarily indecisive. Should I open it or should I not? Little Black, recalling the plot, inquired. So, host, you allowed them to engage in their original conflict? Aren't Ron and Draco your friends? Lin Xiao'an, with a hint of impatience, clicked his tongue. Don't be absurd. Am I to suggest to these two gentlemen that, for my sake, they shake hands and laugh away their enmity? Even if I had the audacity to say so, would they listen? Little Black sank in defeat. This system does not quite comprehend human nature. Lin Xiao'an shot a sidelong glance at Little Black. Scan once more with your mind. Is it confirmed that the professor was indeed struck by my lightning and is now frolicking with Million in the back mountains? Little Black closed its eyes and, after a moment, replied, This system affirms. Professor Snape is currently attempting to trim Million's claws. That's good, Lin Xiao'an stated resolutely. Heaven forbid. The dark mark on my teacher's arm has not yet faded. What if they can still sense each other across the void with some dark magic? Lin Xiao'an asserted heroically that his infatuation was not frivolous, but rather a purposeful and benevolent admiration. Chapter 49. The Charming and Handsome Mr. Diary. Ding. Quest. Save the soul piece, Mr. Riddle's diary. For the sake of peace in the wizarding world, for love and justice, and in light of his beauty, host, please claim Tom Riddle's diary for yourself. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, linguistic mastery. Completion time, before the conclusion of Volume 2. Penalty for incompletion, none. Lin Xiao'an accepted the task, furrowing her brow. This is unreasonable. The task difficulty for Volume 1 was 3 stars. Why is it only 2 stars for Volume 2? Moreover, what on earth is linguistic mastery? Little Black replied earnestly. No, this is quite reasonable. Consider this, dear host. In the first volume, you had to devise all manner of schemes to seize the magic stones, which naturally elevated the difficulty. This time, the diary is already in your possession, allowing you to act with unrestrained freedom. Furthermore, do not underestimate linguistic mastery. Once attained, you will be able to converse with all magical beings. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao'an's heart stirred. Parseltongue? Not just Parseltongue, but all languages of magical creatures. Little Black emphasized, slightly miffed by Lin Xiao'an's habitual underestimation of her. Lin Xiao'an reluctantly accepted Little Black's explanation and began to study the diary. As she opened the book filled with blank pages, she poured an entire bottle of magical ink onto the paper. The ink gleamed vibrantly for a fleeting moment before being absorbed by the paper, vanishing without a trace, not even spilling onto the table. Seeing this, Lin Xiao'an smirked wickedly and retrieved several sealed crystal bottles of varying sizes from her space, each containing brightly colored, mysterious liquids. Little Black leapt back in fright, distancing herself from the diary. Are you telling me you didn't destroy those? How could this be possible? After all, they are my maiden concoctions. Leaving them as mementos is not a bad idea, especially since they might prove useful now. Lin Xiao'an declared with self-satisfaction. Where's your sense, host? What potions are you talking about? These are clearly poisons. The beauty potion would mar one's appearance, and the strength potion has turned into a lethal toxin. From a system's perspective, you are going to destroy the diary. Little Black's feline face displayed a distinctly human expression of disdain. It will be fine. I have faith in my classmate, Tom Riddle. At worst, I will fail the task and forfeit the reward. So what? Lin Xiao'an grinned mischievously as she dumped all those astonishing concoctions she had brewed during her early potion-making endeavors into the diary. From a distance, A faint wail could be heard. The once pristine white pages of the diary transformed into a foreboding, deep blackish purple, emanating a plume of black smoke. Gradually, the smoke coalesced into the shape of two hands. Suddenly, before Lin Xiao'an could react, she was pulled forward, her head drawn into the diary, plunging her into a swirling realm of colors and shadows. Before Lin Xiao'an stood a strikingly handsome black-haired boy, appearing to be around 16 years of age. A silver badge gleamed on his wizarding robe, proudly proclaiming his status as a prefect. He wore a smile, yet his grip on a wand was so tight that the veins on the back of his hand stood out prominently. Lin Xiao'an surveyed Tom Riddle with a casual demeanor. Tom Riddle? The name is written in the diary, so it's no surprise I know who you are. He feigned innocence, adding, hello. Are you a student at Hogwarts as well? Oh yes, of course, I am, Tom replied, but Lin Xiao'an was already aware of the truth. Enough with the theatrics, Voldemort. I know your identity. With that, Lin Xiao'an immediately encased himself in a protective shield of unparalleled might. This should be interesting, he mused, remaining nonchalant as the rain and wind battered him. The beams of his protective spell radiated around him, transforming into countless shimmering motes of light that gradually faded away. Shall we converse calmly now, dear Mr. Voldemort? Lin Xiao'an dusted off invisible specks from his attire and flashed a toothy grin. Tom Riddle, a mix of urgency and frustration, demanded, who are you? I am but a drifting cloud in the sky, a wave upon the ocean's surface. Lin Xiao'an began to recite poetry with fervor. Tom Riddle, having never encountered such a bold individual in his life, felt an overwhelming urge to cast curses to silence Lin Xiao'an, yet feared the possibility of failure. Finally, Lin Xiao'an, having exhausted his repertoire, concluded with a teasing remark, it's your elder brother, after all. How infuriating. Tom Riddle's anger boiled over, and he brandished the wand he had used in his student days, casting spells recklessly at Lin Xiao'an. Cruciatus, Stupefy, Soul Extraction, Petri Ficus Totalis, Avada Kedavra. Lin Xiao'an, grinning, spread his arms wide, slowly twirling to the left and then to the right, ultimately performing an impressive balancing act as various spells collided harmlessly against him, resembling a vibrant firework display. It was no illusion. Tom Riddle, in a desperate bid to expend his magical energy, found his once solid form becoming translucent and jelly-like after casting the killing curse. Why go through such trouble? Lin Xiao'an shook his head, expressing sympathy. Out of magic, are we? Your vitality is rather lacking. How can you, a dark wizard, be so feeble? What would the esteemed Salazar Slytherin think? Riddle trembled with rage, his voice quivering with indignation as he stammered, You. Very well, esteemed Mr. Riddle. Let us engage in an open and tranquil conversation, shall we? Lin Xiao'an reigned in his playful demeanor, conjuring a chair with a flick of his wand, and seated himself. What I previously uttered was no jest. Given the considerable disparity in our powers, would you entertain the notion of becoming my assistant, or, to be candid, a mere acolyte? Lin Xiao'an endeavored to mold himself into an image of a refined gentleman. Yet regrettably, there were no spectators to applaud his efforts. The semi-transparent diary sneered, I, Voldemort, am the greatest wizard of this century, without contest. Had you not ensnared me with your venomous potions, robbing me of much of my magic, how could I possibly be defeated by a mere child like you? Enjoy your triumph. If your self-satisfaction brings you joy, I shan't mind, though that seems unlikely. Lin Xiao'an retorted nonchalantly, I am the unparalleled champion here. You are but a minor player. However, I can impart a piece of news, which is undoubtedly true. One of your 7 brethren, another fragment of your soul, has been vanquished by none other than myself. Yes, you heard correctly, it was I, the humble Lin Xiao'an, who accomplished this feat impossible. The diary Riddle adamantly dismissed such an absurd claim. TSK, you must keep pace with the times, Riddle. I am the new wave, destined to overshadow relics of the past. Lin Xiao'an interlocked his fingers, earnestly attempting to persuade the diary Riddle. If I could assist you in regaining a corporeal form, would you not desire to exist as an independent being? To possess flesh and blood, to feel pain with a pinch, to shed tears and sorrow, to savor the myriad flavors of life, unbound by the peculiarities of bizarre bodies, Tom Riddle? The diary Riddle understood, well, that no good fortune would simply fall from the heavens. Why would you aid me? What benefit do you derive from this? Surely, the main soul could offer you more. Lin Xiao'an clapped his hands. See, you are quite astute. To be candid, my altruism is fueled by my admiration for your appearance. The main soul and the other fragments have become grotesque, yet you remain somewhat presentable. Though you pale in comparison to my unparalleled beauty, your visage is acceptable. The diary riddle regarded Lin Xiao'an's unremarkable countenance. You make a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words. Lin Xiao'an produced from his space a life-sized puppet, intricately carved from ebony wood using his divine craftsmanship skill. What do you think? While your main soul slumbers, you could temporarily inhabit this puppet, reaching out to a few formidable Death Eaters to gradually establish your influence, though the diehard fans are best left to the main soul. Then, we can devise a plan to resurrect your corporeal form before the main soul can act. I know that resurrection requires your father's bones, your servant's flesh, and the Savior's blood. It is easily achievable, is it not? Ah, I truly admire my own ingenuity in utilizing ebony. Thus, as long as you don a cloak, at first glance, you would appear to be an inconspicuous person, utterly unremarkable. What a brilliant notion. Praising oneself, Lin Xiao'an spares no complimentary words. Have you contemplated it thoroughly? Dear, will you become my loyal subordinate, indulging in lavish feasts, or shall I send you to meet your father this very moment? Do not hesitate, do not waver. With but an unbreakable spell, you could ascend to a position just below that of the highest authority. By the way, is there truly no one above in the realm of wizards? As a distinguished second-in-command, don't let this opportunity slip away. Once this village passes, this shop will be gone. Lin Xiao'an, ever cautious, while engaging in spirited banter, pointed her wand at the diary's riddle, unwavering in her focus. An unbreakable oath? Allow me to remind you that you have already penned nearly 2,000 words. And yet the riddle within the diary remains oblivious to the name of this little imp before him. Lin Xiao'an, or rather Lin, do not call me Sean. Lin. An unbreakable oath necessitates a third party as a witness, and I do not believe this can be achieved at present. Lin Xiao'an raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, we have Little Black. Meow, here I come. Remarkably, Little Black still remembers not to reveal his identity as a system. Oh, by the way, this is also a wizard. He prefers not to reveal his true form, and has taken on the shape of an animagus to witness our unbreakable oath. You wouldn't mind, would you, Riddle? Lin Xiao'an said with a smile. Riddle in the diary replied, Do you truly believe that I, a fraction of Voldemort, cannot discern whether he is indeed an animagus? Little Black politely greeted the diary's riddle. Good day, Mr. Diary, I'm a foreign wizard, haha. The diary's riddle suddenly felt fortunate not to be a quill. Chapter 51, The Start of Term. It was not until Lin Xiao'an boarded the train bound for Hogwarts that she suddenly recalled she had forgotten to inform her friend Harry about the house elves potentially hindering his journey to school. However, considering that Harry and his companions ultimately arrived at the school without issue, Lin Xiao'an set aside her slight pang of guilt, perfectly embodying what one might call a plastic flower friendship. This marked Lin Xiao'an's second year at Hogwarts. The start of term feast passed rather uneventfully, save for the fact that Ginny Weasley had also become a new student in Gryffindor this year, which did little to elevate Lin Xiao'an's spirits, as she had been exceedingly busy during this period. Xiao'an, why haven't you seen Harry and Ron? Hermione finally exhibited a semblance of concern, remembering to inquire. Lin Xiao'an set down her pumpkin juice, dabbed her mouth with a napkin, and replied leisurely, I don't believe I installed a tracking system on Harry and Ron, Hermione. Oh, my goodness. Have you heard? Harry Potter drove a flying car to school and crashed into the Whomping Willow. The unidentified student. Are you from a newly established gossip academy at Hogwarts? You've acquired the latest news rather swiftly, haven't you? Lin Xiao'an tilted her head in the direction of the nameless student, suggesting we might have news about Harry and his friends. Hermione exclaimed, Of course it's true. I saw Professor Snape take them away with my own eyes. Hermione speculated, I fear they might be in serious trouble. They could even face expulsion. Hogwarts has never. Lin Xiao'an, upon hearing this, could no longer contain herself. Could you perhaps inquire about the situation with Professor Snape? If it is indeed true, could you plead on behalf of Harry and the others? Lin Xiao'an placed a hand over her heart, lamenting, Oh, Hermione, are you truly willing to sacrifice me for Harry? You would rather send me into peril than save them? Hermione, both amused and exasperated, replied, Lin Xiao'an, Fine, fine, I shall go. Lin Xiao'an promptly exited the hall, heading towards the dungeons. Basilisk, this is the new password for entering the dungeons. While inspecting the garden, I discovered that a very precious Whomping Willow appears to have sustained considerable damage, came Snape's voice. That tree poses more danger to us than. Ron interjected. Silence. Snape's sharp reprimand echoed. It is unfortunate that you are not students of my house. I lack the authority to expel you. Now, I shall fetch the individual truly entitled to this delightful privilege. So you wait here. Oh dear, I have stirred up trouble. Lin Xiao'an jested. The other three present. The dungeons felt a bit chilly, so Lin Xiao'an flicked her wand at the fireplace, igniting a small flame. Don't you find it rather cold, Professor? I believe you should conserve firewood, even though it is merely early autumn. Lin Xiao'an. Snape gritted his teeth, enunciating each syllable. Lin Xiao'an scratched her head. What is happening today? I seem to be called by my full name. Professor, at this late hour, are you still preparing a special meal for Harry and Ron? How biased of you. I might get jealous. With a weary gaze, Professor Snape resolutely ignored Lin Xiao'an's comments. Return to your dormitory, and do not make me repeat myself. At such an awkward moment, a knock at the door would surely alleviate the tension. Lin Xiao'an dashed to open the door. Oh, good evening, dear Professor McGonagall. Good evening, Xiao'an, Professor McGonagall replied, her expression far from pleasant. Anyone would be dismayed to learn their student had landed in serious trouble. Good evening, Severus. I have come. McGonagall's gaze shifted to Harry and Ron. Explain yourselves. Chapter 52, The Enigma of Confidence, Part 1. Having stolen a car, if they expel you, I would not be the least bit surprised. Just wait and see how I deal with you. You may not have even contemplated the emotions my father and I experienced when we discovered the car was missing. The earplugs that Lin Xiao'an had prepared in advance proved utterly ineffective, as the volume of the Howler letter was 100-fold louder than ordinary speech. Mrs. Weasley's reprimands echoed from the Howler, causing the plates and spoons on the table to rattle, while the reverberations from the stone walls were deafening. The entire hall turned to see who had received the Howler, and Ron, shrinking in his seat, could only glimpse a crimson forehead. Then it was Harry's turn to feign calm, having received a letter from Dumbledore the previous night. Your father is utterly mortified. We have devoted ourselves to raising you, only to witness such behavior. You and Harry nearly lost your lives. Your father will face scrutiny at work, and this is all your fault. If you do not start behaving, we will bring you home immediately. The shouting ceased, yet the sound continued to buzz in their ears. The red envelope, which had fallen from Ron's hand to the ground, ignited and curled into ashes. Harry and Ron sat there in stunned silence, as if they had just been washed over by an overwhelming tide. A few people chuckled, and conversation gradually resumed. Lin Xiao'an discreetly removed her earplugs. Goodness, that was quite powerful. Ron, are you all right? Ron replied with a wry smile. I can't imagine it getting any worse. Harry pushed away his bowl of porridge, guilt rendering him unable to eat. Mr. Weasley was to undergo scrutiny, and during the summer, the couple had treated him so kindly. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as Professor McGonagall was distributing the class schedules along the Gryffindor table. Children, do not dwell in distress. It is time for class. The first lesson of the morning was Professor Sprout's herbology class. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, was a kindly, stout witch. This semester, the defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, accompanied Professor Sprout to the greenhouse for herbology, seeking a chat with Harry. Lin Xiao'an made an effort to suppress her facial expressions. It seemed that foreigners had little understanding of the nuances of forgiveness. Gilderoy was adorned in a flowing aquamarine robe, his shimmering golden hair topped with a stylish aquamarine hat trimmed in gold. The herbology lesson focused on tending to the mandrakes and repotting them. To be frank, there was little technical skill involved, but it required some effort, as the mandrakes were reluctant to be uprooted and equally resistant to being replanted, putting up quite a struggle. By the end of the herbology class, the students were generally drenched in sweat, sore, and covered in dirt. They trudged back to the castle to shower. Then Gryffindor students hurried off to their transfiguration class. In this lesson, Professor McGonagall instructed the students to transform beetles into buttons. Apart from the academically gifted Hermione and Lin Xiao'an, who had practiced beforehand, the rest failed to accomplish the task. Ron was undeniably the unluckiest among them. His wand had nearly been snapped during the incident involving the flying car or the Whomping Willow, although he had attempted to mend it with some magical tape. It was evidently futile, as his wand continued to crackle and emit tiny sparks. Why don't you write home and request a new wand? Harry suggested after class. Yes, and then I would receive another howler? Ron retorted, stuffing his now hissing wand into his bag. It's entirely your fault that your wand is broken. Lin Xiao'an paused. If you don't mind, I was planning to write to Mr. Ollivander to order a new wand. Perhaps I could procure one for you as well? Consider it a Christmas gift for this year. Ron, of course, had no objections. In fact, he felt immensely grateful. Oh, thank you so much, Xiao'an. You're incredibly thoughtful. Lin Xiao'an shivered, placing her hands over her chest. This story is pure and devoid of any romantic entanglements. Thank you very much. How many times must I repeat myself? Harry, puzzled, inquired, Xiao'an, isn't your wand perfectly fine? Why would you want to buy another? Lin Xiao'an scratched her head. Well, how should I put it? My wand, having been single for so many years, cries out in the dead of night. And honestly, I find it quite exasperating. Harry simply responded with silence. Chapter 53. The Enigma of Confidence, Part 2. The afternoon's defense against the dark arts class left Lin Xiao'an in awe. Gilderoy Lockhart certainly possessed a thick skin, rivaled only by, that peculiar brand of self-assurance that nearly made Lin Xiao'an concede defeat. Sometimes, knowing the plot in advance is not as pleasurable as one might hope. As she listened to Lockhart boast from the podium, her inner enthusiasm for playing the role of the supportive audience member bubbled forth in her mind. As she mentally engaged with Lockhart's proclamations, Lockhart declared, "I, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the third-class Merlin Award." Lin Xiao'an interjected internally. Lockhart continued. "Honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League." Lin Xiao'an mused, "Oh, really?" Lockhart persisted, 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award for Witch Weekly. Lin Xiao'an thought, goodness gracious. It was a struggle for Lin Xiao'an to contain herself, as she was the sole individual privy to the truth. It was a classic case of while all others are inebriated, I alone remain sober. She refrained from speaking, fearing that her laughter might be too loud, appearing unduly unrestrained. Lin Xiao'an pondered the source of Lockhart's overwhelming self-assurance. Was it his, what Lin Xiao'an deemed, passable appearance, or perhaps his mastery of the obliviate charm? Strangely enough, in terms of this enigmatic confidence, Lin Xiao'an found common ground with Lockhart. She always believed herself to be exceptionally attractive, claiming that her beauty could rival the best of the best, even a hypothetical scenario where she might rank among the top 500. As for Lin Xiao'an, in his 2 lifetimes, received no notable attention from anyone other than his dear relatives who, with a twinge of insincerity, praised his remarkably handsome visage. He attributed this to his past life, where he was a reserved gardener lacking in expressiveness. In this life, it appeared that foreigners were afflicted with a kind of facial blindness. While Lin Xiao'an internally scoffed at Lockhart, he could not help but acknowledge that individuals like Lockhart, with their thick skin and dark hearts, thrived in the current climate. After all, honest individuals were merely destined to be the ones to take on burdens. At that moment, chaos erupted in the classroom. After having his students fill out an utterly nonsensical exam, Lockhart finally unleashed the destructive Cornish pixies. These mischievous creatures darted about like rockets. 2 of them seized Neville by the ears, lifting him off the ground. A few others burst out the window, scattering shards of glass across the back row of the classroom. The remainder wreaked havoc within, their rampage more ferocious than a stampeding rhinoceros. They hurled ink bottles across the room, shredded books and papers, tore down posters from the walls, overturned trash bins, and flung students' bags and textbooks out of the broken windows. Minutes later, half the class had taken refuge beneath their desks, while Neville swung from the chandelier before crashing down with a loud thud. The uproar persisted until the bell rang, and Lockhart appeared utterly helpless in the face of the turmoil. Once most students had vacated the room, Lockhart finally emerged from his hiding place behind the lectern, entrusting the task of managing the pixies to Harry, Ron, and Hermione before making a hasty retreat. Ron was quite dissatisfied and began to question Lockhart's intentions, while Hermione, basking in her fangirl admiration, insisted that Lockhart merely wanted to provide the students with practical experience. Practical experience? Harry attempted to capture a pixie, but it nimbly evaded him, sticking out its tongue in mockery. Hermione defended Lockhart, stating, "You've all read his books. Think of the astonishing feats he has accomplished." "Only if he claims to have done them," Ron muttered. Sighing, Harry suggested, "Let us focus on dealing with these pixies. We should try to manage them before dinner." After class, Lin Xiao'an had vanished without a trace. "Where has he gone?" Hermione wondered, equally perplexed. Lin Xiao'an intercepted the hurried Lockhart, who was eager to return to his office to tidy himself up. "Hello, Professor Lockhart, Chapter 54, Fish and Chips." Lockhart maintained a bewildered expression as he found himself shoved into an empty classroom. Heaven knows why Hogwarts Castle is replete with so many superfluous rooms. Just moments ago, Lin Xiao'an obstructed his path, employing a spell of silence, a leg-locking curse, a binding enchantment, and a levitation charm, unleashing 4 spells in swift succession that ensnared Lockhart tightly and brought him here. In less than 7 seconds, Lin Xiao'an cast this series of incantations, leaving Lockhart no time to utter even a gasp or for anyone else to notice the peculiarities of this corner. The ironclad truth revealed that Lockhart was indeed a coward enamored with his own fantasies. Once Lin Xiao'an lifted the silent spell, Lockhart trembled and stammered, perhaps recalling some formidable rumors. "You are the Dark Lord?" Lin Xiao'an retorted, "Goodness, this fellow is blind. Can he not see my noble nose?" With a congenial demeanor, he declared, "Silence, listen to me. You now have 2 choices, obey or be paralyzed. Which will you choose?" "I will obey," Lockhart responded without hesitation. After a brief pause, Lin Xiao'an reached into his robe and produced none other than the infamous diary. Flipping it open to a random page, he leaned over and began a chant. French fries, I'm the fried fish. If you hear me, respond. Diary. Lockhart. The pages of the diary darkened in fury, and in a moment, a pitch-black wooden head emerged from within. Lin Xiao'an. Do not call me French fries. I despise that moniker. Lin Xiao'an chuckled mischievously. No, I shall call you French fries. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, your image consultant and future spokesperson. With that, he turned the diary towards Lockhart. WTF? Both Diary Riddle and Lockhart exclaimed in unison. Lin Xiao'an nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It seems you both have a remarkable rapport. What jest is this? Diary Riddle, with half of his figure protruding, pointed a dark wooden finger at Lockhart. That useless fool is not even worthy to hold my shoes. Lockhart whimpered. Lin Xiao'an scoffed. Come now. We have a saying in my homeland. A tiger falling into the plains is bullied by dogs. A molting phoenix is no better than a chicken. I allowed you to contact the Death Eaters, and what happened? Even if those Death Eaters bear the mark of their allegiance like a searing brand, how many would dare heed your call? Accept reality. They await the resurrection or demise of the Dark Lord. To them, you are but a faint shadow, inferior even to the Dark Lord's pet snake. Fortunately, Diary Riddle was now a wooden figure, and it was impossible to see that he had been rendered red-faced and furious by Lin Xiao'an's words. You. Lin Xiao'an chose to ignore him and instead asked Lockhart, You have seen it too. This fellow is indeed one of the Dark Lord's incarnations. Can someone like him masquerade as a lone hero? Please, through your professional lens, provide me with an answer. Lockhart, wearing a pained expression, glanced between the diary and Lin Xiao'an. So, my original Dark Lord is a friend from Africa? For heaven's sake, I'm asking you a question. Do not change the subject. Lin Xiao'an, with a fiery temper, loathed when others dilly-dallied with their words. Lockhart, frightened, shivered and swallowed hard before responding. I can give it a try, but I must know. I'm a teacher at Hogwarts. If Dumbledore finds out. Bang, bang, bang. Do not raise your hands and surrender. This is not a declaration of war. Lin Xiao'an tossed 3 large bags of galleons. If you agree, all of this is yours to spend as you wish. If not, I shall buy you a luxurious burial plot with it. Here's your chance. Gather your thoughts. Lin Xiao'an impatiently pressed his wand against Lockhart's forehead. Lockhart knelt, proclaiming, I am willing. Chapter 55. Let the work commence. The professors, having heard the news, rushed to the scene, escorting Lin Xiao'an and the petrified Madame Loris to Lockhart's office upstairs. Setting aside the others, Lin Xiao'an managed to calm Filch, who, upon seeing Madame Loris petrified, was intent on throttling Harry. He believed Harry had harmed Madame Loris because he knew she was a mere puppet. Lin Xiao'an found it difficult to comprehend the connection between the two. After all, he occasionally brought Madame Loris little fish snacks. And with the added charm of Little Black's prospective boyfriend, Filch reluctantly accepted Lin Xiao'an's reassurances. Rest assured, Mr. Filch, Lin Xiao'an assured, thumping his chest. Once Professor Sprout's mandrakes mature, we shall concoct the antidote. I will prepare it. Lockhart interjected. I must have done it 100 times. I can brew the mandrake revival potion while dreaming. Forgive me, Professor Snape interjected coldly, but I believe I am the potions master at this institution. An awkward silence ensued. You may leave, Dumbledore instructed Lin Xiao'an, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. With decisive grace, Lin Xiao'an turned and departed, casting a glare at Lockhart. You better watch out. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Xiao'an cautiously pretended to sleep for half an hour, waiting until the other students were fast asleep before employing the invisibility charm to slip out, with his destination set for Lockhart's office. As anticipated, the moment Lockhart laid eyes on the irate Lin Xiao'an, he felt no remorse for his foolish actions. Instead, he wore a smug expression as he boasted to Lin Xiao'an. Xiao'an, I opened the Chamber of Secrets in collaboration with Lord Voldemort, with the intention of instilling fear in the hearts of Hogwarts students, to make them feel the dread that comes from being under the dominion of the great Dark Lord. And next, we shall Lin Xiao'an swiftly drew her wand. Chapter 56. In Times of Trouble, Seeks Severus, Part 1. Upon seeing Lin Xiao'an furiously point her wand at him, Lockhart instinctively crouched in the corner, hands over his head, and pitifully exclaimed, Boss Lin, have I truly erred once more? Lin Xiao'an held her wand steadily towards Lockhart, glancing around in search of another springtime creature. Where is the Diary of Riddle? The Dark Lord has ventured into the chamber, leaving me to fend for myself. Lockhart hastily betrayed his companion. He mentioned wanting to see if he could bring that basilisk to the Great Hall to teach Dumbledore a lesson. How foolish I've been. I only recognized that Riddle's diary was the unreliable fool who deceives young girls. Yet I had no inkling that the flowery Lockhart was equally naive. A mere basilisk. Indeed, merely that. Do not be deceived by its fierce glare. Over the years, only the weeping myrtle has fallen victim to it. Dumbledore and the others are not indifferent to the creature. Rather, they intend to leave it for Harry Potter, the savior, to practice against. If unleashed, it would be obliterated in an instant. What could possibly lead them to believe that unleashing a basilisk would allow them to flaunt their power at Hogwarts? They say that 3 cobblers can match a Zhuge-Liang. Yet how is it that these 2 foolishly handsome individuals combined yield such incomprehensible results? I am utterly exhausted, feeling as though my mind has been emptied. Lin Xiao'an sank into a deep well of self-doubt. Lin Xiao'an felt suffocated by her frustration. Did you inscribe the words on the wall? Are you truly unaware that every painting and decoration in the corridor could potentially be another pair of eyes belonging to Dumbledore? Oh, there is no need for concern. I am well aware and have taken precautions. Lockhart stood tall, his arrogance unabated. I disguised myself before writing. Not only did I don inconspicuous attire, but I also wore a mask that concealed my face, revealing only my eyes. No one would suspect it was I. Lin Xiao'an considered that it was implausible for a mere pawn to execute such a flawless plan, leaving no evidence behind, something even the protagonist might struggle to accomplish. All right then. Lockhart, let me ask you, did your iconic golden locks change color before you wrote? Furthermore, as an adult, did you alter your height or even your gender prior to writing? Or perhaps you simply stride confidently out of this office and directly down the stairs to inscribe those words. The expression on Lockhart's face suddenly turned blank. Upon seeing the bewildered look on Lockhart's face, Lin Xiao'an realized that he was in deep trouble. Wonderful. Congratulations, Professor Lockhart. You have successfully revealed yourself. With that, Lin Xiao'an, seeking even more excitement, began to clap rhythmically. What to do? Lockhart, with a sorrowful visage, finally recognized his intellectual shortcomings. Lin Xiao'an gave his wand a gentle shake. Come forth, diary. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, and soon, a faint rustling sound emerged from within the thick walls. Subsequently, a stone brick in the corner suddenly fell away, exposing a rusted, grimy water pipe. And then, poof, the pipe burst open, yet no water flowed out, indicating that it had long been abandoned. A damp diary, exuding a peculiar odor, flew out. Chapter 57. In Times of Trouble, Seeks Severus, Part 2. Lin Xiao'an extended his hand, firmly grasping the thrashing diary, and to prevent it from flipping open on its own, he even employed the supreme martial arts skill, which could be considered quite an overreaction. Let us go, Lin Xiao'an said to Lockhart. Lockhart cautiously inquired, where are we headed? Should I confess? With one hand gripping the wand and the other clutching the diary, Lin Xiao'an's expression grew serious. Remember, at Hogwarts, there is a truth. When in trouble, seek Severus. Professor Snape is the steadfast support for the students of Hogwarts. Let us first consult the professor. Perhaps we can navigate this predicament unscathed. Not to mention, when facing my esteemed teacher, Dumbledore will surely grant some leniency. I believe, considering I am the only apprentice he has personally instructed, he would not abandon me. Would he? Lockhart, I find that doubtful. Lin Xiao'an, silence, let us go. As is well known, Professor Snape is a workaholic and a potion enthusiast, so engrossed in his work that he neglects even his own hygiene. Thus, even at this late hour, as Lin Xiao'an led the somewhat restrained Lockhart into the basement, he immediately spotted Professor Snape, who was diligently grading assignments at his desk. Teacher, I'm here. Upon hearing Lin Xiao'an's signature, melodious voice, Professor Snape unknowingly snapped yet another quill in his hand. Teacher, allow me to introduce Lin Xiao'an. Slamming the diary onto the desk and pinning it down firmly to prevent any movement. This is one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes, the diary of young Tom Riddle, the very culprit behind the foolish words inscribed on the wall. Another accomplice, and I presume you are well aware of their identity, has accompanied Professor Lockhart in this matter. Lin Xiao'an intentionally omitted the details in the diary regarding Riddle and Lockhart releasing the basilisk, which resulted in the petrification of Mrs. Loris. Some matters are better left unspoken, as it allows for negotiation space. Professor Snape truly did not anticipate that Lin Xiao'an, this mischievous child, would deviate from the norm, rather than lifting the veil. He directly overturned the entire chessboard. In truth, when Lockhart began to inscribe that rather juvenile declaration upon the wall, Dumbledore had already been observing the proceedings with great interest through certain channels. Severus, it seems Mr. Lockhart's left hand is rather adept. The letters he writes are quite orderly, not at all resembling the scrawl of an infrequently used hand. Professor Snape, exasperated, retorted by Merlin's wand, if you truly appear so unconcerned. Why the haste in summoning me? Severus, let us not alarm the snake. Please keep a watchful eye on Mr. Lockhart for me. I fear he may pose a threat to Harry. Dumbledore's words were cut short as Professor Snape abruptly rose and stormed out, asserting, I will do so. You need not keep reiterating that point, Headmaster. Little did Professor Snape realize that the suspects in this Chamber of Secrets incident extended beyond the hapless defense against the dark arts instructor Lockhart, involving the Dark Lord's Horcrux, and now, it appeared Lin Xiao'an, his own pupil, had also entangled himself in the affair. No, it seemed his involvement was not merely peripheral. Professor Snape's gaze was sharp and focused intently on Lin Xiao'an, who cowered behind him like a timid spouse. And the diary ceased its struggles upon Lin Xiao'an, pointing his wand at it. Lin Xiao'an, you would do well to divulge the entirety of the situation to me. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to personally escort you to Azkaban. I trust you are aware of that place, given your penchant for peculiar antics. Ah, dear teacher, my most beloved mentor, I am indeed your sole successor. You cannot be so cruel to me. As for this matter, I am capable of providing an explanation. It was not that Lin Xiao'an was unwilling to be forthright with Professor Snape. Rather, he saw no point in expending his breath, knowing that Snape would ultimately report the circumstances to Dumbledore. It was better to address the matter in one fell swoop. Teacher, may I see Professor Dumbledore again? Professor Snape, grasping the situation, realized that Lin Xiao'an sought to meet Dumbledore, fearing a reprimand, and thus came to him for courage. No matter how he pondered, Professor Snape could not fathom what emboldened Lin Xiao'an so, possessing a Horcrux, wielding dark magic, intimidating classmates. Lin Xiao'an, you had better be prepared. Otherwise, even I cannot mitigate your punishment or the consequences. Lin Xiao'an raised his head, tears glistening in his eyes, and said, Oh, teacher, are you genuinely concerned for me? I am so deeply touched. Professor Snape, silence move. Chapter 58, In the Wilderness, Part 1. Had it not been for his nearly daily treks between the headmaster's office and the dungeons, an endeavor he could navigate with his eyes closed, it is no exaggeration to say that Professor Snape would likely have collided with a wall on several occasions. This was due to his incessant urge to glance sideways at Lin Xiao'an every few moments. Lin Xiao'an strode confidently, exuding an air of ease and nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed and fearlessly audacious. It was as if he had whimsically decided to visit the headmaster's office to stargaze and discuss life aspirations with Dumbledore, rather than to engage in negotiations regarding a Horcrux, a subject that sent shivers through the wizarding community, with the exception of gay Dumbledore. I am an anomaly, thank you. Indeed, without any doubt, Professor Snape was convinced that this was a negotiation. One could assume that Dumbledore awoke without a trace of irritation. In the dead of night, roused from the warmth of his bed, adorned with a lace-trimmed nightcap askew upon his head and clad in a garish rainbow-hued robe, Dumbledore still greeted them with his characteristic warmth and amiability. Ah, Xiao'an, dear child, it is a pleasure to see you again. Lin Xiao'an. In truth, Lin Xiao'an yearned to reciprocate with a clever retort to Dumbledore, but upon reflection, he discerned that his wit did not match that of gay Dumbledore, prompting him to swiftly proceed to the matter at hand. Good evening, Professor. I believe you may wish to meet. Wham! Lin Xiao'an flung his diary onto the table. The diary lay there, flipping its pages with a rustle, and then, Dumbledore, come forth. It had been so long since Dumbledore had seen little Tom Riddle emerging from the open diary. Dumbledore's expression took on a more somber tone. Lin Xiao'an fixed an unblinking gaze upon Professor Snape. Anyone would find it unbearable to endure such a peculiar, almost predatory stare, making Professor Snape unable to restrain himself. Lin Xiao'an. Speak plainly. Sir, do you notice anything unusual about your left arm? Lin Xiao'an inquired cautiously. Professor Snape. Dumbledore. Riddle from the diary. Lockhart. Professor Snape instinctively raised his hand to press against a certain spot on his left arm, concealed beneath his voluminous sleeve, where the dark mark resided. Theoretically, as long as the Dark Lord was in proximity to the Death Eaters, or if his power was sufficiently formidable, the dark mark would heat up and turn red, as if seared by a branding iron. Yet, as one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes, the diary riddle had revealed its true form. What was it, his true self? However, Professor Snape stood unharmed, completely unperturbed. This can only signify one thing. TSK, you silver-tongued, hollow-brained fool. Lin Xiao'an scoffed, directing her mockery at the diary's riddle. The diary's riddle retorted, I can hardly contain myself. Dumbledore, clearly having grasped the situation, softened his demeanor towards the diary's riddle, saying, Tom, It's been a while. The diary's riddle expressed its weariness, desiring solitude, and retreated, slamming the cover shut. Lin Xiao'an regarded the diary's riddle's escapism with disdain, then turned her attention to Lockhart, who was huddled in a corner, trying to blend in. Well, who else could shoulder this burden but me? In the end, it falls upon me alone to avert disaster. Professor, the situation is as follows. Lin Xiao'an began. I have reached an understanding with Mr. Tom Riddle of the diary. He is now my subordinate, if you will, in essence, my little brother. Do you comprehend? As soon as she uttered these words, Lin Xiao'an took satisfaction in witnessing Dumbledore's astonishment, his forced smile faltering as his nightcap tumbled to the floor. The revelation was utterly suffocating, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Even the portraits of former headmasters hanging on the walls widened their eyes in disbelief, forgetting that only moments ago they had feigned sleep. Please forgive me, I apologize. My hearing isn't what it used to be. Xiao'an, could you repeat that? Poor Dumbledore seemed profoundly shaken, as his worldview faced a monumental upheaval. Initially, he had assumed that Lin Xiao'an or Lockhart, or perhaps both, had succumbed to the allure of a Horcrux, becoming its puppets, a narrative he believed was the correct trajectory. Yet, what had this child just proclaimed? The window was ajar, and the wind tonight was rather strong. Dumbledore pondered vacantly. Lin Xiao'an appeared outwardly composed, yet internally relished the moment. Professor, I thought you wouldn't be so surprised. You are a seasoned elder who has weathered many storms and should be accustomed to various circumstances. Professor Snape could not suppress a slight cough, signaling Lin Xiao'an to temper her demeanor while on the headmaster's territory. Lin Xiao'an immediately shifted to a tone of feigned contrition. As you know, Professor, I am not particularly eloquent. However, I must speak. I was invited by Mr. Tom Riddle of the diary to revisit his tragic and sorrowful youth, which stirred my empathy. That's the gist of it, I suppose. My English isn't very strong. I nearly failed the 6th level. Others, I believe that Mr. Riddle, as one of the Horcruxes you understand, has not committed overly grievous offenses in comparison. If one must say, he merely released some small creature, inadvertently injuring a couple of innocent souls. I believe this is something that can be mended. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and remarked, Little Lin, perhaps you are unaware of the gravity of the situation. 50 years ago, Professor, let the past remain in the past. We ought to focus on the future. Do you not think that if another heart exists within the White Wizard, under the shadow of the Dark Lord among the Death Eaters, it would be immensely advantageous for us? I can assure you that Mr. Riddle in the diary shall never betray our cause for an unbreakable reason. Though Lin Xiao'an is a carefree idler, lacking ambition and merely flirting with girls, he understands that now that he has stepped into the realm of magic, he can no longer remain an outsider. If Lin Xiao'an does not diligently cultivate his own power and strive for the pinnacle, with his muggle origins and vast fortune, he would essentially be a prime target for the Dark Wizards, likely left with nothing after a few dark spells. The system can only guarantee Lin Xiao'an's own safety, yet it cannot protect his family. Lin Xiao'an is unwilling to send his family into hiding after the resurrection of the main soul. After all, the protagonist should have some dignity, should he not? Dumbledore silently gazed at the diary lying on the table, closed off from the world. Professor Snape, ever loyal to Dumbledore, did not interject at this moment. Lockhart, hiding in a corner, had become addicted to playing the wallflower. The portraits of past headmasters began to whisper among themselves, and Lin Xiao'an, with his keen hearing, found himself unable to discern their conversation. After a considerable pause, Dumbledore finally spoke. Little Lin, I believe we must forge an unbreakable pact. Lin Xiao'an raised his hand in a gesture that encouraged him to continue his performance. Dumbledore continued. In the wizarding world, one is considered an adult at 17. I sincerely hope that after your graduation, you will become a member of the Board of Governors at this school. I shall do my utmost to facilitate this. Chapter 60, Dobby's Dodgeball. Harry! Ron Weasley cried out, his voice hoarse. Those who were not in the know might have thought that Harry Potter, the savior, had not merely broken an arm, but had heroically perished. Outside the throng of spectators, Little Black nestled comfortably in Lin Xiao'an's embrace, teasing him telepathically. Host, did you not claim to be well-versed in the plot? Is not the Savior Potter your good friend? Why do you stand idly by as he is struck by the quaffle? Lin Xiao'an naturally had no retort. Is that really necessary? I merely momentarily lost focus. It was a torrential Saturday noon. However, the downpour did not halt the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The match had yet to commence, yet was already rife with tension. Each member of the Slytherin team was equipped with a Nimbus 2000, generously sponsored by Draco's father. Their superior gear rendering the other three houses utterly inferior. Their ambition for the Quidditch Cup this academic year seemed unwavering. In stark contrast, Gryffindor's captain Wood regarded this with disdain, resolute in his intention to impart a lesson to the Slytherins, awakening them to the truth that Quidditch demands both teamwork and individual skill. Wealth alone cannot secure victory. The spotlight now shines on you, Harry. Show them that being a seeker does not solely rely on a wealthy parent. You must either seize the golden snitch before Malfoy or face defeat on the pitch, Harry. We must win today. Victory is imperative. Thus, the concept of a flag remains enigmatic. It is better left unestablished. Initially, Wood's pre-match rallying was met with skepticism. Who wouldn't he boast before a game? Can Quidditch truly result in peril? Surprisingly, it can. On the field, a heavy black bludger honed in on Harry Potter, relentlessly circling him, intent on striking his head, an urgent matter indeed. For the honor of the team, the dutiful Potter, with tears in his eyes, though not genuinely, implored his teammates to disregard him and continue the game, allowing him to face the evidently tampered bludger alone. If we halt now, we shall forfeit our eligibility. We cannot allow a frenzied bludger to lead to defeat against Slytherin. Hurry, Oliver, tell them to leave me be. These were Harry's final words on the field. We have triumphed. In a moment of agony, Harry's elbow was shattered by the bludger. Yet he persevered through the excruciating pain, outpacing Draco to capture the golden snitch with his uninjured hand. However, he could not maintain his balance on the broom and plummeted onto the muddy pitch, uttering his last words before succumbing to unconsciousness. When Harry Potter awoke from his sweet slumber, he found himself in the infirmary, resting on a hospital bed. Clad in a clean and comfortable set of pajamas, who addressed him, he wondered, not me, it was Madame Pomfrey. A greenish hand was gently wiping his forehead with a damp sponge. What? Startled, Harry bolted upright, groping for his wand, his arm now fully healed. Who? A celebration. A celebration. Then recognition dawned. It's you, Dobby. The house elf Dobby gazed at Harry with his round, tennis ball-sized eyes, a tear rolling down his pointed nose. Harry Potter had returned to school. Dobby lamented softly. Why do you not heed Dobby's warnings, sir? Harry Potter missed the train. Why does he not return home? Mind your own business, Lin Xiao'an retorted, revealing himself as he leaned against the wall, speaking lazily. Chapter 61. The Temporary Worker. Harry, oh, Dobby, Lin Xiao'an. Upon seeing Lin Xiao'an, Harry felt as though he had encountered a long-lost relative. Xiao'an, what brings you here? Did you also possess the invisibility cloak? Harry struggled to swallow the word cloak. It was merely a basic disillusionment charm, Harry. I was concerned that you might fall victim to another unforeseen attack, so I volunteered to remain and protect you. Of course, the professors consented, Lin Xiao'an proclaimed unabashedly. Harry, innocent and naive, seemed deeply moved. Oh, Xiao'an, you're truly a good person, Lin Xiao'an responded. Well, considering you are for now, rather endearing young lad, I shall graciously accept this card of goodwill. After a moment of introspection, Lin Xiao'an finally redirected his attention to the house elf. Dobby? The house elf from the Malfoy family? What? From the Malfoy household? Upon hearing Lin Xiao'an's words, Harry's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. Wait a moment, Dobby. How did you know I missed the train was you're doing? You sealed off the wall and prevented us from passing. So, it was Draco Malfoy who commanded you to obstruct my path to school, thus compelling me to contravene school regulations? Dobby fervently shook his head, flapping its large ears. No, master. Dobby acted on his own accord. Dobby hid nearby, waiting for Harry Potter, and then sealed the passage. Later, Dobby had to iron his hands. Dobby extended its hands, revealing 10 long fingers wrapped in bandages. Please forgive me. Lin Xiao'an felt compelled to interrupt this melodrama. His patience was reserved solely for charming young ladies and little sisters, not for magical creatures of no medicinal value. Dobby, is it? Lin Xiao'an spoke slowly, causing Dobby to shiver. My house elves frequently engage in friendly and educational exchanges with the house elves of Malfoy Manor, so I have heard your name. You must have heard of me, Lin Xiao'an. In an instant, Dobby's tears flowed, trembling as it spoke. Why, yes, Dobby knows your name. You are a friend of Master Malfoy. As it sobbed, it used a corner of its dirty pillowcase to wipe its nose. Lin Xiao'an's eyes twitched slightly, but he maintained a smile, feigning the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman. Dobby, I have a proposition for you. Would you be willing to leave the Malfoy household and become Harry's house elf? To protect him closely? What? Harry was nearly ready to leap from his sickbed, exclaiming, Little Lin, why? It almost made me drop out of school. It nearly smashed your head with a bludger. Lin Xiao'an, displaying a remarkable lack of empathy towards Harry's forlorn state, responded almost cruelly. However, you must understand, Harry, that everything it did was for your own good. I am convinced of this. As I have mentioned, these house elves possess a blind adoration for you. I shall elucidate the details later, Harry, but let us now consult the wishes of Dobby himself. Lin Xiao'an turned to Dobby and said, if you are willing, I shall petition Mr. Malfoy. Surely he would not deny me this favor. Dobby, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered, willing. Dobby is willing. For Mr. Harry Potter, Dobby would give his all. Sir, you are truly a good person. Goodness, this physique of mine is remarkable. I seem to be perpetually collecting good deeds. Of course, considering your previous performance was somewhat lacking, Dobby. Lin Xiao'an disregarded Harry's vehement protests and continued, you shall have to start as a temporary worker. Harry will pay you. No, do not refuse. We are conscientious employers in the wizarding world and would never stoop to the disgrace of having someone work without compensation. You must know, my house elves enjoy not only food and shelter, but also social security benefits and 15 days of annual leave. Let's see. Lin Xiao'an calculated silently for a few seconds before declaring, the salary for a temporary worker shall be 2 galleons per week. That amounts to 8 galleons a month. And over 12 months, it totals 48 galleons. Harry's eyes widened with admiration, sparkling like stars as he gazed at Lin Xiao'an, exclaiming, Xiao'an, your math is truly impressive. Dobby nodded vigorously beside them, nearly lifting a placard in support for Lin Xiao'an. Lin Xiao'an chuckled and bowed slightly. You flatter me. To be honest, mathematics is my strong suit. Chapter 62. Even without presents, one must make an appearance. Though Lin Xiao'an, Harry, and Dobby reached an agreement, Harry, I am not involved. I am not. Their status as minors under the age of 17 rendered them incapable of fully executing this arrangement, thus delegating the specifics to the diary version of Riddle and Gilderoy Lockhart. Indeed, you read that correctly. Dumbledore would not personally negotiate with Mr. Malfoy over such a trivial matter, and Professor Snape, being hopelessly engrossed in potions, would hardly concern himself with the fate of a mere house elf. Consequently, after briefing the aforementioned prominent figures, Lin Xiao'an cheerfully decided to allow the diary version of Riddle to meet with Mr. Malfoy for discussions. Let's not dwell on Mr. Malfoy's astonishment upon encountering the diary version of Riddle, which he had discarded himself, but instead return our focus to the medical room. The day following the nocturnal expedition to the Chamber of Secrets, Ron and Hermione became aware of the existence of the house elf, and were finally permitted to visit. Ron merely mumbled a few words, still ruminating over his wand, now severed into 2 pieces. However, upon receiving assurance that Lin Xiao'an's wand had been crafted with identical materials to his previous one, he was able to set aside his grievances. Hermione initially disapproved. She remained fervently committed to advocating for the rights of house elves. Yet, when Lin Xiao'an casually mentioned the wages and holidays he intended to offer the house elves, her demeanor shifted. Xiao'an, you are truly a good person, she exclaimed, clasping her hands together and batting her eyelashes at him. Lin Xiao'an, who had thought he was basking in a halo of goodwill, realized he was merely receiving a good person card. Well, that's something, he mused, finding solace in humor. After all, I'm still young, and little Xiao'an hasn't fully matured yet. Even if there are girls flirting with me, my capabilities are still lacking. All right, children, it's time for you to have lunch. Mrs. Pomfrey approached, having stretched and checked Harry's arms and fingers to ensure his full recovery. You seem to be doing well, and I'm sure you do not wish to linger here. The young ones expressed their gratitude to Mrs. Pomfrey, and Harry quickly donned his wizarding robes before hurrying to the great hall for lunch. Suddenly, as they passed through a corridor, Harry stumbled to a halt. Gripping the stone wall, he focused intently, scanning his surroundings, squinting in the dim light of the passage as if searching for something. Harry, what's wrong? Ron stepped forward, reaching out as if to pull him back. I heard that sound again, Harry explained to the perplexed trio, the same sound from Halloween night. Lin Xiao'an gasped, wait. I just realized. I thought I had forgotten something. The basilisk. He had been preoccupied with connecting Tom Riddle's diary to Dumbledore and had completely overlooked the serpent released from the chamber. Oh, dear Merlin. How could I have forgotten to deal with it? Chapter 63. Why must we go to the girls' lavatory? Thus, it was only natural that following Harry's lead, Lin Xiao'an and the others discovered an unfortunate student petrified in place. The student clutched a camera, rigidly standing at the corner of the corridor. He was the one who often chased Harry to take artistic photographs. What was his name again? Never mind. As long as no one was harmed, he could be called whatever one pleased. It is often said that sunshine follows the storm. Wait, why is this phrase here? The bystanders always seem to appear unexpectedly during such awkward moments, and once again, Harry found himself the target of derision from the majority of students. The title of the chosen one carries considerable weight, drawing attention akin to that of an exemplary child from a neighbor's household. The younger ones, indifferent to his past of solitude and bullying, could only hear and see the favoritism displayed by the teachers towards Harry Potter, leading them to engage in unwarranted criticism. It is essential to recognize that the world of children can be quite harsh. Therefore, even in the absence of any writing on the wall this time, it was only natural for them to place the blame squarely on Harry's shoulders. As the saying goes, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. And being a savior is no easy task. Lin Xiao'an cast a sympathetic glance at Harry, who had inadvertently fallen victim to his own predicament. Unable to eat a morsel for most of the day, ensconced in a corner of the library, utterly despondent. Harry, don't mind them. Eat and drink as you please. I believe you are innocent. Harry was once again touched by Lin Xiao'an's unwavering support. Xiao'an, thank you for believing in me. You truly are. Stop. Enough. The good guy card joke has run its course. Lin Xiao'an vowed that he never wanted to hear the phrase "you are a good person" again in this volume. Do not take their foolish words to heart, Harry. Focus on your homework. I just spotted Elizabeth. I need to speak with her. See you later, grapefruit. Harry, Ron, Hermione was absent, having gone to the library to search for reference books. Do not misunderstand. Lin Xiao'an is not the kind of person who prioritizes romance over friendship, is he? His search for Nan Jiayu this time was indeed for a legitimate purpose. Question: what is the greatest flaw of Slytherin House? Answer: there are too few members. Well, at least that is Lin Xiao'an's opinion. Each new cohort of Slytherin students consists of only a handful of individuals, so few that one could count them on one hand, with fingers to spare. It is said that each has a private dormitory, which certainly does not elicit any envy or jealousy from Lin Xiao'an. I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand. This scarcity of students has, in particular, posed significant challenges for Lin Xiao'an's companion, Little Black, in exploring the Slytherin dormitories. Hogwarts Castle is protected by magical barriers, preventing Little Black from scanning a broad and precise terrain map through mere thought as it could in the Muggle world. Instead, it must physically traverse the target area to create a three-dimensional, living map-like image. During classes, Little Black scurries about the castle, meticulously documenting every room, corridor, and the numerous mysterious chambers of unknown purpose. Even if spotted by others, they would merely assume that Little Black is engaged in a cat-and-mouse game, oblivious to the fact that it is, in truth, a little espionage agent. After a year of relentless effort throughout the first grade and the first semester of the second, the only part of Hogwarts Castle that remained inaccessible to our Little Black companion was the Slytherin dormitory. Reasonably speaking, even the headmaster's office, where Lin Xiao'an's pet was free to roam, posed no barrier. The students of Slytherin were simply too guarded. The moment the system, approached their dormitory, they would refuse to utter the password. After much anticipation, when I finally saw a student emerge, I nearly fell prey to their tall and unattractive prefect before I could slip inside. Alas, I cannot lay a paw on the youngsters. How frustrating. Are you even listening? Host, not long ago, taking advantage of an empty moment, Little Black couldn't help but voice these grievances to Lin Xiao'an. It was imperative for Lin Xiao'an to ensure that Little Black obtained the details of the Slytherin dormitory. The Chamber of Secrets was a venture he must undertake. While the basilisk could evade him, it would eventually return to the chamber to rest, wandering the castle without a care. However, he absolutely refused to enter through the girls' lavatory. As a man of dignity, why should he resort to such a place? Since this was the Chamber of Secrets belonging to Slytherin, the true entrance must lie within the Slytherin dormitory. It must. In order to facilitate Little Black's entry into the Slytherin dormitory, Lin Xiao'an pondered deeply and eventually devised a brilliant plan. Nan Jiayu looked at Lin Xiao'an, who was approaching with a slightly sheepish expression. You want me to help look after Little Black for a few days? Lin Xiao'an rubbed his hands together, feigning embarrassment. Ahem, yes, you see, I've been attempting to develop a new potion lately, and just a moment ago, a flash of inspiration struck me. It was as if I had received divine enlightenment. I have a premonition that a potion of earth-shattering proportions is about to be born in my hands. Thus, I fear I won't be able to attend to Little Black in the coming days. You know, Elizabeth, most of the blue boys are rather clumsy. I can't trust them. The only green girls I'm familiar with are you and Hermione. Then why not just ask Ranger to look after Little Black? Nan Jiayu replied with a light huff. By Merlin, this was a treacherous question. If Lin Xiao'an answered poorly, he might as well explode on the spot. Hermione, in my heart, is like a brother, for tenderness and attentiveness. Our Elizabeth is the first choice. Isn't she? Nan Jiayu smirked slightly. I know, you're a Gryffindor. If you had any other options, you wouldn't come to me. Fine, I'll agree. Cough, cough, cough. Just so you know, Little Black is very well behaved. He can use the restroom by himself, though he doesn't actually need to. I've also asked the house elves to bring him water and food. I am merely concerned that he might run around without supervision. Just keep him in the dormitory, It wouldn't be much trouble. Lin Xiao'an was utterly indifferent to the flimsy and implausible excuses. His sole intention was to seize the opportunity to place Little Black within the confines of the Slytherin dormitories. Regardless of whether Nanjiu sensed anything amiss, she remained unflustered as she accompanied Lin Xiao'an to the Gryffindor dormitory, bringing along Little Black and its usual feline cushion. Lin Xiao'an mentally cautioned Little Black, "Stay composed. The Slytherins are astute. Do not allow them to perceive any flaws." Little Black responded with unwavering confidence. "Rest assured, host. Playing the fool is my specialty." "Absolutely splendid," Lin Xiao'an thought. "What on earth are you so smug about?" Chapter 64. Parseltongue, Part 1. Are you seriously suggesting that Harry confront the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, Professor? Lin Xiao'an silently exclaimed, feigning astonishment as he anticipated this very moment. After dinner that day, he received a small note from Gate Dumbledore via Owl, inviting him to the headmaster's office, with a special mention that he had already informed Professor Snape, assuring Lin Xiao'an he could skip his remedial classes without worry. As Lin Xiao'an ambled toward the headmaster's office, taking his time, he engaged in the customary pleasantries before settling down for tea and snacks. Dumbledore then abruptly dropped a bombshell. Glasses, indeed, serve as excellent props. Dumbledore's eyes must have sparkled with a myriad of emotions, yet the crescent-shaped lenses concealed any inner turmoil from Lin Xiao'an's gaze. To be honest, even without his glasses, Lin Xiao'an would not have discerned Dumbledore's sentiments. Compared to Dumbledore, Lin Xiao'an was merely an unpretentious, innocent white lotus, chuckling to himself. After a pretense of internal struggle, Lin Xiao'an finally spoke. "But Professor, it seems rather unlikely that Harry can manage this alone." "Oh no, dear Xiao'an," Dumbledore cheerfully interjected. "I did not intend for Harry to embark on this perilous journey solo. After all, you are with him." Lin Xiao'an thought. WTF, Gay Dumbledore, is it truly appropriate for you to be so blunt? A cunning old fox like you should at least have first expressed some admiration for my combat prowess. Don't you think? Do you realize that with such candor, you risk losing my loyalty? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, resolute in transforming the basilisk into a source of experience for the savior. "Xiao'an, you and Harry are good friends. Perhaps you have heard that Harry will encounter many unforeseen challenges in the future. I implore you." Lin Xiao'an mused, "Of course, they are unpredictable. The real question is whether I can foresee them. Very well, if you are oblivious to my foresight, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. For who am I to defy the venerable old man? Well, starting tomorrow, I will find a way to gradually coax Harry towards the Chamber of Secrets unless you change your mind, Professor." With that, Lin Xiao'an rose to depart from the headmaster's office, but at that moment, his long-buried paternal instincts surged forth, compelling him to voice a few sharp words to Dumbledore. "To be honest, Professor, in this vast wizarding world, isn't it rather absurd to place all hopes upon a mere child? Harry should not bear such a burden. After all, he is still just a child." Upon returning to his dormitory, after washing up and lying on his bed, Lin Xiao'an couldn't shake the cold sweat trickling down his back, his mind buzzing and spinning. To his astonishment, Dumbledore, upon hearing Lin Xiao'an's words, was moved to tears. "My dear Xiao'an, I knew I had not misjudged you. Thank you for considering Harry." As he spoke, two streams of grateful tears flowed down his wrinkled face. Lin Xiao'an fled in distress. How could he confront this elderly man, with his white hair and crow's feet, who wept so readily? Who dared to oppose him, fearing he might dramatically collapse to the floor? "I am sorry, Harry. It seems you must face a formidable challenge to level up. You can only blame your unfortunate timing of birth. Such is fate." The next day, as Lin Xiao'an, Harry, Ron, and Hermione traversed the entrance hall, they noticed a small crowd gathered around the notice board, reading a newly posted parchment. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas appeared quite excited. Beckoning them over. "Dueling Club," Seamus exclaimed. "Tonight is our first meeting. I wouldn't mind learning a few dueling techniques. They could prove useful one day." Ron leaned in eagerly towards the announcement. "Should we join? Wow, this seems fun." Hermione remained non-committal, while Harry's eagerness was unmistakable. Lin Xiao'an grinned widely, "Of course. We must go." Chapter 65. The Parseltongue, Part 2. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Without experiencing it firsthand, one could never comprehend why Parseltongue, which merely sounds like a foreign language, evokes such dread. Harry Potter, currently a second-year student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, is a small boy with black hair and green eyes, wearing round glasses, appearing rather innocuous and adorably childlike. However, when he begins to hiss and converse with a snake, one's perception swiftly changes. The sensation that wells up from within is not as sharp. refreshing chill akin to a bucket of cold water being poured over one's head. Rather, it is a sinister, slick feeling reminiscent of wandering alone through a shadowy, oppressive night, when suddenly a pair of damp, pale hands reaches out from behind, covering your mouth and nose, entangling you in a chilling, relentless tremor. The discomfort was so palpable that even the hundreds of candles floating above the auditorium, casting a glorious light upon the gilded stage, could not warm the hearts of the onlookers. Almost everyone involuntarily shuddered, stepping back in unison, yet Harry remained blissfully unaware, wearing a small, smug grin, clearly pleased with himself for successfully thwarting the serpent's attack on a fellow student. Lin Xiao'an rubbed his arms, smoothing the goosebumps that had arisen on his skin, then exchanged a glance with Ron, each gripping one of Harry's arms, hastily pulling him back to the deserted Gryffindor common room. "Harry, you speak Parseltongue," Ron exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, and the freckles on his cheeks deepening, making him appear even more unsightly. Lin Xiao'an did not focus on Harry's response. He deliberately remained silent, biding his time for the curious ones to reveal themselves. "Xiao'an, what are you thinking?" Hermione, ever perceptive, inquired. Lin Xiao'an comfortably nestled in the armchair, stroking his chin as if playing detective. "I have a hunch about something. Firstly, the ability to converse with snakes is a renowned skill of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts, which is why the emblem of Slytherin House is a serpent, right?" The other three nodded in agreement. "Secondly, although the second petrification incident was not announced by the glowing slogan on the wall, we all understand that the culprit must be the one responsible for petrifying Madame Norris. Am I correct in my conjecture?" Harry, bewildered and sporting a confused expression, slowly shook his head. "No. No problem," Ron exclaimed, raising his voice. "Xiao'an, what are you trying to say? Get to the point." Hermione, deep in thought, interjected, "Wait a moment, I think I—" Lin Xiao'an, guiding them gently, continued. "The legend of the Chamber of Secrets states that Slytherin concealed a secret room within Hogwarts Castle, unbeknownst to the other founders. However, Slytherin departed from Hogwarts after a disagreement with Gryffindor due to differing ideologies, sealing the chamber before his departure. Thus, no one could access it until his true heir arrived at the school. Only that heir can unlock the chamber, unleashing the terrifying entity within, tasked with purging the school of all those unworthy of learning magic." "You mean Harry is?" Ron instinctively glanced at Harry, shifting uncomfortably. Hermione quickly interjected, No, Ron, not like that. Xiao'an, let me think for a moment. I'm starting to grasp it, but ordinary snakes, they're not just snakes. I believe." Lin Xiao'an, taking advantage of being Professor Snape's sole apprentice, felt confident that no one would dare to seek verification from the professor himself. Thus, he placed all blame upon his esteemed mentor. While studying potion-making with the professor, he had heard mention of a remarkable creature known as the basilisk, reputed for its extraordinary medicinal value. Suddenly, Hermione sprang to her feet, her fists clenched, and declared emphatically, "I know." It's Chapter 66, The Deep Sea, Part 1. The Pipes. Once the connections clicked into place, Hermione's face lit up, her voice rising several octaves. "Harry, the voice you heard was that of the basilisk." Lin Xiao'an watched with a smile as Hermione paced excitedly before the fireplace in the common room, her expression reminiscent of a benevolent Dumbledore, perhaps an apt comparison. Xiao'an. Hermione rushed towards Lin Xiao'an, yet halted just shy of him. "It's the basilisk, the one Harry heard in the Slytherin chamber. The basilisk that slithers through the castle's pipes." "Bingo!" Lin Xiao'an snapped his fingers, though they made no sound, affirming her deduction. 10 points to Gryffindor. If only I had the authority. Cough, cut it out. The adage holds true. One is influenced by their company. Having spent considerable time with Lin Xiao'an, even the younger ones had learned to roll their eyes. Mew, the ever-spirited little black cat, appeared, sauntering over before being scooped up by Lin Xiao'an. The group and one cat gathered together, and under Lin Xiao'an's guidance, they pieced together the sequence of events and deliberated on their next course of action. Harry, feeling increasingly aggrieved, exclaimed, "We must find that basilisk and slay it. It's the reason I've been wronged by my classmates." Hermione's immediate response was, "I believe we should inform Professor McGonagall first. There's no way we can handle a basilisk on our own. The books say that merely looking into its eyes is fatal. Although I did not understand how Moaning Myrtle and Colin were only petrified. Yes. Hermione is right. Let the adults handle it." Ron eagerly concurred, not out of cowardice, but as a rational choice. Lin Xiao'an, amused and silent while petting the cat, winked at a portrait of a group of figures hanging on the wall. Did they truly believe the matter could be resolved so easily? How naive. Indeed, just as they unanimously decided to inform the teachers. They had barely stepped out of the common room when Harry abruptly turned, focused and still, attuning his ears to the sounds emanating from within the walls. Hiss, hiss, where is this? This was the serpent language, audible only to Harry, and it seemed illogical that the others could not hear it too. Hiss, home, home. Harry whispered excitedly. It says it wants to go home. Let us follow it. Perhaps we might uncover the hidden chamber. Harry exclaimed, and indeed he was correct. Hermione, Ron, keep up. Lin Xiao'an noticed Harry begin to move, his tone carrying a hint of command. As they meandered through the corridors, the young ones felt not a trace of irritation. Rather, excitement bubbled within them. After all, what is the basilisk but a mere serpent? We are wizards. Moreover, we have Xiao'an with us. Hermione's cheeks flushed as she discreetly glanced at Lin Xiao'an, who cradled the small black creature in one arm, exuding an air of calmness and poise, embodying a steadfastness worthy of trust. Thus, the unfortunate basilisk was swiftly subdued and tucked into the wall beside the Gryffindor dormitory, awakening later with an instinctual desire to return to its lair, eager to serve as a source of experience for the young adventurers, as if. Lin Xiao'an silently shed a tear of sympathy for the basilisk. Not really. While contemplating the myriad uses for its remains, serpent skin, flesh, blood, oil, and bones, all treasures not to be squandered, especially the fangs. Here, this is the spot, Harry declared, pointing at a damp, barren stone wall. Lin Xiao'an suppressed a laugh, feigning surprise. Ah, this seems to be the Slytherin dormitory where I used to attend lessons. Ron gasped in shock. What? How do we get in? Hermione wisely suggested. Perhaps we ought to inform Professor McGonagall? Lin Xiao'an, brimming with confidence, stepped forward and said, Do not worry, allow me. Chapter 67, The Abyss, Part 2. Pure Blood. As Lin Xiao'an's words faded, a stone door concealed within the wall slowly creaked open. The group collectively held their breath, peering cautiously within. The Slytherin common room was a narrow, low-ceilinged underground chamber, its walls and ceiling constructed from rough-hewn stone. Round, green-tinged lamps dangled from chains, illuminating the space. Lin Xiao'an retrieved a pocket watch with a pure gold casing, encrusted with various opulent gemstones that radiated wealth, and checked the time. Ah, splendid. It was still before 10 o'clock. It was neither too early nor too late. The Gryffindor common room was devoid of any specters, and surprisingly, the Slytherin common room was equally empty. They had encountered no one along the way. The fireplace in the Slytherin common room had not been lit, but remnants of a greenish powder resembling flue powder lingered, to ensure that the savior, who forgot to don the invisibility cloak, successfully achieves the first kill. The divine assistance from certain individuals is meticulously coordinated and seamlessly discreet. Lin Xiao'an expressed her thoughts on this illogical fairy tale world. Such mindless enjoyment is truly splendid. Away from home turf, the Gryffindor cubs, excluding Lin Xiao'an, couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Ron, trembling with nerves, asked, How is Harry? Where did the snake go? Harry felt his heart racing, yet he endeavored to suppress his stage fright, maintaining a stern expression as he pointed to the left. To the left? Hermione gently bit her lip, gazing at the fork in the corridor leading to the left and right, which seemed to lead to the Slytherin students' dormitory. A dormitory? No, no. Ron jumped up in shock, albeit not very high. If the Slytherin snakes discovered us. Harry scratched his head and murmured, Otherwise, I could run back to fetch the invisibility cloak, but I'm concerned about losing track of the basilisk. If only we had prepared the polyjuice potion in advance. Hermione lamented, her scholarly spirit ablaze. That way, we could disguise ourselves as Slytherin students. Tisk, truly useless. It seems I must step in to handle everything. Lin Xiao'an, cradling the small black creature, proceeded towards the Slytherin dormitory, adhering strictly to the International Convention of Male Left, Female Right, remarking as she walked, No need to worry. We have allies in the Serpent House. Are you referring to Elizabeth? Harry quickly grasped the implication, but this appeared to be the boys' dormitory, right? Following the guidance of the small black creature, Lin Xiao'an took a few more steps and paused at the entrance of a dormitory. A small brass plaque on the door bore the elegant inscription, DM, Alohomora, without a hint of regard for Draco's privacy. Lin Xiao'an drew her wand and cast the unlocking spell. Harry and the others exchanged shy glances, their ears flushed with embarrassment, as they timidly followed Lin Xiao'an into Draco's single dormitory. Draco's sleeping posture was quite standard, lying flat on his back with his hands resting just above his navel, breathing lightly without snoring, his soft golden hair adorably cascading over his forehead. At this moment, a reader inquired, if Draco is covered by a blanket, how do you know how his hands are positioned? The answer was simple. Lin Xiao'an casually handed the small black creature to Hermione, then abruptly pulled back the blanket covering Draco, promptly covering the startled Draco's mouth with her hand, lowering her voice to say, "Comrade, Deep Sea, the organization has come to see you." Chapter 68. The Brave Confronts the Evil Serpent, Part 1. Furious, Draco thrashed about on the bed like a salted fish. Unfortunately, his efforts were feeble, and Lin Xiao'an swiftly subdued him with a single hand. "Enough, Draco. Cease your unreasonable antics. We have important matters to discuss," she declared. "I will count to 3 and then release you, but you must not shout." With that, Lin Xiao'an loosened her grip and took a significant step back. At that moment, Draco abandoned any semblance of noble composure and let out a howl, raising his fist to strike at Lin Xiao'an's chest. However, she deftly pressed her 2 fingers against his forehead, gently pushing him back onto the bed. Hermione cradled a small black creature, her head bowed. Harry also lowered his gaze. Ron glanced at Harry and mimicked his posture. While no one spoke, if one listened closely, faint chuckles could be heard, indicating they were struggling to contain their laughter. Lin Xiao'an was not there to amuse them. After a semester of indulgence, it was time to attend to serious matters. "Draco, the time has come to test your mettle. The organization requires your assistance." Draco, who had never faced such humiliation in his life, perhaps that statement was premature. Good days were still ahead. Quickly sprang from the bed. Ignoring the vast disparity in their physical prowess, he confronted Lin Xiao'an, gripping her collar fiercely. "How dare you? I will tell. The Chamber of Secrets. Draco, we have found Slytherin's chamber." Lin Xiao'an affectionately patted Draco's shoulder, her tone earnest. Upon hearing her words, Draco's fury dissipated like a red-hot iron plunged into icy water, transforming his rage into calm composure. "Let me confirm. Did you just say Chamber of Secrets?" "Indeed. Here's the situation." Lin Xiao'an explained the gist of the matter. "Time is running short for the brave souls. Delaying further may allow the basilisk to escape. Therefore, Draco, I need your answer now. Will you join us? Or shall I cast a memory charm? You can actually perform a memory charm." "That is an advanced spell," Hermione remarked, her focus always delightfully offbeat. Lin Xiao'an boasted, "Indeed, you see, Hermione, I am not just an ordinary person." Draco completely ignored Lin Xiao'an and turned his attention to Harry. "Potter, do not think that simply speaking Parseltongue makes you the heir of Slytherin. You are unworthy." Harry, taken aback, thought, "WTF? I've been silent, and yet still evoke hatred?" Draco, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "The Chamber of Secrets can only be opened by a student of Slytherin House. Now, turn around. I need to change. Goodness, one would think you were a delicate maiden. With such fussiness." Lin Xiao'an muttered as she turned to face the wall, casually retrieving a small handheld mirror from her pocket. The sight left Hermione, who witnessed the scene unfold beside her, utterly astonished, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. As Lin Xiao'an adjusted the mirror's angle, she whispered, "Hermione, I'm not the type to act recklessly. I'm merely worried that Draco might launch a sneak attack from behind us." Hermione's complex gaze in response to Lin Xiao'an was entirely understandable, conveying unspoken words. "All right, you say what you will, but I do not believe a single punctuation mark of it, huh?" With a rustle, Draco hastily shed his nightgown and donned his wizarding robes, slipping on his shoes and grasping his wand. Before he could cast a curse at Lin Xiao'an, she timely turned around and asked, "Ready?" Draco felt a slight twinge of irritation as he clenched his teeth and replied, Let's go. Brave snake hunters, let us commence our task." Chapter 69. The Brave Confronts the Malevolent Serpent, Part 2. Lin Xiao'an had meticulously calculated every detail. What? Does Lin Xiao'an possess a brain? Does she? Yet she overlooked one critical aspect. She underestimated Salazar's cunning, presuming that as one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, Slytherin must possess a higher degree of significance. Who would have imagined that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets would be a tap? When Draco heard Harry point to the seemingly abandoned fountain in the corner, declaring that the basilisk lurked behind it, his demeanor soured. Although the fountain appeared ordinary and unremarkable, the Gryffindor Lions unconditionally trusted Harry's judgment. They meticulously examined the fountain inside and out, and finally, in a moment of inspiration from Lin Xiao'an, they discovered a small serpent engraved on the side of the brass tap. "This tap is broken and cannot be turned. We've never used it, nor has anyone repaired it." Draco's voice was slightly hoarse. "That it!" Lin Xiao'an exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. "It must be that. Harry, try speaking Parseltongue." After several attempts, during which he unconsciously spoke in English, Harry finally managed to hiss SSS. "Open." Suddenly, the tap emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the fountain itself began to move. They watched in awe as the fountain gradually vanished from view, revealing a large pipe wide enough for an adult to crawl through. "I still think we should inform the professors and let them." Hermione's words trailed off, but Lin Xiao'an took the lead, diving headfirst into the pipe and sliding down like a slide. To her surprise, Draco followed closely behind, driven by the honor of pure-blood nobility and the legacy of Slytherin. This is the crux of the matter. He was truly determined. Harry, having no time to ponder, thought to himself, if Little and is so brave, how can I falter at this critical moment? Thus, in a moment of impulsive resolve, he too slid down without hesitation. Ron, with a wry smile, said to Hermione, Hermione, being a girl, you should refrain from engaging in such perilous affairs. You ought to inform the professors. It would be best if they could come quickly. I must join Harry and Little, and otherwise, it would be a betrayal of camaraderie. With a somber expression, he leaped into the pipe. Hermione exclaimed, maddening wand, reckless and thoughtless. Fish-lipped blue boy, furrowing her brows tightly. Hermione used her wand to etch a glowing SOS symbol onto the adjacent wall. She then adjusted the hem of her wizarding robe and cautiously crawled into the water pipe, releasing her grip and sliding down. Whoosh! Chapter 70. The Brave Confronts the Evil Serpent. The pipe twisted and turned, steeply descending. Draco realized he had slid deep beneath the school, even further than the underground classrooms. He could hear someone trailing behind him, making faint clattering sounds at the bends. At last, the pipe leveled out, and he emerged from its mouth, landing with a thud on the damp floor. Before him lay a pitch-black stone tunnel, spacious enough for an adult to stand inside. Draco did not see Lin Xiao'an, who had entered the pipe first and hesitated to proceed alone. He chose to wait for Potter, Weasley, and yes, Granger to arrive before he cautiously advanced, illuminating the path ahead with the faint glow from the tip of his wand. A few young creatures huddled closely together, nestled against one another, as the tunnel was too dark for them to see beyond a small area in front of them. The wand's light cast their shadows upon the damp walls, appearing monstrous and menacing. Suddenly, a sharp crack. Everyone jumped, only to discover Ron had stepped on a mouse's skull. They lowered their wands to inspect the ground, finding small animal bones scattered everywhere. Harry led the way, turning around a dark bend in the tunnel. Harry, there is something over there, Ron exclaimed, gripping Harry's shoulder tightly, his voice hoarse. The group froze in place, gazing ahead at the outline of a massive creature, coiled on the opposite side of the tunnel, seemingly undulating slowly. Back away. Ah, no need to panic, my friends. It is I, Lin Xiao'an. With utmost caution, swiftly and gently rolled up the serpent's shed skin, which exceeded 20 feet in length and was vibrantly green, forming a massive coil that resembled a carpet. Then, Lin Xiao'an, with unrefined boldness, directly stuffed the snakeskin roll into his empty pocket before the eyes of all, showing reluctance to even produce the spatial bag he had shamelessly acquired from Professor Snape as a disguise. A shrinking spell? Don't be absurd. My actions are characterized by utmost transparency. Lin Xiao'an, what are you doing? The dim light obscured the cub's view of Lin Xiao'an's precise actions, leaving only Draco to question his antics. Are you trying to scare us with your theatrics? Indeed, I'm merely jesting with everyone, a little lightheartedness to enliven the atmosphere. What does it mean to have a pillow delivered when one is drowsy? Lin Xiao'an felt that intellect was entirely unnecessary in a fairy tale. Look, even a cursory thought reveals the flaws in the reasoning, yet not a single soul objected. Regardless of the detours taken, one ultimately reaches the destination, only to be confronted by a solid wall blocking the cub's path, adorned with two entwined serpents, their eyes set with large, gleaming emeralds. Oh my, look at these gems, so large and bright, akin to the twinkling stars above. Lin Xiao'an swallowed the word valuable, feeling sheepish under the disapproving gazes cast upon him. He said, Harry, you go ahead. With Lin Xiao'an's light-hearted banter, Harry surprisingly found his tension dissipating. Open, Harry stepped forward and uttered in a low, husky hiss. The two serpents responded, parting to reveal a stone wall that cracked down the middle, gradually sliding apart and vanishing from sight. The cub stood at one end of a long, dimly lit chamber, where numerous stone columns, intricately carved with coiling serpents, soared to support a ceiling that melded into the darkness above, casting long, eerie shadows across the room suffused with a mysterious, verdant haze. Lin Xiao'an was eager to catch a glimpse of the monkey-faced statue, said to represent the true essence of Slytherin, standing at the far end of the chamber. However, before he could reach it, as the cubs approached the fourth and fifth pairs of stone columns, they heard a rustling sound. Meow. The basilisk, Little Black, cried out sharply. Lin Xiao'an dismissed the alarm. A basilisk is just a basilisk. Why the fuss? Harry can simply showcase his parcel tongue to subdue it. What is all this commotion about? You're a system, so maintain some aloofness. Meow, meow, meow. Run, host. The basilisk has been blinded and is in a frenzy. Lin Xiao'an looked up in horror, just in time to see a golden red bird, theoretically a phoenix, taking flight. With keen eyesight, he noticed the phoenix's long golden beak dripping with black blood. Phoenix! Fox! Boom! A colossal serpent's tail shattered the stone pillar, unleashing a howling gale laced with debris, hurling it towards the fledglings. Run! Lin Xiao'an yelled frantically, grasping Hermione's hand with his left while pulling along an unknown companion with his right, sprinting away with fervor. At that moment, only one thought raced through Lin Xiao'an's mind. Damn you, Dumbledore! Chapter 71. No escape. The scene was utter chaos. The frightened fledglings clenched their jaws tightly, stifling screams as they darted around the dim chamber, desperately seeking refuge. The serpent's bulbous yellow eyes, blinded by the phoenix's beak, oozed black blood that splattered onto the ground. With a girth akin to that of an oak trunk, the serpent raised its upper body high into the air, its flattened head weaving erratically between the stone columns. As if intoxicated, one by one, the pillars fell to the ground with a resounding crash, and after enduring the agonizing pain in its eyes, the serpent seemed determined to take someone down with it upon its demise. Even deprived of its prideful vision, it possessed razor-sharp fangs, a robust and resilient body, and a powerful, agile tail. Why must I be the scapegoat? Lin Xiao'an lamented as he frantically circled around, unable to restrain his expletives. With so many people, why are you only following me? Do you believe I won't take you down with a single blow? Fox! Fox, come back to me. Where's the sorting hat? Where's Gryffindor's sword? Am I to face this beast empty-handed? Fox, however, indicated that he had not received any instructions from Dumbledore and paid Lin Xiao'an no heed. Lin Xiao'an activated the supreme martial arts skill, which only afforded him a slight increase in speed, proving futile against the centuries-old, thick-skinned, venomous serpent that had lost its reason. Thus, he attempted to unleash the stunning spell from his wand towards the beast. Remarkably, the spell packed a punch, rebounding off the serpent's scales and etching deep gashes into the stone walls, akin to merely scratching the serpent's itch. Harry and the others followed closely behind, attempting to disrupt the creature with an array of colorful, everyday spells, yet none could divert the enraged serpent from its target, firmly locked onto Lin Xiao'an. He couldn't help but wonder if Dumbledore or someone had cast a snake charm upon him. What? You suggest the unforgivable curse? Lin Xiao'an mused, contemplating whether to unleash the killing curse or the bone-crushing curse upon the serpent boss. Setting aside the question of efficacy, had he forgotten that the phoenix from Dumbledore's household was watching from some hidden corner above the chamber? As long as Lin Xiao'an dared to exhibit even the slightest hint of, he exhibited signs of wielding dark magic as early as the second grade. A reminder of Azkaban, dear reader, the wizarding world does not heed the tears of the underage. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao'an was cornered by the basilisk, retreating to the depths of the Chamber of Secrets, where a colossal monkey-faced statue seemed to mock his predicament, its back against the oppressive, dark walls. With no escape in sight, Hermione's composure finally shattered, and she screamed in terror behind the basilisk. No, Xiao'an! Ron, disheveled and drenched in sweat, yelled at Harry. Harry, speak in Parseltongue. Divert its attention. Command it. Make it leave. Draco, gasping for breath, appeared no better off, soaked as if caught in a torrential downpour, his face marred by numerous red scratches, and one of his shoes missing. Harry nodded, vigorously wiping the sweat from his brow, then clenched his fists, hissing loudly as he lunged at the basilisk, only to be flung away by its powerful tail. Thus, Hermione's soprano morphed into a desperate cry. No. Harry, stay back. I can handle this. Little did Lin Xiao'an anticipate that, with the tale barely entering its second volume, he would be compelled to unleash his ultimate technique. Listen, Lin Xiao'an raised his wand before him, whispering to it, your girlfriend is still adorned with diamonds. I will have her fitted with a phoenix-shaped handle. A match made in heaven. So adorable. But, should I perish, you and your girlfriend shall accompany me in death. Fire cremation. Understand? At that moment, a tiny pink heart emerged from the tip of his wand. Thus, Lin Xiao'an firmly planted his foot on the monkey-faced statue's large toe, grasping the folds of its wizarding robe to climb to its head, nearly parallel with the basilisk's own. You, increase your output. No more holding back. Ultimate technique. Unleash. Chapter 72 Meow. With the status enhancement, the wand's output indeed surged. The silvery glow of the tickling charm, typically used for pranks, was nearly as thick as Lin Xiao'an's arm, striking accurately against the basilisk's jaw. Even though the creature's eyes throbbed with pain, the intense localized itch rendered it weak and relaxed, its mouth opening as if in laughter. Lin Xiao'an watched warily as the basilisk's mouth quivered, then swiftly yanked from his neck the small black creature that had been clinging to him since the basilisk's appearance. Little Black. Lin Xiao'an lifted the little black cat, bringing their faces close together, and spoke rapidly in what others might perceive as a mysterious incantation, but was in fact nothing more than pure flower language. You are the indestructible system, immune to all poisons, with a lifespan equal to the heavens. You cannot perish, correct? The little black cat responded with a perplexed meow. Lin Xiao'an continued, having nurtured the system for countless days. Now is the time for you to assist your host in dire moments. After consuming so many of my dried fish, surely you must lend a helping paw, yes? The cat replied with a soft mew. That serpent has lived for centuries. It undoubtedly possesses an inner elixir. It is impossible for it not to. After all, in the realms of fantasy and folklore, such things are commonplace. You can surely absorb the energy of that elixir and make it your own. The little black cat purred in response. In my past life, I graduated from the Chinese department, having frolicked in a land of flowers with me for so long. You must be familiar with the tales of Princess Iron Fan and her uncle. Am I right? The cat tilted its head in confusion. Meow. With determination, Lin Xiao'an steadied himself, grounding his stance atop the figure of Slytherin, and with the force of an archer drawing back his bow, hurled the little black cat into the gaping maw of the serpent beast. Go forth, little black cat. Your future lies among the stars and seas. Vanquish it, and the illustrious title of this century's best system will be yours. The cat's cries echoed. Meow, meow, meow. How meow, 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 howl. In comparison to the serpent's massive form, the little black cat appeared as tiny as a peanut, and without hesitation, the serpent swallowed it whole. With a wide grin, the serpent seemed to disregard the event, shifting its focus back to Lin Xiao'an. However, as a serpent raised in a land of decay, it was unaware of one crucial fact. Even peanuts can pose a choking hazard. Suddenly, the serpent's body stiffened. The onlooking children gasped as they watched the serpent's abdomen swell, ballooning larger and larger, akin to a pregnant serpent with 18 offspring on the verge of birth. Initially, the serpent writhed and roared upon the ground, but soon it transformed into an elongated, bulbous shape. Lin Xiao'an, standing closest, distinctly heard the sound of bones cracking. At last, the pressure reached its limit, and the serpent's skin ruptured along its spine, nearly severing the creature in two, lifeless and defeated. Obstacles abound. Armored and fortified, Lin Xiao'an swiftly leapt from Slytherin's head, his wand pulsating with the fervor of anticipation for his girlfriend's arrival. Casting 3 spells in rapid succession to shield Harry and the others from the gushing torrent of black serpent blood. Uncertain which incantation proved effective, he opted to employ them all. The children huddled around Lin Xiao'an, eyes wide with trepidation, fixated on the gaping wound of the serpent's body. From that very opening emerged a colossal, fuzzy black cat paw. As the creature's claws diminished in size, ultimately returning to the normal proportions of a petite feline, the little black cat, sporting a stern expression, emerged from the belly of the serpent monster. How can one discern that a cat bears a frown? Naturally, it is due to the palpable resentment emanating from the little black cat, so thick that it almost materializes. Everyone glanced at the little black cat and then at Lin Xiao'an. Suddenly, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, Lin Xiao'an threw herself onto the ground, clutching her neck in a theatrically pained manner, exclaiming loudly, "Ah, I have encountered the serpent's blood. Ah, I am poisoned. Come, birds, save me. Help. Ah." The younglings looked on in bewilderment, while the little black cat remained unfazed. Indeed, Fawkes the Phoenix had received Dumbledore's instructions. If a student were to fall victim to the serpent's venom, immediate assistance was paramount. Like a whirlwind of gold and crimson, Fawkes gracefully soared above the crowd, landing gently upon Lin Xiao'an's chest. It pressed its exquisite little head against her cheek, tears like pearls streaming from its eyes. But before anything further could unfold, Lin Xiao'an knocked it unconscious with a flick of her wand. The younglings and the little black cat observed in silence. Lin Xiao'an hoisted Fawkes as one might carry a turkey destined for the feast, offering a slight smile to the younglings. Dear friends, after enduring countless trials, we have finally vanquished the boss and achieved victory. Now, let's divide the spoils of our conquest. In Chapter 73, when their beloved Phoenix set out, it was a robust and splendid creature, glistening and resplendent in its plumage. Upon its return, however, it was a shadow of its former self. Having lost so much blood that it lay unconscious, its body a mere shadow of dignity. Were it anyone else, tempers would have flared. Yet our headmaster Dumbledore remained as steadfast as a mountain, his smile unwavering, showering Lin Xiao'an and her companions with praise. My dear children, I am proud of you. With such a congenial demeanor, the headmaster did not inquire why his cherished pet had transformed from a fiery phoenix into a bedraggled creature. Lin Xiao'an and Draco maintained their composure, while the more bashful Hermione, Harry, and Ron felt a twinge of shame, their gazes drifting in unison toward a singular direction. Calmly, Lin Xiao'an stepped forward, wearing a grin, and addressed the professor. Sir, within the chamber, the younglings have reached a consensus. All treasures they discovered shall be entrusted to my spatial pouch, which, truth be told, is merely a figment of imagination. When the next term commences, I shall compensate them with equivalent potions for their rightful shares. Besides, now that the treasures are nestled in my possession, none shall pry them from my grasp. Not even the esteemed Professor Snape, should he wish to negotiate. In this arduous battle against the serpent, I have gained profound insights into the art of potion brewing. I am confident that this summer vacation, under the meticulous guidance of Professor Snape, my most cherished teacher, I shall undoubtedly concoct advanced potions in considerable quantity. Lin Xiao'an implied that he was not one to take advantage of others. Once he brews potions from the myriad remnants of the phoenix, its tears, blood, and feathers, he might even share a few vials with you. Gay Dumbledore. Given the circumstances, Dumbledore could not reprimand Lin Xiao'an and begrudgingly conceded. Very well, my dear children. You must be weary. Return to your dormitory to rest. But wait, Professor, what about our points? We vanquished the basilisk. It is only right that each of us receives an additional 100 or so points, is it not? Lin Xiao'an was unaware of the phrase to take advantage in writing. He simply knew that he deserved what was due to him. Upon hearing Lin Xiao'an's words, the younger students turned their starry-eyed gazes toward Dumbledore, exclaiming, indeed, almost forgot. As expected, Xiao'an is reliable. Dumbledore struggled to maintain his forced smile. Rest assured, my dear children, I will recommend to Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape that you receive additional points. All right, you must be exceedingly fatigued, so return to your dormitories. Harry, please stay behind for a moment. Lin Xiao'an clicked his tongue inwardly and turned to leave. What was there to keep secret? It was merely that Parseltongue was a remnant of Voldemort transferring some of his magic to Harry on the night he left that scar. I have my own Voldemort under my command. There is no need for clandestine whispers. By the way, I must inquire what Riddle and Lockhart have been up to in the diary. The remaining days of the summer term were spent basking in brilliant sunshine. Due to their outstanding performance in the Chamber of Secrets incident, Lin Xiao'an, Harry, Ron, and Hermione collectively earned 400 points for Gryffindor, successfully retaining the House Cup. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students exhibited incredulous expressions upon hearing that Draco received 100 points for fighting alongside Lin Xiao'an and Harry Potter, a sight that greatly pleased Lin Xiao'an. The exams included the maturation of mandrakes, the potion brewing test, Madame Pomfrey's petrification reversal exam, and the end-of-term feast. In the blink of an eye, the students were set to board the Hogwarts Express to return home. Lin Xiao'an shared a compartment with Nanjiayu and did not sit with Harry and the others. Once the train arrived at King's Cross Station, as Lin Xiao'an stepped onto the platform, Harry called out to him. This is my aunt's phone number. Harry handed Lin Xiao'an a small strip of parchment cut from sheepskin. Please give me a call when you can, all right? I can't bear to go 2 whole months without speaking to anyone. Lin Xiao'an raised an eyebrow and took the note. Of course I will, Harry. Then, they stepped through the enchanted partition and returned to the Muggle world. Chapter 74. A Glance of Recognition, Part 1. Harry Potter was, in many respects, an extraordinary boy. For instance, he loathed the summer holidays more than any other time of the year. Moreover, he had an earnest desire to complete his summer assignments, yet found himself clandestinely working on them in the dead of night. Additionally, he happened to be a wizard. Even more astonishingly, this evening, he inadvertently, well, perhaps not entirely inadvertently, inflated the aunt of his cousin Dudley, who was none other than Uncle Vernon Dursley's sister. Consequently, he set off, burdened with his heavy suitcase and accompanied by his owl Hedwig, leaving behind what could hardly be called home. With a flicker of luminescence, Harry sensed that someone or something was observing him from the darkness, so he brandished his wand, tightly clenched in his hand, to discern the source of his unease. After all, he had already unlawfully employed magic today. The decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery forbids underage wizards from using magic outside school. And the worst that could happen would be expulsion from Hogwarts or being apprehended by the Ministry of Magic. He raised his wand high above his head, illuminating the cobblestone outer wall of number 2, Privet Drive. Between the wall and the garage, Harry distinctly observed a large, dark eye. He instinctively recoiled, his legs colliding with the suitcase, causing him to stumble. He extended an arm to regain his balance, but his wand slipped from his grasp, landing heavily in the gutter. With a deafening bang, a blinding light suddenly burst forth, prompting Harry to shield his eyes with his hands. He then let out a scream as he tumbled onto the pavement. Fortunately, he had ducked just in time. A second later, with a creak, a pair of enormous wheels and headlights came to a halt precisely where he had just been lying. When Harry looked up, he saw that these wheels and headlights belonged to a flamboyant purple triple-decker bus. It seemed to have materialized out of thin air, and the words "Night Bus" were inscribed in golden letters across the windshield. For a moment, Harry thought that the fall had left him disoriented. Shortly thereafter, a conductor clad in a purple uniform leaped from the bus and loudly addressed the night. "Welcome aboard the Night Bus, an emergency transport service for stranded witches and wizards. Simply extend your wand-bearing hand to board, and we shall whisk you away to your desired destination. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I shall be your conductor this evening." Harry handed the loquacious conductor 14 silver sickles for passage to London. He was left with only the wizarding currency and a personal account at Gringotts, making Diagon Alley his sole option. The night bus barreled forward with reckless abandon, producing deafening thuds that were inaudible to muggles, leaping 100 miles at a time. Indeed, it traveled by jumping, without regard for the road. Street lamps, mailboxes, trash bins, trees, and houses seemed to automatically yield as the bus sped past, only to revert to their original positions once it had gone. Harry found himself unable to sleep, lying awake on the brass-framed bed behind the driver, troubled and anxious, uncertain of what lay ahead. Suddenly, an abrupt break nearly sent Harry tumbling off his bed. He could hear someone upstairs genuinely fall, causing quite a loud thud. What had happened? Before Harry could finish his thought, the door swung open from the outside. The careless conductor and the elderly driver cautiously brandished their wands toward the entrance. "Whoever you are, I warn you, your attempt to intercept the night bus in motion violates Article 66 of the Wizarding Road Safety Act." Dobby has found his young master Harry, a comically large, greenish head with eyes as round as tennis balls poked inside, and upon spotting Harry, the house elf rushed into the bus. "Young Master Harry is right here." Dobby saw him. "Well done, Dobby." Following closely, Lin Xiao'an and his 4 house elves, Fortune, Prosperity, and their companions boarded the bus. Hurry. Good evening. Harry could only think, a most unreliable guardian. Chapter 75, Confirmed Recognition, Part 2. It was rare for Lin Xiao'an to wear his wizarding robes during the holidays. He approached Harry with his hands tucked into his sleeves, swaying slightly. Lin Xiao'an's house elf, Fortune, cradled a small black creature, while Prosperity held a bulging bag, with the other 2 elves standing guard behind Lin Xiao'an. Thankfully, Lin Xiao'an wasn't carrying a birdcage. Otherwise, he would have appeared as the bumbling heir of a wealthy landlord. Upon seeing a child board, both the conductor and the driver breathed a sigh of relief. The conductor, whose name was something like Stan, displayed keen curiosity. "Isn't that Neville?" After saying this, he stared at Harry's forehead for several moments. Harry, who had boarded using Neville Longbottom's name, found himself at a loss for words. "Oh yes, I remember now. He is Neville. No mistake." Lin Xiao'an beamed, winking at Harry, but his words did little to evoke laughter. "Fortune, Prosperity. Aside from the 2 drivers before us, it seems the remaining innocent passengers have all but vanished from memory. Exercise caution. Do not render anyone senseless, lest you find your wages withheld." "As you wish, young master." Wealth and Fortune bowed respectfully, their elongated fingers twitching as they cackled sinisterly, though not truly, before seeking out the innocent passengers. Before Harry could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Xiao'an extracted a scroll of parchment from his sleeve. "Fear not, for I possess the Ministry of Magic's house elf spell usage permit, and I shall bear all consequences arising therefrom. Were it not for my lack of holiday authorization to wield magic, such trivial matters would not require such a grand display." The ticket collector, Stan, trembled as he accepted the permit, having never heard of such a thing issued by the Ministry of Magic before. Yet, seeing the child's confidence, could it truly be authentic? Regardless, let's assume it is. For as the saying goes in the distant land of the Flower Kingdom, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and a wise person knows when to yield. There are 5 house elves here. They could easily stand against an Auror enforcement team. We are but humble drivers, not to be trifled with. "Good sir, may I assist you?" Stan, for the first time in his life, though he was not particularly aged, bent down before an underage child. "Do you have any commands?" "Not commands per se, I merely seek someone." "Ah, Navid, this is not the bus to Diagon Alley. You must disembark." Lin Xiao'an cast a flirtatious glance at Harry, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Perhaps due to Harry's prolonged silence, The ticket collector and the driver evidently assumed Lin Xiao'an was there to cause trouble. It is no wonder, after all, that a young wizard would be wandering alone at such a late hour. Surely he was being bullied by the offspring of affluent wizards. Stan mustered his courage, even as his hands trembled, and resolutely positioned himself in front of Harry. I apologize, sir. The night bus must deliver its passengers to their destinations. It is our principle. Regardless. Jinbao, Lin Xiao'an called, snapping his fingers as he had done previously, yet producing no sound. He rolled his eyes, and let me tell you, Lin Xiao'an could roll his eyes with remarkable finesse, truly a textbook example of eye-rolling. Jinbao raised a large bag he held high. Yes, young master. A sealing fee, or perhaps a forgetting spell. Lin Xiao'an replied impatiently. I trust you possess enough self-awareness, had I not considered your need to continue driving. One wave of my forgetting spell might leave you quite foolish. Oh, my apologies, esteemed one. We were in the wrong. Please, do as you wish. The ticket collector and the driver immediately cowered into a corner, trembling, of course, while tightly clutching the hefty bag of sealing fees. Harry, who am I? Where am I? What on earth is happening? Come on. Can't you both pretend to struggle a bit? The house elves assisted Harry in carrying his luggage, which included his broomstick and Hedwig's cage. As he disembarked with Lin Xiao'an, in the dark of night, silence enveloped the desolate surroundings. Beside the overgrown path, a winding, murky stream flowed slowly, its waters whispering softly. An old railing separated the waterway from a narrow pebble alley. Beyond the alley stood rows of dilapidated brick houses, their windows appearing as dark voids in the night. Devoid of life. Xiao'an, where are we? Although Harry was aware that Lin Xiao'an meant him no harm, he couldn't shake off the worry of a potential prank. He instinctively glanced around. In the distance, a towering chimney loomed, a remnant of a forsaken mill, standing ominously and forebodingly. Lin Xiao'an chuckled with delight. This is Corkworth Town. Harry, welcome to Spinner's End. Harry felt as if he had heard something significant. Spinner's End? That name sounds somewhat familiar. He laughed awkwardly, hoping to hear Lin Xiao'an's playful retort that it was all just a joke. However, Lin Xiao'an mercilessly shattered Harry's illusions. Listen, Harry. From now until the end of the summer, you must reside in Spinner's End. If you wish to shop in Diagon Alley, you will require the company of an adult wizard. The moment you illegally cast a spell and ran away from home, the Ministry of Magic was informed. Do not forget that they constantly monitor the wands of underage wizards. For specific reasons, the Ministry has decided not to pursue this incident, but they insist that you remain in a relatively safe environment. Harry was utterly bewildered. I don't understand, and I don't feel unsafe right now. What is this about? Because a prisoner has escaped from Azkaban, Harry. You know Azkaban, right? The wizarding prison? They believe it may be connected to you, as this individual is said to be coming for you. This has also been reported in the Daily Prophet, though not in full detail. Let Dobby explain the specifics to you. Lin Xiao'an was forthcoming, sharing everything he could. After all, he would have to reveal it eventually. What difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? Thus, the Ministry is extremely concerned for your safety, Harry. Initially, they considered hiding you away somewhere, but Professor Dumbledore, cough cough, learned of this through certain channels and immediately sent me to find you. The professors convened and unanimously agreed that Spinner's End was the most suitable choice, so I am to reside at Professor Snape's abode for the next month? Harry was taken aback, filled with trepidation, fervently wishing for a fairy godmother to arrive in a pumpkin carriage, or even an Aston Martin, to rescue him. In an instant, he felt dizzy and his circulation faltered. Weakly, he attempted to persuade Lin Xiao'an. Xiao'an, Professor Snape harbors a deep-seated dislike for me. It is unequivocal. Therefore, it is best I do not intrude upon his life. I recall that the Leaky Cauldron should have vacant rooms for rent. I believe I could stay there. Lin Xiao'an shrugged, hands raised in surrender. The professor is already awaiting you, Harry. I believe he is not as unkind as you suggest. He has deliberately postponed the brewing of the Felix Felicis potion to welcome your arrival. He is, in truth, a person of warmth beneath a cold exterior. Thunder rumbled ominously above. If you wish to smile and greet the sun tomorrow, do not mind my bluntness, Harry. Sometimes I speak too directly, you see. I understand. Harry gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes as he reluctantly followed Lin Xiao'an into Spinner's End. As they walked, Lin Xiao'an introduced, I have purchased every house along Spinner's End, except for the professors, and placed a Muggle-repelling charm on them, rendering this street invisible on Muggle maps. Muggles are oblivious to its existence. Naturally, if you wish to meet the professor without delay, Harry, no more, please. You must enter through house number 19. The other houses have been transformed into storage for ordinary potion ingredients and finished products. Come now, Harry, do not wear a long face. Lift your spirits. Smile. We have arrived. They reached the end of the cobblestone alley, halting before the last house, which appeared somewhat antiquated. Without the assistance of a house elf, Lin Xiao'an rushed forward. Knocking on the door. Open up. Open up. What's the point of closing the door at this hour? Open up. Harry. House elves. Lin Xiao'an was delighted by this outburst. Life, after all, is meant to be lived without paddles. Harry subtly distanced himself from Lin Xiao'an, fearing he might contract her exuberance. Before long, the butler, Mr. Sebastian, whom Harry had previously encountered at Lin Xiao'an's home, opened the door. Good evening, young master. Good evening, Mr. Potter. Good evening. This amiable-looking butler, exuding trustworthiness, provided Harry with a modicum of courage. At the very least, he would not have to be alone with Professor Snape. Lin Xiao'an. Right? Wow. Harry had learned from Lin Xiao'an's letters last year that Professor Snape's home had undergone renovations. Even with his expectations set, he was still somewhat astonished. The interior decor of the house was, surprisingly, devoid of ostentatious taste. Lin Xiao'an. Indeed, everything is exquisitely comfortable, illuminated by the warm, radiant glow of the crystal chandelier that gracefully descends from the ceiling. The soft-toned hardwood floor complements the walls adorned with towering bookshelves, which are filled with books resplendently bound in gilded lambskin. A spacious, sumptuous leather sofa invites relaxation, while a rustic wooden coffee table casually displays a few books and an elegant silver tea set. In one corner of the living room, several tall, lush green plants flourish. Is this truly the abode of Professor Severus Snape, the old bat? Harry's gaze landed upon Professor Snape, who was seated on the sofa, pretending to read a book. Upon noticing Harry's entrance, Professor Snape feigned acknowledgement was marked by a glare filled with disdain, born of love turned to hatred. Karistamed, sore. I didn't mean to intrude. Farewell. Chapter 77. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those worthy. Such a simple spell, and you cannot even manage it, Potter. Is your mind cluttered with seaweed? Potter, have you forgotten to add the powdered snake fangs before the potion changes color? Potter, thus, heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those worthy, first by tormenting their will and spirit. They must toil their muscles, starve their bodies, and deprive their being, all while facing the tribulations reminiscent of the Dursley's prior misdeeds. Upon discovering he was a wizard capable of wielding magic, Harry envisioned a bright future, believing he had finally emerged from darkness. Little did he know, there existed a man named Severus Snape. Ever since his arrival at Spinner's End, Professor Snape had relentlessly compelled him to learn an array of spells or concoct peculiar potions, leaving him no leisure time apart from meals, sleep, and essential activities. Little and feigned envy, claiming to have never seen Professor Snape show such dedication to anyone before. Harry glanced down at his increasingly ill-fitting clothes. Here, the meals, breakfast, lunch, dinner, afternoon tea, and late-night snacks were all delectable and abundant. The bed and pillows were delightfully soft and comfortable, and whatever he desired, the butler and house elf would dutifully procure. Yet Harry visibly appeared to be withering away. Though his body basked in comfort, his spirit felt weary. Indeed, Professor Snape must loathe me, no. He actually despises your father. A small voice within Harry gnawed at the blanket, tears brimming in his eyes. Lin Xiao'an, silent and hidden in a corner, diligently sliced some unknown root. The principle of if the friend dies, the monk shall not was adhered to by Lin Xiao'an with fervor. Heaven have mercy, for originally, in Spinner's End, the sole target of Professor Snape's acerbic tongue was Lin Xiao'an, who was nearly driven to psychological ruin by the verbal onslaught. It was not that Lin Xiao'an was particularly foolish. Imagine attempting your homework while the teacher stands beside you, ever ready to correct your mistakes. Who would not feel nervous? Who would not tremble? The anxiety and trembling only serve to increase the likelihood of mistakes. And with mistakes comes a barrage of scolding, leading to further anxiety, a vicious cycle that brings tears to the eyes of listeners and witnesses alike. Now, Professor Snape's attention is entirely focused on Harry, leaving Lin Xiao'an feeling utterly neglected, a stark contrast that is truly remarkable. The skies of the liberated zone are bright, and the people there are filled with joy. Is there not a refreshing spirit? Is there not a blossoming heart? Finally, someone has come to share the burden of pressure. Lin Xiao'an mused, perhaps next summer, he could lure Harry to Spider Alley again. Suddenly, Harry let out a loud sneeze. Life, mixed with the sweetness of rock candy and the harshness of glass shards, had awkwardly passed over half a month. At last, one morning while out for a jog, Harry could not help but voice his concerns to Lin Xiao'an. I send Professor Snape reluctant to have me here. Lin Xiao'an jogged along the river, warming up with a few laps, before proceeding to practice with precision. Preparatory stretches, shoulder exercises, chest expansions, leg kicks, body rotations, full body workouts, and jumping exercises, all executed flawlessly. After this complete regimen, Lin Xiao'an felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue, a testament to his mastery. No, Harry, trust me, you believe in me, don't you? Lin Xiao'an said earnestly, gazing at Harry. Without hesitation, Harry nodded. Yes, Xiao'an, we are good friends. Of course I believe you. Lin Xiao'an patted Harry on the shoulder. Then my words. The teacher likes you. He just struggles to express it, much like a house elf. Now let us capture that dog. Chapter 78. Woof. Once the house elves took action, there was no doubt left. The emaciated black dog, hidden in the corner with its matted fur, was firmly restrained by the suddenly appearing Dobby and Zhao Kai, struggling futilely and scratching the ground with its paws. Lin Xiao'an's first thought was not to reveal the truth to Harry, but rather to eliminate Sirius Black on the spot, considering him useless anyway, having once shown disdain toward Professor Snape during their school days. However, Lin Xiao'an shook his head, dismissing this notion. He was uncertain whether a wizard would revert to human form upon death in their animagus state. What if complications arose? Alarmed, Lin Xiao'an realized something was amiss. How had he, raised under the red flag and nurtured by the spring breeze, come to regard human life so lightly? Howl! Woof! The large black dog howled with a voice that it believed to be resounding, yet was in reality quite feeble, tears glistening at the corners of its eyes as it desperately sought to leap towards Harry. Moved by compassion, Harry implored Lin Xiao'an, let it go. It is merely a lost stray. Upon hearing Harry's words, though not a direct command, Duobi immediately released her grip. For her unwavering obedience to Harry had become inscribed in her very soul. The creature, unmoved, awaited Lin Xiao'an's instructions. Furrowing her brow, Lin Xiao'an remarked, while animals are immune to the muggle-repelling charm, Harry, do you truly believe that Spinner's Inn possesses only such trivial defenses? I am, after all, a minor billionaire who values my life immensely. Sebastian, have you not sensed the anomaly? The butler, who had hurried to the scene upon receiving the news, interjected, indeed. Young master, Mr. Potter. The security personnel and surveillance systems stationed nearby failed to timely detect this dog. It is my oversight. No. Lin Xiao'an raised her hand to halt the butler's inclination to bow in apology. Sebastian, you need not blame yourself. My instincts suggest that this is not an ordinary dog. I perceive something unusual in its gaze. Suddenly, Harry recalled something and pointed at Sirius, exclaiming, it's him. It was there the night I left the Dursleys. This outburst startled even Professor Snape, who appeared as if conjured by Harry's cry. Lin Xiao'an had every reason to suspect that Professor Snape had been lurking in the shadows, silently guarding Harry. How else could he have materialized the moment Harry uttered that it was him? Potter, what is all this shouting about? Harry, disregarding his fear of Snape's fearsome visage, instinctively moved closer to him. Professor, Snape stepped back, brandishing his wand with an exaggerated motion that even Lin Xiao'an found difficult to witness. It is merely a stray dog, Severus, Lin Xiao'an. Snape's expression was one of fury. You had better provide me with a compelling reason. Otherwise, but before he could finish, the large black dog could no longer endure the tension and, in broad daylight, transformed back into human form. Before them stood a man clad in tattered, filthy robes, the original color obscured by grime. His greasy, disheveled hair hung down to his elbows, and his waxen skin stretched tightly over his cheekbones, resembling a skull shrouded in flesh. He remained in the position pressed to the ground by the creature, grinning, a grimace that was intended to be a smile, yet had become frozen from disuse. He lifted his head, revealing a set of yellowed teeth to Harry, the dear boy, and said, little Harry. At this moment, Professor Snape instantaneously transformed into a figure of darkness, saying nothing as he unleashed his formidable spell, Avada. Teacher, once more, I must offer unwelcome counsel to you. Disarm your weapon. Chapter 79. Reunion. In the final moment, I urged Lily and James to appoint Peter as their secret keeper, allowing him, rather than myself, to assume that role. Sirius Black was brought to number 19, Spinner's End, tightly bound with sturdy ropes, and forced into an armchair. Professor Snape pressed his lips together, appearing quite displeased, yet remained silent and sullen. Sirius disregarded everyone else, fixing his gaze upon Harry with a poignant expression. His lips unsealed as he began a fervent confession. Harry's mind seemed overwhelmed as he stared blankly at Sirius. His father as friend? His godfather? The secret keeper? It was all my fault. I knew on the night of their demise that I should check on Peter's safety, but when I arrived at his hiding place, Peter had vanished without a trace of struggle. A sense of dread washed over me, compelling me to rush to your parents' home. Upon seeing the ruins of their house and their lifeless bodies, bang! Professor Snape erupted in fury, his eyes filled with hatred, nearly spilling blood. He cast aside his wand, charging forward to deliver a fierce blow to Sirius's nose, exclaiming, "Black, you shall not escape your culpability with sweet words." Sirius managed a grim smile, responding, "Snape, indeed, I do not deny it. I indirectly caused Lily's demise." Silence. This was a version of Professor Snape that Lin Xiao'an had never witnessed, as if he were a vengeful spirit rising from the depths of hell. An amalgamation of intense resentment and boundless regret, embodying a desire to obliterate everything, including himself. A truly dazzling sight. Lin Xiao'an touched his slightly askew heart, deciding to despise Sirius. Just as Professor Snape seemed on the verge of recklessly ending Sirius's life with his own hands, Lin Xiao'an thought, "I always said it would be better to eliminate him. Keeping him alive is a waste of resources." The barely audible words that squeezed through Sirius's clenched teeth salvaged his existence. "The traitor Peter is still alive." How fortunate that Sirius was the one to utter this revelation. I must be a kind-hearted individual indeed. Lin Xiao'an swiftly embraced the role of the concerned citizen, exclaiming, "What did you say, Mr. Black? This is impossible. I have read the relevant reports in the Daily Prophet. Are you a friend of Harry's? A child? Also studying at Hogwarts?" Sirius attempted to muster a smile, but contorted into a grotesque semblance, as though he were experiencing a cramp. Professor Snape believed that Sirius was stalling for time. Clenching his fist in an attempt to channel Saitama, he regrettably realized that he lacked both the baldness and the fortitude. Before he could deliver a few more blows to Sirius, the venerable Dumbledore made his unsolicited entrance. The call of Severus. Gay from Dumbledore had an immediate and profound effect, reminiscent of the revered invocation of Guanyin, the goddess of mercy. Yukon. Professor Severus Snape, on the surface, promptly regained his composure. Dumbledore, clad in his whimsically colorful and dazzling wizarding robes, jovially entered the room, greeting them with, "Good morning. Allow me to introduce." Following Dumbledore's gesture, the gathered individuals beheld the figure standing behind him, a man with a pallid complexion, appearing rather unwell and lacking vitality. Although still relatively young, his light brown hair was already tinged with gray. This was Mr. Remus John Lupin, the professor of defense against the dark arts for the current academic year. The house elf discreetly observed the tattered wizarding robe worn by this stranger, which bore numerous patches. The house elf did not harbor any tendencies towards elitism or disdain. He merely hoped that the visiting guests, specifically the wizards, would present themselves in a more presentable manner. Lupin's first utterance was not a conventional greeting, but rather, "Serious you." "Lupin, it wasn't me, it was Peter. I was the last to transform. But I didn't tell you. That traitor," Sirius croaked in a hushed voice. Lupin fixed his gaze intently on Sirius, who slowly nodded. His hollow eyes locked onto Lupin's face. Lupin's tense shoulders relaxed as he approached Sirius, drew his wand, and uttered a brief incantation to release the bindings that restrained him. Subsequently, Lupin grasped Sirius's hand, helping him to his feet, and then embraced him as one would a brother. Lin Xiao'an thought, "Goodness, this is quite the spectacle." Chapter 80. Not too soon to meet one's fate. In a departure from the predictable melodrama of "I can't hear you. I can't hear you," Sirius candidly revealed the truth. Everyone present was convinced by his heartfelt expressions of remorse and sorrow, emotions that could not be feigned unless he were a consummate actor. Following the much-anticipated vindication, the scene shifted to a touching acknowledgement of kinship. "Harry, your parents specifically designated me as your guardian," Sirius stated awkwardly. In the event that they should meet with misfortune, Harry awaited, pondering whether Sirius Black's words aligned with his own thoughts. "Of course, if you prefer to live with your aunt and uncle, I can understand. However, do consider it. Once I have cleansed my name, if you desire a different home." Harry's heart swelled. "Living with you? Leaving the Dursleys? Of course. I assumed you would be unwilling." Sirius immediately interjected. "I can understand. I merely feel that." "Are you confused?" Harry's voice nearly matched Sirius's in hoarseness. "I would most certainly wish to leave the Dursleys. Do you have a house? When can I move in?" Sirius swiftly turned to Harry. "You would? Truly?" "Yes, I genuinely would," Harry responded. For the first time, a genuine smile blossomed upon Sirius's weary face, the transformation astonishing, as if a man 10 years younger had emerged from behind that gaunt facade. "We shall go at once. Once we locate that traitor, I can return to the light. I know he is. Mr. Black, there is no need to rush. I believe there is ample time ahead." Indeed, Lin Xiao'an once again recklessly disrupted the atmosphere. Having said this, he cast a meaningful glance at Professor Dumbledore, To be honest, Lin Xiao'an was unsure if his significant look conveyed its intended message. Yet he glanced at Gate Dumbledore, who indeed grasped the implication and urged Sirius. Sirius, I too believe that what you most require at present is a good rest. Let us discuss the specifics after lunch, shall we? Sirius was not so foolish as to ignore Dumbledore's subtle hint, which nearly suggested that they should refrain from stirring up trouble until they had conferred on how to do so, and he obediently fell silent, escorted by the ever-attentive house elf to partake in a cleansing ritual which did not actually involve incense, and to freshen up. Harry sat dreamily upon the sofa, his hands propping up his chin, immersed in the delightful prospect of soon escaping his dire circumstances, wholly oblivious that the others had quietly departed, leaving him alone in the sitting room with the devoted house elf Dobby. Number 19, Spinner's End, second floor study. Albus Dumbledore, the venerable headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, engaged in a cordial and amicable conversation with the book's unequivocal protagonist, Lin Xiao'an. The two reflected upon the past and contemplated the future, exchanging opinions on matters of mutual concern, including Voldemort, the primary soul, the Ministry of Magic, prospective candidates for the next minister, and Azkaban, the Dementors. Both parties concurred that their discussions were fruitful, achieving numerous points of consensus, which held significant guidance for the evolving dynamics of the wizarding community in Britain. They both recognized that the current state of the wizarding world was turbulent, and emphasized the need for enhanced communication, firmly grasping the necessity of vanquishing Voldemort's primary soul, while continually enriching and deepening their strategic partnership, collectively striving to ensure the dominance of white wizards and maintain peace and stability within the British wizarding realm. They also exchanged insights on how to effectively persuade the Savior. Harry Potter, Professor Severus Snape of Potions, Professor Remus Lupin of Defense Against the Dark Arts, and the House Elves, Creature and Dobby, were present. Below is a partial record of this meeting. Albus Dumbledore, affectionately referred to as Gay Dumbledore. Dear little Lin, do you harbor doubts regarding Sirius's words? Lin Xiao'an, no, Professor. I have faith in Mr. Black. What he said is likely the truth. Gate Dumbledore, then, Lin Xiao'an. I require the assistance of that traitor. He cannot meet his demise so soon, Professor. Gate Dumbledore. Severus, please remain calm. Let us hear little Anne's reasoning. Lin Xiao'an. As you know, I too possess a fragment of Voldemort. Do not be alarmed, Professor Lupin. This matter is no secret. I wish to resurrect him in flesh, rather than have him inhabit a puppet. Gate Dumbledore. I believe. Lin Xiao'an. Professor, what are you hesitating for? The power contained within the diary of Tom Riddle is hardly significant. I merely wish to borrow the faint strength that his visage and name can command. After all, have we not tacitly acknowledged this? Gate Dumbledore. I shall not permit the wizarding world to witness the rise of another Dark Lord. Dear little Lin, young Tom Riddle may remain comfortably within that puppet and still serve you. Lin Xiao'an. Oh, Professor, there is no need for your trepidation towards me. To put it plainly, as a person of Asian descent, it is evident that I cannot be the one to dominate the wizarding realm. The superiority complex of wizards is not merely reflected in the dichotomy of pure blood and half-blood, but also in the natural barriers of skin color, justice or malevolence. It matters not whether in the limelight or behind the scenes. Gay Dumbledore, coughs Lin Xiao'an. You see, I merely wish to gain some fundamental voice in these matters. Such is also the case in the Muggle world. Charitable donations, supporting a political party, actively participating in community events. These are all efforts to lend weight to one's voice. Would you not agree? Gay Dumbledore. Very well, little Lin, dear child. You need Peter Pettigrew, alive. That is acceptable. And then, Lin Xiao'an. Then, I hope to reveal Peter's true nature one day, to exonerate Mr. Black. After that, our guard may inadvertently allow him to escape. Gate Dumbledore, nodding with a smile. Lin Xiao'an. In a desperate situation, he would surely have no choice but to return to the Dark Lord, and that Dark Lord would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to resurrect his father's bones. Servant flesh, and enemy blood. I require this to ascertain the precise location of the bones, to resurrect the riddle within the diary, Professor. What method could be more expedient than having the Dark Lord himself lead the way? Gay Dumbledore. So, you mean a tracking charm? Lin Xiao'an. Indeed. Moreover, there exists an additional advantage. As long as Peter remains in the vicinity of the unspeakable, we can ascertain his whereabouts at any moment, which is indeed a lucrative proposition. Wouldn't you agree? Gate Deng. I must concede that you are correct, dear Xiao'an. However, I have a modest request of you. Lin Xiao'an, Professor. Gate Deng, what is it? Lin Xiao'an. We've exceeded 2,000 words. Shall we continue this discussion in the next chapter? Gay Deng. All right then. Chapter 81. Leave it to me. I must reiterate, dear Xiao'an, you're indeed correct. However, I have a small request. Dumbledore considered Lin Xiao'an's suggestion to be reasonable. Is he serious? Are you truly serious, Gate Dang? Imposing a tracking charm upon the diminutive Peter before allowing him to flee in order to ascertain Voldemort's whereabouts indeed sounds splendid. Yet, Dumbledore intended to provide a gentle reprimand to this seemingly carefree, yet cunningly astute child, Lin Xiao'an, who was decidedly more resolute than Severus, making him less malleable. Do not presume that I, Gate Dang, am unaware. The gathering of wizards whispering together, and Lin Xiao'an's insistence on having his two house elves present. Revient la deeper intention. Lin Xiao'an does not trust us. Do not overthink it, Gate Dang. Lin Xiao'an only harbors distrust towards you. Nevertheless, it appears that Lin Xiao'an holds a measure of respect for Severus, which is commendable. Dumbledore regarded Lin Xiao'an with a knowing smile. Please go on, Professor. Lin Xiao'an maintained his composure, though internally he grew vigilant, sensing that an unfavorable presence was approaching. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. Due to serious escape, we were previously unaware of his innocence. The Ministry of Magic will be dispatching several Dementors from Azkaban to Hogwarts to carry out their duties. Oh, I'm aware of this, Professor. Lin Xiao'an shrugged nonchalantly. Dear Draco's father, our beloved Mr. Malfoy, kindly inform me of this absurd news in advance. Professor Snape, with 1,001 reasons to disapprove of Lin Xiao'an's lackadaisical demeanor, could not help but interject. Lin Xiao'an, put away that insolent attitude and pay attention. Lin Xiao'an immediately straightened his posture, feigning earnestness. All right, they say master. Who asked me to find myself yet again? I shall endure. Dumbledore, smiling with an air of gravity, remarked. The Dementors are among the most loathsome creatures on this planet. They lurk in the darkest, filthiest places, reveling in corruption and despair, siphoning away the peace, hope, and joy from the air around them. I must say they're truly terrifying and rarely seen. A task for the Dementors? Lin Xiao'an had a sudden realization. Was it not simply a matter of leveling up by vanquishing monsters under the esteemed leadership of his savior Harry Potter? It was a trivial pursuit, not to boast, but I possess a system that is undeniably reliable. Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. Though I am unfamiliar with the term task monsters you mentioned, I believe we are speaking of the same concept. Xiao'an, you have already mastered the Patronus charm with remarkable proficiency. In fact, I am aware that under your guidance, 2 female classmates have also learned the charm. Lin Xiao'an responded, and what of female classmates? They are adorably soft and far cuter than the male counterparts. Is it necessary to specify their gender? Be careful, or I might accuse you of discrimination. With a playful smile masking her seriousness, she continued, Professor, if there is something you wish to discuss, let us speak plainly. You cannot possibly expect me to teach Harry the Patronus charm, can you? No. If that were to happen, wouldn't Harry and I grow even closer? I doubt you would be pleased by that. Then, regarding the Dementors you mentioned, do you wish for me to assist in their eradication? Dumbledore, surprisingly unabashed, acknowledged her inquiry. Lin Xiao'an remarked, Professor Snape. The house elves interjected. Why the parentheses? Please ignore our presence. Lupin, having only recently met Lin Xiao'an, was uncertain of her capabilities and expressed his concern. Albus, he is still just a child. It is Xiao'an, Professor Lupin, she corrected casually, before adding, do not worry. They are merely Dementors. I will handle them within the bounds permitted, or rather, tacitly allowed by the adults of the Ministry. They lack reasoning, with proper guidance. Their actions can easily be directed, correct? Dumbledore said with a sense of relief, Xiao'an, I truly hope the future of the wizarding world will be graced with more children like you, who possess such clarity of thought. Lin Xiao'an rose with a light-hearted chuckle. Then leave it to me, Professor. It is nearly noon. We should partake in our meal. Professor Snape remarked, that phrase sounds somewhat familiar. Chapter 82. This is not the right atmosphere. The train bound for Hogwarts was now in motion. Lin Xiao'an occupied a compartment towards the rear of the train, engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Draco. Time and again, she faced defeat, yet she persisted, much to the amusement of Crabbe and Goyle, who could hardly contain their laughter. Even the little black cat joined in with a timely meow, undoubtedly mocking her. Lin Xiao'an, you are truly foolish, Draco exclaimed joyfully. As Lin Xiao'an watched his king once again toppled by Draco's knight, he could not help but become as inflamed as a pufferfish, angrily slapping the chessboard. I'm done. This wretched game is utterly incompatible with me. Just wait. In a few days, I'll gather for a round of mahjong. And then you'd better not come crying for your father. With that, he began to peel off the little paper notes stuck to his face. Lin Xiao'an, with his audacious tongue, had proposed before the game that the loser would wear these notes, resulting in his current appearance resembling a confectionery creation. Mahjong? What is that? Oomph. Regardless of what it is, you possess no talent for games whatsoever. Draco chuckled calmly, finally having struck a nerve with Lin Xiao'an, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within. Crab, with a hearty laugh, rubbed his hands together and inquired in a deep voice, Lin, do you still have those delicious instant noodles? Could you spare me a couple of boxes? Lin Xiao'an was uncertain whether Crab still harbored resentment over the incident from their first year when Lin Xiao'an had doused him with potion. All he knew was that the moment he produced the instant noodles, the sheer joy radiating from Crab and Goyle, who had never seen such delights, was almost overwhelming, as if they would kneel and sing in adoration. Lin Xiao'an thought to himself, I have plenty of space, but dear friend, have you heard of hunger marketing? Instant noodles are not something you can simply indulge in whenever you wish. Oh, Crab, I didn't realize you loved instant noodles so much. Once we reach school, I'll write home to have some sent, and Draco can bring them for you. Draco, impatiently, interjected, shut up. Crab, you and Goyle have had enough. Lin Xiao'an offered Crab an apologetic smile. With no outsiders present, Draco began to let loose, abandoning his noble demeanor to emit a peculiar laugh. Lin Xiao'an, we are almost at school, and Elizabeth Fitzroy has yet to seek you out. Lin Xiao'an shrugged, helplessly responding, well, last semester we played snakes without inviting her, and she has been sulking ever since. How could I possibly frolic with you two? The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Never mind, perhaps tomorrow I shall appease her with some beauty potion. Who knows? Draco, with a sidelong glance and a feigned smile, retorted, Lin Xiao'an, you and T dare think of keeping my rightful share. I mean, I provided you with so many raw materials, and you only ended up giving me 2 small bottles of potion. Due to the presence of Crab and Goyle, Draco's words were somewhat vague. Lin Xiao'an thought to himself, I truly do not wish to roll my eyes any further. It is not very manly at all. Yet, without rolling my eyes, I find myself at a loss for how to convey my disdain. It is quite distressing. Let us get one thing clear, those materials were halved by the teacher, leaving me with hardly anything, not to mention the headmaster will take a portion of the finished potion. For heaven's sake, you merely followed the snake for a few steps, offering no assistance whatsoever, and you dare complain about the 2 bottles of universal antidote I generously provided you? Draco muttered softly, I did not flee at the last moment. How could they possibly hold me accountable? Has the train stopped? Are we at Hogwarts? Lin Xiao'an, do you not feel a bit cold? Lin Xiao'an suddenly sprang to her feet. The weather today was far from pleasant. It had begun to rain around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Gradually, the rain intensified and the sky grew darker, leaving nothing but an inky blackness outside the window. The lights in the train's aisles and on the luggage racks flickered to life automatically. Such was the nature of British weather, nothing extraordinary, yet peculiarly. As the train came to an abrupt halt before reaching Hogwarts, the temperature inside the carriage plummeted dramatically. Despite being the transitional period from late summer to early autumn, it felt as if they had plunged into the depths of winter. Then, all the lights in the carriage extinguished, plunging everyone into darkness. Dementors! Lin Xiao'an gripped her wand, adorned with a dragon handle in her left hand, while her right hand held a wand shaped like a phoenix in flight. Just then, a distinctly feminine voice echoed from the corridor outside, exclaiming in a melodious yet furious tone. Just as Lin Xiao'an was about to burst from the compartment to confront the Dementors, she stumbled, and her forehead collided hard against the wall beside the compartment door, producing a resounding thud. She clearly heard the unknown girl uttering words in the purest of flower language. The heavens and earth are boundless. The universe lends its laws. The law arises from the heart, perpetually generating. Tai Celestial Master, hastily obey the command. Chapter 83. This is not the right atmosphere. Lin Xiao'an deeply suspected she had wandered into the wrong scene and could not resist pinching her thigh hard. Indeed, it did not hurt. Was she dreaming? Draco remarked. I say, Lin Xiao'an. His face was overshadowed with gloom, but in the pitch blackness surrounding them, no one could discern his expression. Lin Xiao'an replied, What's wrong? Speak properly, Draco. What are you doing? Draco lunged at Lin Xiao'an, unleashing a flurry of punches upon her. Doesn't hurt. Of course it doesn't hurt. You're pinching my leg. With both hands occupied with her wands and unable to activate her martial arts supreme skill in time, Lin Xiao'an found herself genuinely at the receiving end of Draco's blows. Fortunately, Xiaobai proved to be quite astute. Sensing the impending danger, he leaped into action, launching himself on a Draco's face. Draco, smothered by the soft, fluffy cat, had no choice but to momentarily spare Lin Xiao'an and focus on peeling the feline off his face, finally managing to subdue Draco. Lin Xiao'an hoisted Xiao Bai onto her shoulder and said with a serious expression, "Enough of this. Draco, stay put. I'm going to check the situation outside." Draco, upon hearing Lin Xiao'an's words, felt as if he were on the brink of exasperation. By what right? Simply because you are not a gardener. With that perplexing remark, Lin Xiao'an tossed aside her dual staffs and exited the compartment. As the doors swung open, the clamor of the train aisle became increasingly pronounced. Lin Xiao'an turned her gaze toward the source of the sound. To her astonishment, a small girl with flowing black hair, radiating a golden aura, stood with her back to Lin Xiao'an, reciting incantations while brandishing a peachwood sword, dancing in a graceful, slow, and unique rhythm. Before her lay a large, indistinct mass resembling a dementor, ensnared by a dense web of golden light, utterly immobilized. As the golden web tightened in response to the girl, as chanting, the hapless dementor extended a pale, slimy hand, futilely attempting to grasp something. In a matter of moments, the web condensed into a glowing sphere the size of a watermelon. With a sharp sound, the entire dementor dissipated into wisps of smoke, vanishing entirely. Concurrently, the illumination within the train returned to normal. After vanquishing the dementor, the black-haired girl clasped her hands, dispelling the golden light, and leisurely sheathed her peachwood sword, turning her gaze toward Lin Xiao'an. With fair skin and delicate features, she exuded an air of innocence, an enchanting little girl devoid of expression. Lin Xiao'an reacted with a decisive retreat, forcefully shutting the compartment door behind her. Lin Xiao'an, unless you provide me with a suitable explanation, your friendship with the Malfoy family shall come to an end. Draco, fighting the urge to remove his shoes and inspect the foot that Lin Xiao'an had so vehemently stomped on, gritted his teeth and uttered those words. Lin Xiao'an clutched her chest, her heart racing wildly, and spoke in a hushed tone. Outside, there is a remarkable little girl who, after reciting a few spells while dancing, obliterated a dementor. Draco, initially dismissive, scoffed, "Oh, how dramatic. Don't tell me you're unaware that wizards can dispel dementors with the Patronus charm. You're frightened over this?" But then, suddenly realizing the gravity of her words, he nearly widened his eyes in disbelief. "The dementor is dead?" "Yes," Lin Xiao'an exclaimed, still shaken. "I can only manage to confine dementors in desolate places where they inevitably starve away from human presence. Who would have thought there are those even more formidable than oneself?" Suddenly, an immensely powerful girl appeared. Chapter 84. Eat More. Let's extend a warm welcome to the exchange student from the ancient eastern land of Hogwarts, Yi Xin. In an unprecedented move, Dumbledore personally introduced a new student during the opening sorting ceremony. Without need for elaboration, the readers are well aware that Yi Xin is the raven-haired, enigmatic girl Lin Xiao'an encountered on the train. She maintained an icy, expressionless demeanor, seated in the corner of the Ravenclaw table, with not a single student daring to greet her. While the Ravenclaw students pride themselves on their calm and solitary nature, it seemed rather excessive that none extended a gesture of goodwill towards the new arrival. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Xiao'an, not a mere admirer of beauty, but a fellow compatriot, was the first to applaud, encouraging the entire Gryffindor cohort to join in. The Weasley twins reveled in the lively atmosphere, not only enthusiastically banging on the table, but also cheerfully shouting their welcome, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar dynamics of Gryffindor's exuberance toward the new Ravenclaw student. The Slytherin house, for Draco's sake, reluctantly joined the applause, their participation stemming from Draco's regard for Lin Xiao'an. The Hufflepuff students, typically followers of the crowd, were silent amidst the overwhelming clapping, rendering Ravenclaw's stillness all the more discordant. "TSK, TSK, how impolite of Ravenclaw." Lin Xiao'an shook her head, feigning a loud sigh. Hermione, seated to Lin Xiao'an's left, hesitantly remarked, "I heard her name is Yi Xin. Is that the correct pronunciation? She single-handedly defeated a Dementor?" Lin Xiao'an raised an eyebrow. "So? Is that the rationale for Ravenclaw's collective disregard for her? You know, even the most skilled wizards cannot truly vanquish a Dementor." Lin Xiao'an chuckled. "Jealousy and envy? I always thought that was the domain of the underachievers toward the achievers, but it seems even the top scholars harbor such sentiments." Ron, sitting to Lin Xiao'an's right, interjected, "It's not just that. Just look at her, so cold and distant. Who would want to be the first to approach her? Imagine if one day the Ravenclaw Eagles suddenly became warm and welcoming." "Oh, Ron, stop it." The Gryffindor Lions united in their plea for Ron to hush, shivering at the goosebumps raised on their arms. Moreover, she hails from a nation said to be impoverished, backward, and unenlightened. Everyone was intentionally downplaying the situation, except for the oblivious Neville, who inadvertently pierced through the guise of cordiality. They eat everything, even. Hey, Neville, today's lamb chops are delightful. How about a touch of mint sauce? One of the Weasley twins, George or Fred, who can say, quickly intervened to ease the tension. Neville, with his clumsy demeanor, exclaimed, "What? Oh, thank you." At this moment, Lin Xiao'an's expression was rather grim, rivaling that of Professor Snape. The younger students seated near Lin Xiao'an fell silent, barely daring to raise their heads, cautiously nibbling at their food. Lin Xiao'an remarked, "We can eat anything as long as we trim the edges. Does it matter? You foreign fools. It serves you right to grow poorer with every endeavor. Just wait a few years, when the Flower Kingdom flourishes. I shall joyfully slap you across the face with my riches. Oh dear, I almost forgot. With the policy opening up, we can buy land in splendid places like the capital of the Flower Kingdom or the magical metropolis. Just imagine. What does it matter if I am already wealthy? Who would ever complain about having too much money? I shall consult Sebastian soon." "What do you mean?" asked my father. "Nonsense. The most reliable one in the family is our butler. Surely, we must have plans to invest back in the Flower Kingdom, right? Lin, my dear brother, do not take Neville's words to heart. We warmly welcome charming exchange students." Lin Xiao'an, lost in a daydream of wealth and prosperity, seemed oblivious to the concerns of those around him. To outsiders, however, it appeared that Lin Xiao'an was too frustrated to eat. One of the twins, let's assume it's George, nudged his way past Harry, who was sitting beside Lin, and threw an arm around Lin Xiao'an's shoulders. Snapping back to reality, Lin Xiao'an replied, "I'm not angry, am I?" After a moment of observation, George, assuming the role of George, noticed that Lin Xiao'an indeed did not seem to be sulking and cheerfully remarked, "Xiao'an, you frightened everyone." Lin Xiao'an then noticed the peculiar silence of the Gryffindor table and lazily addressed his empty plate. Yam and rib soup. With a faint sound, a fragrant, steaming bowl of soup appeared before him, garnished with vibrant goji berries, looking utterly enticing. This was a privilege unique to Lin Xiao'an, the wealthy student. During his time at Hogwarts, he could freely summon the house elf, Merlin. After all, Lin Xiao'an was a dual benefactor of both the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. Taking a spoonful of the soup, Lin Xiao'an nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed quite delectable. The young lions, who had been tense and fearful of provoking Lin Xiao'an, finally relaxed and resumed their usual banter. Oblivious, Neville finished his lamb chops and turned to Lin Xiao'an for conversation, prompting the others to wish they could immediately silence him. "Oh, Xiao'an, I didn't mean to imply that since you were born domestically like us, you wouldn't eat." In the Fred and George twins' escapades, one of them, seated right beside Neville, swiftly stuffed a sausage into Neville's mouth, exclaiming, "Try this, Neville. Fresh Glamorgan sausage. Eat. Have more." Eventually, Neville could only mumble incoherently. Lin Xiao'an, meanwhile, set aside the dinner knife he had intended to test for precision. "What brings you here, George? I don't recall us being particularly familiar," he remarked, somewhat displeased by the invasive scrutiny during mealtime. "Wrong. I am Fred," George retorted playfully, but upon noticing Lin Xiao'an's impatience, he swiftly transitioned to the crux of the matter. All right, it's rather disheartening. We are classmates, after all. Xiao'an, you have a good rapport with the school administrator, Mr. Argus Filch, don't you?" Lin Xiao'an did not refute this. "So what is your point?" "Hey, listen, mate." George leaned closer, lowering his voice, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Filch's office contains quite a few intriguing items. Could you possibly procure something for us? Not for mischief. Mind you, just for research." Lin Xiao'an scoffed. "Just research? And what happens after that? Are you planning to replicate? Counterfeit?" George, with a mischievous glint, replied, "Oh, absolutely. I won't deny it. Fred and I intend to open a joke shop together after graduation. What's in it for me if I help you?" Lin Xiao'an challenged, ever skeptical and unconvinced unless there was a significant incentive. "Dear Xiao'an, we are classmates," George said with a grin. Amidst Lin Xiao'an's ambiguous smile, George revealed his trump card. "I possess a map of Hogwarts Castle," he whispered, ensuring only Lin Xiao'an could hear. "As long as you swear an oath not to misuse it, I can show you the map detailing every nook and cranny, including secret passages." "Deal," Lin Xiao'an asserted decisively. While it was one thing for his magical companion to generate maps of the terrain, the existence of a marauder's map was an entirely different marvel. The fact that mere schoolboys had crafted such an exquisite magical artifact was extraordinary, and Lin Xiao'an suspected there was more to it than met the eye. "Well, what of it? I merely wish to collect limited edition items. Even if this little one acquires the marauder's map, it would be of much use to anyone else. I will have a word with Mr. Filch. I believe afterward you can openly peruse his office for intriguing items." To be honest, Mr. Filch is rather amiable. Lin Xiao'an remarked. Can Fairkey truly be unfriendly? I spent quite a sum on toys for Madame Morris. Who keeps track of such trivial expenses that can be easily resolved with money? That hardly qualifies as an issue. George, with wide eyes, exclaimed friendly. I never imagined this term would find its way into our conversation. Regardless, I sincerely appreciate it. Moreover, Lin Xiao'an contemplated internally and resolved to play the role of a benevolent angel. The initial design and research phase requires some seed funding, does it not? Do you require investors for your future joke shop? Thank you, Xiao'an. George responded, his eyes brimming with tears. You are truly a wonderful person. Lin Xiao'an replied. Is this never-ending? At last, as the last few pieces of pumpkin pie vanished from the large golden platter, Dumbledore announced that everyone could return to their dormitories for a restful night. Lin Xiao'an first accompanied Harry and the others to the staff table to congratulate Hagrid on becoming the new professor of care of magical creatures, following the retirement of Professor Ketterburn at the end of the last semester. Afterward, Lin Xiao'an acted independently, intercepting the solitary Knight Xiao'an who was trailing at the rear of the Ravenclaw student line. Lin Xiao'an aimed to confirm one thing. Ahem, Xiao'an, right? I am Lin Xiao'an. You can simply call me Xiao'an, haha. Not sure if you remember me, but we met on the train. So, what do you say about the king covering the earth? If Knight Xiao'an had responded with the pagoda suppresses the river monster or chick stew with mushrooms, Lin Xiao'an could have discerned whether she was a time traveler. Unfortunately, Knight Xiao'an offered no recognition, not even a glance of concern, and simply bypassed him. She moved past. Lin Xiao'an mused, Draco, do you think I'm rather handsome? During breakfast on the second day of school, Draco routinely approached the Gryffindor table to tease Harry. On the train, Harry had encountered a Dementor, but instead of bravely retaliating, he fainted. Just as Draco was about to pretend to faint to mock Harry's cowardice, Lin Xiao'an unexpectedly uttered the aforementioned statement. Draco, with both hands clutching his chest, warily responded, Lin Xiao'an, what trick are you plotting this time? The word again encapsulated countless unfortunate memories. Lin Xiao'an, holding a large thermos, sipped the honeysuckle and goji berry tea inside, resting his head on one hand, and gloomily stated, last night, I attempted to strike up a conversation with Knight Xiao'an from Ravenclaw, but she did not respond. Draco, Harry, Ron, do you think it's because I am too handsome, causing her to feel shy? The trio, named by Lin Xiao'an, exchanged glances of bewilderment. Harry and Ron blushed deeply, fixating on the patterns of a long table, resolutely deciding not to look up. Eventually, it was Draco, through clenched teeth and a stomp of his foot, who boldly declared, May I speak the truth? Lin Xiao'an frowned, adopting a melancholic flower boy demeanor, and replied, Oh, of course. My dear friends, I have no qualms about your evaluations of my appearance. Even if you lavish upon me the sincerest praises of my resplendent beauty, I assure you, I shall not feel perturbed. Draco turned and walked away, saying, Then I have nothing to divulge. Farewell. Lin Xiao'an. Chapter 86, The Moonlight Box. Hermione did not join Lin Xiao'an and the others in their antics. Instead, she was meticulously examining her new course schedule, introduced from the third year onward. Oh, splendid. We shall commence several new subjects today. Hermione. Ron was delighted that someone had diverted the topic. He peered over Hermione's shoulder, frowning as he remarked, They've arranged your schedule all haphazardly. Look at this. Almost 10 classes in a single day. Where's the time to accommodate that? I shall manage, she assured him. I've already discussed it with Professor McGonagall. But look, Ron laughed heartily. Do you see this morning's classes? At 9, divination. Following that at 9, Muggle studies. And, Ron leaned closer to the schedule, seemingly incredulous, arithmancy, at 9. I know you are exceptional, Hermione, but no one could be that extraordinary. How could you possibly be in 3 classrooms at once? Stop talking nonsense. Hermione retorted briskly. I certainly will not be in 3 classrooms simultaneously. Then you, pass me the orange marmalade, Hermione said. But, please, Ron, even if my schedule is a bit packed, what business is it of yours? Hermione snapped. I have already spoken with Professor McGonagall. Lin Xiao'an's pupils dilated as he shifted his focus to Hermione. Time turner. It resembled a small golden hourglass, capable of reversing time by 1 hour with each turn. It is one of the most prestigious magical artifacts in the entire wizarding world. Lin Xiao'an silently designated the time turner as his own. Such a remarkable item, merely employed to allow students to attend more classes, while the rest languishes in the Ministry of Magic awaiting decay. What a waste. If the time turner had a spirit, it would surely weep in a tempest of sorrow. Do not despair, for the incompetence of the ministry are not worth your longing. I shall come to your rescue. Regardless of the means, whether through cunning or guile, I, Lin Xiao'an, shall obtain it. Lin Xiao'an's heart surged with fervor, yet he maintained his composure, sipping his honeysuckle and goji berry tea. Ha ha moi. In the mysterious depths of a universe, it appeared that the time-turner baby had given a vigorous sneeze in Hermione's embrace. As the students hurried to their first class, the throngs in the auditorium gradually diminished, leaving only Lin Xiao'an and a few others. Ron glanced at his schedule. We should be on our way. Divination class is atop the North Tower. I estimate it will take at least 10 minutes to reach there. Lin Xiao'an rose, adjusting the hem of his wizarding robe, which he had worn for over 2 years and still found cumbersome. Follow me. I know a shortcut. Hermione, struggling under the weight of a large stack of spellbooks, looked enviously at Lin Xiao'an, who was empty-handed save for a thermos. Oh no, Xiao'an. Have you stored all your books in your space bag? Lin Xiao'an feigned concern. Would you like me to assist you, Hermione? No, thank you, Xiao'an. Let's get going. Hermione could hardly divulge that all these books were essential for her upcoming lessons. The world of a top student was beyond their comprehension. Leading the way, Lin Xiao'an guided Harry and the others through a series of corridors until they encountered a narrow spiral staircase. It's just up there. Although Lin Xiao'an had yet to acquire the Marauder S map, he shared a mental connection with his companion, Little Black, providing him with a vivid image of Hogwarts Castle in his mind, making shortcuts a trivial matter. At the staircase's summit, a small platform awaited, where most of the third-year Gryffindor students had already gathered. The platform bore no door, only a circular trapdoor in the ceiling, adorned with a brass plaque that read, Sybil Trelawney, Professor of Divination. Harry remarked, but how do we get up there? As if in response to his query, the trapdoor suddenly swung open, and a silver ladder descended, landing neatly at Harry's feet. The group fell into silence. You go first, Harry, Ron said with a grin. Thus, Harry ascended the ladder first. This was the most peculiar classroom Harry had ever encountered. In truth, it bore little resemblance to a classroom. It was more akin to a hybrid of an attic and an old-fashioned tea room. At least 20 small round tables were crammed inside, surrounded by floral-upholstered armchairs and plump cushions. The entire room was bathed in a hazy red glow, with tightly drawn curtains and many lamps draped in deep crimson scarves. The heat was stifling as a roaring fire blazed beneath a cluttered mantelpiece, atop which rested a large copper teapot, exuding a nauseatingly strong aroma. Along the circular walls, shelves overflowed with grimy quills, wax candle stubs, a myriad of tattered playing cards, countless glimmering crystal balls, and a multitude of teacups. Once all the students had entered the whimsically chaotic gypsy-style classroom, gathered in small clusters whispering to one another. A voice suddenly emerged from the shadows of the corner, soft and indistinct. Welcome, the voice proclaimed. It is truly delightful to finally meet you in the material realm. Lin Xiao'an mentally translated this for her. Professor Trelawney, you fish-lipped mortals are fortunate indeed to behold this fairy. Chapter 87, The Fortune of the Third Eye, Part 1. Welcome to divination class, Professor Trelawney announced from her armchair by the fire. I am Professor Trelawney. You may not have encountered me before. I find that frequently descending into the chaos and clamor of campus life tends to cloud my inner vision. She then proceeded to perform a series of mystifying gestures, leaving several unsuspecting students in awe. Now, I ask you to form pairs. Each of you will take a cup from the shelf and come to me, where I will fill it with tea. Then, you shall sit and drink until only the dregs remain. Swirl the dregs 3 times with your left hand. Invert the cup onto the tray, and once the last drop has seeped out, hand the cup to your partner for interpretation. You may refer to pages 5 and 6 of Clearing the Mists to see the future for guidance on interpreting the shapes of the tea leaves. I will circulate among you to assist and guide. Oh, dear, she exclaimed, grabbing Neville's arm just as he was about to stand. After you break the first cup, could you please select one with a blue pattern? I am particularly fond of the pink ones. As expected, the sound of porcelain shattering echoed as Neville approached the teacup rack. Lin Xiao'an partnered with Hermione, but did not retrieve a cup. Instead, he remained comfortably seated on a cushion, savoring his herbal tea of honeysuckle and goji berries. Should Professor Trelawney take issue with this, Lin Xiao'an would not hesitate to engage in a spirited debate. What? You claim herbal tea is not tea? How about Longjing then? If that one tea suffice. There is always Maojian, pu'er, and oolong. It is said even coffee grounds can be used for divination, which suggests that any dregs will do. No need to nitpick. I can indulge in red tea, but not in herbal. Though I wear wizard robes, my stomach remains a flower stomach. Flower people adapt to the seasons. In winter, they drink red tea to warm the belly. In early autumn, one should nourish the liver. All right, Xiao'an here, he said. Let's see what you can interpret. I find this endeavor utterly amusing. After finishing her tea, Hermione followed Professor Trelawney's instructions, swirling the dregs a few times, draining the tea. and handing the cup to Lin Xiao'an for interpretation. Lin Xiao'an took the cup, unable to suppress a slight, yet genuine expression of disdain. I never imagined I would one day scrutinize the remnants of someone else's tea leaves. After this lesson, I might just develop a case of obsessive cleanliness. Hermione smiled gently. Enough chatter, let us take a look. Lin Xiao'an flipped through clearing the mist to see the future, pretentiously matching the patterns in the book. First, there's a banana, symbolizing that you might be embarking on a journey. Expand your horizons, my dear, and let your vision transcend the ordinary. Professor Trelawney's voice echoed in the dim classroom. I also see something resembling perhaps a mushroom. This suggests that your anticipated events may face delays, meaning your travel plans might be postponed. Hermione asked skeptically, Xiao'an, did you not have enough breakfast? Why is it all about food? Lin Xiao'an set down the cup and nudged her thermos closer to Hermione. You're overthinking it. I'm just earnestly interpreting according to the illustrations. You'll see, this thing is utterly unreliable. In the inadequately lit classroom, Hermione could barely discern the contents of the thermos, but that did not deter her. She drew her wand and cast a spell for illumination. Lin Xiao'an, Hermione, I admire your tenacity. Professor Trelawney approached briskly. My dear, what is this upon seeing the unpretentious thermos? Her words caught in her throat. Hermione calmly examined the bottom. I believe your pattern resembles white petals gathered, representing the moon itself. Those tiny red berries can be seen as craters, indicating that the moon symbolizes love. Xiao'an, this suggests you are a person full of affection. Lin Xiao'an. Professor Trelawney. Unable to contain herself, Professor Trelawney snatched the thermos from Hermione. My dear, let me have a look. The entire class fell silent, eager to witness the spectacle. By the flickering light of a short candle, Professor Trelawney focused on the bottom of the thermos, rotating it counterclockwise. Oh heavens! Merlin, this is after one final turn. She gasped sharply and exclaimed. 666. Chapter 88. Prosperity in the Third Eye, Part 2. 666, my dear fellow. Double tap 666? Lin Xiao'an, perplexed, was taken aback, reflecting her ignorance of the cultural nuance. Oh, my dearest child, what on earth is my dear fellow? Let us focus on the matter at hand. Professor Trelawney cried out, seemingly astonished that Lin Xiao'an did not comprehend. 666. Dear child, that is the devil's number. It symbolizes malevolence. You are marked by an omen, my dear. A portent of death. Lin Xiao'an. Then, dear professor, do you possess any means to dispel this ill omen? Lin Xiao'an pressed down on the frowning Hermione, who seemed poised to speak, and rolled up his sleeves to confront the challenge himself. Professor Trelawney's eyes widened. Her gaze was already quite intimidating. What did you say, child? Isn't it merely mysticism? In my previous life, while attempting to woo young ladies with little success, I had a cursory understanding of such matters. Lin Xiao'an, emboldened, resolved to eradicate this so-called ominous seed imposed upon him by Trelawney. Did you not notice those naive young ladies? Now they regard me with a somewhat altered expression. This simply cannot stand. I intend to establish a harem of sorts, perhaps a multitude of ambiguous relationships, and not a single charming lad to accompany me. Might I inquire, should I first procure a piece of amethyst for good fortune, or perhaps obsidian for protection? Should I consider pairing it with a birthstone or a monthly gem, Professor? Lin Xiao'an awaited Trelawney's response. He had an arsenal of strategies at his disposal, including zodiac signs, star signs, blood types, lucky numbers, tarot cards, dice throwing, and card games. In his past life, even the cashier at the nearby milk tea shop could articulate these matters with confidence. How could Lin Xiao'an be intimidated by a so-called oracle who had only accurately predicted twice throughout this entire series of 7 books? Professor Trelawney, not particularly dull, scrutinized Lin Xiao'an. My dear child, I regret to inform you. This is your fate, I do not believe. So, you are powerless in this regard, madam? Lin Xiao'an did not conceal his disdain for Trelawney, no longer addressing her with the title of professor. Before all these classmates, you nearly declared to everyone that I would encounter misfortune. Yet, you have failed to specify when or where this so-called calamity shall occur. If I were timid, Lin Xiao'an noted this elicited laughter from several students. I might spend the ensuing time in a state of dread. Furthermore, my classmates might distance themselves from me, the purported harbinger of doom, subjecting the vulnerable me to the cold violence of isolation in the school. Oh, no, Xiao'an. We would never ostracize you for such a ridiculous reason. We are friends. Harry was the first to voice his support, and the majority of other classmates, with a few hesitant girls, echoed his sentiments loudly. Lin Xiao'an bowed in gratitude. Thank you. If, of course, I believe there is virtually no other possibility. This year we have been permitted to visit Hogsmeade on the weekends. If I can survive until then, I shall treat the entire class to snacks. Oh, hooray! Amidst a resounding chorus of applause, Lin Xiao'an approached the pale-faced Trelawney and softly remarked, "In the east, the number 6 symbolizes smooth sailing. I sincerely hope you keep this in mind, my lady." Following the tumultuous divination class was Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lesson. Hermione harbored an inexplicable admiration for Professor McGonagall. Eager to share every thought with her, she raised her hand directly. "Professor, we just had our first divination class and interpreted tea leaves the results." "Ah, I see." Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and interjected, "There is no need to elaborate, Miss Granger. Pray tell, who among you will meet their demise this year?" The class stared at her in astonishment. "Is I, Professor?" Lin Xiao'an exclaimed jubilantly. Professor McGonagall regarded Lin Xiao'an, stating, "Sybil Trelawney has predicted the death of a student every year since her arrival at Hogwarts. Thus far, none have perished. She has a penchant for foretelling doom as a way to welcome a new class. If it weren't for my steadfast refusal to speak ill of colleagues. Today we shall delve into the knowledge of animage. Xiao'an, do you truly not care about that ominous prediction?" After class, the ever-curious Harry approached. Lin Xiao'an, clearly unfazed, replied with satisfaction, "Trelawney knows far less than I do, Harry. One day, when time permits, I shall read your fortune. To be honest, no one in the wizarding world can predict with greater accuracy than I. This morning, I gazed into the mirror and beheld a striking young fellow with a rosy complexion." Before Lin Xiao'an could finish his boastful proclamation, he was interrupted by Professor McGonagall. "Xiao'an, please wait a moment." Lin Xiao'an responded with surprise. "Huh? What did you just say?" "Professor." His lack of grace was evident, as Lin Xiao'an had little connection to elegance. He extended his pinky to clean his ear. "Why on earth must I accompany Ravenclaw's Nightingale?" Professor McGonagall had anticipated Lin Xiao'an's reaction and continued in a calm tone. "Nightingale hails from the far and ancient East and has never systematically studied the knowledge of wizards. Given that the exchange student program lasts only 2 academic years, we cannot allow her to start from the first year. Ravenclaw's overall ethos is rather restrained, so we require a warm-hearted student, fluent in the language of flowers, to assist her in quickly adjusting to the school environment and imparting fundamental magical knowledge." Lin Xiao'an puffed out his cheeks and replied, "Very well. Even if Miss Autumn from Ravenclaw is a solitary figure, refusing to shoulder the responsibility of aiding the exchange student. Professor, you are aware, are you not, that Elizabeth Fitzroy from Slytherin is also of floral descent? I believe that conversations between girls are far more engaging. Don't you agree? After careful consideration, we have ultimately chosen you, Xiao'an." Professor McGonagall said earnestly, "You are a perceptive child and always willing to help. If possible, we hope that classmate Yi Xi'an can showcase some of the miraculous spells from the land of flower cultivation. After all, no wizard has yet managed to completely vanquish a Dementor. Should she feel hesitant, Xiao'an, I personally," Professor McGonagall placed particular emphasis on the word personally, "suggest you consult with classmate Yi Xi'an in private." Lin Xiao'an replied, "I understand. So you wish to learn that urgent incantation, yet are too embarrassed to ask directly, pushing me to take the plunge instead. Have you considered the vast difference in difficulty between magic and Taoist arts? To learn magic, one merely needs to grasp the principles and purchase a wand to get started. But do you even know what the Dantian is for Taoist arts? Are you familiar with the 8 extraordinary meridians?" With a wry smile, Lin Xiao'an continued, "Professor, I've heard that studying Taoist arts from the land of flower cultivation requires memorizing a plethora of classical texts. I can only recite a couplet. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name." "Excellent, Xiao'an. You are indeed indispensable. Others cannot even manage these 2 lines, so this daunting task falls upon you. I shall award you extra points," Professor McGonagall encouraged, patting Lin Xiao'an on the shoulder. Given the circumstances, Lin Xiao'an reluctantly accepted the task. "Fine, leave it to me. Had I known this would be the case, Professor, the exchange student should have been placed in Gryffindor from start. Now, this cross-house assistance seems rather contrived. That is because only the dormitories of Ravenclaw and Slytherin had available rooms. At the time, we believe that Ravenclaw's academic atmosphere was more conducive to learning." "I see. So Gryffindor and Hufflepuff are merely ordinary classes, while Ravenclaw and Slytherin are elite lessons." Once Professor McGonagall concluded her instructions, Lin Xiao'an, before heading to the Great Hall for lunch, curiously inquired, "Professor, may I boldly ask if any students from Hogwarts have applied to be exchange students to learn spells in the land of flower cultivation?" "Indeed," Professor McGonagall replied readily. Lin Xiao'an exclaimed in surprise. What? There really is someone. Who is it? Do I know them? Professor McGonagall answered. You may not know him. He is a fifth-year student from Hufflepuff named Cedric Diggory. Lin Xiao'an could not help but sputter a mouthful of soda. Chapter 90. One could say the will to survive is strong. Part 1. After lunch, the third-year Gryffindors ventured outside the castle, eager to attend their very first Care of Magical Creatures lesson alongside the third-year Slytherins. A gentle drizzle had just ceased, leaving the sky a refreshing light gray, while the grass beneath their feet was damp and springy. As Lin Xiao'an walked, he endeavored to recall the medicinal value of the griffin, a creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a horse, adorned with wings. It was evident that Lin Xiao'an was an unwavering pragmatist and egoist. He would not exhibit altruism for endeavors that bore no benefit to him. After much contemplation, he concluded that the griffin offered him no advantage, either materially or spiritually. Firstly, the griffin was widely regarded in the wizarding community as a mere steed, and Lin Xiao'an had a slight fear of heights. He wouldn't dare attempt even to ride a flying broom. It was not a matter of fear, but rather a preference for groundedness in life. Furthermore, the griffin was not a rarity that would evoke astonishment among his peers when he proclaimed, I possess a griffin. With such groundwork laid, Lin Xiao'an's central thesis emerged. This matter was of no concern to him. Meanwhile, Draco, having learned of Lin Xiao'an's misadventure in divination class from some source, approached with the intent to mock him. Lin Xiao'an, with a swift motion, pulled Draco close, adopting a casual, camaraderie-filled stance, and remarked, Draco, you have a secret crush on me, don't you? Draco was no longer the hot-headed boy of yore. His face flushed crimson. Yet he remembered the decorum of not raising his voice to avoid becoming a laughingstock. Nonsense. You thick-skinned fool, he stammered. Look at you, trying so hard to capture my attention. Before Lin Xiao'an could finish, Draco broke free and dashed away. Harry, observing the scene, hesitated, unsure of what to say. Lin Xiao'an shrugged, stating, as long as Voldemort exists, what is home to me? Alas, I must graciously decline Draco's affections. This remark prompted Harry to also flee, unable to bear the situation any longer. Lin Xiao'an shook his head, exclaiming, truly, they cannot take a jest. The Care of Magical Creatures class was held in a small enclosure outside the Forbidden Forest. Lin Xiao'an had failed to procure the designated textbook, the Monster Book of Monsters. It is worth noting that Lin Xiao'an, a newly affluent individual, insisted on purchasing 2 copies of every book he acquired. What sparks might fly from 2 copies of the Monster Book of Monsters meeting? By the time Lin Xiao'an recalled this, only 2 heaps of shredded paper remained, unrecognizable and irreparable. However, it mattered little, as the book was of no practical use. At that moment, Hagrid, flustered by Draco's taunt, lost his composure. Well, since you all have your textbooks, what you need now is magical creatures. Yes, I shall fetch them right away. Wait a moment. Hagrid left the students and ventured into the Forbidden Forest, disappearing from sight. Oh dear, this school is doomed, Draco exclaimed. That fool is teaching now. My father will surely have a heart attack upon hearing this. Be quiet, Malfoy, Harry retorted. Be cautious, Potter, there's a boggart behind you. So, Mr. Malfoy has a heart condition, does he? It's hardly noticeable, Lin Xiao'an remarked with keen interest. Draco. Draco refused to engage with Lin Xiao'an and shot her a dismissive glare. Oh my, Lavender Brown shrieked, pointing excitedly towards the opposite side of the enclosure. A dozen creatures were trotting towards them, possessing the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse, yet their forelegs, wings, and heads resembled those of an eagle. Their cold, steel-colored beaks and bright orange eyes were foreboding, and their eagle talons were half a foot long, instilling a sense of dread. Each beast wore a thick leather collar, secured by a long chain held firmly in Hagrid's large hands as he slowly led them into the enclosure. Hippogriffs, Hagrid called out to the students, waving his hand with delight. Aren't they magnificent? The students responded with an amused chuckle. Chapter 91. One might say the will to survive is strong. Part 2. Lin Xiao'an found herself in a staring contest with a hippogriff named Buckbeak. Harry had already taken the lead, riding Buckbeak for a flight before returning to the ground. Encouraged by Harry's success, the other students cautiously climbed into the enclosure. Hagrid began to release each hippogriff, and soon, the entire area was filled with students nervously bowing. Initially, Buckbeak was situated quite far from Lin Xiao'an. For reasons unknown, as Draco and his 2 cronies approached, Buckbeak suddenly lunged towards Lin Xiao'an, startling Hagrid, who feared for her safety. Lin Xiao'an, with a disdainful expression, childishly declared, TSK, do you think I would bow first? Let us battle. Whoever bows first loses. Buckbeak, unable to communicate with humans, nevertheless exhibited a strong instinct for survival. The creature instinctively lowered its scaled foreknee and performed an unmistakable bow. Incredible! Hagrid's booming voice resonated, causing Lin Xiao'an's ears to ring. This is unprecedented. The hippogriff is a proud species. It actually bowed to a wizard first. Lin Xiao'an thought to herself, what does pride matter when you're tethered by a chain? In various fanfictions, the hippogriff had bowed countless times. It was clear that Hagrid's experiences were limited. Draco approached again with malicious intent, casting a knowing glance at Lin Xiao'an. I recall someone who, during flying lessons, made various excuses to avoid truly riding a broomstick. I wonder what excuse will be conjured today. Lin Xiao'an let out a cold smile, and before Draco, she retrieved an exquisitely crafted, golden-laid, silver-embellished saddle from her spatial pouch. This saddle, originally prepared for riding a unicorn, proved to be quite useful at this moment. Jealousy rendered Draco nearly incandescent with envy, his eyes glimmering a vivid green. I believe the school should prohibit students from using spatial pouches. It is simply unfair. Lin Xiao'an carefully positioned the saddle on Buckbeak's back, adjusting the straps with utmost caution to avoid injuring the wings of the majestic creature. The hippogriff scoffed at Draco's exclamation. Fairness? Draco, are you truly serious? Draco, aware of his foolishness, recognized that he himself was a privileged benefactor, his confidence somewhat diminished. Humph. I'm too lazy to engage with you. In truth, Lin Xiao'an would not mind attempting to ride if a seat could be affixed to a flying broom. Do not doubt her sincerity. Just observe the earnestness in her eyes. With a glance around to ensure no one was watching, she activated her linguistic mastery skill to communicate with animals, gently emitting a sound resembling the call of the hippogriff, instructing Buckbeak. Who? Buckbeak responded with a slight tremor. Who? Lin Xiao'an steadied herself on the saddle, placed her feet on the stirrups, and mounted the magnificent creature, gripping the reins tightly. She patted Buckbeak's neck and commanded, Who? With a whoosh, Buckbeak's 12-foot wings unfurled majestically, lifting Lin Xiao'an into the air. The hippogriff soared steadily, maintaining an altitude perfectly suited for Lin Xiao'an's comfort. It seemed as though an unseen force encouraged Buckbeak to impress Lin Xiao'an, and without further prompting, Buckbeak intuitively activated sightseeing mode, guiding Lin Xiao'an on an aerial tour around the mountains and lakes encircling Hogwarts Castle. Had Lin Xiao'an not intervened, Buckbeak would have likely circled the Scottish Highlands, where Hogwarts is nestled. On that rainy afternoon, the sunlight was gentle and not blinding, and a slightly damp breeze caressed Lin Xiao'an's face, filling her with elation as she gazed down upon the verdant landscape. Lush greenery spread as far as the eye could see, the Black Lake revealing a massive squid surfacing to release a series of bubbles. The Forbidden Forest retained its vibrant greenery, and Lin Xiao'an spotted the Dementors lurking in a corner. Aren't those exchange students? She mused. The magical arts of the Flower Country truly possess depth, their spells shimmering with golden brilliance. Unlike wizards, whose wands emit either silver or green light, clearly a notch below. Wait. Golden light? Lin Xiao'an quickly reined in Buckbeak, executing an urgent aerial stop. Lin Xiao'an finally discerned that the soul-sucking creatures below were ensnared by a circle of golden light, huddled together and trembling in fear. At that moment, Yi was nearly finished reciting a lengthy incantation, preparing to wield his Peachwood sword for a swift annihilation of the soul-suckers. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao'an was struck with alarm. He drew his wand and shouted, Stop! Spare the creatures. Chapter 92, A Cauldron. Guardian of the Spirits. In a moment of desperation, Lin Xiao'an invoked the Patronus charm. A large, silvery Peachio emerged from the tip of his wand, charging directly towards the trapped soul-suckers. The Peachio, in sync with Lin Xiao'an's thoughts, opened its mouth wide, devouring the golden aura in an attempt to create an opening for the soul-suckers to escape. Guardian of the Spirits. Lin Xiao'an possessed a second wand, and thus, a second Patronus. Following the direction indicated by Lin Xiao'an's wand, a smaller Peachio, also composed of silver light, rushed to Yi's side and swiftly consumed the golden sword energy emanating from the tip of the Peachwood sword, before eyeing the sword with keen intent. Lin Xiao'an silently wiped the cold sweat from his brow and urged Buckbeak to descend to the ground. That was close. So much experience points nearly slipped away. Just then, Yi seemed to smirk. The smile vanished almost instantly, so quickly that Lin Xiao'an thought he'd been flying too long and was dizzy from the wind. She discarded the Peachwood sword and retrieved a dark red pouch embroidered with golden threads from her bosom. From it, she pulled out a stack of pale, yellow slips of paper. For a moment, Lin Xiao'an was bewildered, pondering why those little slips bore intricate designs drawn in red ink, which he later learned was cinnabar. To his astonishment, those were talismans used in various mystical arts. Before Lin Xiao'an could fully comprehend the situation, everything settled, and it was irretrievable. The universe responds to the way Yixian Wavit headhunt, and several talismans fluttered down into the circle confining the soul suckers. Exorcism talisman begone. Instantly, the golden light intensified. The circle became almost tangible, forcing Lin Xiao'an to squint. The soul suckers ensnared within the light left no final words. Of course, they could not speak as they met their abrupt demise. In a flash, the two pixies were also shattered by the golden light, dissolving into sparkling silver motes that vanished into the air. Yixian, satisfied, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiao'an and coldly declared, "Evil must be purged. Earlier, you obstructed my righteous quest. What was your intent?" You. Lin Xiao'an stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Yixian, struggling to find his words. "Curse those tasks. The Dementors were deliberately left for Harry Potter, the Savior, to hone his skills. By exterminating them all in one fell swoop, you have acted recklessly. What shall unfold in the subsequent narrative? Do you truly believe that Dumbledore would retrieve the Time Turner for your sake? If it weren't for the fact that I might struggle against you, utter nonsense. If you were not a girl, I would have already dealt with you." Lin Xiao'an did not engage in a quarrel with the girl, nor did she have the time to argue with Yixian. As partners of the Ministry of Magic, the Dementors had not exhibited any particularly outrageous behavior. Yet they were inexplicably obliterated at Hogwarts. Certain individuals within the Ministry would undoubtedly seize this splendid opportunity, perhaps intending to infiltrate Hogwarts under the pretense of this incident. And Yixian might consequently find herself entangled in unnecessary troubles. This simply cannot happen. I must find a scapegoat. Lin Xiao'an's mind raced, and she finally devised a solution that would extricate Yixian from this incident while simultaneously absolving herself. An elegant resolution. Hark! Lin Xiao'an retrieved a somewhat tattered, dark-covered diary from her sleeve, casually flipped open a page, and laid it flat upon grass. She crouched down and plunged her hands into the pages, searching for something. With one foot firmly planted on the diary, she pulled out the dark wooden puppet inhabited by Tom Riddle from within the pages, as though she were pulling a carrot from the ground. Riddle had successfully made contact with several moderate Death Eaters, and life had been rather pleasant lately. He had not only donned a tailor wizard's robe, but had also polished his entire being. This very afternoon, just as he intended to apply another layer of walnut oil to care for his textures in the temperate weather, he was abruptly interrupted by this unreliable character, Lin Xiao'an. Lin Xiao'an, if you have something to discuss, I must remind you that my wooden visage in the diary cannot display expressions, he remarked with a tone tinged with melancholy. Lin Xiao'an wasted no time, stating directly, "You, Voldemort, encountered Dementors while infiltrating Hogwarts, and as a result, you killed them and left behind the dark mark." This accusation struck Riddle with a dizzying force, and he exclaimed in shock and anger, "When did I just arrive here?" Lin Xiao'an retorted sharply, "You killed the Dementors." Riddle protested vehemently, "I did not. It wasn't me." Lin Xiao'an pressed her wand against Riddle's wooden neck, insisting, "Listen, it was you. Who killed the Dementors?" "Oh," Riddle replied, sounding quite aggrieved. Chapter 93. Plans change quicker than anticipated. Lin Xiao'an briefly explained to Yixian, "Those Dementors are partners of the Ministry of Magic. By eliminating them, you will only attract trouble from the Ministry." In the stillness of the night, Yixian nodded slightly, as if grasping the concept. Are the officials summoning spirits? Ahem. Lin Xiao'an retrieved a crystal ball for capturing images and a voluminous cloak from the space, addressing the diary's riddle. Come, don this cloak to obscure your face. Strike a pose that pierces the heavens, and let us conjure the dark mark." Riddle, yielding to the suggestion, draped himself in the cloak, swiftly drawing his wand, and with a gentle flick, summoned a multitude of emerald green, firefly-like lights from its tip. These glowing stars coalesced, forming an enormous skull with a large python emerging from its mouth. The image of the skull entwined with the serpent ascended higher and higher, until it hovered almost level with the spires of Hogwarts Castle, radiating a brilliant light amid a swirl of verdant smoke. The dark mark. Ugh, this thing is truly unsightly. So grotesque. After capturing the scene with the crystal ball, Lin Xiao'an glanced at the dark mark and grimaced in disdain. "All right, your part is done. You may return to the diary now." Riddle in the diary protested, exclaiming, "You know nothing. This mark in my heyday. Spare me, in your prime. You couldn't even defeat Harry." Lin Xiao'an, dismissive of the main soul, felt no need to regard Riddle, who had become firmly entrenched as his subordinate. Thus, She grew even bolder. By the way, Yi Xian, may I call you Xian? Yi Xian nodded indifferently, and Lin Xiao'an seized the opportunity, knowing that a thick skin brings one closer to others. Xian, this fellow, Lin Xiao'an gestured with his wand towards the diary's riddle, theoretically belongs to the realm of dark arts. Do you have no thoughts on this? At the mere mention of 2 words from Yi Xian, Riddle let out a woeful cry and buried his head deep in the open diary, resolutely closing its cover. He is too weak. Lin Xiao'an chuckled in disbelief. Very well. Xian, don't speak. Just follow my lead. Lin Xiao'an returned the diary to the space, then grasped Yi Xian's wrist with one hand, while the other pointed his wand at his throat to cast an amplification charm. His voice rang out clear and strong. At this moment, regardless of their location, everyone, humans, animals, and ghosts within the bounds of Hogwarts Castle, heard Lin Xiao'an's desperate call for help. Someone, save me. The Dark Lord has slain the Dementor. Lin Xiao'an was unafraid of stirring up a commotion. Creating chaos was his forte. Yi Xian sensed the gravity of the situation. Yet she could tell that Lin Xiao'an harbored no malice toward her, so she sheathed her peachwood sword and silently followed his lead. Buckbeak, with a gentle sound, Lin Xiao'an advised Buckbeak to find a place to hide before pulling Yi Xian and dashing into the castle. The entire Hogwarts was thrown into chaos due to Lin Xiao'an's desperate cries for help. All students were ordered by their teachers to gather in the Great Hall, with no one allowed to leave, including the third-year students who were attending care of magical creatures class and were escorted back by Hagrid. Professors McGonagall and Snape united to suppress those eager to slip away and join Lin Xiao'an, particularly Harry and his friends. Miss Granger, we shall locate Mr. Lin as swiftly as possible, so there is no need for excessive worry. Potter, remain still and do not obstruct. Weasley, you too. The teachers quickly conferred and decided that Professor Snape and Lupin would investigate the matter, while the others remained in the castle to ensure the safety of the students and to keep a watchful eye on them, preventing any rash decisions, especially from Harry and his companions. Without delay, Professor Snape and Lupin rushed towards the castle's main entrance, where they encountered Lin Xiao'an and Yi Xian returning hand in hand. Snape cast a quick glance at Lin Xiao'an, noting his apparent lack of injuries, and sighed in relief, inquiring, Lin Xiao'an, what has transpired? Professor, may I first see Professor Dumbledore? Lin Xiao'an feigned breathlessness. Snape thought the request sounded familiar, and replied, Professor Dumbledore is otherwise occupied and is not at the school. Oh, how ironic that Dumbledore is absent at such a crucial moment. The rest are rather gullible, it seems. Does this mean I can act freely? Lin Xiao'an could not help but smile broadly. Wonderful. Oh no. The situation is as follows. He rapidly recounted the sequence of events. Seizing the moment before Snape and Lupin could fully process the news, Lin Xiao'an cheerfully added, Professors, I have a proposal. Chapter 94. The Veteran Actors of Hogwarts Film Academy. Peter Pettigrew, known as Wormtail, was an exceedingly diminutive man, and his animagus form was that of a rat, which is the origin of his nickname. There exists a type of person who prefers to serve powerful malevolence rather than pursue feeble light. In the past, Peter unhesitatingly betrayed Harry Potter's parents, yet he gained no benefit from this treachery, aside from the laughable first-class Order of Merlin Medal, which perhaps stands as the sole exception. For a full 12 years after the downfall of his master, Voldemort, he lived in fear of revenge from Voldemort's followers, who were aware that their master had accepted Peter's counsel to attack the Potter family. Peter maintained his animagus form, becoming the pet of Percy Weasley, that pet rat named Scabbers. Eventually, he was given to Ron Weasley and resided in the same dormitory at Hogwarts as Harry Potter's adversaries. However, he did nothing but await the signal for Voldemort to regain his strength. That day has finally arrived. Peter Pettigrew also heard the student named Lin Xiao'an, whose gaze often sent chills down his spine, exclaim that the Dark Lord had slain the Dementor. Through the window, he even glimpsed the Dark Mark hovering in the air. The Dark Lord has resurrected. The Dark Lord has come to Hogwarts. Just as Peter was overwhelmed with exhilaration and fervor, preparing to hide in a secluded corner, he realized the situation was uncertain. It would be prudent to wait until the Dark Lord had firmly established dominance before revealing himself. Suddenly, Peter felt a gust of wind behind him. Pain shot through the back of his head, and he fainted instantly. Why did it feel somewhat soft and plush? This thought flitted through Peter's mind just before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Little Black raised a paw to inspect its tender pink pads. Thoroughly pleased with itself, this system is indeed reliable. The force applied in the whack-a-mole game was perfectly calibrated, wrapping Peter in a fragrant handkerchief. The noble system cat would never deign to carry a mere mouse. Little Black transported Peter to the location designated by Lin Xiao'an. Report. Esteemed readers, all members of the production team are present. The roster of the crew is as follows. Honorary Advisor and Director. Albus Dumbledore, the old man, has been overshadowed by Lin Xiao'an. Ha ha ha. Executive Director and Screenwriter. Lin Xiao'an. I am the true director. Cinematographer. Lin Xiao'an. Familiar with the crystal ball for capturing images? Protagonist. Sirius Black. First supporting role, Remus Lupin. Second supporting role, Severus Snape. Antagonistic foil, Peter Pettigrew. Currently in his animagus form, unconscious. Dark Lord perhaps will bless him. Stage manager and logistics. Little Black. The most reliable system. Bystanders, clueless as to why they are present. The speechless Yi Siyuan. Lin Xiao'an did not rush to use the crystal ball, but instead pointed to the mouse discarded on the ground. Let him reveal his true form first. Are you ready? Sirius? Professor Lupin inquired. Sirius, wand in hand, with wealth, who fears not acquiring a wand, approached the unconscious mouse, his eyes suddenly ablaze as if ignited by fire. Shall we do it together? Sirius softly asked. I believe so, Professor Lupin replied, raising his wand. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, the tips of both wands emitted a blue light, followed by a dazzling flash, and then, like a time-lapse of a tree's growth, a head emerged, followed by limbs. Moments later, the mouse transformed into a diminutive man, missing a finger, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. Perfect. Everything was ready. Next to be filmed was the exoneration of the prisoner from Azkaban, an endeavor fully sponsored by Lin Wei and featuring the esteemed actors from Hogwarts Film Academy in a heartfelt performance, commencing with the first scene, Redemption. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action. Chapter 95, The Esteemed Actors of Hogwarts Film Academy, Part 2. With a soft whimper, Peter Pettigrew stirred from his slumber. Hello, Peter. Professor Lupin said cheerfully. Long time no see. Peter, startled, twitched involuntarily. Though Professor Lupin's demeanor appeared gentle, Sirius Black beside him wore a grim expression filled with animosity. How did I end up here? I. Sirius, Remus. Peter's voice was high-pitched and tremulous, his gaze darting about erratically. My friends. My old friends. Sirius raised his arm, wand in hand, but Professor Lupin grasped his wrist, giving a warning glance before turning back to Peter, maintaining his amiable yet relaxed tone. It was Sirius who brought you here. He saw your animagus form in the newspaper. We were just discussing the events of that fateful night concerning Lily and James, following the preordained script. Professor Lupin was responsible for verbal persuasion, while Sirius handled the intimidation with glances and gestures, their dynamic a flawless interplay of the bad cop and good cop. Peter Pettigrew had always been a cowardly weakling, and after only a few probing questions, he fell apart, unable to maintain his facade. He crawled forward on his knees, pleading softly, hands clasped to his chest, as if in prayer. Sirius, it's me, Peter, your friend. You wouldn't. Sirius could not restrain himself, and kicked him lightly. Peter flinched. Remus, Peter cried, turning to Professor Lupin, writhing in a display of desperation before him. You can't believe this, can you? If they had switched the secret keeper, wouldn't Sirius have told you? No, if he thought I was the traitor, he would have told me. Peter, Professor Lupin replied. I believe that is why you did not inform me. Isn't it Sirius? Forgive me, Remus, Sirius said. Not at all, my old friend, Lupin replied, rolling up his sleeves. So, will you forgive me for once believing you were the traitor? Of course. A flicker of amusement crossed Sirius's face as he too rolled up his sleeves. Shall we take him down together? I believe so, Professor Lupin said, his expression stern. No, Peter exclaimed in terror, glancing around in panic. The current situation is, in fact, exceedingly unreasonable, under the glaring daylight. With such an ostentatious mark of the dark arts emblazoned upon his brow, a mere handful of individuals, among them 2 minors, remain unabashed, bickering endlessly, while no one else has arrived to witness the spectacle. However, Peter's mental capacity has always been limited, or perhaps his prolonged role as a rodent has dulled his capacity for logical reasoning. Sirius, what am I to do? The Dark Lord possesses weapons beyond your wildest imagination. And I am terrified, Sirius. I have never been as brave as you, Remus or James. I never imagined I would be coerced by one whose name cannot be uttered. Stop speaking nonsense, Peter. Sirius thundered. Before Lily and James were murdered, you had already been feeding Voldemort information for an entire year. You are the traitor. He is rising to power everywhere. Peter cried. What good would it do to defy him? What benefit is there in opposing the most malevolent wizard in existence? Sirius's face contorted with a terrifying rage. It is to save innocent lives? Peter, you do not comprehend. Peter wailed in a high-pitched voice, "He will kill me. Sirius? Then you deserve to die." Sirius roared, "I would rather perish than betray my friends. We would do the same for you." Sirius stood shoulder to shoulder with Professor Lupin, raising their wands. "You should consider," Professor Lupin said softly. "Voldemort will not kill you. We will ensure your demise instead. Farewell, Peter." "No." Peter leapt from the ground in desperation. "A corner dog will jump over the wall. A rabbit, when frightened, will kick the eagle." In a state of utter panic, Peter lunged toward Lin Xiao'an, with Yi Yuan standing nearby. He is taking a hostage, in his animagus form, as Ron's pet. Peter knew well the formidable strength of Lin Xiao'an. He certainly could not overpower him. The reason he chose to target the seemingly gentle and easily intimidated Yi Yuan was that he had no other option. Yi Yuan, Unfazit, flipped his hand to reveal a stack of talismans. Thunderbolt Talisman. On that day, the sun shone brightly, the wind was mild, yet the fire burned fiercely. Little Peter walked with serene composure, and not a single tear was shed by the crew. They remained remarkably steadfast, with Lin Xiao'an even singing a melancholic tune. Chapter 96, The Veteran Actors of Hogwarts Film Academy, Part 2. As the saying goes, heaven has a path you refuse to tread, yet you insist on barging into hell. The people of Blue Star know well the three taboos of wandering the world: beautiful women, unruly children, and beggars. Cough, cough. Now one must also add the square dance. Yi Yuan embodies all three taboos, and little Peter can be said to have, barefoot, kicked a robust 888mm armored steel plate. According to a report from Reuters, the individual involved recounted their thoughts after the incident, explaining that Lin Xiao'an had previously cautioned her against causing any fatalities, not just human lives, but any life at all. She had only utilized a mass-produced, entry-level lightning charm on the diminutive Peter. Had she employed the masterfully handcrafted version, it would have been a different story. The concluding chuckle startled Lin Xiao'an, causing her to break into a cold sweat. In that moment, she contacted the butler through a double-sided mirror, investing a substantial sum to procure several luxurious lightning rods made of 304 stainless steel, adorned with genuine gold and embedded with natural mutton fat and jade corner scraps. Let's shift our focus back to the filming scene beneath the black magic mark. The authentic thunder, summoned by the lightning charm, struck Peter with a cacophony of thunderous roars, counting into the dozens. Have you ever witnessed an electric welding operation? It's worth noting that, despite the wizard's apparent lack of physical fitness, most appearing frail and delicate, they possess an inner power that allows them to withstand considerable strain during confrontations. Peter, charred and smoky, found his already sparse hair tangled like a steel wool pad, his hands curled like those of chicken, and his body hunched over, exhaling wisps of black smoke, clearly still alive. Sirius Black and Professor Lupin, sharing an unspoken understanding, decided simultaneously to adhere to their established plan, determined not to let Peter succumb to fear. "Peter, embrace your fate," they proclaimed. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Sirius bellowed, "I shall vanquish you in the name of the moon." Meanwhile, Lin Xiao'an silently chanted in her mind, "Next up, let's welcome the grand finale. 3, 2, 1. Disarm you." Severus Snape, the grand finale himself, stepped forth from behind a large tree, having dispelled the disillusionment charm. Sirius and Lupin stumbled back a few steps, their wands slipping from their grasp and arcing gracefully through the air before landing on the grass. Overcome with excitement, Sirius, without a second thought, exclaimed, "Snot Goblin, Lin Xiao'an, Black, Professor Lupin, Night Thoughts. This is going to be quite the spectacle." Even 9 Dumbledores would struggle to contain Professor Snape. Let us wish Sirius a safe journey onward. Lin Xiao'an, quick-witted and faster in action, swiftly wrapped one arm around Night Thought's waist, pulling her away from the line of fire. A clean slate. Professor Snape pointed his wand at Sirius, icy cold words escaping his lips. Instantly, pink soap bubbles erupted from Sirius's mouth, his lips coated in foam, making him feel nauseous and breathless. Finally, Black. I have long awaited this moment. Professor Snape, indeed, wore a sinister smile, yet struggled to articulate his words. Lin Xiao'an turned away, unable to bear the sight of Professor Snape's expression. For the first time, the usually carefree Lin felt that knowing too much was not necessarily a source of joy. Professor Snape raised his wand once more, and with a flash, Sirius Black was inverted in mid-air, his wizarding robes cascading over his head, revealing his gaunt, skeletal legs. "Inversion charm, silent," Professor Snape exclaimed, and abruptly lifting his wand, he caused Sirius to plummet to the ground in silence. Struggling, Sirius quickly regained his feet, but Snape immediately commanded Petrificus Totalis. Sirius fell back onto the grass, his body as rigid as stone. At that moment, Lin Xiao'an released his grip on Yi Xiyin, while his other hand diligently held the recording crystal ball, capturing every moment. Yi Xiyin, momentarily refraining from applying a charm to Lin Xiao'an, glanced at the prostrate Sirius. What has transpired? Lin Xiao'an, of course, could not divulge that Professor Snape was operating on a principle of retribution. He should not have been privy to the grievances and rivalries of these middle-aged men from their youth. He feigned nonchalance, responding, "Oh, the professor is merely jesting with Mr. Black. You know how men can be, especially a few days each month." Yi Xiyin chuckled it softly. Professor Lupin remained steadfast, recalling his mission. Severus, Sirius is innocent. The true culprit is. He refused to listen. He refused to listen. He refused to listen. Strike that, strike that. Professor Snape sneered. I have repeatedly informed the headmaster that you are aiding your old friend Black in infiltrating the castle. Lupin. Here lies the evidence. Severus, you misunderstand. Professor Lupin implored urgently. I can explain. Sirius did not come to kill Harry. Tonight, Azkaban shall welcome 2 more inmates, Professor Snape declared. His eyes gleaming with fervor. I am eager to witness Dumbledore's reaction. You fool. Professor Lupin replied gently. Is it worth sending an innocent man to Azkaban over past grievances from our school days? With a sudden motion, the tip of Snape's wand unleashed a serpent-like cord, ensnaring Lupin's wrist and ankle. Lupin lost his balance, falling to the ground, immobilized, yet he persisted in his attempt to persuade Snape. Peter Pettigrew has confessed. He betrayed Lily and James to the Dark Lord. What did you say? Snape exclaimed, astonished, fixing a fierce glare on Lupin. You had better clarify. Lin Xiao'an, feeling utterly bored, fixated on the crystal ball in his hand, stifling several yawns, and raised his hand to wipe away the physiological tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Sirius lay in a petrified state. Professor Lupin was bound like a sausage. Professor Snape was probing for answers. Lin Xiao'an appeared to be drowsy, while Yi Xiyin happened to lift his gaze to study the dark mark. What an opportune moment. Now was the time. Peter, mustering all his magical strength, stealthily transformed into a black rat, charred when he was originally gray, and with a swift motion, he scurried away. Lin Xiao'an patiently awaited this moment, and once he confirmed that Peter was nowhere to be seen, he stowed away the crystal ball. Cut. This scene had passed. Chapter 97. The Chill has arrived, Part 1. Professor, we let the little rat Peter escape. The Dementors at school have all perished. Just as Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts after attending to worldly affairs, Lin Xiao'an and the others surprised him with a warm greeting, or rather a fright. In the headmaster's office, Lin Xiao'an unfurled a piece of parchment and spoke eloquently. You see, Professor, we have placed a tracking charm on Peter, and additionally implanted a miniature GPS as a double safeguard at the nape of his neck. This parchment is a meticulously crafted marauder's map tailored for Peter, infused with his hair within the magical ink of the runes. As long as Peter remains within the confines of the British Isles, he shall be unable to evade detection. This map has been reintroduced after many years by the Moonface and Bigfoot, who have collaborated once again for this grand production. As for the GPS, it is merely a whimsical creation of mine, an exquisitely polished plastic piece the size of half a fingernail. The true utility lies in our omnipotent and most reliable system, the illustrious Little Black. Dumbledore gazed at the crystal ball and the specially crafted marauder's map laid out on the table, momentarily speechless. Oh, he had not anticipated that Lin Xiao'an's persuasive prowess would be so potent that several adult wizards, akin to having consumed mind-numbing potions, would be so easily deceived by a barely pubescent youth, willingly participating in such a logically flawed and error-ridden video. By Merlin S. Beard, had the wizarding community of Britain collectively lost their senses? If Lin Xiao'an possessed the gift of mind-reading, he would have informed Dumbledore that Professor Snape and Sirius had not suddenly become foolish. Rather, the flames of vengeance had obscured their rationality, a state he whimsically termed stone logic. With the situation having reached an irrevocable conclusion, Dumbledore resolved to tidy up the aftermath. Regardless, their public statements needed to align with a narrative befitting the righteous faction. Uniformity was essential. Dumbledore realized he could no longer depend on others and turned his gaze solely to Lin Xiao'an, inquiring, Xiao'an, dear child, may I implore you to recount the entire sequence of events in detail once more? Of course, Professor. Here is how it transpired. Lin Xiao'an was inept at everything except for his eloquence. By the time he had meticulously laid out his strategy of leveraging the situation to eliminate enemies, it scarcely took him 5 or 6 minutes. Dumbledore, his throat constricted with pent-up frustration, forced a smile and remarked, "In truth, there is no need for such elaborate machinations. We could candidly state that it was the student Si Yin who vanquished the Dementors. It is not a secret that requires concealment." "Oh, then wizards would learn that the Dementors, which have instilled fear for centuries, were effortlessly defeated by a young girl from the Flower Kingdom?" Lin Xiao'an feigned a smile and replied, "Professor, is that truly wise? Si Yin still has over a year left at Hogwarts. Do you genuinely believe this is a utopia? If anyone, be it a teacher, a student, or an envoy from the Ministry of Magic, wishes to learn the arts of the Flower Kingdom, how should Si Yin respond? If she teaches, human greed will lead them to suspect she harbors secrets. If she refuses, they will deem her arrogant and disrespectful, wouldn't they? On a smaller scale, this could bring undue trouble to Si Yin. On a larger scale, it may obstruct the exchange of magical arts between our two nations. Since we have an infamous Dark Lord to serve as a scapegoat, why not utilize that? After all, it is better to avoid unnecessary complications, wouldn't you agree? Seeing Lin Xiao'an's unwavering determination to protect the young girl from the Flower Kingdom, Dumbledore could only weakly suggest, at present, we need to replicate the image from this crystal ball into others. I will send them to the members of Wisingamot. Having only one copy is precarious. If it were to be destroyed by certain individuals, the evidence would vanish. Wait a moment. Sirius, unable to contain himself, leaped from his chair. "Albus, could you possibly cut that segment out? Please." He referred to the part where Professor Snape had repeatedly instructed him to cough, fearing that if it spread, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Dumbledore, waving his wand, expressed with regret, "I am sorry, Sirius. I cannot alter the evidence." Sirius, looking utterly despondent, threw himself into Professor Lupin's embrace, seeking comfort. Lupin gently patted his shoulder in a soothing manner. "Albus." At that moment, Professor McGonagall entered the headmaster's office. "Two gentlemen from the Ministry of Magic have arrived." Dumbledore maintained his calm demeanor and smiled. "Thank you, Minerva. Please let them in." Lin Xiao'an raised his hand to adjust his hairstyle. Chapter 98. The Chill in the Air, Part 2. Two wizards dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to investigate the soul-sucking incident at Hogwarts included Mr. Brown, an Auror from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Mr. Green from a department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. As they entered the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, in full view of everyone present, left behind two of the replicated memory orbs while stowing the rest into a spatial bag, which he then hung from the claws of his pet phoenix. "Away you go, Fox!" With a melodic cry, Fox unfurled his wings and soared out of the open window. Those aware of Dumbledore's intentions thought it was far too conspicuous, almost a blatant affront. For those oblivious to his actions, they wondered if the two representatives from the ministry had the audacity to confront Dumbledore directly. Once the obligatory pleasantries were exchanged, Lin Xiao'an became increasingly convinced that the two wizards were not there to resolve any issues, but rather to provoke Hogwarts. "Mr. Dumbledore, the ministry is deeply shocked and saddened by the heinous incident involving your school's partners, the Dementors," proclaimed Mr. Brown. Lin Xiao'an internally scoffed, thinking, if you're so upset, wear your mourning rituals and lowered flags. Please do not act out of bias. The perpetrator must be handed over to us immediately, Mr. Dumbledore. We possess ample evidence linking this dreadful tragedy to your internal personnel. This was nothing but a blatant falsehood. Mr. Brown merely aimed to intimidate the Hogwarts staff, hoping that someone might falter and reveal the truth. Dumbledore, wise and seasoned, was certainly not one to be swayed by such petty tactics. He retrieved one of the memory orbs and nudged the last one forward with an inscrutable smile. How fortuitous. We also have, shall we say, rather substantial evidence. Perhaps you would care to take a look? Mr. Brown and Mr. Green exchanged glances before seizing the orb. Lin Xiao'an did not need to ponder the ensuing dialogue. The so-called Auror-S response was predictable. This is impossible. Indeed, upon witnessing the image of the dark mark, Mr. Brown trembled, nearly dropping the orb in his hand. Dumbledore kindly reminded him, "Please hold it steady. This is evidence. Forgive my old memory. It matters not. For I have already sent copies to all my colleagues of the Wisingamot. This is impossible." Mr. Brown, his eyes ablaze, huffed indignantly in the headmaster's office. That individual, whose name cannot even be spoken, has long since departed. This must be a forgery. Who is responsible? Who possesses such audacity, daring to forge this evidence? Look at the temerity of this individual, too fearful to utter a single word of condemnation, and yet they claim to be an Auror. Lin Xiao'an, while inwardly cursing, lazily raised a hand as if responding to a question in class. "If you are inquiring about who recorded this footage, allow me to enlighten you, sir. It was I. I am an avid photography enthusiast, always carrying my crystal ball to capture the peculiarities of life. And you, what is your name? Speak. Who instigated your deceit? Mr. Brown, perceiving Lin Xiao'an as merely a student of Asian descent, could not suppress a certain condescension. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Xiao'an, nearly poking him, and demanded answers with a voice full of indignation, saliva flying from his mouth. Lin Xiao'an leaned back, evading the finger, and a radiant smile broke upon his face, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth. A smile so unprecedentedly brilliant it was dazzling. The weather has turned chilly. Perhaps it is time for a change in the Minister of Magic. Chapter 99. The Patron. Ever since Lin Xiao'an acquired the system, nay, even in his previous life when he had yet to gain the system, as a mere nobody, no one had ever dared to point a finger at him and spray spittle upon his face. As the protagonist of 2 unsuccessful novels and the financial backer of the Ministry of Magic, Lin Xiao'an could not tolerate this affront. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Xiao'an, the Lin of Lin Xiao'an. Standing, Lin Xiao'an adopted an air of arrogance surpassing that of Mr. Brown. He slowly extracted a silk handkerchief from his pocket, embroidered with the Lin family crest and initials, and wiped his hands with it, adhering to noble tradition. He then crumpled the handkerchief and, with a flourish, tossed it right into Mr. Brown's face. Due to your public slander of my reputation, Mr. Brown, I hereby challenge you to a duel. Here and now, I trust that, as an orator, you would not permit yourself to withdraw, would you? Originally, Lin Xiao'an intended to wipe his face with the handkerchief, but recalling that it was meant for Mr. Brown's face, he quickly changed his mind to use it for his hands instead. After Lin Xiao'an's declaration of a duel, Mr. Brown's expression transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, cycling through like a spinning lantern, rivaling even the plumage of a hippogriff. What? A mere child dares to defy all reason. Sirius, unwilling to be left out, leaped forward, eager to assist. Xiao'an, allow me to be your aide. Mr. Brown, I believe Mr. Green could serve as your assistant. How thoughtful of the Ministry of Magic to send 2 gentlemen, thus relieving us of the need to find others to fill that role. Mr. Green, who had been quietly lurking behind Mr. Brown, contemplating the strategy of letting Brown charge forth while he reaped the benefits, interjected, I merely came to observe. Why must I assume the role of an assistant? Wait a moment. Lin Xiao'an? The name sounds somewhat familiar. Where have I heard it before? Mr. Green, appearing to be a somewhat naive and honest fellow, stroked his bald head and chuckled foolishly. Dear child, Mr. Brown can be rather impulsive. I apologize on his behalf. Please forgive him, will you? It was as if you were treating Lin Xiao'an like a mere toddler. Today, Dumbledore, with an unusual display of kindness, joined into counsel Lin Xiao'an. Calm down, dear Xiao'an. Mr. Brown is an employee of the Ministry of Magic, and should you engage him in a duel, the Ministry may indeed be concerned. Mr. Green seemed to be piecing things together. He had undoubtedly heard the name Lin Xiao'an mentioned before. This child was certainly not without background. May I inquire, Mr. Lin, about your connection to our Ministry of Magic? Certain matters felt rather beneath Lin Xiao'an to articulate himself. Albus Dumbledore, ever eager to assist, interjected. Ah, Mr. Green, are you not aware? Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart is Xiao'an's agent. Oh, Dumbledore, you are quite the rogue. The companions at Hogwarts silently applauded Dumbledore for his effortless display of wit, a true exemplar of artful pretense. Recently, Lockhart had been closely associating with high-ranking officials from the ministry, collaborating on what they called the housing project. Mr. Green inadvertently exclaimed a term that sent a cascade of cold sweat down his back. In simpler terms, it was Lin Xiao'an's father who financed and named the initiative, while Gilderoy Lockhart represented Lin Xiao'an to ensure its implementation, providing housing for wizards without homes and upgrading those who had smaller accommodations. Those who already possessed larger homes were certainly not idle, likely profiting considerably from this arrangement. Mr. Green instinctively stepped back a few paces from Brown. I believe your actions are most inappropriate, Mr. Brown, and you should immediately apologize to Mr. Lin. Oh, mother, I wish to go home. The slow-witted Brown was on the verge of tears, bowing deeply. Mr. Lin, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. I apologize. I concede. Father, I was wrong. Please spare me. Lin Xiao'an grinned and asked, Oh, you concede? Do you not accept my challenge? Do you admit to being a coward? Indeed. Brown appeared sincere. You are right. I am terribly sorry. It is all my fault. Lin Xiao'an chuckled. Very well. I shall graciously accept your apology. Now, take this crystal ball back to the ministry, gentlemen. Would you care to stay for dinner? Thus, Mr. Brown and Mr. Green left Hogwarts in a hasty retreat. Professor Snape, who had remained silent, furrowed his brow and remarked, Lin Xiao'an, Your relentless pursuit of those from the ministry may provoke their ire. Rest assured, Professor, I understand. Lin Xiao'an wore a smile upon her face. However, her tone bore a hint of coldness. If the roots are not eradicated, the grass will regrow with the spring breeze. I will have Lockhart deal with those two fools. Let us not forget that Lockhart is a master of the Oblivion charm. Suddenly, Lin Xiao'an's demeanor shifted as she donned a vibrant and spirited smile. Teacher, you are discussing the banana guava again. I believe that Mr. Brown is not such a petty person. From now on, I shall not trouble him. In truth, I am but a pure, kind, and adorable little white lotus. After saying this, Lin Xiao'an met Dumbledore's gaze, rich with meaning, and upon exchanging a knowing look, they both burst into hearty laughter. Ah, the first 100 chapters. 100 waters become waves. Time passes swiftly, the days slipping by like oil, and soon it was the cold month of December. The beginning of the school term was marked by the resolution of a task monster. The routine of attending classes daily felt dreadfully monotonous. In potions and other wonderchoir classes, Lin Xiao'an excelled. Yet, once it came to wielding a quill and writing several inches of essay on parchment, she found herself in despair. Biting the tip of her quill, tears welled up as she pondered. Lin Xiao'an sat in the library, staring at a piece of parchment that bore only a title while the rest remained blank. What relevance does the rebellion of some werewolves and fairies from centuries ago have for me? Why must I hold an opinion? I have none, dear Hermione. Hermione, covering her nearly completed assignment, retorted, no. I am merely drawing inspiration. I am not copying outright. Lin Xiao'an turned to Yexian, seeing. Yexian, engrossed in the thick tome entitled Hogwarts, a history, replied without lifting her head. I am an exchange student. I am exempt from history of magic and do not have to submit assignments. Lin Xiao'an sighed. You win, seeing. Ron. I suppose I shall just think of something myself. Ron was in an even worse predicament. His parchment bore not even a title. Meow, meow, meow. Host. Host. This is bad. To Lin Xiao'an's astonishment, the little black creature, wandering aimlessly, had reached out to her telepathically, a first of its kind. With nothing pressing to do regarding assignments, she thought, well, I can always deal with it later. Perhaps when I awaken tomorrow, the quill will have completed my work. Thus, Lin Xiao'an discarded the quill and responded telepathically. Can this wretched system not articulate? What do you mean the host is not well? The host is magnificent, glorious, and everlasting. Speak plainly. The little black creature hesitated, displaying a series of ellipses before stating. This system has overheard that several Slytherin students plan to unite to teach Draco Malfoy a lesson. Do you wish to intervene, meow? Why should I care? Let him go to hell. Lin Xiao'an rejected without hesitation. The notion of assisting in times of injustice was absurd. Draco was hardly an innocent damsel in distress. What reason did Lin Xiao'an have to ingratiate herself with him? Humph. Little Black interjected. They believe it is because you, the host, have grown too close to Draco and the students of Gryffindor. Are you not a bit cold-hearted, meow? Lin Xiao'an retorted. Little Black, are you feeling a touch too paternalistic? Draco is not particularly weak, is he? He has 2 formidable bodyguards, after all. Speaking of which, have you been indulging in too many romantic novels lately, becoming all sentimental? Little Black replied. This system merely revisited Dream of the Red Chamber, meow. I am not one to indulge in melodrama. Wait a moment, I misjudged you, host. It seems you are quite the heartless individual. Lin Xiao'an couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her brow. Enough. Stop digressing. For heaven's sake, don't divert to such trivial matters. You should stick with Draco for now, and contact me if anything arises. Understood, meow. Hermione inquired with concern. Xiao'an, you seem to be sweating profusely. Are you feeling hot? Lin Xiao'an chuckled nervously. Ah, perhaps the fireplace is simply too warm. Night Scion silently glanced at the fireplace, located about 20 to 30 feet away from Lin Xiao'an. Here, Harry. We're over here, Ron whispered while waving his hand to beckon Harry over. Recently, Harry had been quite occupied. In addition to training with the Quidditch team, he was also learning the Patronus charm with Professor Lupin, leaving little opportunity for leisure with Lin Xiao'an and Ron. To their surprise, he had appeared in the library tonight. Harry approached, his face alight with joy. Friends, wonderful news. Fantastic news. Hogwarts has closed, and Dumbledore has run away with his sister-in-law. Sorry, I was just joking. Please, continue. Lin Xiao'an gestured for Harry to go on. Ron chimed in. Harry, have you managed to learn the Patronus charm yet? Not yet. At present, I can only produce a few wisps of silver smoke, Harry replied cheerfully. But never mind the Patronus charm, dear friends. The Ministry of Magic has officially declared my godfather, Sirius Black, innocent. Wow, that's amazing. The younger ones could not help but cheer loudly. Madame Pants nearly brandished her feather duster to shoo them away. Quiet. No loud noises allowed in the library. After repeated assurances from the youngsters, Madame Pants reluctantly let them be. Remember, there will be no next time. Yes, yes. The young ones nodded eagerly as they bid Madame Pants farewell, then exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. After a moment of silliness, Harry continued. Sirius has invited me to spend Christmas at his home. Chapter 101. Home, Part 1. I'm truly foolish indeed. Lin Xiao'an lifted his lackluster eyes and remarked, I only knew that a house abandoned for a long time would become filthy and require a thorough cleaning. I had no idea the situation could be so dire. Why not simply remain at Hogwarts? Why should I sacrifice a full 3 weeks of a leisurely Christmas holiday to come here and practice cleaning spells? In early December, after Sirius regained his reputation, the Ministry of Magic remarkably refrained from procrastination, promptly acknowledging their error and restoring the Black family's property in less than 3 months. The reckless mindset of a spendthrift is always astonishing. As soon as he acquired the money, Sirius immediately purchased for Harry the latest model of the Firebolt broom, complete with a specialized repair toolkit. Of course, one could argue that Sirius was eager to make amends for the grievances Harry had endured over the years. Overflowing with paternal affection, Sirius fervently encouraged Harry to spend Christmas at his home. Harry, I can't wait to share this wonderful holiday with you. By the way, if your friends remain at school for Christmas, you can invite them along as well. At the moment he spoke these words, Sirius had just purchased the Firebolt as a Christmas gift for Harry in Diagon Alley, conversing with him through the fireplace in Professor Lupin's office. He hadn't even considered returning home for a glance. Not even for a fleeting moment, for he would certainly not dare to make such bold claims. Our Black family has house elves, so the house must be impeccably maintained. Just pack your bags and move in. The origins of why wizards also celebrate Christmas remain uncertain. Merely being able to enjoy nearly a month off is already a boon. Why concern oneself with more? Each year, from about a week before Christmas until mid-January, marks the traditional Christmas holiday akin to the winter break in the flowering country, and without final examinations. Students at Hogwarts can choose to spend the holiday with their families or remain at school. Lin Xiao'an's family still adhered to the custom of celebrating only traditional holidays from the flowering country, so for the past 2 years, he had stayed at Hogwarts as a languid fish. However, this year he found himself compelled to change. Though filled with reservations, Lin Xiao'an, unable to resist the warm insistence of Harry, who clung to him like a piece of chewing gum, ultimately accepted the invitation to number 12, Grimmauld Place, Sirius's former residence. To his relief, he was not alone in his misfortune. Hermione, Ron, and his one-on-one study partner, Yi Xiuan, had also accepted the invitation. Draco and Nanjia, you had miraculously escaped this predicament. Well, the Slytherin students were currently not included on Harry's guest list. The black paint on the door was peeling, marred by numerous scratches. The silver door knocker resembled a coiled serpent. The door lacked a keyhole and a mailbox. Sirius drew his wand and tapped it against the door. Harry heard a cacophony of metallic clinks and the clattering sound reminiscent of chains. The door creaked open. Harry stepped across the threshold into a nearly pitch-black foyer. He was greeted by the damp, musty scent, mingled with a sweet, decaying odor. A rustling sound ensued, followed by the illumination of a row of vintage gas lamps on the wall, casting an eerie, flickering light that illuminated the long, shadowy hallway adorned with peeling wallpaper and a worn, polished carpet. Above, a chandelier resembling a spider's web flickered faintly, while crooked portraits, darkened by the passage of time, hung askew on the walls. Both the chandelier and a candelabrum on a rickety table nearby were fashioned in the shape of serpents. Long, moth-eaten curtains draped the windows, and beside the staircase, a row of crumpled house elf heads, each sporting an unsightly large nose, clung to the wall's paneling. As Lin Xiao'an entered, she was enveloped by a heavy, damp, moldy odor. Impressive, Sirius. You've managed to remain unreliable into middle age. How could you not have prepared in advance? Look at the layers of cobwebs in the corners of the ceiling. How ethereal they are. Observe the tiny insects scurrying about on the curtains and drapes. How lively they seem. And behold the plump family of mice darting through each room. How corpulent they are. Lin Xiao'an exclaimed, I suddenly wish to return to Hogwarts. Ron 1. Hermione 2. Yi Xiuan, Onbin Seixen Alta. Chapter 102 Home. At the age of 12 or 13, young boys and girls are naturally inclined to play, yet they were compelled, primarily due to social pressures, to embark on a vigorous cleaning endeavor. A chorus of complaints arose, yet the most nonchalant among them was the monk-like Yi Xiuan. She approached the cleaning as a practical exercise, believing that in gardening, the Taoists had but the dust-cleansing charm, whereas the wizarding world boasted a plethora of domestic spells. There were spells for tidying up, packing, restoring items to their original state, and even dedicated incantations for washing dishes. Sirius, with his noble lineage, was well-versed in most maternal spells, thus he had no choice but to engage in the physical labor. He used a spray to eliminate the pesky pixies hiding in the crevices of the curtains, collecting them into a bucket to incinerate. He employed a special potion to lure and eliminate the mice concealed in various corners, subsequently placing them into a large bag for disposal. Burn it all. Everything must be burned. After toiling for several days, even the most steadfast advocate for house elf rights, Hermione, found herself yearning for external assistance. Xiao'an, could you possibly summon your family's wealth-bringing and auspicious elf to lend a hand? Lin Xiao'an shook her head in resignation. Do you think I wouldn't want to, Hermione? Alas, it cannot be done. Sirius has mentioned that there is another house elf named Creature residing here. If I were to call upon the wealth bringers for help, it would imply that your house elf is indolent and incompetent. A most scathing accusation, second only to betrayal, which could lead to their self-destruction. Hermione, would you wish to witness such a consequence? Please, I was mistaken, Hermione quickly interjected. Thus, they resumed their laborious work, each choosing their own pitfalls, determined to complete their tasks despite the strain. A reader may wonder why the adults were not called upon for assistance, such as Mrs. Weasley or Professor Lupin, upon learning of the situation, would undoubtedly not stand idly by. However, one must consider that during the festive season, Mrs. Weasley was already overwhelmed with her own family's affairs, and it would be unkind to burden her further. As for Professor Lupin, being a Hogwarts teacher, he opted to remain on duty. In his view, this was Sirius's and Harry's first Christmas together, and the guests were all young friends. The presence of an additional gloomy adult might dampen the joyous spirit. As for the members of the Order of the Phoenix, they were also absent, as Sirius had not yet donated the house to serve as their headquarters. Lin Xiao'an regretted leaving the little black elf with Nan Jiayu to watch over Draco. Had she known there would be so many mice here, she would have brought the little black elf along as well. With a sigh, Lin Xiao'an turned to Harry and said, Theoretically, Harry, your house elf could indeed be involved as you are considered family to Sirius. However, we must ascertain the territorial instincts of the house elf residing in Sirius's home. Oh dear, who could possibly intimidate me? Just then, a house elf silently slipped into the room where Lin Xiao'an and the others were cleaning, passing right before her eyes. Aside from a tattered cloth wrapped around its waist, it was nearly naked. Its appearance was quite aged, with skin that seemed to sag excessively, reminiscent of Sharpay. Although its head was bald like all house elves, a tuft of white hair sprouted from its large bat-like ears. Its eyes were bloodshot and watery, a dull gray, and its plump nose was so large it resembled that of a pig. He moved as if invisible, hunched over and dragging his feet, slowly making his way across the room while muttering in a hoarse, croaky voice. Detestable wastrel, leading a pack of little brats to ruin my mistress's home. Oh, my poor mistress, if she were to know, if she were aware of the filth they brought into her abode, what would she say to old Creature? Oh, how embarrassing it is, the nouveau riche, the mudblood, the pauper. What could the poor old Creature possibly do? No one dared to speak, except for Hermione, who kindly greeted, Hello, Creature. The house elf froze, ceasing its muttering, adopting a remarkably obvious yet dubious expression of surprise. Creature had not noticed Harry and his friends before. It turned, bowing to Harry, its face nearly touching the carpet. In a voice loud enough for others to hear, it remarked, That mud blood, standing there so brazenly, if my mistress knew. Oh, how sorrowful she would be. Forgive me, let me silence you. Lin Xiao'an promptly cast a spell of silence on Creature, compelling it to cease its chatter. Creature glared at Lin Xiao'an with palpable resentment, no doubt cursing him internally. The glare, though sharp, had no effect on Lin Xiao'an, who remained unfazed. Creature, leave his place. The house elf, unable to defy a direct command, reluctantly shuffled out. Hermione, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, Creature is quite old. We should show him a bit of kindness. Lin Xiao'an looked at Hermione, struggling to comprehend how this girl could one day become the Minister of Magic, while others might perceive her as seeking attention. Lin Xiao'an recognized that Hermione was genuinely advocating for the rights of house elves. Hermione, we have a saying in our flower kingdom. Compassion does not command armies. Emotions do not govern affairs. Righteousness does not manage wealth, and kindness does not hold office. Well, I want to find your kindness as good or bad. Perhaps this is the way tales should unfold. Lin Xiao'an mused, speaking words that the innocent children around him could not grasp, smiling to himself. I wonder if it's time for dinner? Chapter 103, Home, Part 2. On a moonless, windy night, as the exhausted companions succumbed to slumber. Lin Xiao'an activated his invisibility skill and stealthily entered, though in truth, he simply opened the door, the room of the house elf creature. Glory be to the noble hand. What a triviality, having arrived at 12, Grimmauld Place. How could one not retrieve the Slytherin locket? Upon entering the room, Lin Xiao'an was immediately struck by the heightened vigilance of creature, who, rather inexplicably, was wide awake at such an hour, diligently polishing the Black family's cherished artifacts with a grimy cloth. Who is it? Lin Xiao'an thought to himself, I must master the art of apparition. I shall simply pass through walls whenever I desire. He hesitated, adjusting his voice to avoid detection by creature, and wave his wand, casting a silencing charm. Silencio. Following this, he layered another spell, Jelly Legs. Creature, rendered mute, collapsed onto the floor, glaring fiercely at the doorway with eyes the size of tennis balls, convinced the intruder still lingered there. Lin Xiao'an remained cloaked in invisibility, stealthily rummaging through the room. Although he had administered a sleeping potion to the others, he had opted for the gentlest variant, one that would leave no trace upon awakening. Harry and the others were merely in a deep slumber, not unconscious. It was prudent to be discreet, for any loud noise could awaken them. Boxy, where are you? Ah, there you are. Within Creature's room, there were few hiding places, and Lin Xiao'an easily located the gleaming, not really, pendant box amidst the heap of discarded trinkets. This raised a question. If the pendant box was so effortlessly acquired, what purpose did Creature have for it? Lin Xiao'an pondered that keeping the old relic was a waste of resources. Perhaps it would be more merciful to simply dispose of it. Yet, he hesitated, lost in introspection, convinced he had the situation under control. After all these years of good fortune, Lin Xiao'an had become somewhat overconfident, believing that by binding Creature with the silencing and Jelly Legs charms, he had ensured his success, neglecting to bestow upon himself the ultimate protective skill, Armor of Aegis. House elves do not require wands to cast spells. They wield magic with their very fingertips. What is meant by the phrase darkness beneath the lamp? This exemplifies it perfectly. Unbeknownst to him, the seemingly worthless trinkets, the very treasures of the Black family that Lin Xiao'an had dismissed, began to float around him, forming a vortex. Rusty short swords, the claws of an unknown creature, coiled snake skins, an array of dull, darkened silver boxes, a crystal vial embedded with a large opal, a silver tweezer with an abundance of legs reminiscent of spider, an antique grandfather clock, and an ancient purple robe materialized around him. Suddenly, Lin Xiao'an, feeling a surge of compassion and deciding to engage Creature in conversation, snapped back to reality. Wait, it's not one of us. The purple robe was the first to make a move. It embraced Lin Xiao'an with an unsettling gentleness, tightening its hold around him. Lin Xiao'an suddenly felt as if his internal organs had been displaced. Ow! Woof! Next, the old grandfather clock, which seemed to possess X-ray vision, aimed squarely at Lin Xiao'an's most handsome face and began to shoot metallic screws at him with relentless precision. Lin Xiao'an shrieked, "My face! My face!" The remaining objects were equally unyielding, as the purple robes outlined Lin Xiao'an's figure and collided fiercely against him. Lin Xiao'an thought, damn it, are you forcing me to unleash my ultimate skills? Just because a tiger does not roar, do you assume I'm a mere fish out of water? Come at me. Lin Xiao'an possessed a personal space that was unbound by any laws. Fearlessly, he activated the space and absorbed everything within the room, including the sprawled-out cliche. Yes, how incredibly cool. Those spaces that could only store lifeless objects were utterly pathetic. Oh, I'm the strongest man in the world. With hands on his hips and a swollen face, Lin Xiao'an laughed heartily. You dare to challenge me? You are far from my league. However, despite using 2 large bottles of top-tier healing potions, crafted by Professor Snape, come the next morning, Lin Xiao'an still bore the remnants of bruising on his face. And during meals, he hesitated to open his mouth too wide due to the pain. His friends naturally found it curious. The night before, Lin Xiao'an had appeared perfectly normal. Yet upon waking, he was left battered and bruised. Such a scenario was utterly unheard of. Thus, Harry cautiously inquired, Xiao'an, what happened to your face? Lin Xiao'an gently caressed his cheek and sorrowfully replied, in the dead of winter, I cannot believe there are still mosquitoes at Sirius's house. Chapter 104. It is said that we are good friends, Part 1. Draco Malfoy, the leader of Slytherin House, 3rd year, has recently been experiencing a streak of misfortune, especially after the Christmas holidays. A peculiar sense of foreboding has grown increasingly palpable. Various signs indicate that someone seems to be attempting to challenge his authority within the house. Or rather, within his year. It was akin to a rusted iron gate, creaking ominously with every opening and closing, irksome yet not hindering its function. On the surface, he still commanded respect, but whispers of dissent had begun to circulate concerning his commands. Draco swore to the light that this was not mere imagination. He could substantiate it with facts, just as he was doing now. I have warned you more than once, Draco admonished several third-year Slytherin students with a serious tone, not to discuss that individual whose name we cannot even utter in public. Have your brains been infested by mandrakes? At the commencement of the new academic year, the dark mark unexpectedly manifested upon the walls of Hogwarts Castle, instilling a sense of purpose among the serpents of Slytherin House. Whispers of the Dark Lord's imminent return reverberated throughout the halls, particularly among certain students hailing from families of Death Eaters. There was an undeniable eagerness to rekindle the glory days of Voldemort's reign, when their lineage held significant sway in the wizarding world, leading to a nostalgic celebration of the past within the confines of the school. Professor Snape, observing with a detached demeanor, seized the opportunity to discern which students, typically cloaked in obscurity, would dare to emerge as the loudest voices in this fervor of nostalgia. Naturally, there were many astute individuals, notably Draco, who received a letter from his father shortly after the Dark Mark incident, outlining the Ministry of Magic's dispatch of 2 officials to Hogwarts in pursuit of the truth. The letter detailed how these officials had a rather alarming encounter with Lin Xiao'an. Indeed, it seemed that Lin had unilaterally confronted them, leaving them considerably shaken. Upon their return to the Ministry, not only did they remain tight-lipped about their experiences at Hogwarts, but it was also noted that their memories appeared to have significantly deteriorated, leading them to seek recovery at St. Mungo's Hospital. The letter continued with an array of admonishments, all converging on a singular theme. Patience is a virtue. After reading it, Draco promptly incinerated the correspondence and convened with the heads of the various year groups to enact a decree prohibiting discussions regarding the Dark Mark, the Dark Lord, and other related topics outside the confines of the Academy. Draco's standing in Slytherin was unparalleled. He held a status akin to that of the heads, having been accorded such upon his arrival due to the esteemed Malfoy name. A significant portion of the students in Slytherin were descendants of families that had once served the Malfoys. Thus, by all logical reasoning, Draco should have been able to navigate Slytherin with ease. However, as fate would have it, the anticipated moment of descent arrived. The students who had been reprimanded did not cower in fear as Draco had imagined. Instead, they exchanged derisive smirks. "Oh, you issued a warning? And what of it? Who do you think you are, Malfoy?" Chapter 105. They said we were good friends, Part 2. Draco's heart sank. He was certainly not foolish enough to inquire whether they had forgotten to take their medication that morning. The challenge was blatant, and if he wished to maintain his stance without losing face, there was but one course of action. "Crab, Goyle, to me." Without further ado, he urged his companions. "Let's settle this like men." Draco envisioned a splendid confrontation, believing that by taking down these insolent provocateurs, the true instigators would reveal themselves. Alas, he misjudged the combat prowess of Crabbe and Goyle, despite their formidable appearance. Their dominance within the Academy had largely been attributed to the leniency of others who preferred not to engage with them on their own level. Crabbe and Goyle were quite obedient, following Draco's orders with clenched fists, their sinister laughter echoing as they lunged toward the few students. In less than half a minute, they were rolling on the ground, howling in agony. The Cruciatus Curse? Draco could scarcely believe his eyes. How dare any student wield an unforgivable curse within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts? "Hamilton, have you lost your mind? This is Hogwarts. You could be expelled." Evan Hamilton, who had cast the Cruciatus Curse on Crabbe and Goyle, was typically unassuming, a rather inconspicuous student. Yet, upon hearing Draco's words, he remained unfazed, delighting in the sight of his wand-wielding hand. "Merlin's beard, I can actually do this." Malfoy, that was not the Cruciatus Curse, but rather a modified version of relaxation released by a senior. The speaker was another student whose name Draco could not recall. He deliberately mumbled the mention of the upperclassmen, likely wishing to keep their identity hidden for now. What? Relaxation released? Draco was both enraged and amused. Did they think him a mere child? With his aura still commanding, the nameless student dared not meet Draco's gaze, feigning calmness. Of course, if Hamilton had truly used the unforgivable curse, why haven't the professors reacted yet? Draco. Indeed, that was a valid point. In Hogwarts, such a commotion could hardly escape the notice of the professors. "This means you're out of touch, Malfoy," Hamilton declared, lifting his chin with arrogance. "You have betrayed the honor of Slytherin, forming an alliance with that mudblood upstart from Gryffindor. You are unworthy to lead us." I could almost hear someone proclaiming that Draco, the darling, and I are the best of friends. Out of nowhere, Lin Xiao'an appeared, cradling Xiao He. "What the? Lin Xiao'an, The cumulative shock Draco experienced today could encircle Hogwarts Castle. This is the domain of Slytherin House. What are you doing here? Lin Xiao'an and Xiao He silently regarded Draco, their expressions incredulous. It was merely one of the corridors leading to the Slytherin dormitories. Since when has it become your house's territory? Have you been lining up to leave your scent here? Draco endeavored to maintain his image as the leader of Slytherin. Lin Xiao'an, I am dealing with internal affairs of the house. As a Gryffindor, shouldn't you make yourself scarce? Lin Xiao'an raised an eyebrow. Although I am not from your snake house, my teacher is the head of Slytherin, even if I am not a prince. I must at least be a regent. Draco was rendered speechless by Lin Xiao'an's audacity. Lin Xiao'an turned to the group of foolish upstarts and kindly said, Dear children, come. Tell Daddy, who is the so-called mastermind behind the altered spell that forced you into this farcical coup? Who dares to seize the Best Director award from my grasp? Hamilton, convinced that he had undergone a transformation under his senior's guidance, believed he could now rival the esteemed Draco, uttering words inflated beyond measure. Get lost. This is none of your business. Mudblood from Gryffindor. The other students brandished their wands at Lin Xiao'an, glaring at him menacingly. Lin Xiao'an exaggeratedly patted his chest with a hand that was not holding the little black cat, feigning fear, and then laughed heartily. Oh my, in my lifetime, I have encountered a generation of fearless snakelings today. There is a saying in Huagua, fine liquor is delightful, but one must not drink it without regard. Fear not, none of you shall escape. Chapter 106. Howl. On this day, Slytherin House was nailed to the pillar of shame. Perhaps the upstarts had formed an unbreakable oath with that senior, for no matter how hard Lin Xiao'an tried to persuade them, they only wailed inconsolably, refusing to divulge the name and details of their senior. The commotion drew the attention of other oblivious upperclassmen, who mistakenly believed Lin Xiao'an was bullying the younger students. Indeed, Lin Xiao'an was bullying his own house's students. The upperclassmen, disregarding all else, rolled up their sleeves, eager to confront Lin Xiao'an. Seeing this, Lin Xiao'an joyfully handed the little black cat to Draco, saying, Perfect timing. Draco, take good care of my 7th uncle's cat. Then, Draco, cradling the little black cat, watched in astonishment as Lin Xiao'an single-handedly defeated most of Slytherin House. Draco, who am I? Where am I? I want to go home and find my father. In the end, Lin Xiao'an, feeling accomplished like a performer after a vigorous act, stood contentedly with the little black cat back in his arms, tossing 2 large bottles of potion to Draco. Powerful bone regrowth potion. No matter how shattered the bones, they shall heal as if they were never broken. Draco, distribute this among them. A small cup is sufficient for each. Oh, and by the way, Lin the Resolute lowered his head towards the heaps of fallen bodies and declared, For those who are unconvinced, you are welcome to seek me out in Gryffindor. Whether it be a one-on-one duel or a group brawl, I shall gladly oblige. Remember, do not engage in underhanded tactics, or I shall eradicate your entire lineage. Do not blame me for my forthrightness. I am simply a bold man of grand ambition. Finally, let me impart a phrase of sophistication. Let it not be said that I did not warn you. Upon concluding his remarks, Lin Xiao'an tilted his nose toward the ceiling, exuding an air more villainous than any antagonist, erupting into a boisterous laugh as he departed. Draco, who am I? Where am I? I want to go home and find my father. Lin Xiao'an left a legend in Slytherin, but his pride was short-lived as he soon encountered setback. Lin Xiao'an, what is going on in your mind? Lin Xiao'an, with a submissive demeanor, apologized, saying, I sincerely regret it, Professor. It is entirely my fault for being careless, Professor. My mind is filled with water, Professor. Professor Snape was taken aback by this series of Professor exclamations, leading him to suspect that Lin Xiao'an was mocking him for being an ineffective teacher, incapable of guiding a student properly. Severus, Xiao'an has performed admirably. He was merely a step away from success, was he not? Professor Lupin, holding a high-footed goblet from which steam was gently rising, consumed the potion within and involuntarily shivered. Professor Snape scoffed at this, remarking, How can one aspire to run before mastering the art of walking? What a waste of exceedingly precious ingredients. Lin Xiao'an, slightly provoked, thought to himself, If that senior can improve spells, why can't I enhance potions? Just then, Professor Snape began to allow Lin Xiao'an to attempt brewing the Wolf's Bane potion. As a direct disciple of Severus Snape, how could he not know how to concoct this potion, invented by Professor Snape himself? Thus, Lin Xiao'an embarked on a series of bewildering and reckless experiments that left Professor Snape in disbelief. Sugar? No, no, no. Lin Xiao'an recalled the crucial knowledge. Sugar must not be added to the Wolf's Bane potion. How about a pinch of salt? Oh, a failure? Then perhaps a few drops of whiskey? The outcome was predictable. With a hint of schadenfreude, Professor Snape remarked, Lupin, allow me to remind you that Lin Xiao'an has squandered all, indeed, every single one of our stock of essential materials for brewing the Wolfsbane potion. The remaining finished product will not last until the end of this term, so you Severus, I am contemplating resigning. Professor Lupin suddenly dropped a bombshell. Lin Xiao'an thought to himself, could it be that the curse of the defense against the dark arts professor truly holds such power? Ingredients can be repurchased. If they aren't available at ordinary potion shops, I can always place an advertisement in the Daily Prophet, offering a handsome reward for procurement. What a trivial matter. Why would Professor Lupin consider resignation? With this in mind, Lin Xiao'an attempted to persuade Professor Lupin, though his words were far more tactful than his internal musings. Lupin, maintaining a serene expression, replied gently, Thank you, Xiao'an, but this is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. I'm a werewolf, and I inherently should not. Has anyone begun to doubt you? Professor Snape cut to the heart of the matter. Professor Lupin nodded. I am uncertain. But it seems Miss Granger. Professor Snape remarked with a cold smirk. Ah, it is the ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger from Gryffindor. I presume you cannot be here without reason. Professor Lupin interjected, Severus, this is the most prudent solution. I beg to differ, replied Professor Snape. Lin Xiao'an, with a perplexed expression, interrupted the conversation between the two middle-aged men, exclaiming, What on earth is this atmosphere of sweet nothings? Have you forgotten there is a minor present in the room? With little regard for decorum, Lin Xiao'an interrupted Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin, smiling, appeared to share a resemblance to the flamboyant Dumbledore in his demeanor. What is it, Xiao'an? If you truly intend to leave Hogwarts, might you consider the Ministry of Magic instead? Chapter 107, Prosperity for All. The Ministry of Magic? Professor Lupin was momentarily at a loss, struggling to comprehend Lin Xiao'an's line of thought. Lin Xiao'an continued, I believe our influence at the Ministry is rather weak, and this is due to the insufficient number of our own people placed there. I think it is time to showcase genuine talent and infuse fresh blood. Professor Snape was taken aback by Lin Xiao'an's strong sense of belonging to Hogwarts. Our Hogwarts? I, Lin Xiao'an, shall be the future board member of Hogwarts. With hands on hips, Lin Xiao'an proudly declared, only to adjust to a more modest pose after receiving a gentle glare from Professor Snape. Though often perceived as somewhat mischievous and whimsical, Lin Xiao'an was capable of grasping pivotal points. In theory, Hogwarts possesses considerable autonomy. The Ministry of Magic can only allocate funds at regular intervals. Beyond that, they cannot interfere in internal affairs. And the headmaster of Hogwarts is not to be underestimated when facing the Minister of Magic. Nevertheless, Hogwarts indeed falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry. And regardless of which officials are dispatched, Hogwarts must accommodate them lavishly. In 2 years, a rather flamboyant toad will be stationed at Hogwarts, and the institution will only dare to engage in subtle acts of defiance. Comrades, friends, we, the Hogwarts faction, have observed a significant gap in the upper echelons of the Ministry. The shortage of talent is quite alarming. Having digressed, Lin Xiao'an redirected his thoughts and decisively made a decision on behalf of Professor Lupin. No longer was the title of professor suitable. Mr. was more appropriate. Let us proceed with this plan, then. I will have Lockhart take some action to ensure Mr. Lupin's entry into the Ministry within a year. ISNT, it said that the most dangerous places are the safest. I recall there is a werewolf control department within the Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Lupin could only respond with exasperation. Are you serious? Surely. This must be a jest. A werewolf control department. Am I to willingly walk into a trap to deliver provisions to Azkaban? Professor Snape seemed to ponder for a moment, and after a thoughtful hum, he nodded in agreement with Lin Xiao'an. Indeed, the Werewolf Control Bureau always keeps Wolfsbane potions on hand. This arrangement is most suitable. Lin Xiao'an, you are not entirely foolish. For the 108th time, Lin Xiao'an contemplated betraying her master. I, a prodigious talent, endowed with exceptional intelligence and equipped with both martial and literary prowess, embody the essence of wisdom and beauty, excelling in all aspects of development, while upholding the core values of socialism. How dare you question my intellect? Teacher, under your guidance, I have made significant progress. I still require your mentorship to ensure I can tread the righteous path. Lin Xiao'an's sincerity was so profound that Professor Snape could find no evidence of her sarcasm. Ultimately, with no valid excuse to reprimand Lin Xiao'an, Snape invoked his authority as her master. You may leave now. Attend to your responsibilities. Lin Xiao'an, also known as Pai Paiyan, playfully responded, Yes, yes, yes. Teacher, remember to drink plenty of warm water and avoid staying up late. I shall take my leave now. Professor Snape, upon hearing this, felt an urge to strike her, specifically referring to Lin Xiao'an. Chapter 108, The Rising Tide. Ding! A long-awaited virtual screen suddenly appeared. Quest: Revive Voldemort, Youth Edition. Please, host, within the allotted time, obtain the trophy from the Triwizard Tournament and restore the physical form of Mr. Riddle from the diary. Quest difficulty: 4 stars. Quest reward: 72 Animagus forms. Supplemental reward: 6-winged angel wings, equipped with dazzling effects. Completion time: host, you may manage this as you see fit. Penalty for incompletion: none. Lin Xiao'an was utterly astonished. Isn't this quest rather haphazard? Manage the time as you see fit. No penalties for incompletion? This is akin to a freebie. Have you finally given up on vying for the title of the best system in the universe? Xiaohei, with a solemn expression, remarked, the lazy author tarnished this system's integrity. In the previous volume, the incompetent author forgot to issue quests, yet the readers assumed this system hoarded the rewards. Bah, this system is not that kind of system. Therefore, in this volume, I shall ensure all readers understand that, as a system, I am most professional. Even if I momentarily forget to assign tasks to the host, I will still find ways to compensate you with the rewards you rightfully deserve. Lin Xiao'an deliberately counted on her fingers how many times Xiaohei had mentioned the word system, realizing she couldn't keep track with both hands. Your tongue twisters are remarkable. But I must ask, how do you know I will definitely participate in the Triwizard Tournament? I'm not of age yet. Xiaohei, with wide, glistening eyes, replied matter-of-factly, host, you are the protagonist. The young Cedric Diggory has indeed been sent by a foolish author to the Flower Country as an exchange student, has he not? Is this not a means of paving the way for your host? Lin Xiao'an smacked his forehead, a look of sudden enlightenment crossing his face. Oh dear, I had almost forgotten. As he spoke, Lin Xiao'an reached out to tap the virtual screen, accepting the task. Alas, your host is a bit acrophobic. What uses a great pair of wings? A flying carpet would be far better. Little Black regarded Lin Xiao'an's opportunistic nature with disdain. Enough of this nonsense. Your host must be on their way. Lin Xiao'an carelessly stuffed a large ticket made of sheepskin into his pocket and conducted a final confirmation before stepping out. Are you truly not coming along? Little Black mewed. Yawning, meow meow meow, if I don't rest, this system will shut down. Well, fine, you lazy creature. Lin Xiao'an struggled against his drowsiness, feeling somewhat exasperated. Initially, it was nothing, but now, with the system yawning, he too felt the urge to sleep. He pulled out his golden pocket watch to check the time. Perfect. 3 a.m. In this room, everyone was sound asleep while he foolishly shouldered his backpack, preparing to depart for the Quidditch World Cup. If only there were a pill for regret. Lin Xiao'an wished he could consume 10 or 8 bottles. What kind of friendship requires everyone to gather in perfect harmony to enjoy themselves? How could such a flimsy excuse make you soft-hearted enough to accept an invitation? Lin Xiao'an, you are truly becoming younger as time passes. Lin Xiao'an was not ecstatic. Why should he rise at the crack of dawn for social engagements while some could comfortably lie in bed, waking naturally? Professor, it's not too late to have second thoughts. Would you like to join me for the Quidditch match? Why was Lin Xiao'an not joyful? Because he simply could not resist mischief for a single day. During the summer, Lin Xiao'an spent the majority of his time at Professor Snape's home, and this year was no exception. He banged fervently on the door to Professor Snape's bedroom, shouting at a volume that could rival a sonorous amplification charm. Homebodies have no future. Homebodies cannot find girlfriends. Don't stay cooped up at home, Professor. No matter how much commotion Lin Xiao'an created outside, Professor Snape remained utterly silent within his room, seemingly impervious to the noise. The painting hanging on the wall, however, was roused by Lin Xiao'an's clamor. The figure in the portrait, adorned with a white curly wig and a splendid embroidered robe, presumably an ancestor of Professor Snape, sleepily remarked, "Stop knocking. Severus has placed a silencing charm on this room." Lin Xiao'an replied, "The waves rise a foot and the walls rise 10. This round I concede. We shall meet again in the mountains and rivers. After the World Cup, I shall return." Chapter 109, The Darkmar Plus, Part 1. Ireland has triumphed. The scoreboard flashed the score. Bulgaria, 160, Ireland, 170. Ireland held a commanding lead over Bulgaria. However, Bulgaria's seeker, Victor Krum, seized the golden snitch, scoring an impressive 150 points and salvaging some pride for his team, despite their defeat. The match was fiercely contested, particularly when Bulgaria's mascot, Maiva, made an appearance, nearly inciting a mass exodus from the stands. Lin Xiao'an remained remarkably composed throughout the event. He was a serene and handsome youth, uninterested in the raucousness of Quidditch. and completely indifferent to the presence of beings such as werewolves and half-beasts, earning a look of approval from Hermione. He discreetly observed the movements of Barty Crouch, the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and his house elf named Winky, while a hidden Crouch, a staunch Death Eater, lurked nearby. Lin Xiao'an lamented internally the inconvenience of lacking the ability to see through walls, reflecting on the overly righteous principles of his own system, which he mused might not be entirely beneficial. What a bunch of cowards, he whispered, casting his gaze into the distance. As the match concluded, it was already late at night. Most wizards were preparing to celebrate Ireland's victory with a bonfire or retreating to their tents to rest before returning home the next day using their port keys. Yet, there always seemed to be foolish individuals emerging to spoil the atmosphere. A group of wizards huddled closely together, each pointing their wands skyward as they advanced slowly across the field, their heads adorned with hoods and their faces concealed by masks. Above them, struggling figures floated in the air, twisted into grotesque shapes, as if the masked wizards below were puppeteers controlling marionettes, with invisible strings extending from their wands. Two of the figures appeared, quite small. More wizards joined the advancing throng, laughing boisterously and pointing at the floating bodies. "We must assist the department in maintaining order." Mr. Weasley's voice pierced through the clamor. He rolled up his sleeves, urging, "You all need to head into the woods, stay together, and do not disperse. I will find you once this is resolved." Lin Xiao'an trailed at the end of the line, following Harry and the others into the forest, where the once vibrant lights leading to the stadium had now been extinguished. Shadows stumbled through the darkness of the woods, children cried, and anxious shouts reverberated in the chilly night air. After walking for a while, Hermione suddenly sensed something amiss. Logically, Lin Xiao'an should have been up to something at this moment. Why was he so unusually subdued today? Turning to speak with him, she found him absent. "Xiao'an," Hermione exclaimed, drawing her wand to cast a Lumos spell, illuminating the area around her, only to discover that not only was Lin Xiao'an nowhere to be found, but Fred, George, and Ginny, who had been with them, had also gone missing. "They cannot have gone too far," Ron remarked, drawing forth his wand and illuminating it, much like Hermione. He squinted along the narrow path. Harry rummaged through the pocket of his coat in search of his wand, but alas, it was nowhere to be found. "Oh no, this is dreadful. I can't believe I've lost my wand." "You must be joking." Ron and Hermione raised their wands high, casting elongated beams of light to illuminate a wider area. Harry searched around desperately, but his wand remained elusive. A sense of frustration enveloped him, in a realm of magic. Losing one's wand felt akin to losing a third limb. Movement became nearly impossible. A thunderous explosion erupted from the edge of the woods, reverberating through the night sky. "We should proceed. We are still too close to the campsite. Fred and the others will look after Ginny. Little Lin can handle himself," Ron declared. Thus, they set off once more, with Harry continuing to fumble in his pockets, fully aware that his wand was absent. As they traversed the pitch-black path to the heart of the forest, it seemed they were alone, the surroundings much quieter. Hermione surveyed the area. "How about we wait here? We can hear anything from a mile away." No objections were raised. They settled side by side beneath a grand tree, silently listening to the sounds emanating from the campsite. Everything appeared considerably calmer. Perhaps the commotion had subsided. "I hope everyone else is safe," Hermione said after a while. "They will be fine," Ron reassured her. "Alas, those muggles are so unfortunate," Hermione said anxiously. "What if people cannot bring them down?" "That won't happen," Ron assured her. "They always find a way. It's utterly mad that they would do such a thing, especially with ministry officials here tonight. Do they expect to escape easily? Have they been drinking too much, or—" Hermione abruptly halted her words, turning to glance behind her. Harry and Ron swiftly followed suit. Listening closely, it appeared that someone was stumbling toward their clearing, one foot in front of the other. They waited, attuned to the clumsy footsteps that emerged from the dark thicket. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased. "Hello?" Harry called out. Silence ensued. He stood and turned to look behind the tree. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, visibility diminishing with distance, yet he sensed a presence just beyond his line of sight. "Who is there?" he inquired. Then, without warning, a voice shattered the stillness. This voice was unlike any they had heard in the woods, not a frantic shout, but rather reminiscent of an incantation. "The bones shall return." In the darkness, a colossal, shimmering green object emerged, leaping onto the treetops and soaring into the sky. "What is that?" Ron exclaimed, his voice trembling as he sprang to his feet, gazing upward at the newly appeared entity. It was an immense figure, composed of skulls and serpents, rising high like a terrifying neon sign that illuminated the entire forest. Harry searched the shadows for the one who had conjured the skulls. Yet he could discern no figure. Who is there? Harry shouted once more. Harry, we must hurry, Hermione urged, gripping his collar and pulling him back. What's happening? Harry asked, startled to see Hermione's face ashen and her expression filled with dread. It's the Dark Mark, Harry. Hermione gasped, desperately tugging at him. The symbol of the Dark Lord. Voldemort's. Harry, we need to go. In their frantic haste, they had barely taken a few steps when a series of popping sounds erupted, and around 20 wizards descended from the sky, encircling them. Get down, Harry shouted instinctively as he witnessed the wizards drawing their wands. Stupefy. A dazzling array of lights followed, and Harry felt his hair lift as if a powerful wind swept through the clearing. He slightly raised his head and saw searing red beams shooting from the wands of the wizards, intertwining above their heads before crashing into tree trunks and bouncing back into the darkness. Stop! Stop! A familiar voice cried out. That's my son. Harry turned over to see Mr. Weasley striding towards them, his expression filled with alarm. They were saved. Mr. Weasley's arrival evidently bought them time, for in the eyes of most wizards, the savior could not possibly conjure the Dark Mark. All attention shifted to the house elf, Winky, who lay nearby, having been struck by a stunning spell, clutching Harry's lost wand, the very wand that had released the Dark Mark. House elf, remove the stunning spell. Mr. Diggory, Cedric's father, demanded sternly. Do you know who I am? I am a member of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. You found that wand, didn't you? You picked it up thinking you could have some fun with it, didn't you? First, you violated the third clause of the wand use guidelines. No non-human creatures may carry or use wands. Secondly, you were exceedingly reckless. I did not use it to cast any spells, sir. With a quivering voice, the little creature cried, tears streaming down the sides of its squashed, spherical nose like a gentle brook. I merely picked it up, sir. I did not conjure the Dark Mark, sir. I do not know how to do such a thing. It was not her, Hermione declared, speaking before the multitude of ministry officials, appearing exceedingly anxious yet unyielding. The creature, with its high-pitched voice, insisted that the incantation they had just heard was much deeper. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, that voice was unmistakably human, not that of a house elf. With the testimony of the savior, the offspring of ministry officials, and an exemplary student from Hogwarts, along with the fact that the creature belonged to Mr. Crouch's household, Mr. Diggory had no choice but to relent, impatiently inquiring, So, little elf, did you see anyone? Suddenly, Hermione pointed at the sky and shrieked. Oh dear, girls do tend to overreact. Mr. Diggory frowned, intending to quiet the girl, but upon seeing his colleagues gazing up in terror, he too lifted his gaze. Opposite the Dark Mark above them, a new, larger, greener, and more dazzling Dark Mark had emerged. It was unmistakably authentic. What the? Someone exclaimed. Yet no one expressed dissatisfaction. Had it not been for the necessity of maintaining the ministry's decorum, everyone present would have been inclined to curse vehemently to alleviate their stress. Two dark marks appeared in the same sky. What could this possibly signify? A youthful male voice resonated above everyone's heads. Initially, some were baffled, while others found the voice somewhat familiar. But as he concluded, nearly everyone recognized who was speaking. Death Eaters, I have returned. Your master is back. Upon uttering that melodramatic proclamation, the diary version of Riddle promptly concealed his face and returned to the pages, devoid of any friendly expression. Lin Xiao'an rubbed his nose, bemused, thinking how he could never quite manage the bashful diary version of Riddle. He then tucked the notebook away, grounding himself and controlling his expression. Wah wah wah. Huh. Wait, there's no one else here. That was premature, what a waste. Chapter 1. Friendship First, Tied for First in Competition, Part 1. Of course, I do not imply that you're acting hastily, Xiao'an. While others may be oblivious to the identity behind the Dark Mark Plus, how could Dumbledore possibly be unaware? Even if Lin Xiao'an ultimately returned like everyone else, lamenting, he could not dissociate himself from this matter. Hence, Dumbledore promptly arrived at Professor Snape's residence for a face-to-face discussion with Lin Xiao'an. I believe at present we should not provoke Voldemort. We must adopt a strategy of restraint until our powers are more formidable. Lin Xiao'an could not agree. How much longer must we wait, Professor? Indeed, I am aware that the Dark Lord remains in hiding. Perhaps we should allow him to make the first move, thus providing us with the justification of self-defense. However, his minions have brazenly displayed the Dark Mark, and we can certainly begin to devise appropriate countermeasures. Can we not? My thoughts stand in stark contrast to yours. If the Dark Lord were to learn of another who dares to call himself Voldemort, his urgency to re-emerge would only intensify. As the old adage goes, haste makes waste. The more rushed the endeavor, the more flaws it reveals. In his 2 lifetimes, Lin Xiao'an had encountered many revolting events, but none repulsed him more than the Death Eater's heinous acts against innocent muggles following the Quidditch World Cup. To merely read about it in text pales in comparison to experiencing it firsthand. I shall not allow those cowardly Death Eaters to roam free any longer. If the Ministry of Magic cannot bring them to justice, then I shall take it upon myself. Dumbledore did not feel the need to persuade Lin Xiao'an. Once this child became resolute, no amount of coaxing from 9 severe Snapes could sway him. What flavor of chocolate does Gay Dumbledore prefer? The diary, I mean. The other dark mark was cast by young Tom Riddle, correct? Lin Xiao'an could barely muster a nod. Was that not a question posed with full knowledge? Gay Dumbledore continued. Upon seeing the dark mark, the Death Eaters all operated away in a panic, leaving the Ministry unable to apprehend any of them. Thus I assert, Lin Xiao'an scoffed. They're a pack of cowardly bullies. They lack the courage to return openly to their former master, hiding instead behind hoods and masks while engaging in despicable and shameless acts. Dumbledore felt a mix of pride and concern. Xiao'an, you are a good child. However, this predicament hinders our ability to ascertain the precise circumstances of the Death Eaters. We have an insider. Lin Xiao'an was confident. I suspect that Mr. Lucius Malfoy was among that group of fools. Professor, fret not. Mr. Malfoy is on our side. Lin Xiao'an articulated each word with conviction. It was no idle boast. As rolling stamp of approval was evident. The Malfoy family exists solely for the Malfoy family. Dumbledore felt the moment was ripe to share some internal intelligence with Lin Xiao'an. Xiao'an, I believe you may have heard of the Order of the Phoenix from Tom Riddle? The Order of the Phoenix? Ah, yes, I recall hearing about it in the diary. It is a coalition of anonymous righteous wizards dedicated to opposing Voldemort, having made significant contributions to the downfall of the Dark Lord. Alas, after his defeat, the Order disbanded, and its members have since vanished without a trace. Lin Xiao'an did not conceal his admiration for the Order of the Phoenix, not solely because of its founder, Gate Dumbledore, but due to his profound respect for the members' spirit of sacrifice. Regardless, Lin Xiao'an acknowledged his limitations. Had he not possessed the system's golden touch and found himself in a predicament akin to that of the Longbottom couple, he might have resorted to immediate self-harm. If that proved futile, he would undoubtedly succumb to despair. It is said that one must prioritize oneself in the face of adversity. Lin Xiao'an feared not death, but rather the pain that accompanied it. By the way, perhaps I should offer the Longbottom couple of my miraculous remedies. The kind-hearted, pure, and endearing Lin Xiao'an resolved to take action and promptly made adjustments to his plans. Naturally, one must wield power for personal gain, and benevolence is often bestowed from above. Let us see if I can take over the Phoenix Society. If so, it would be a joyous occasion. If not, we shall simply pretend that nothing transpired. Dumbledore remarked. Xiao'an, after the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament, I hope to introduce you to several wizards. Lin Xiao'an responded with surprise. What? The Triwizard Tournament. Chapter 112. Friendship First. Competition tied for first. Part 2. I must regrettably announce that this year's Quidditch Cup will be suspended. This is due to a significant event commencing in October that will persist throughout the academic year. Dear children, I am confident that you will find this news delightful. The Triwizard Tournament is about to take place at Hogwarts. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words during the opening feast, the students erupted into a cacophony of excitement, prompting Dumbledore to raise his voice. Some of you may be unfamiliar with the details of this tournament, so I hope those who are knowledgeable can pardon my brief explanation. The Triwizard Tournament was established over 7 centuries ago as a friendly competition among the 3 largest magical schools in Europe, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Each school selects a champion, and these champions compete in 3 magical tasks. The Triwizard Tournament occurs every 5 years, with each school taking turns as host. It was widely believed to be an excellent means for young witches and wizards from different nations to forge friendships. However, the high mortality rate ultimately led to its suspension. Over the centuries, numerous attempts have been made to revive the tournament, yet none have succeeded. Dumbledore continued. However, our Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Sport believe that the time has come for another attempt. This summer, we undertook extensive preparations to ensure the safety of each champion. In October, the headmasters of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will lead their carefully selected competitors to Hogwarts, and the selection ceremony for champions will take place on Halloween Eve. An impartial judge will determine which students are most worthy of representing their schools, bringing honor to their institutions, while also competing for a prize of 1,000 galleons. But Professor, did you just mention the Triwizard Tournament? One of the Weasley twins, whether it be George or Fred, exclaimed loudly with curiosity. Indeed, you heard correctly. It is the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore replied, turning slightly towards George or Fred with a gentle smile. This year, we are immensely privileged to welcome the esteemed magical institution from the enigmatic eastern land of China, Kunlun Academy, as the fourth contender in this competition. It is a significant opportunity for cultural exchange between the eastern and western magical communities. And I hope you all cherish this rare chance to showcase the warmth and hospitality of Hogwarts to our distant guests. Despite his lengthy address, Dumbledore appeared unfazed by the fervent whispers of the students, continuing, I am aware of your eagerness to win the Triwizard Cup for Hogwarts. However, the participating schools and the Ministry of Magic have collectively agreed to impose an age limit on this year's competitors. Only students who have reached the age of 17, that is, those who are 17 years or older, will be permitted to enter. Dumbledore raised his voice slightly as some expressed their discontent, and the Weasley twins suddenly appeared quite irate. This measure is indeed necessary, for the challenges of the tournament are still formidable and perilous. Regardless of the precautions we take, it is simply unfeasible for students below the 6th or 7th year to contend with them. I personally assure you that no underage student will deceive our fair judges to become a champion of Hogwarts. As Dumbledore's gaze swept over the rebellious faces of Fred and George, a meaningful glint shone in his blue eyes. Thus, if you are not yet 17, I kindly ask that you refrain from wasting your time applying. Delegation from the other 3 schools will arrive in October and will spend the majority of this academic year with us. I trust that while our foreign guests are here, you will exhibit warmth and friendliness, and once the champions of Hogwarts are ultimately chosen, you will wholeheartedly support him or her. I must reiterate the importance of friendship. Friendship is paramount. Of course, the spirit of competition is equally vital. What did Professor Dumbledore's final remark mean? Ron failed to grasp the central idea. It's quite simple. Friendship first, competition equally important, outwardly cheerful, yet inwardly fierce, he mused. I don't know. Professor Dumbledore has a penchant for cryptic statements, Lin Xiao'an remarked. Regardless, we won't be participating in the tournament. Ron sighed. I truly wish to compete. The winner receives 1,000 galleons. Lin Xiao'an's ears automatically filtered out Ron's ramblings as she pondered. Will I be able to participate? Nonsense. What kind of protagonist would one be without participating in the competition? Kunlun Academy must surely be the alma mater of the adorable Knight Scion. Although it may not possess the imposing grandeur of institutions, such as Shintian Sect or Hontian Academy, which bear the character for heaven, it remains a renowned and venerable establishment of cultivation in the Flower Kingdom. If it were an esteemed institution like Xiangxin or Fong, I would certainly contend with the foolish author.